Dreamscape Lore presents Rise of the Density God. Written by Tora AKR. Read for you by J.S. Arquin. Welcome to the J Desert. Dimly aware he was dreaming, Jiran flew over a forested valley where a strange civilization sprawled below his ephemeral form. They sang to him one member at a time, the music rising and falling in a gentle cadence of pleasing sounds. They gazed up at him with unfamiliar alien expressions, waving their arms, or were those branches? The fluttering of a question within his dreamscape pulled him from the skies. He fell to the ground where he rolled in the soft dirt. Looking around, he found himself surrounded by thousands of kilometers of dark metal, as if he were on a man-made moon. He couldn't find his bearings, and the hard surface opened beneath him, swallowing him into a suffocating embrace that lasted an eternity. Slowly, new sensations demanded his return to consciousness. "Nope. 5 more minutes. Ugh, why am I so hot? And my mouth is dry." Sweat coated his body and soaked his bedroll. He ran his desiccated tongue across the inside of his mouth in a futile effort to draw out some saliva. His eyes fluttered open to see the thick canvas roof of his tent. Light pounded onto the heavy material, brightening the space more than usual. He sniffed the air, detecting a clean, earthy aroma devoid of a single hint of the salty sea that had been an ever-present awareness for his entire life. He connected with his mana, easily forming the necessary emotional bridge to his mana pool by pulling on his current state of confusion. Luckily, being a child was an experience rife with emotions, giving him easy access to manually control the magic buzzing within his chest. Once his mana gathered beneath the invisible barrier inside his skin, he activated a shaping. As the mana touched open air, it became blissfully cold water that washed away the sweat and grime and soothed his sweltering skin. He sighed in relief and brought his hand up, another shaping flooding his dry mouth, and he drank until his thirst was sated. "That's better." The air vibrated imperceptibly, and in less time than it took to blink, Lenton appeared beside him. The wizened old man sat on thin air as though it were a solid chair. A stack of books hovered beside him, and an open tome rested lightly in his hands. He wore a thin robe suitable for the unusual heat. After reading a few more lines, he slammed the book shut and it floated to sit atop the stack. "About damn time," Lenton's sharp words snapped Jiran from his listless state. As Jiran's brain came fully awake, memories flooded into his mind, bringing with them a plethora of questions. "Master Filibri, what happened? Who was that huge man? Why did you put me to sleep?" Lenton sighed, not immediately answering his questions. When he spoke, there was a weight to his words that was in opposition to his typical flippant demeanor. "That man was Emperor Dominus the Devourer, and somehow you played a pivotal role in rescuing the children he was looking for, while uncovering an illegal mining operation. You also managed to destroy a priceless obfuscation formation and caught the attention of one of the 3 people in the entire empire I can't protect you from." Lenton closed his eyes, taking a deep breath and holding the bridge of his nose. "On the bright side, I believe I have discovered the nature of your curse." Jiran's attention sharpened as he stared hungrily at his mentor. "I'll not be telling you, fool boy. Figure it out for yourself." "What? Stingy? Fine. I'm sure if I think about it hard enough, I can figure it out. It's got to have something to do with foresight. Maybe
The more I use foresight, the worse my curse gets. But I can't control foresight. Crap, that could be bad.
Seeing Geron's contemplative look, Lenton nodded in satisfaction.
Now that Dominus is interested in you, there's almost nothing I can do to keep him from seizing you.
Geron gulped as he pictured that flying disaster grabbing him by the head and whisking him away while everyone watched.
Such an outcome is unacceptable, since you have yet to assist me in a substantial way. Hence, I will need to call in a favor to keep him off our backs. We will remain here. Specifically, you will remain here, staying out of trouble until our envoy arrives.
The steel in his voice brooked no argument, and the severity of the situation caused Geron to nod enthusiastically.
It's not like I went looking for trouble. Yes, Master Philibri.
Geron's eyes flew open as he realized being detained in the camp would turn deadly in a few short days. If he didn't find and kill a beast 2 tiers above him and the timer ran out, he was certain it would be the last mistake he ever made.
May I still leave to hunt?
He pleaded hopefully.
Yes, fear not. I'll not stand between you and your bloodlust.
Lenton fanned his hand gently back and forth.
I wish I could tell him. Sure, fighting is exhilarating, but it's not like I enjoy killing enough I would throw myself at beasts time and again just for a little rush. Oh yeah, killing. I should tell him about that. I killed people.
Geron's eyes fell to the floor as he waited for any potential recrimination. He didn't feel guilty in any way for killing those bandit slavers. It was the memories from another world that told him killing humans was unforgivable, and he had no idea how Lenton would react.
Don't be daft.
Lenton's voice turned kind and understanding, still holding the undertones of flinty resolve.
Madra is not a kind or forgiving mother. She challenges us all, and takes from any who hesitate to protect what is theirs. Those who would stab their fellows in the back as they fend off the threats of Madra are no more than beasts wearing the skin of a human. History has taught us to give them no quarter, as a betrayal during a beast siege often leads to the death of thousands. When you find the vile and the wicked, strike them down without remorse, lest they doom us all. That's definitely one way to look at it. Those men were evil. They wouldn't hesitate to kill me, even if I was the only thing standing between a horde of monsters ready to devour a village. They would strike, and then laugh while everyone I protected was butchered.
Geron clenched his fist, feeling deep down that Lenton's words were right. In a world like Madra, there was no room for prisons and cushy life sentences. The idea of a life sentence triggered a question that demanded an answer.
How did you convince the Emperor not to take me?
Lenton grunted.
Simple. I ran. He was more interested in returning those children to safety. I know that crafty bastard well enough, though. Once he puts the pieces together and realizes how large a role you played, he'll be back for you. Luckily, whatever you did to destroy the formation appeared like it was done by an entire host of high-tier individuals. The mana signatures were quite varied. Mana signatures?
Lenton tisked, shaking his head.
It's quite refreshing to have a mystery to solve, isn't it? Fathers above know you've given me enough of them lately.
His words may have sounded harsh, but Geron spotted the gleam in the old man's eyes.
Maybe once I spend 1,000 years, or however ancient he is, learning, then every little unsolved mystery will become a gem to me, too.
Geron noticed Lenton fingering the corner of one of his texts and knew his time was running short. He spat out another question as quickly as he could.
I got some kind of ability called active dual mind. It's not a skill or technique. Do you know anything about it, or why I would have gotten it? That is a common acclamation granted by the voice to those who succeed in particularly difficult mental tasks. Congratulations, Lenton remarked dryly. That's enough questions for today. Do not fool yourself into believing the situation behind us. You will be paying the price for your exploits, one way or another. Perhaps in the future, you will consider the wider implications of your actions prior to enacting them. He vanished, leaving Jiran alone to consider the significance of his words. All this because of the stupid timer. It all goes back to that crab on the beach. I thought I was getting my revenge, but it turns out the damn crab got the last laugh. Who knows? Maybe it's all related to my curse. Lenton hinted as much, didn't he? Maybe no matter what I do, trouble will come and find me. No use thinking like that. Time to take a look at something more positive.
Molding, +3. True origin of fire, +3. True origin of water, +2. True origin of wind, +2. Gas manipulation, +1. Mana siphon, +9. Name, Jiran of Phelan. Race, human. Age, 8. Weight, 112.51 kilograms. Now, 120.83 kilograms. Status, active dual mind / mana seed. Timer, 83 hours, 17 minutes, 24 seconds.
Kinda crazy that I'm only considered 8 on Madra. If I count the 412 days per season, I would be well into 9 on Earth. But my body and brain don't even come close to belonging to a 9-year-old. Not only did my Tearing Day accident force a major change in my brain to accommodate all my Earth memories, but reaching Tier 2 physically aged me at least 5 seasons. 120 kilograms? That's nearly 260 pounds. If I get much heavier, how am I going to stop myself from sinking into the ground? Whoa, is that another acclamation? Mana seed? I wonder what it does. No details when I focus on it. Dang, I wish I had seen that earlier so I could ask Lenton about it.
Tier 2. Growth, 109.04%. Mana, 2.5. Concentration, 2.5. Strength, 40.3, now 41.8. Agility, 40.3, now 41.8. Endurance, 40.3, now 41.8. Durability, 40.3, now 41.8. Wisdom, 40.3, now 41.8. Intelligence, 40.3, now 41.8.
I've never heard of anyone passing 100% growth, and my attributes should have capped at 40 this tier. I'm hardly an authority on, well, anything, but it's so frustrating that I can't even ask anyone about it.
Jiran shuddered, keenly recalling the feeling of his mana being controlled by the system, and utilized to seize his voice when he attempted to share anything regarding the challenger density and his timer. He moved on, doing his best to put the uncomfortable memory behind him. Skills. Molding. Mana expansion. 67, now 73. Shaping. 36, now 47. Techniques. Forcing. 35, now 36. Coding. Adaptive Elemental Aegis. 46, now 50. Revelation. 1. True origin of fire, 11, now 17. True origin of lightning, 20, now 21. True origin of ice, 16, now 18. True origin of water, 1, now 3. True origin of wind, 1, now 3. Gas manipulation, 11, now 12. Acid manipulation, 1. Metal manipulation, 6. Light manipulation, 10, now 12. Restoration, 14, now 15. Mana siphon, 5, Now 16. Other. Unique. Foresight.
Sure feels nice to know all my efforts are being rewarded. It's awesome that my increased strength, endurance, and durability leave me feeling lighter than ever, despite how heavy I am now. And I'm so close to 50 in shaping. I should make that my top priority. I can't wait to see what sub-skill options I'll get.
Jiran felt a pulse of excitement burn through him at the idea of pushing his skills and techniques further. Since he was going to be stuck in camp, what better time than now to work on all the magic he'd been unable to play with over the last few days? He hopped to his feet, and they instantly sank a couple centimeters into the soft, granular soil beneath the canvas floor. He flexed his toes and felt fine grains of sand shifting under the fabric.
Are we on the beach?
He dressed in the lightest clothes he could find in the bag from the seamstress, and then opened his tent flap and walked outside. He immediately stopped and looked at the landscape with his jaw hanging open.
When did we travel to a desert?
He stumbled forward, eyes squinting in a futile effort to filter the intense light from all 3 suns as he scanned their new camp, shaking his head. Small bushes dotted the ground, and far in the distance, beyond the rising dunes, were low, rocky hills. The sun's light beat against the ground, mercilessly leaving behind a dry heat that scorched his nostrils with each breath. His skin already tingled from the exposure. Samris waved to him from a familiar table full of foodstuffs, and Jiran headed in his direction in a daze. A small fruit sailed through the air, and he nimbly snatched it. His stomach grumbled as he grasped the pelletier, and he wasted no time taking a large bite. Sweet juices packed with flavor and density flowed across his taste buds. He closed his eyes and moaned, a gentle breeze shifting his hair as the desert heat washed over him.
This place isn't so bad.
He came out of his moment of bliss to see Samris walking away from camp, motioning Jiran to follow him. Together they trekked a good distance until Samris spoke in his signature low whisper.
You've had an exciting week.
Jiran couldn't help the bark of laughter at Samris's raised eyebrows and slight grin.
That's for sure. The plains, full of Tier 4 beasts, Lenton's Cube, an underground cave system, and then straight into slavery and a bandit warlord. I even saw an emperor.
Jiran took a moment to let all the craziness sink in, then asked a question of his own.
How's Naya? She's not advancing with the spear as quickly as you did. That's no surprise, as her heart does not lay upon the battlefield. However, she is determined and stubborn. Those qualities are pulling her forward well enough.
They walked for several minutes in silence, each lost in their own thoughts.
Did you want to talk to me about something?
Jiran wondered. Samris let out a long sigh and squared his shoulders.
Our paths will diverge soon. You are destined for a place I do not belong. Perhaps, when you are done in Skorata, we will meet again. Skorata? Isn't that the capital of the Mashraha Metropole? Is that where we are? The Mashraha Desert?
Jiran's questions were met with a quick nod that sent Samris's long hair fluttering in the sweltering wind.
Incredible! I'm going to explore a desert, a magical desert. I bet there are ancient ruins buried beneath the sand, maybe crystals packed with a new kind of density, or even talking beasts. Wait, focus, Jiran. Play with magic first, then explore the desert. One thing at a time. He said our paths were diverging. You really won't join us if we go to the capital?
Jiran's brows drew down, a pang of sorrow clasping at his heart.
I cannot.
Jiran waited, but Samris failed to divulge any further details.
Is he not allowed in cities because of how much damage his voice could cause? That's messed up. Understandable, but still. No wonder he calls it a curse. How is it fair that my unique ability warns me of danger while His hypnotizes anyone who hears it, to the point they basically become a zombie. Are you going back to Phelan, then?
Jiran's words were laced with guilt.
That is my home now. I will inform your uncle of Naya's whereabouts. Protect your cousin well, Jiran. A man without a family is but a shell, destined to crack upon Madra's peaks. This is so wrong. I've got to do something about this. Samris should be allowed to go anywhere he wants. The way he said that, it's like he's not allowed to see his own family. All because of his curse? Thank you, Samris. You've done so much for me, and now for Naya, too.
Jiran's gratitude bubbled to the surface, and he bowed to the man who had helped his journey begin.
I'd be dead if I never met him. I'll pay him back by discovering a cure for his curse. I swear it. Whatever it takes, I'll help him.
A heavy hand on Jiran's shoulder stood him upright. They shared a look that spoke more than words ever could, before they walked back to camp in silence. Jiran found Naya holding her side and groaning, lying in the sand under the shade of her tent. He prodded her with his foot, and she flopped pitifully with an exhausted, whiny moan. One of her eyes peeled open, and the second she realized it was him standing above her, she shot to her knees and grasped at his shirt. She looked up at him with a scrunched frown and pleading eyes. Her hair was a matted, greasy mess, and sand had wormed its way into every crack and crevice of her skin. Faux tears beaded and tracked down her cheeks, creating little rivers in the dirt.
Jiran, please, you have to help me. I'm so filthy. Please make another bath. I'll do anything you say.
She begged, and he waited with a stony glare long enough for despair to droop her head.
Sure, a bath sounds nice.
Her face snapped up, and she leaped to her feet, pumping her fists in the air. Jiran chuckled at her typical antics and gave her a playful push.
You are so dramatic.
He picked a spot nearby and used a shaping to dig out the sand, quickly packing the area down and flooding it with cool water. With a shared laugh, they scrambled to be the first to jump in. A gasp escaped Jiran as the cold seized his lungs. Naya dove under, and then surfaced with a sloppy grin.
Ah! Oh, my voice! This is so amazing! Samris has beast blood in him, I swear. How can anyone be so cruel to a cute girl like me without ever speaking a word? I'm glad you two are getting along so well, Jiran chortled. Getting along? Did you hear anything I just said?
Jiran released a healthy chuckle, then changed the subject.
How's your molding progressing?
Naya grumbled something that he couldn't quite catch. He raised his eyebrows and gave her a hard stare.
Don't make me drain this tub. Rude. It's already level 37. I'm doing fine, thank you very much.
A bang echoed through the camp, and Jiran craned his neck to see Samris picking up a platter of food that had spilled across the table.
Odd. I don't think I've ever seen him drop anything before.
He turned back to Naya and gave her a big grin.
That's great progress. What are you stuck on? What makes you think I'm stuck?
She crossed her arms, turning her head but still looking at him through the corner of one eye. He only had to raise a single eyebrow for her to relent with a snort.
I don't know why I'm stuck. If I knew that, I wouldn't be stuck. Fair point. Have you unlocked forcing yet? Yes. I don't like it, though. It hurts.
Naya pursed her lips in a perfect display of childish petulance.
She only needs a few more levels in molding to unlock her sub-skill. I know exactly how to motivate her. Think of it as a good opportunity to learn how to heal yourself with mana.
Her eyes lit up like First Mother rising in the sky.
How does that work? Until you unlock shaping at Tier 2, your only option that I know of is to hold mana inside an injury, and it will heal more rapidly. So basically, use forcing to hurt yourself a bit, and improve your molding, then heal the damage to get double the benefits. Make sure you're not using the automated version of molding whenever possible, as that doesn't teach you anything useful.
Jiran heard another bang, and looked over to see Samris had dropped the same platter again.
Is he sick or something? That can't be right. Nobody with mana in their bodies can get sick.
Shaking his head, Jiran continued.
Make sure you're using forcing on your bones, and only in small bursts.
Why on the bones? Naya questioned with a frown.
Because they can handle the abuse better than anything else inside your body.
Her jaw dropped into a perfect O shape before she mumbled a response.
I can't believe I didn't think of that.
She then slid completely under the water to hide. When she came up for air, Jiran struck the final blow.
Let's spar tomorrow. I can't wait to see what you've learned from Samris so far.
Sure. She continued to avoid his gaze, more distraught than he expected over something as simple as not being the first to think of a way to use a skill. Though, considering it was regarding healing, it made a little more sense that her pride had been wounded. Jiran sent her an easy grin, resisting the desire to pat her head. She was, after all, a season his elder, even if he looked quite a bit older due to the difference in their tiers.
Great! I'm looking forward to it. Well, I'm going to get some more food and then practice shaping. Enjoy the bath.
Thanks, she mumbled, quietly blowing bubbles in the water as he left.
More food? Then it's time to crack that cube wide open. Today is the day I solve it. I can feel it.
The cube. Jiran snatched 3 more of the delicious piletir fruits and retrieved the cube from his tent, then found a comfortable spot in the shadow of a large cactus. He started by cycling through his most precious memories to gently reveal and then organize his emotions. With plenty of food to convert density into mana and his emotions in order, he settled in for several hours of intense practice. He warmed up by creating shapings one at a time for each element. He swapped between them rapidly to refamiliarize himself with his suboptimal mental images. He was in no hurry to blow himself up again, or toss the cube 100 meters by accident with a fully powered shaping. When his brain was fully warmed up, he began in earnest. Anticipation connected with mana, sending it through his arms where it burst from his skin to simultaneously form fire and ice. The elements sprang into existence, one each hand. He circled them around the cube, which immediately absorbed a portion of the energy powering the elements and began to float. He adjusted the strength of both as he watched the cube's mechanisms extend from their stable positions to unveil the layers beneath. With an ease that momentarily surprised him, Jiran added the 3rd element, water. This time he used true origin of water, skipping the need to channel his own emotions as faux chemicals were created automatically inside his brain as part of the processes built into the skill. Water poured from his fingertips to surround the cube in a bubble, which acted as an insulator from his fire and ice. He spent several minutes adjusting the potency of each element, while thinning the water so all 3 could affect the cube simultaneously. The mana flowing from him had to be constantly on the move, as he adjusted where it leaked from his skin, leaving his brain dizzy. An hour later, he had an extremely thin bubble of water that swapped between boiled and frozen as tiny clouds of flame and frost circled around it. The cube's layers writhed under the steady effects of 3 energies, its numerous parts moving in complicated patterns. Several times, Jiran had to change the strength and rotational speed of a specific element to untangle wires that folded around each other and became stuck. The addition of the tangled pieces added a layer of sophistication to the cube that severely tested his fine control of each shaping and the mana used to power them.
Time for the last one. Here we go.
Jiran took a deep breath and activated true origin of wind, releasing the air from his lungs. His brain immediately overclocked from the excessive use of active dual mind, causing his face to flush from the heat ramping to an uncomfortable level. The wind had an adverse effect on the other three elements. The water surrounding the cube rippled with tiny waves that propagated the icy portions spreading across its surface. The chilled liquid cooled the boiling section on the other side of the cube, and the cloud of flames was likewise boosted with the additional oxygen in the air, instantly overpowering the misty ice. The once pristine combination of elements destabilized, and the cube flipped out of his reach, clattering across the ground as it resumed its original square shape. Jiran barely registered the elemental reactions and the cube's escape, his attention fully focused on an entirely new phenomenon happening both within and all around him. Sensations bombarded him, but not the usual kind from nerves, eyes, or ears. The hazy impressions were similar to how it felt when he pulled mana onto his skin to taste the air and absorb wild density from the densunes. But instead of sensations only on his skin, he received information from every centimeter inside a bubble of space 1 meter around his body. For the split second when all 4 elements were active, his neural network sang with the flow of moving gases as they interacted with each and every particle of dust, dirt, and moisture. He could see without seeing the insects flying nearby, their wings creating tiny ripples of wind. He received the same level of detailed information from inside his body. He watched as blood flowed, muscles contracted, and organs pulsed with life. The sensations only lasted a moment, rapidly flickering and vanishing. Jiran gasped, and his head pounded as he was completely overwhelmed by the massive amount of new information he had absorbed in that single second.
What the hell was that? Did I feel the density around me as if it were my mana? No, that can't be it. There isn't any unclaimed density inside me.
Jiran massaged his temples and gave himself a minute to relax. Thinking hurt. When his forehead no longer burned like a skillet, he tried again to understand.
That was definitely mana, but it felt all uncontrollable and wrong somehow. Like mana operating on a different wavelength, sort of how ambient density is different from densoon wave density. The way it felt seems similar to what I read about the mana body, but that can't be right. The mana body is a skill unlocked upon reaching the 5th tier. To earn dual minds, I had to push my brain further and further, each time getting closer until it clicked. Is this similar? Was that experience a teaser for another acclamation to unlock?
Shivers ran up Jiran's body, despite the scorching desert air. He quickly closed his eyes to check his status, but there were no changes. He wasn't discouraged, knowing that it would be unlikely for him to unlock another acclamation yet, since he had not been rendered unconscious.
This cube is insane. Active dual mind and maybe the mana body? I knew bagging me a wizard was a good call. Thank you, Lenton.
Jiran eagerly extended his emotions to connect with his mana for another attempt, only to find his mana completely bottomed out.
No way! I had over 40% left when I started True Origin of Wind. Did that tiny little connection drain the rest of my mana? Maybe that's why it was so quick.
He hopped to his feet and ran to grab more food, shoveling everything into his mouth that would fit. Like a ravenous beast, he devoured until his stomach was bloated. With plenty of density to convert into mana, he resumed his practice. Over the next 3 hours, he managed to activate the 4th shaping 2 more times, and was again bombarded by sensations from what he was now positive was his mana body. Both times his mana was drained completely before the effect flickered off. An annoyed huff behind him snapped him out of his focus. He turned to see Samris squinting at him with pursed lips.
It is truly ridiculous to watch you do that for hours on end without rest. What do you mean? Why is it ridiculous? I'm just practicing shaping.
Samris sat next to him with his hands on his knees. He leaned uncomfortably close to Jiran as he peered into his eyes.
You're serious. You honestly have no idea.
Samris sighed again with a little shake of his head.
The speed your body converts density to mana is simply outrageous. Typically, children at Tier 2 practice shaping for no more than 10 minutes a day. They must then wait for their ingested density to convert, so they can try again the next day.
Samris stopped to take another deep breath, his gaze hardening.
If I were to use all of my mana, it would take me at least a week to recover, assuming I'm eating Tier 6 foods at every meal. Even if I was gifted food above my tier, which would never happen, as Tier 7 food is highly prized by the nobility, it would still take me days to recover fully. Yet here you are, eating Tier 2 and 3 food, then recovering your mana instantly. In 3 days, you practice as much as a normal child would throughout an entire season. Sorry? Don't apologize for paving the way forward, Jiran. What I am trying to say is that your methods will have a drastic impact on the Empire at large. There will be far-reaching implications that could easily upset the delicate political landscape. You, being wholly ignorant of this, is no fault of your own, so I'm merely warning you to be wary of those you choose to teach. If the wrong people learn your method first, well, there would be none left to teach.
After his hushed speech, Samris walked in solitude into the hot desert.
None left to teach? What did he mean by that? Could you explain a little more? That sounded super important. Was he talking about someone like Marquis? If that crazy bastard learned how to instantly convert density, or unlocked a powerful sub-skill that let him fight above his tier, how dangerous would he become?
Jiran clenched his fists, paranoia swelling within him, and he swore to forever heed Samris's warning.
Why is this my problem, though? Sure, I have a ton of memories of another life, giving me a fresh perspective of Madra and making me a bit more mature than others my age. But it's not like everyone is being forced to use the automated versions of skills and techniques without ever pushing the boundaries. Why has nobody else figured this out yet? I get that it would be highly improbable for someone to convince themselves that density is unnatural, but for it to never happen? There has to be a piece of the puzzle I still don't know. Always another question.
Jiran sighed, and once more brought his focus back to the cube. For several hours he pushed to achieve a stable balance with the fourth shaping. Eventually, the connection with his mana body stabilized, no longer instantly draining his mana and fading away. Instead, it remained as long as he could maintain all 4 elements. His current issue was that the sensations of the mana body were so distracting, he couldn't focus on holding 2 shapings, let alone 4. He adopted the same method as when he absorbed Densoon waves. By concentrating intently on his shapings, to the point his brain was fully occupied, his other senses, including those of the mana body, vanished into background noise. Like a hunting bird the moment before its talons sink into its prey, Jiran gave his all to the shapings, at the expense of the world around him. Wind blew from his mouth, causing rippling waves upon the thin bubble of freezing and boiling water. Flames licked at the water from one side, while frost chilled the other. The four elements fought for dominance in a delicate dance that would instantly cascade out of control with the slightest slip in concentration. He failed to notice when Second Father descended and darkness enveloped the desert. The temperature plummeted to a blistering cold, and he adjusted his shapings without even realizing why it was necessary. All that existed to him were the four mental images, his mana pulsing in rhythm with his heart, and the cube. Abruptly, the cube fully opened, revealing a shining disk within. A tidal wave of energy blasted through his body. Thoughts, emotions, and mana that were his but not his assaulted his being. Unable to resist the onslaught, Jiran was swept away into a memory, both alien and familiar. He saw a woman giving birth, and instantly recognized his mother, in what must have been his own birth into this world. He could taste the pride from his father, joy from his uncle, and unquestioning love from his grandmother. Jiran had no recollection of the elderly woman, as she had died a season after he was born. He committed her face to memory, as she looked down at him, cooing softly. The vision moved on far too soon. The journey through his past shifted to his first Densoon season. His tiny body pressed to the floor, fever raging through him as the wild energies forced him to adapt to the harsh realities of Madra. Thoughts that were both his and not his cheered him on as he gradually acclimated. Jiran watched himself grow through the seasons, realizing the memories were the very essence of his mana body. His mana body had always been with him, around him and inside him. It whispered guidance when he needed direction, praised him when he succeeded, and encouraged him when he faltered. Even though the voice was never heard, it had always been there, inside and around him. Soon came Jiran's first tearing, a day he would always remember as terrifying and painful. To his mana body, that day held significantly different feelings. His mana body radiated joy at him taking the first step toward ascension, toward completion. Then came a wave of frustration and terror as error blocked his natural progression. An overwhelming need roused to heal the gaping rupture in the error. Then there was only curiosity about the universe beyond the broken gate. And finally, silence. The journey ended as quickly as it began. With a massive inhalation, Jiran was flung back into his own consciousness. His eyes snapped wide as his brain was assaulted by a stream of sensations, containing far more information than he could process. He struggled to breathe, as his new reality refused to come fully into focus. He fell to his side, huddling in a ball as the bombardment came from everywhere, causing waves of vertigo that nearly knocked him unconscious. A dull, throbbing part of his brain understood this was his mana body, but it was nothing like his visions of the past. He now realized his previous experience had been no more than mild impressions, a whisper within his consciousness. This was an invasion. He clung to his awareness with tooth and nail, refusing to pass out and miss whatever changes were happening. He could feel and see inside everything directly around him. Every grain of sand was a world of knowledge, refusing to remain untapped. He watched the hearts beating inside the tiny creatures that called the desert home. They wriggled inside his mana body, inside of him, as they burrowed through the ground. The air was equally alive and impossible to ignore. His brain spasmed as it desperately tried to cope with thousands of new pinpricks of sensory receptors. Jiran had no concept of time as his mana body slowly stabilized. His first truly coherent thoughts were of needing more mana, and the moment he converted some density, the overwhelming sensations eased considerably. Over time, a duplicate consciousness, exactly like he witnessed in his visions of the past, formed and took on the brunt of the sensation overload. The more mana he fed it, the lighter the strain on his thoughts became. Jiran felt like he had grown a second brain, though one he couldn't control or direct in the slightest. Every feeling, memory, and sensation doubled and overlapped with his original consciousness. Eventually, the two brains found an equilibrium, and his world stopped heaving like an ocean storm. He sat up with a groan, his head clutched between his hands. With his eyes tightly closed, he could easily see and feel the area around him. In a 1-meter oval-shaped dome that enveloped him, Jiran could perceive everything, even the insides of his own body. The muscles, bones, tendons, and organs were all laid bare to his purview. He rocked back and forth, groaning, until eventually he was able to crack open his eyes and stumble to his tent. He curled up in his bedroll and allowed unconsciousness to claim him. Awoken. Jiran's skin was on fire. He jolted awake with a gasp, his hands already moving to stamp out the burning flames on his arms and chest. He watched his limbs moving in slow motion, his groggy brain gradually coming to the realization that he could see them moving despite his eyes still being closed.
Thank the fathers it was a dream. Though my skin definitely itches like crazy from all this red density, what a weird way to sleep. I could feel everything inside my mana body, even as I was dreaming. It was all diluted and hazy, but still it was there, watching me sleep. Watching myself sleep is freaking bizarro.
A flicker of focus into his eyelids activated his status, and he reviewed the messages from the previous night, as well as the changes to his acclamations. Shaping, +2. True origin of water, +2. True origin of wind, +2. Status, mana seed. Now, awoken mana body.
Mana seed was the first stage of the mana body, and now I've unlocked the normal one? Or is awoken mana body something different than the regular Tier 5 mana body?
The thought of having an empowered or special mana body sent a jolt of electrical exhilaration down his spine. By the time the reality of the situation set in, he was wide awake and eager to jump back into his training.
It's official. These incremental upgrades are super addictive. I want more. Cool it, Jiran. Gotta stay in control of these impulses or I'll end up like that creepy Marcus bastard.
Jiran let himself relax for a moment with his eyes closed, reconnecting to the world around him through the senses of his mana body. He marveled at the coarseness of the sand particulates in the air. What once was invisible to the naked eye came alive in extraordinary detail. He was certain that if he could zoom in 3 or 4 more times, he would be able to perceive molecular structures. Luckily, he could choose what to focus on, and his mana body's brain filtered out the rest into a pleasant background noise. He wasn't at all keen on revisiting the previous night's headache. It only took a flicker of thought for a single grain of sand to encompass most of his awareness. He released his focus and allowed himself to feel everything at once, but only to the point where a slight headache thrummed behind his eyes. He lost himself in the maze of parched granules beneath his tent, and the poisonous stinger that was a few short centimeters from his calf.
Ah!
The peacefully sleeping scorpion was crushed into goopy paste inside Jiran's mana body before he realized what he was doing.
Oops. Guess I sort of panicked there. So, you can be used as a weapon, too. Sorry, little scorpion, but thank you for the lesson.
Jiran tried to imagine and recreate the same pressure that had crushed the large arthropod, but his mana body refused to cooperate. Unlike his mana pool that resided inside his chest, the mana body was spread evenly throughout the space around him. He then tried to direct a thread of emotion into it, assuming that because it responded to his panic, it would react similarly to mana. But there was no response at all. He furrowed his brow in frustration as his thoughts whirled.
There's no direct connection between emotions and the mana body? If not, then how did I control it? I feel like I'm missing something important here. I'll have to ask Lenton.
Duran's stomach rumbled loudly, reminding him he had the appetite of a teenage boy, and not the 8-season-old his status claimed he was. He dressed and found more of those delicious desert fruits to munch on, while failing repeatedly to command his mana body. The entire time he was moving about, he felt light as a feather, as if he had unexpectedly doubled his strength. Though, unlike a regular increase in power, his balance wasn't affected at all.
Is my mana body passively helping me move? That has to be it.
Naya showed up eventually, skipping through the camp as if she were safely behind Imperial fortifications in the middle of a city, and not a dangerous desert teeming with beasts.
Good morning. Hey, what the heck were you doing last night? Lenton and Samris were talking about you so fast they sounded like two mesquites fighting over a fresh nut. I've never seen them so worked up.
Oh, I upgraded one of my acclamations. I'm glad they noticed. I've got so many questions for them.
That reminds me, I forgot to ask you yesterday because I was so tired, but where did you go the other day, and what were you doing? Are we still going to spar today?
She bounced past him, humming a happy tune before scooping up a few pieces of fruit.
Good old Naya. Maybe I don't need to worry about her so much. Samris is clearly taking good care of her if she can act so carefree.
Duran smiled as he watched her dance around the table piled high with food.
Good idea. Let's train right now.
She stopped and flipped around with wide eyes at his menacing tone.
Right now? Are you sure you don't want to wait a bit? I usually train with Samris in about an hour.
Yup, right now. Then you'll be all warmed up when Samris is ready.
Duran's grin was predatory as he foiled her plans to skip out on training with their shared mentor. She slumped but followed resolutely as he walked to the section of camp Samris had smoothed out for sparring. He picked up one of the two practice spears. The weapon felt awkward in his hands after so many days without practicing. He gave it a few spins and swings, then shrugged and faced Naya, who was watching him warily. Duran started slowly moving through the warm-up drills. He watched Naya closely as she joined him, using her motions to remind himself of the minute muscle movements he had been trained to spot. As if on cue, they closed the distance and flowed together through the dodges, parries, and thrusts Samris taught them, until they were both lightly sweating.
Okay, let's start.
The instant he spoke, Naya was already launching herself toward him with a vicious snarl. The forms they had practiced were completely abandoned in her haste to strike. Duran pivoted on his back foot, smoothly dodging the point of her spear. He slowed down and matched his power to hers, but she was still blindsided by his fist burying itself in her side. She released an undignified squawk and stumbled away from him. Once she regained her balance, she growled and launched herself at him again, receiving another fist to the gut for her efforts.
Why are you blindly charging at me? We went through the strikes. Why not use one of them?
They're too weak. Even when I hit Lord Phelan with them, they didn't hurt him at all.
Duran's eyebrows shot up.
You actually managed to hit him? Of course you can't hurt him. He's several tiers above you. Wait until your concentration attribute doubles. Then you'll begin to understand how much tougher he is than us. For now, use those attacks on me. I guarantee if you hit me with one, I won't be able to ignore it.
Naya dove at him again, this time in a proper offensive stance. She spun her spear around in rapid feints and thrusts, while holding her footing stable. Duran grinned as the difficulty of their practice skyrocketed. His body moved on instinct as he dodged by the slimmest margins. The new senses of his mana body let him perceive every twitch of Naya's muscles, allowing him to react almost instantly to every attack. 30 minutes later, Naya threw her spear on the ground in frustration, shooting him a nasty glare.
"You're cheating!"
"What are you talking about? I'm not cheating."
"You're moving before I do."
Misunderstanding her complaint, Jiran shook his head.
"I'm making sure to move at the same speed you are. How is that cheating?"
"No, not that. When I commit to an attack, you're already moving out of the way before I even start swinging. How is that not cheating?"
"I am? Are you sure? I'm reading your muscle movements the way Samras taught us. You should be able to do the same thing. He took you through the crazy slow movements, didn't he?"
"Yes, he taught me that. And no, that's not what I'm saying. You're moving before I even twitch a single muscle. I tested it. I committed in my mind to an attack, and you were already dodging it even though I stopped myself from moving."
"I don't know, Naya. That sounds crazy. I mean, I saw you move and started to get out of the way. I'm not doing anything Foresight. Has Foresight been working passively all this time to let me perceive things right before they happen? What else has it been doing passively? Is the curse passive too? Something that's always there and I'm so used to it I can't see it?"
Jiran's stomach dropped and he felt himself sinking into the sand beneath his feet. A firm voice snapped him from his melancholy, and he spun around to find Lenton staring down at him from less than a meter away.
"I've waited long enough. Come along, Jiran."
Lenton looked anything but patient, and Jiran quickly bowed to the man, sticking the butt of his spear into the soft sand.
"Thanks for sparring, Naya. It was fun. Let's do it again tomorrow."
Jiran waved at her and then laughed when she stuck out her tongue. Lenton spun around and floated away, leaving Jiran to quickly trudge through the shifting sand to keep up. He was led out of the camp and deeper into the open desert.
"Some lessons are too important to let you learn the hard way. You have accessed your aura,"
Lenton said matter-of-factly, then paused a moment, appearing in deep thought.
"When we first met, your aura was utterly destroyed. The seer filter you consumed at your tearing filtered enough of your mana into your aura that it was able to begin healing naturally again. Without that, you would likely be dead right now."
Jiran swallowed hard, feeling the truth in his master's words.
"It is a serious matter to fully drain the energies of your aura. I'm not sure how you managed it, but do not do it again."
Jiran had never heard Lenton use such a commanding tone, and he nodded vigorously in agreement. When Lenton didn't continue, Jiran launched into an explanation.
"I think it being drained was related to my unique ability activating."
Lenton released a thoughtful hum as he tilted his head. Taking advantage of his silence, Jiran snuck a question into the conversation.
"How do I control my mana body? It activated instinctively once, but I have no idea what I did." "If you don't wish to stand out as a country bumpkin, refer to it as an aura. And of course you can't direct it as you wish. Like with all things, understanding will bring power and mastery. For now, focus on feeling it. Leaping ahead with control prior to comprehending the basics is pointless and will only damage your foundation. Mysteries spur the mind to greatness, Jiran. I'm sure you'll figure it out."
Jiran tisked but let it drop, having expected the non-answer.
"So he wanted to warn me not to let my mana body get sucked into that, whatever it was that caused my tearing injury? How am I supposed to prevent that if I can't even control it? I could definitely keep my mana from being drained like that again, but not my mana body. I mean, aura. Maybe he'll at least tell me about the cube." "What was that shining disk I saw inside the center of the cube?" "A simple rock I tucked in there some time ago. As I said when I first lent it to you, it's a training tool. Learning to open it is the prize.
Well, I'm certainly not going to complain about that. I did upgrade in acclimation from finishing it, not to mention acquiring dual minds.
Jiran pushed his rampant thoughts down as he once more changed the subject.
I would like to go on a hunt today.
Where do you think we are going, foolish child?
Lenton lifted himself several meters in the air, and then zipped away, blasting sand everywhere and rapidly fading from sight.
That's so cool! He must be doing that with his aura. I can't wait until I have that kind of command over mine. I wonder if I could. Ugh, this is so stupid. Am I going to try it? It should be fine. I'm much better at restraining my shapings after my practice with the cube, and I'll be extra careful. Besides, I can heal myself if it goes wrong.
Jiran pumped his arms to psych himself up, and then leaped into the air. An extra thick layer of coating covered his boots as he activated gas manipulation. A tiny amount of hydrogen leaked from his feet, and combined with the oxygen in the air before he ignited it with true origin of fire. The explosion wasn't nearly as large as the few times he had used hydrogen to fight, but it was more than powerful enough to blast his heavy body uncontrollably through the air. He soared end over end with a loud shout, only to faceplant in the sand dozens of meters away. Gas manipulation +1.
That was awesome!
He leaped to his feet, laughing maniacally as he punched the air.
I could see everything with my aura. The gas wasn't mixing enough with the air before it ignited, so the force of the explosion was erratic. I need to create hydrogen and oxygen simultaneously, so they are combined properly when ignited.
For his next attempt, Jiran didn't jump into the air, but instead held his arms out to his sides. He created a constant stream of ignited gases from both palms. It took him several adjustments until the pressure was strong enough to lift his body without sending him flying. Confident the mixture was correct, he jumped high into the air. This time he extended his flight several seconds, until his leg accidentally twitched under the pressure, the change in directional force sending him careening into the sand. Undeterred, Jiran tried again, and again, each attempt bringing him closer to stability. It wasn't until he added stabilizing tugs of forcing that he saw real success. His laughter split the air as he blasted himself forward so fast his eyes watered. He caught up to Lenton a few minutes later. Jiran's crash landing sent up a surge of sand that had the old man shaking his head with a sigh.
You should have been out of mana within moments of starting that nonsense. Truly ridiculous. Don't think for a minute I won't eventually discover how you're so efficient with your expenditures.
Competitive much? Good luck, old man. Particle physics isn't something you simply figure out.
With utmost seriousness, Jiran threw Lenton's words back in his face.
Mysteries spur the mind to greatness, Master. I'm sure you'll figure it out.
They shared a chuckle, until Lenton's gaze sharpened and he turned to a distant rocky formation.
Go on, then. Plenty of Tier 4s for you to test yourself on. Try not to get too badly maimed. Regrowing a limb can take quite some time.
Regrowing a... Holy crap, he's serious. He would really let me lose a limb before he jumped in to help.
Jiran's heart was racing as he cautiously approached the distant rocks. He converted some of his breakfast to refill his mana. Not trusting his emotional state with what he was approaching, he used his skills, activating a coating covered in light manipulation to further his stealth. He saw nearly 30 thick-chested beasts milling about the shade of the rocks. They used their large, clawed paws and the spikes on the sides of their heads to dig up huge holes in the sand. After uncovering bugs and plants, they would quickly slam their gaping maws into the holes to devour whatever was unlucky enough to be found. Whenever they moved, the spikes protruding from their bodies rattled, releasing an eerie whistle.
Their skin looks resistant to heat. I might be able to blow them up with gas, but how would I saturate it enough before getting crushed or dismembered? They don't look slow, and I doubt I could safely fly above them without making a mistake and falling. What other options? Ice is out. It would be too mana expensive without any moisture in the air. Electricity? Wait, doesn't sand create a lot of friction when it's airborne, building up an electric charge between the grains? Yeah, that's definitely worth a try. They haven't seen me yet, so if it doesn't work, I'll fly away and sneak back to try something else.
Jiran used True Origin of Wind from his outstretched palms, kicking a huge wave of sand into the air. The sand quickly spread out hundreds of meters as he continued to pour more and more mana into the skill. His hair was flung into a wild mess, and he had to cover his eyes with coating to keep the granules out. Through bleary vision, he watched as the entirety of the rocky formation was eventually covered in sand. With his mana body, he could tell there was a massive amount of static in the air. Hoping it would be enough, Jiran released the shaping and covered himself in 2 layers of coating, making sure each took full advantage of the adaptive elemental Aegis evolution.
Step 1 complete. Let's see. The last Tier 4 beast I fought took nearly half of my mana to kill. I've gotten a little stronger since then, so I might as well go for broke and try to kill 2 of them at once. Wait, last time I had a thought like that, I almost blew myself up. Okay, I'll only use enough that I'm confident I can defend against it.
Knowing he needed both manual control and a skill for this one, Jiran channeled every scrap of his anxiety into a molding, filling his arms with a full 60% of his mana. He pushed the mana through his fingers as fast as it would flow, urgently guiding the surprisingly massive quantity of energy into the faltering sandstorm in the direction he wanted, and most importantly, away from himself.
True Origin of Lightning!
Forcing was the only thing that kept his body upright, as a bone-crushing shockwave kicked him in the chest. A torrential concussion of thunder followed on the heels of 2 waves of sparking electrical energy tearing through the charged sand cloud. Arcs of power as thick as Jiran's chest split from each bolt 100 times. They shot in every direction, piercing into each rock, plant, and beast within 200 meters. Screeches of torment were the only sounds loud enough to overcome the explosive popping of cooked flesh. 60 seconds later, the sand settled to reveal over 24 very dead Tier 4 beasts. True Origin of Wind, +2. True Origin of Lightning, +2.
Whoa!
Jiran's eyes dilated as he saw little blobs of ghostly red density lift from each of the remains and creep through the air toward him with surreal slowness. Suddenly, foresight began to blare a klaxon's alarm in his spine, as imminent danger loomed ever closer. His heart rate spiked, and adrenaline coursed through his muscles as he turned to run.
Oh, shit!
He was far too slow, as several waves of challenger density slammed into his back one after another. His body immediately felt primed to explode from the influx of energy. What started as a burning fullness rapidly morphed into excruciating carnage, as every cell of his being was stuffed beyond what it could possibly contain. Jiran screamed for an eternity that only lasted a minute. When the pain subsided enough that he could think once more, foresight was still sending that overwhelming portent of danger through his neck.
What is happening?
Flashing status alerts caught his attention as pain rapidly turned to unmitigated euphoria that chewed away at his mind. Challenger protocols complete. Activating Challenger Ascension protocols. A horizontal line split the air right next to him. It twisted, widening into a gaping hole in reality. Through it, all he could see was a churning red sea. An irresistible suction pulled Jiran off the ground and into the hole. The red water surrounded him, tugging on every centimeter of his body. Lenton appeared, his mouth opening in a primal roar Jiran barely heard over the rushing wind. Lenton's arms spread wide as he planted a hand on each side of the portal. His master flexed, and reality bent to his command. His eyes glowed white and shone with power beyond Jiran's comprehension. His clothes were shredded to nothing as titanic energies raged out of his pores to dance around him. The landscape behind the old man exploded like a nuclear bomb had detonated. Veins of crackling lightning lifted from his skin as his hands ever so slowly spread the hole in space wider. Jiran struggled to reach him. He threw every ounce of desperation into swimming toward Lenton, but he was being swept away in the relentless current. They were pulled further and further apart, and eventually, Lenton's strength failed. The last Jiran saw of his master were his fingers being severed by the closing of the portal. I am not alone. Jiran's trip through the Red Sea lasted mere moments. Another hole in reality opened and sucked him through to deposit him into an empty room with perfectly smooth, white-paneled walls. Jiran was barely able to focus on his surroundings as the Challenger density raged within his body, bringing with it a plethora of changes. The euphoric increase in growth lasted far longer than ever, leaving him a drooling mess, unable to stand or think. He existed outside of time, drowning in sensation, experiencing himself as a sensation. His humanity in that moment was gone, and he simply was the unremitting ecstasy of rapidly expanding power. When the bliss ultimately ended, he was left with a vast emptiness that morphed into ravenous hunger, his thoughts consumed with a need to devour his next prey. Jiran's usual stalwart defenses of love, joy, and happiness were useless against the onslaught of insatiable desire for more. More death, more density, more power. He tried to move, to give voice to his desires, only to accidentally throw himself across the room, where he smashed head first into one of the surprisingly tough panels. He did not try moving again. It was the unimaginable agony caused by the density itself that brought him back from the brink. His skin may as well have been molten fire, and his muscles turned to magma. His bones felt like they had been replaced by rods of the purest ice that reacted violently with the heat infusing his flesh. The torment was so visceral he couldn't even scream. He had no concept of time as he slowly adapted. Eventually, he realized that his mana was drained completely, and each breath was filling him with more density than normal. He felt it then, as his attention focused. The air in the room was packed with density, and he greedily sucked it in and claimed it. With mana came an end to the pain as the soothing energy spread through him, reinforcing and finalizing the changes the Challenger density had wrought upon him. He took a quick look around the room without moving, finding its relatively large, square shape as vacant and featureless as his first impressions. He lay on his back, allowing his eyes to close as he reviewed his notifications. Strength, plus 18.2. Agility, plus 18.2. Endurance, plus 18.2. Durability, plus 18.2. Wisdom, plus 18.2. Intelligence, plus 18.2. Challenger timer disabled. Ascension locked until challenge completed. Name, Jiran of Phelan. Race, human. Age, 8. Weight, 120.83 kilograms, now 221.7 kilograms. Status: active dual mind / awoken mana body. Timer not applicable. Tier 2. Growth: 109.04%, now 200%. Mana: 2.5, now 3. Concentration: 2.5, now 3. Strength: 41.8, now 60. Agility: 41.8, now 60. Endurance: 41.8, now 60. Durability: 41.8, now 60. Wisdom: 41.8, now 60. Intelligence: 41.8, now 60. Skills: Molding. Mana expansion: 73. Shaping: 47, now 49. Techniques: Forcing: 36. Coding: Adaptive Elemental Aegis: 50. Revelation: 1. True Origin of Fire: 17. True Origin of Lightning: 21, now 23. True Origin of Ice: 18. True Origin of Water: 3, now 5. True Origin of Wind: 3, now 7. Gas Manipulation: 12, now 13. Acid Manipulation: 1. Metal Manipulation: 6. Light Manipulation: 12. Restoration: 15. Mana Siphon: 16. Other. Unique. Foresight.
200% growth? No wonder it hurts so much. I'm pretty sure a Tier 2 body isn't designed to handle this much mana and concentration. I feel like I could accidentally rip my leg off with my bare hands.
Jiran flexed his fingers, not daring to move more until he adjusted to his new power. His skin and muscles were rock hard, yet they flexed with ease. He ached to jump to his feet and test himself, but knew the motion would certainly end with his face planted on the floor. Slow, steady breaths, while lying on the cool floor, eventually gave way to a semblance of normalcy.
Ascension locked until challenge completed. I can't tier until I do some challenge? I guess that's fine, depending on what it is. I'm happy that god-awful timer is gone. Was its purpose to bring me here faster? Why? Maybe if I poke around, I'll figure it out. Wherever here is. I hope Lenton is okay. Knowing him, I bet he's regrown those fingers already and is grumbling about how foolish I am while sipping some tea. Yeah, I'm sure he's fine. I'm far more worried about Naya.
Jiran slowly pushed himself upright and gasped as the strength flowing through him was far greater than he first thought. He raised his fists and softly jabbed, enamored at the pushback from the air pressure.
I'm near breaking the sound barrier with my punches, and I'm not even trying.
A jump with only a portion of his strength brought his head to the ceiling 9 meters above him. He smashed his hand into his chest, feeling his durability easily absorb the blow that would have left him reeling and gasping that morning. The increase in his wisdom was displayed when he called upon his mana and it leaped to his bidding with an alacrity faster than thought. He created a string of mana inside his chest and wound it into a complex shape, marveling at how easy it was to control.
Enough playing around. There's no food or water in here. I'm on a timer, even if there isn't one in my status.
Jiran's eyes grew hard as he threw his body around the room faster and faster, until his movements became a blur. He flipped off the walls and ceiling, pushing his strength and agility to their limits. His boosted intellect helped him keep track of time, and he estimated 2 hours passed until he felt a sense of comfort in his new power. He considered shaping enough water to rinse the sweat from his body, but decided against it until he understood the extent of the challenge he was facing. With confident steps, he approached the single standout feature of the room, a small, flat-paneled screen a few centimeters wide and tall, directly in the middle of one of the walls. It rested there at chest height, barely visible in the stark white space. He pressed his finger to the panel, and a tiny jolt of electricity passed up his arm. It tingled its way through his body, and then zipped out of him and into the panel. A soft chime sounded from the panel. Then several cracks appeared in the smooth wall next to him. The cracks were arranged in a rectangle, slightly taller than himself, and widened rapidly as a portion of the wall slid to the side to reveal a doorway. Beyond was a dim space lit by a soft glow that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere. He poked his head out the door, finding the area to be too vast for his mind to comprehend. Seeing nothing immediately dangerous, Geron stepped out of the white room to get a better look around, and the door snapped shut behind him. He flinched, crouching defensively, but when nothing leaped out to attack him, he slowly calmed down and resumed his search. The wall he had exited from was truly massive. It stretched up and to both sides seemingly infinitely. The dim space may as well have gone on forever, as trying to pierce its vastness was as useful as staring into a black hole. Slightly brighter pinpoints of illumination poured from the metallic floor, revealing a path forward. An oppressive, ancient grandeur emanated from the surroundings, and a hair-raising lack of sound left an echoing buzz in his ears. Even worse, the air outside his starting room was devoid of density. He decided to look around, not wanting to be dragged along by the nose. For an entire hour, he tread into the dimness following the wall, but found nothing that looked even slightly different. Giving up, he retraced his steps and followed the lit pathway to a ramp, leading into a crater that was large enough to fit half of Phelan. Challenger detected. Spawning combatants. Notice: rewards for survival will vary based on performance.
Those fight-to-the-death Coliseum vibes are coming back strong. Survival? Based on my performance? I think I'd rather be left the hell alone for a change. First the timer, now this. Not like I have many choices here.
A spot in the center of the Coliseum floor rippled, like waves on a pond. The moving metal pulled itself up and formed into a 2-meter-tall quadruped monstrosity, covered in shifting metallic plates. Liquid metal drool dripped from its wide mouth to splash on the ground where it was reabsorbed. Dozens of sharp teeth vibrated in its mouth, sounding like chainsaws in the distance. Vermilion, mechanical eyes gleamed with malice as they scanned the room for the challenger's blood. Geron observed the beast move, judging it to be well within the 4th tier based on its speed and the sound of its heavy claws clacking against the floor.
Doesn't look too tough, but my mana is limited. I need to figure out how it fights, and what its weakness is, which means getting closer. Something tells me this beast is only the start.
After calling his mana and packing it into his arms, Geron jumped into the arena. Before his feet hit the floor, the monstrous canine charged. It screeched, the abrupt sound causing him to flinch. It was a terrible noise, like metal dragging across stone, and it set the hairs on his arms standing at attention.
This is the first time a Tier 4 didn't move in a blur. My perception increased so much.
Geron grinned, his entire body burning with the desire to test himself. When the beast was 20 meters away, it crouched awkwardly on its 4 misshapen limbs, and then leaped through the air with its front claws extended. The smallest trickle of mana he could control activated True Origin of Water. Liquid gushed out of Geron's left hand in a torrent that crashed into the creature. The spray of pressure sent it careening off course to crash into the floor. It slid with a horrendous screech that pierced the oppressive silence. The beast's clawed paws scrabbled to regain its feet. Jiran didn't allow it the time to collect itself. With his right hand raised, he released a pulse of frigid cold.
True origin of ice!
The sound of his own voice was a massive improvement over the monster's horrific yowling. He felt the mana as it left his skin, and instinctively knew he could do more with it. He forced it to his will, controlling the angle and speed so it swept toward his foe, freezing the water solid. Trapped, the beast struggled against the ice adhering it to the floor. Jiran closed the distance between them with a leap of his own. He landed 2 meters away and blasted more ice from his palm. It was so cold it froze the moisture in the air, completely encasing the beast.
Only 2% mana used so far? Crazy! This would have easily drained 20% back in the plains. Increased concentration is no joke.
Jiran waited as the monster's struggles lessened. When the light in its eyes dimmed, he covered his fist with a coating and punched as hard as he could. The ice shattered, along with most of the beast's brittle metal body. He stepped back with raised brows as the entire corpse was liquefied and congealed back into the floor, along with his water and ice.
How is that possible? Was that beast something like pure mana given form? Is this entire place made of mana?
A short distance away, 4 ripples in the floor materialized into 4 exact replicas of the same creature he had just killed.
Sure, that first fight was easy, but isn't this difficulty ramp a bit steep? What's next? 16 of them? Then 64? That's ridiculous. How could I deal with that if it takes 2% of my mana to kill each one?
Determined to find a more efficient method, Jiran charged. 2 of the canines leaped at him, the other 2 circling to the sides in a coordinated attack pattern that set alarm bells ringing in Jiran's skull. Using less than a single % of his mana, he threw a compressed coating full of hydrogen and oxygen to the side of one of the pouncing beasts. The spark of flame trapped within rapidly consumed the gas, creating an explosion that blasted the creature into its companion, sending the 2 skittering across the floor with a dull screech. The blast wave swept across the arena, knocking the other 2 over as well. Jiran grabbed his arm with forcing and pulled himself, riding the wave of pressure right toward one of the downed beasts. While airborne, he formed the most condensed coating he could picture over his hand. He gave it sharp edges and extended the blade from the tips of his fingers by 20 centimeters, the maximum distance from his body he could control unaspected mana. The guitar-shaped mana blade slid into the beast's metallic flesh. To Jiran's enhanced strength, there was almost no resistance as he jerked his hand to the side, cutting a huge laceration all the way across its torso. For that fraction of time, his mana was inside the beast. He received overwhelming sensations of rust, metal, and rot. His mana body saw the attack coming first. A spike of metal shot out of the beast's body toward his heart. Jiran barely twisted his torso in time, and the spike only speared through a portion of his chest, where it bounced off one of his ribs before ripping free. He leaped back, putting distance between them and releasing a spray of blood. He quickly sealed the wicked gash with a mana-efficient coating, trapping the blood. The pain was easily ignored, as it was far less intense than the torment he had experienced under the mercies of the Challenger density. The 2 closest beasts had regained their footing and were charging with mechanical screams. Jiran leaped into the air as high as he could and blasted blue flames from his feet, pushing him higher. All 4 monsters crouched and jumped, closing in on him at a speed only a true Tier 4 could match. With a mere few moments to prepare, Jiran scrambled to form his next test. He reformed the blade of coating on his hand into a solid disk of spinning mana, then threw it with all his might, and a hefty dose of true origin of wind. The rotating disc whined like a massive insect as it shot through the air and pierced one of the beasts. The moment the blade stopped moving, the gases and fire trapped within exploded with a dull pop that split the monster's torso wide open.
That's the ticket. Less than 1%.
Jiran's mana moved through his body with lightning alacrity, forming 3 more spinning bombs. They zipped from his hands, piercing the metal golems and ripping them open. By the time he landed, all 4 corpses had been reabsorbed into the metal floor. Jiran scowled as 16 beasts began to form, but before they could fully emerge, he shot each one with blades of compressed hydrogen and oxygen, blowing them apart. His voice shook with adrenaline, rage, and a hefty dose of heady bravado.
Come on! Isn't that good enough? Now leave me the hell alone!
A single gurgling pool of liquid metal formed into a humanoid monster. Its skin wriggled constantly, changing from blades to spikes and back again. Its long, sharp fingers moved independently from each other in writhing patterns that caused Jiran's stomach to flip-flop. Or maybe it was his foresight going haywire. He couldn't tell.
Round 2? Fine, bring it on!
Finding the sound of his voice preferable to the hollow silence and the grinding of metal, Jiran shouted,
True origin of lightning!
A thick blast of energy struck the monster directly in the chest. Blue arcs of deadly current cracked like whips as they wrapped around its body and were harmlessly absorbed. Jiran clicked his tongue and tried again. 3 blades of whirling mana shot through the air so fast they were nearly imperceptible to his eyes. The beast finished forming and dodged the first by crouching so quickly that it created an afterimage. The other 2 spinning discs burrowed into the monster's torso, causing it to scream in a metallic, warbling cry. An explosion shook the air as 2 huge holes were blasted out of its body. Even disfigured from having its torso blown open, the yellow eyes of the monster shone with a dangerous glint that promised retribution. In a blink, the beast's body flashed to liquid and reformed, leaving it perfectly unmarred. The monster closed the 30-meter distance between them in a sprint that left Jiran dizzy. It slammed into the wall of water he summoned. With a scream of his own, Jiran's other hand slapped the meter-thick wall and froze it solid, but not before the beast reached through and grabbed him by the neck, sinking one of its blades deep into his skin. Choking on his own blood, he jerked back, immediately using 3% of his mana to heal the mortal injury.
Restoration!
For the first time since entering this place, the fear of death swept through him. Sweat broke out all over his skin, and his guts twisted into knots. Jiran took a faltering step back, unable to breathe through the blood clogging his throat. A loud crack broke the temporary silence, shocking him out of his daze. He shook off any vestiges of lingering fear. Determination to survive suffusing his entire being. The beast was not dead, far from it. It was vibrating at incredible speeds, quickly breaking the ice.
Is this thing indestructible? What if it keeps reforming so long as it has...
Instinct demanded movement, and Jiran complied without completing the thought. His eyes dilated as his focus peaked, dual minds assisting him to push his mana where it needed to be in record time. He dove forward, reaching the metal monstrosity before it could fully break free. A spike of coating shot from his hand and slammed through what little ice remained. The spike tore into the beast's chest, even as the blades all over its body exploded outward, skewering Jiran multiple times. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jiran choked out the words that sealed the beast's fate.
Mana siphon!
For a fraction of a moment, he connected with something vast beyond comprehension that fed the beast an infinite torrent of mana. The moment it was detected, the entity withdrew, taking all of its mana with it. With its power source severed, the beast crumbled into dust. Jiran held his skewered body up with willpower alone, warily watching the floor for more ripples as his lifeblood pumped out with each beat of his heart. He held on to the last of his mana, determined to keep fighting to the bitter end if more appeared. For 10 long seconds, he waited while his vision shrank.
I think that's it. Restoration!
7 holes and tears across his chest, left arm, and legs were sealed, the gaping rents filled with healthy flesh, though it cost him every last drop of his mana, leaving him bone dry and aching. Challenger quest complete. Calculating score.
Couldn't have said something a bit earlier? Thank the fathers it's over. How could the system ever expect a normal person to kill so many beasts 2 tiers above them? Rewards? Challenge? What a joke. This place is nothing but a death trap. And that thing feeding it mana, it wouldn't have stopped if I didn't spot it. How is anyone supposed to stop that?
A glowing gold scoreboard flickered to life in the air above the arena. Tier 2 Challenger ratings. Jiran of Phalon, 94 of 100. Kane of Madra, 85 of 100. Soara of Madra, 83 of 100. Michael of Corindor, 0 of 100. Lodana of Serathal, 0 of 100. Jason of Hillsmark, 0 of 100. Jiran stopped reading as new messages appeared in his status. Congratulations, Challenger. Calculating rewards.
There are hundreds more names, yet only 3 of us scored? Does that mean everyone else died? This whole thing was rigged from the start. I was never supposed to pass. None of us were. Humans aren't even considered ready to start fighting until Tier 3, because we don't have all of our basic combat skills until then. How does it make sense to pit us against these kinds of odds at Tier 2? Still, all the people on this list managed to kill at least 1 Tier 4. Then they were sent here and had no way to kill so many more. All except me and 2 others. I wonder if they also have memories of Earth, giving them a huge advantage.
Jiran's thoughts were interrupted by a flashing notification. Prepare for reward, distribution, and ascension. A creeping sensation ran up his spine. It wasn't Foresight's warning of danger. It was a completely ordinary human feeling of having the eyes of an absolute ruler gazing into your soul and casting judgment upon all that you are. It was exactly the way he felt when Emperor Dominus had looked at him. Congratulations, Jiran of Phalon. Madra gazes upon you. The metal floor warped with inhuman alacrity, wrapping around his legs. Without giving him a chance to react, it pulled him into its cold embrace. Jiran struggled, but the oozing substance was far, far stronger than him. Wrapped inside a cocoon of metal, he felt the pressure from his abundance of density release in a wave of power that tore his body apart, remaking it anew as a 3rd-tier ascender. Revelations just lead to more questions. Congratulations, tiering successful. Distributing Challenger rewards. Error. SM vulnerability detected. Compensating. Compensation failed. Rerouting. Rerouting failed. Attempting to reinforce SM layers. Insufficient energy reserves for immediate reinforcement. Remaining energy reserves, 3%. Calculating. Rerouting node reinstatement algorithm through entity 2374DH11971 SM layers. Entity 2374DH11971 entering stasis until SM layer reconstruction completed. Jiran floated in darkness, safely cocooned in comfortable warmth. He had no body or mind, he simply was. Time passed smoothly without thought or sensation, and, as all things eventually do, a change occurred. A filament of golden light stretched out to him from the comforting ambiguity of the void. It connected to his awareness with a delicate touch. Jiran yearned to uncover its secrets, so he followed the thread on instinct. After tracking it for an unknown eternity, an unfamiliar pressure attempted to hold him back, to keep him locked in the darkness. The void that was his home became a prison, and he would not be contained. He pushed harder, railing against the pressure with all his might. He was wholly unwilling to be restrained, even though he had no thoughts to fathom why such an existence was unacceptable. With a final heave, his cocoon broke, and he fell through the wall into brightness. As light washed over him, his old human body rapidly formed into the shape he had once been familiar with, as if his existence was being printed into this new, luminous layer of reality. A soft, melodic tinkle sounded nearby. The hairs in his ears twitched, a pleasant experience that awoke a cascade of sensations throughout his new form. He focused in the direction of the sound, finding a transparent feminine form hovering not far away. Upon seeing her, his heart froze, and the breath caught in his lungs. She was enchanting, in a way that only a truly alien being could be. Beautiful, majestic, and entirely otherworldly. Her body was made from millions of stars, swirling within a nebula of luminescence. She turned languidly, her hand gesturing him closer as she gazed at him through heavily lidded eyes. Entranced, Jiran's question was spoken without thought.
"Are you the Sist Madra?"
The sound of his voice sent a shock through his brain, rousing him from drowsiness he hadn't known was there.
No, I am your daughter.
Her tone was flat and without emotion, though a twinkle in her starry eyes revealed an inner meaning he couldn't decipher. Jiran cracked a smile at her joke.
"What a strange creature. Might as well play along. What else is there to do around here other than floating in nothingness? A see-through woman with a sense of humor. Stranger things have happened lately, or I might be freaking out right now."
She blinked at him a few times, and he got the sense she was not comprehending his attempted levity.
You created me when you delved into your mana some time ago. You called for me, and I was.
She's serious. What's going on here?
Jiran's thoughts became more clear with each passing moment, and his mind raced, attempting to understand her meaning. He remembered the technique Lenton made him learn, and the strange face he saw floating in his mana.
Are you talking about when I learned the revelation technique?
Her movements were strange, unnatural, as though she were testing them for the first time. Her head tilted and a finger came to her chin in a simile of a thoughtful pose.
Possibly, yes. I do believe that is the case.
But that technique drains my mana without doing anything. If you were there, why didn't you talk?
Yes. Your mana was tasty. I remember it well. Perhaps I had nothing to say, because you had nothing to ask.
Jiran's mouth fell open as he felt embarrassed heat rising through his neck.
Obviously, something called revelation would need a question to reveal an answer. I wonder what she knows that would be worth the cost of asking.
The woman interrupted his musing.
I am short on mana, so we are short on time. I called you here because there is something I know you will want to see.
She moved away, floating through the brightness. Jiran took note of the lack of surroundings and curiously followed her.
We are in a place less restricted by the edicts, giving me a rare chance to explore. I found this, and knew you would want to see it. So I woke you from your slumber."
She stopped a short distance ahead of him, pointing in a random direction.
"What are the edicts?"
he wondered aloud. She didn't respond, so Jiran moved to her side and followed the direction of her finger. The curtain of pervasive light split apart and spread to reveal outer space. At the forefront of the stunning vista of stars, moons, and suns, a planet idly spun through the cosmos. The planet dominated his view, its massive size impossible to grasp. Jiran watched the movement of the suns and moons as they sped around the impossibly vast body at an unnaturally accelerated pace.
"Wait, that can't be right. The suns are rotating around the planet? Since when are suns little more than moons? And why are there 9 of them? Is this supposed to be Madra?"
Jiran counted the suns again as they meandered around the gargantuan planet, his mind struggling to grasp the reality of a celestial body that could only be measured in AU.
"The fathers and mother we see each day are only 3 of 9. How can a planet possibly be far more massive than a star? No, this thing must have more mass than multiple solar systems. Even a Dyson sphere would look like a joke in a side-by-side comparison."
Jiran remembered her warning that they were low on time, so he spoke his question quickly.
"Is this truly Madra?"
"Of course, silly."
"I'm even more confused now. This shouldn't be possible."
He shook his head, his heart racing from the shock.
"Yet it is. I knew you would understand."
Jiran noticed her form becoming more transparent, and her voice sounded more distant with every word.
"What? No, I don't understand at all. The gravity from all that mass should have crushed us all into fusion paste. Matter can't withstand the kind of forces we're talking about here. This can't be real."
"Goodbye, Father,"
she whispered so lightly he could have imagined it. Then she vanished, her twinkling eyes the last thing to disappear.
And she's gone. Maybe I should give her mana more often so she can stay longer.
Jiran turned back to the majestic view. His body vibrated from a visceral desire to understand. Wonder at the world he inhabited sparked his emotions into overdrive. His fists clenched and moisture threatened to spill from his eyes as he realized the true power of density, of mana. For surely a world like Madra could not possibly exist without it.
Well, that explains why the seasons are so long. Anything big enough to capture 9 stars in its gravitational force would take a long time to see actual seasonal changes. How the hell does it not collapse under its own mass, though? The obvious answer is magic, but screw that weak-ass reasoning. I want to know.
Jiran felt a tug that was impossible to ignore. He tried to resist it anyway, to keep looking out at his home in all its unimaginable glory. His efforts were in vain, and he was pulled inexorably through the brightness and back into the dark of the void where he awoke. Except this time, he did not go back to sleep. He was once more pulled against his will, falling down and down for what felt like an eternity, trapped within a single second, before slamming into his corporeal form. Disoriented from the transitions, he was vaguely aware of pulsing messages speeding across his awareness. Entity 2374, DH 11971, SM layer repairs completed. Remaining energy reserves, 2%. Exiting stasis. Distributing Challenger rewards. Reward for successfully completing Tier 2 Challenger Series. Quest System Acclamation granted. Reward for completing Tier 2 Challenger Series in under 12 hours. Prototype User Interface granted. Reward for first place in Tier 2 Challenger Series. Identify skill granted. Jiran's first sense of himself came in the form of a pounding headache, and a throat so dry it cracked as air filled his lungs. A thread of thought and emotion connected with his mana, and a shaping filled his mouth with water. His eyes flew open as more of the liquid was created than he anticipated. His body spasmed in momentary panic, the action sending him spinning across the ground as water shot out of his nose and mouth. He hacked and coughed on the soft ground, doing his best to limit his movements, which were far more powerful than prior to his tearing. Through bleary eyes and a mana body that felt much larger than before, he observed a grassy field near a brightly lit forest. 3 blots of brightness in the sky let him know it was midday. He ignored the scenery, far more interested in creating more water for himself. His second shaping was more successful, as he dumbed down his mental image even further than normal. Once his thirst was sated, he felt his nervous system calm until he was able to think clearly.
Where am I? Strange trees, birds, bugs, and lots of grass. A clearing near a forest. Some kind of pedestal over there. I'll check it out in a minute.
Jiran could feel the ground around him through his aura, but there was something strange about it. It didn't take long to realize his aura was pushing against it, applying a steady pressure across the dozen meters that it now covered. Surprisingly, the addition of an extra 11 meters of aura wasn't causing his brain to hemorrhage, but he wasn't even remotely interested in exploring that morbid thought at the moment.
My mana body is exerting pressure against the ground. Is that why I feel so light? I should have gained weight again after tearing.
Jiran closed his eyes, golden letters flashing across his eyelids. Congratulations! Tearing successful. Congratulations! Channeling skill unlocked. Kill requirements to ascend unlocked. Molding, +2. Shaping, +2. Coding, +7. True origin of fire, +2. True origin of lightning, +1. True origin of ice, +2. True origin of water, +5. True origin of wind, +3. Restoration, +5. Mana siphon, +7. Shaping threshold reached. Subskill available. Name, Jiran of Phelan. Race, human. Age, 8. Now, 15. Weight, 221.7 kilograms. Now, 843.18 kilograms. Status, prototype user interface, / active dual mind, / awoken mana body, / healthy. Timer, not applicable.
Wow, I did gain a ton of weight. So I'm right that my mana body is offsetting that automatically. Otherwise, my ass would be glued to the ground. Cool. What else changed?
When his eyes glanced over his age, he did a double take.
What the fuck? I'm 15? I've been tearing for 7 seasons? Is that because of the tripling of my attributes or something else? Wait, there were some messages. Something about repairing some damage and stasis. I can't remember. Oh no, Naya!
His eyes flew open as concern for his cousin seized his heart. Sweat sprouted across his back, sticking his clothes to his skin. He felt like his stomach had flipped inside out and was swallowing him whole into its ravenous pit. As if waiting for a moment of solitude and peacefulness to strike, waves upon waves of crushing panic and dread overwhelmed his senses. He didn't know where he was. He had been pulled from his family, his home, and then his only friend, cousin, and mentor, to father's nowhere, all while his life balanced on the edge of a razor-sharp knife. The timer had almost done him a favor by forcing him to set aside his feelings to accomplish a life-endangering goal. But now, the danger had passed, and he was left face to face with all those delayed demons, and they crashed down on him with a vengeance for daring to ignore them for so long.
Are any of them still alive? Am I going to be alone forever? Why is the system constantly toying with me? Is this my curse? I can't even move without throwing myself. What should I do? How do I get home when I'm on a world that's so impossibly big?
Tingling pressure behind his eyes preceded the tears that flooded down his cheeks. He didn't wipe them, letting the emotions come, knowing that to delay them any longer would be even more unhealthy than his usual life choices. Eventually, they passed into a numbing acceptance. No matter where he was or what had happened to him, all he could do was get on his feet as quickly as possible and figure out what came next.
If there are two people I can count on, it's Lenton and Samris, and Naya was with them. She should definitely be fine. There's no way they would let her out of their sight, or allow anything bad to happen to her. I have to believe they're okay. Equally important, I need to get out of wherever this is and find them.
Ever so carefully, he raised his hands and slapped his cheeks, the physical touch eliciting the chuckle of relief that only comes after facing existential dread and coming out the other end. With newfound determination, he closed his eyes once more, facing his reality one step at a time. Tier 2, now 3. EXP 0 of 100. Growth 0%. Mana 3, now 6. Concentration 3, now 6. Strength 60. Agility 60. Endurance 60. Durability 60. Wisdom 60. Intelligence 60.
EXP, huh? I'll need to kill 100 beasts my level to progress now. Shouldn't be an issue. Crazy. Most people spend their entire lives in the same party just for that one requirement. Unbelievable. Mana and concentration doubled after already increasing well beyond the norm. Typically, at Tier 3, I would only have 4 in each, but instead, I have 6. From that alone, I'm 50% stronger in every way than I should be. With my attributes being 50% higher as well, I'm slightly more powerful than a maxed-out Tier 3. If my attributes can double again to 120 before my next tiering, I'll be nearly halfway to a Tier 4's strength. How much stronger would the Empire be if everyone knew about this? No, that's a stupid thought. They would all be dead. Nobody born on Madra could survive that place without very specific knowledge and training. Even people with memories of Earth could easily die in that arena. I would have too, if I didn't have Mana Siphon.
Jiran shook his head, banishing the unpleasant thoughts and moving on. Skills. Molding. Mana Expansion. 73. Now 75. Shaping. Selection available. 47. Now 51. Channeling. 0. Identify. 0. Techniques. Forcing. 36. Now 38. Coding. Adaptive Elemental Aegis. 50. Now 57. Revelation. 1. True Origin of Fire. 17. Now 19. True Origin of Lightning. 23. Now 24. True Origin of Ice. 18. Now 20. True Origin of Water. 5. Now 10. True Origin of Wind. 7. Now 10. Gas Manipulation. 13. Acid Manipulation. 1. Metal Manipulation. 6. Light Manipulation. 12. Restoration. 15. Now 20. Mana Siphon. 16. Now 23. Other. Unique. Foresight. While he finished scanning the many changes, The sounds of birds chirping and insects zipping about on their daily missions helped ground him. He watched one of the bugs closely as it flew over him. He could see every flap of its wings, as if it were moving in slow motion, the surreal sight returning him to a facade of normality.
I think that's called proprioception or something. Is this the result of my boosted concentration, multiplying my intelligence attribute? I'm pretty sure that has something to do with speed of thought. Well, I'm not doing any good to anyone lying around in the grass.
Jiran slowly and gently lifted himself to his feet. He moved through dozens of stretches, taking as long as needed to get a solid grasp of the power radiating from every centimeter of his body. He had grown taller and thicker again. Rippling muscles spread across his wide frame, straining the clothes that no longer fit him.
This body doesn't at all belong to a teenager. Maybe my physical form has finally caught up to my memory-crammed brain.
He squeezed his fist, marveling at the rock-crushing strength hidden in each digit. He took a wide stance and threw an experimental punch with most of his strength behind it. The air pressure resisted slightly, then bent, only to shatter entirely. A booming sound broke the peaceful midday atmosphere, sending the birds flapping in panic. His focus snapped outward, concerned the unexpected sonic boom would call a beast. He caught sight of one of the nearby birds, its bright colors like nothing he had seen. Words appeared in the air near the creature, flickering and settling into the corner of his vision. When no beast showed and no sounds of territorial roaring could be heard, he scanned the new message. Bofurli magentartis, Tier 1. Territorial scavengers. These animals intimidate predators with their bright colors, indicative of poisonous creatures.
Whoa! Is that identify? That's going to come in handy if it works on beasts, too. And the words are built right into my sight, but not in an intrusive way. That must be the interface. Those two work so well together that it's suspicious. Oh yeah, shaping evolved.
Happy for another distraction to keep his thoughts from turning dark again, Jiran rubbed his hands together as he perused his new sub-skill evolution. He considered each one, bouncing in place while shaking his limbs to continue adapting to his body. Elemental power rotation. Swapping elements after 2 seconds grants a 20% intensity bonus to the next element. Stacks 10 times.
It's almost always best to find a beast's weakness and stick to that. On the rare occasions that swapping would be better, having to wait 2 seconds could be a death sentence, as most fights last only a few seconds to begin with. However, if I set up an ambush, I could swap elements a few times and come out swinging with an opening salvo that's a full 200% stronger than normal. Damn, that's actually pretty good, if I plan to keep fighting beasts 2 tiers above me.
Elemental compression. Condense elements granting 1% bonus intensity per level in molding.
Whoa! Am I reading that right? My molding is already at 75. That's huge! Though, it doesn't say anything about how long it takes to compress the element. How would that work anyway? Would I have to compress it on my skin after forming it? If I did that with ice, would my coating be able to handle it? Would I freeze myself half to death while spending potentially dozens of seconds amplifying the power of the element?
Elemental power expansion. Shaping a single element grants 10% intensity per second. Stacks 10 times.
Oh man, a serious contender here. Simple to understand and easy to use, though not as strong as the other two. This one looks amazing on paper. Double the power output for any of my shapings would be insane. But having to hold it active for 10 seconds? Similar to elemental power rotation, I could use it as an ambush gimmick, but it gives the same 100% after 10 seconds, whereas rotation can go to 200%. Of the two, rotation seems better in every way, so expansion is out. What could I do with compression? A lot. A highly compressed stream of water mixed with minerals can cut through diamond. Compressed ground as a shield could block a lot of attacks, or slow a charging beast. Enough compression could even turn gases into plasma. These both seem really good. Regardless, I'm not making the choice right now since I'll be knocked out as soon as I do. I'll make my decision when I'm somewhere safe. I need to experiment with channeling too, and test out my expanded mana body, but maybe I should check out that pedestal first.
Jiran stretched his arms above his head, feeling comfortable enough to walk. He made his way to the nearby stone pedestal, hesitating when a flashing message appeared in his interface. Introductory quest issued. A short trip home. Activate the transference grid.
Okay. Transference grid? Is that the pedestal thing? I was going to check it out anyways. Giving me a quest for it makes me not want to do it.
The sound of his voice shocked him. It was much deeper than before, and in the dream with the strange woman made of stars. The thought of her sent a tingle of heat through his body that was both familiar and not.
Of course. I'm not a little kid anymore. I'm a big boy now, with all the fun puberty nonsense that comes with that. No wonder I thought that lady was so pretty. But she said she was my daughter, which makes any sort of attraction creepy whether it's true or not. Thank the fathers I have memories from Earth to help me sort out all these conflicting emotions.
Jiran played with his new voice as he trudged to the pedestal. It rested at the edge of a circular stone platform. A complex series of lines, reminiscent of circuitry, were indented into the hard surface. The pedestal itself was a small obelisk that rose to his waist. The top of it had a square, empty surface, a little larger than his hand, with a dull gem set in its center. He looked around for a few minutes, shrugged, and placed his hand on the gem. When nothing happened, he pushed a little mana into it, and all the indented lines glowed softly and emitted a low hum.
The quest is called A Short Trip Home. Am I seriously about to trust this thing to take me home with no strings attached? No way. Not after that arena and seeing how many people died in it. Blindly trusting anything about the system from now on is a big no-no. I think I'll take a look around first and see if there are more clues about where I am or what's going on. I'm worried about Naya. But if it's truly been 7 seasons, she's either alive or dead, and there's nothing that rushing ahead will do to help her. At the least, I should get some food in me in case I need to use a ton of mana.
Jiran's stomach grumbled, and he licked his lips, turning a predatory gaze toward the nearby forest. Current events. Before Jiran did any hunting, there was one more matter to resolve. With a huge increase in power from his freshly doubled concentration, he needed to know how strong his elemental attacks had become. With a layer of coating on his hand, he created a flame with the least amount of mana he could control, and his old dumbed-down mental image. A bonfire erupted from his palm, the flames billowing out to nearly triple the size of his body. He immediately cut the flow of mana, glad he had extended his arm and pointed the fire away from his face.
Whoa, geez, that's ridiculous. That's less than half of what I could do if I sharpened the mental image, too. And I was able to control a significantly smaller amount of mana than last tier. It must be due to the boost in wisdom.
Jiran nodded with satisfaction, failing to keep the goofy grin off his face as he got to work. He spent an entire hour cycling through each of his techniques, burning through almost 5% of his mana as he familiarized himself with even worse mental images. By the end, he was relatively certain he wouldn't blow himself up with his own magic. Probably.
The worst part about the crappy images is losing almost 40% mana efficiency. The lengths I have to go through to not kill myself are so lame. I should work on my defenses so this isn't an issue. Maybe channeling can help with that. Let's see. I remember Micah shooting lightning from a spear. Skandor created wind around himself to move. Channeling is also the skill growers use to grow crops. It seems like a pretty versatile skill. What kind of mental image should I use? Maybe the description will help for once.
Channeling. Project shaped elementals from the body.
Yeah, didn't think so. Whatever, I'll just go with the same fire image I just used.
Unable to restrain his curiosity any longer, Jiran pointed his palm away from his body and activated his new skill for the first time.
Channeling!
He felt the skill form the familiar mind link and connect with his mana pool. It pulled a full 5% of his mana from his reserves, and then shredded it into strings of energy that slithered through a series of tube-like channels in his body.
Where did those come from?
Jiran watched closely through his aura as his mana flowed through the channels. Along the way, the liquid energy rapidly changed properties, swelling into a growing heat that somehow didn't burn him. The sensation was similar to taking a sip of hard alcohol and feeling it sting as it slid down the throat. The moment that 5% of his mana was completely converted to elemental fire, he lost connection with it, no longer able to divine any sensations as he usually could with unaspected mana like molding or coating. With only his aura to observe through, he watched in fascination as his torso turned a gentle crimson to match the inner warmth of his channels. The energy then left his chest and gathered in his arm, which shone with the same inner light while his chest returned to normal. The channels eventually led the fire into his hand, where it was released through his skin. A tiny jet of flames shot several meters from him to splatter into the grass with a soft sizzle and a hiss of black smoke. Channeling, +1.
Well, that was something. I know I shouldn't expect much from a level 0 skill, but that was pitiful. I could get several times that effect from stuffing a bubble of coating with a fire shaping and throwing it, at a significantly lower mana cost to boot. There has to be more I can do with this, but I shouldn't waste any more mana until I find a source of density.
Jiran crouched and filled his legs with strength. His mana body instinctively responded to his desires by spreading its pressure across a wide area. His muscles bunched as he pushed them to their new maximum. With a shout of exertion, his feet left the ground and the wind whistled in his ears as he flew 30 meters into the air. An explosion of laughter erupted from his lungs, and a huge grin split his face while he looked down at the tops of the trees far below him.
Incredible! I knew I got stronger, but this is amazing!
Reining in his childlike delight, Jiran pushed little puffs of flames from his hands and feet. He spun in a slow circle looking for food. The glade he woke up in turned out to be a small area surrounded by trees in every direction. The forest spread out for several kilometers, ending abruptly as it ran into grasslands that seemed to stretch on forever.
A perfectly circular forest surrounded by infinite grass? There's no way that's natural. I don't see any movement in the forest or grass. No mountains, no rivers. Are there no beasts here either? I'm not eating those birds if I don't have to. Lower-tier meat is disgusting and barely gives any mana. No thanks.
After deciding to check out the unnatural forest's edge, Jiran dropped back to the ground and jumped repeatedly, enjoying the excuse to test his limits. Little puffs of gas and fire shot from his hands and feet to adjust his long jumps. He crossed the few kilometers of woods in minutes, barely restraining his laughter as he stretched his arms wide, the wind rushing against his skin.
Odd. Why don't I fall like a rock when my aura's too far from the ground to spread my weight across it? Is it spreading my weight through something in the air? I can almost feel it. What is that?
No matter how hard he tried to see what his aura was doing, he failed to discern anything by the time he neared the plains. The closer he got to the beginning of the grassy area, the more he realized something was unnervingly wrong. The grass didn't move with the wind the same as the treetops. Every stalk of grass was a perfect duplicate of its neighbor in length and width, and his drastically improved eyesight couldn't spot a single speck of movement from either animals or bugs. Jiran landed near the edge of the woods and cautiously approached. The line between trees and grass was even sharper than he first thought, like a perfectly manicured lawn. His aura noticed the invisible wall that he was still unable to see with his eyes.
An illusion?
He ran his palm over the translucent wall. It felt impossibly smooth beneath his fingertips, like finely sanded metal. Jumping high with his hand against it, he felt it gradually curving back toward where he woke up. A pervasive feeling of being trapped inside a prison cell crept up his spine as he realized he was inside a massive dome.
Some kind of biodome? This place gives me the creeps. Time to get the hell out of here.
Jiran returned to the pedestal with more leaping jumps, each sending him higher than the last as he experimented with optimizing his new strength alongside forcing. He arrived and placed his palm on the gem once more, pushing a full 5% of his mana in until it fully activated. A list populated in his interface, similar to how Identify showed him the name of the bird earlier. There were only 2 names on the list. Terracowl Highlands, Muradam Empire. Jiran's breath caught in his throat when he saw the foreign names. Muradam Empire flickered and changed to the Finlist Empire. Upon seeing the familiar name of his home, he released a sigh. A moment later, the Terracowl Highlands changed to the Jeweled Isles.
Must have been outdated information. How did it figure out the new names? Certainly not from me, since I've never heard of the Jeweled Isles.
Introductory quest complete. A short trip home. Activate the transference grid. Rewards. A way home.
I suppose as far as tutorials go, it could have been worse.
New quest acquired. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Take the transference grid to the Jeweled Isles and reactivate the density absorber node.
I'm getting some nasty Chosen One vibes from all this. Well, you can screw right off with all that. I've got my own plans for this life, and they boil down to exploring the world and exploring magic. If it doesn't fall into those categories, piss off. System, so far all you've done is manipulate me and put me in one near-death experience after another. I have absolutely no reason to trust you. Right now, the only thing I'm interested in is finding my friends and family and making sure they're okay. While I appreciate you giving me a way home, I can't help but think the only reason you didn't drop me off back in the desert is because there was a chance I might decide to go running off on your random quest. I bet if that place was even remotely safe, I would have been dropped off there to begin with. Could it also have blocked my ability to go home until I restarted its node too? No, I can't trust this thing at all. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm going to assume you can. Tell you what, show me that I can trust you. Give me some clue, anything that this mission of yours won't force me to fight a Tier 5 and restart that timer. Then and only then will I consider helping you.
Jiran waited for 30 heartbeats, not receiving any kind of sign or signal. He firmed the selection for the Finlist Empire in his mind. The pad's hum increased in pitch at a rapid pace. The sound vanished as the frequency increased beyond what he could perceive. A vertical line split the air, twisting into an oval portal above the platform. Through it, Jiran could see only darkness.
Better be taking me home.
With one last look over his shoulder, he stepped into the portal and vanished. Cameron Amintas. Cameron swiped his hand, and the offending tree limb that thought it wise to bar his headlong flight through the thick forest exploded in a shower of splinters. He only closed his eyes for a moment as he ran through them before continuing the search for his quarry. He caught a glint of light shining on polished metal and a single lock of golden hair.
"This way!"
he shouted as he changed direction slightly. A dark-haired man appeared beside him and yelled over the rushing wind and sounds of shattered wood.
"That girl is a lunatic. She's going to get us killed," the man barked in frustration. "My apologies, Dordan. We do have protection, though. Is it seriously so bad?"
Cameron watched from the corner of his eye as the leader of their party ground his teeth.
"It's beyond foolish to rely on someone else to save you, no matter what tier they are. That kind of thinking breeds recklessness, which will eventually get you and others killed."
Dordan snorted, continuing in a calmer tone while easily keeping pace with Cameron.
"It was hard enough to convince the others to let your youth slide and bring you both along. This carefree attitude of hers is making me regret my decision, regardless of the deal I made with your father. Whatever it takes, rein her in, please. If the rest of my team gets used to this and grows sloppy, it will be us who suffer once you two and your protection are gone." "I'll do my best," Cameron sighed heavily, picking up speed as Dordan dropped back to join the others. "Dordan is a great leader. I wish she would learn from him like our parents intended." Cameron couldn't help but be a bit disappointed with Olive's recent recklessness. They needed a full party of 5 to earn EXP toward their next ascension, and alienating the only group this far east who would take them in was weighing on his patience. "It seems like we won't be in this party much longer. Again." He caught up to her several minutes later as he burst out of the trees onto the top of a ridge. The forest's edge stretched north and south behind him. The ridge revealed a vast prairie that eventually met with distant mountains to their east. "Please stop rushing ahead while we are still in this group. It's fine to put ourselves in danger, but risking the others is unnecessary and only breeds dissent." "I understand." Her voice was so soft he barely heard her over the gentle wind. A moment later, her eyes turned hard as she faced him. "Here we go again." Cameron's eyes were rolling before she even opened her mouth.
"I understand that the Greymen destroyed Rheincloud."
Her frosty voice was a perfect match for her ice-cold eyes.
"I understand that they have taken 3 forts in the last season."
Her gauntlets creaked from clenched fists.
"I understand that we are weak, cousin."
All the passion left her like a gust of wind picked it up and carried it away.
"Ugh, I know that look. She's thinking about that inferno-kissed boy again."
As he always did when thoughts of that decisive day replayed in his mind, Cameron blinked at his status. Name: Cameron Amintas. Race: human. Age: 15. Weight: 1,879.94 kilograms. Status: bulwark / indefatigable / enhanced strength / enhanced durability / boosted regeneration. Tier 4. EXP: 76 of 200. Growth: 81.72%. Mana: 8. Concentration: 8. Strength: 149. Agility: 112. Endurance: 137. Durability: 160. Wisdom: 109. Intelligence: 117. Skills: Molding: 12. Shaping: 8. Channeling, 5. Forming, 2. Techniques: Forcing, 7. Resilience, 9. Hellfire's Brand, 12. Howling Gale Force Strike, 12. Wall of the Frigid North, 12. Depth's Embrace, 12. Bedrock Bastion, 12. A long-buried seed of doubt ached in Cameron's chest as he reviewed all that he was, all that he had earned through hard work, sweat, blood, and tears.
Have my efforts been enough? Could I beat him if we met now? Bah, it doesn't matter. I must keep pushing forward. That boy is meaningless compared to the suffering of the Empire. Molding is so close to another level I can taste it. Every time I activate the skill, it gets easier. As soon as it levels, my techniques will too, and I'll be much stronger. That's where my focus should be. Nothing else. I might not be able to match that phantom memory, but maybe I'll be able to beat one of these beasts on my own soon.
Cameron couldn't help his flash of jealousy when he remembered Olive trapping and killing one on her own a week prior. Even if it had been a near thing, draining her mana for days, a win's a win. Looking at her, he noticed the set of her jaw and her narrowed eyes.
Great. I didn't get through to her at all.
He almost repeated the same reasoning he had given her a dozen times.
What good are we in the war if we get ourselves killed out here?
But stopped himself and chose a new argument instead.
Fonald is up there watching our backs, when he could be at the front lines. You're too reckless to be trusted without him.
He saw the hurt on her face as the truth of his words registered.
You're right. Honestly, what we're doing isn't working. But sending another Tier 6 to the front lines won't change the course of the war either. We need to find him, as Master Philibri desired.
Cameron's jaw clenched reflexively before she finished speaking.
Not this again, Olive. He's dead. Master Philibri could never lie to your father.
Master Philibri never said he was dead,
she retorted, causing Cameron to throw his arms in the air.
Can we please not have this conversation again?
He patted the air as if to shield himself from her ridiculousness. Olive pressed on, completely ignoring his plea.
I don't care what you say. The reality remains that if every Tier 2 in the Empire could do what that boy did, we would crush the Greymen in a season. How can you not want to know?
Of course I want to know. I can't stand the idea of wishing for a solution instead of creating one with our own hands, through our own efforts. We don't need some random boy. We need to come together for a change and push back.
Cameron was surprised by the vehemence in his tone, but this had been a trying day, and the emotions brimming within him had been held in check for far too long.
Clearly, our efforts are not good enough. We need information, knowledge, and wisdom, not just hard work. What good is a strong arm without a well-crafted spear in its grip?
Olive reasoned, then pushed on without giving him a chance to speak.
Besides, I know he's out there, and I know he has the knowledge the Empire needs. It's not some fanciful wish.
Cameron had heard enough. His voice exploded into a shout that shook the nearby foliage.
My acclamation tells me this. My acclamation tells me that. You randomly claiming to know things is the most frustrating thing about you. Can we not just have a normal conversation grounded in facts and logic?
A rustle from the woods alerted Cameron that their other 3 party members had caught up.
Thank the fathers. Why do I let her get me so riled up?
Olive waved cheerfully as if they had not been shouting at one another. She then pointed to the prairie and the herd of Tier 4 bowfowls that grazed there.
I found another 24. Think we can kill them all within a week?
Olive's suggestion elicited a chorus of groans from the group, and all Cameron wanted to do was rub his temples until the pain vanished. The Fate of Muradam. Jiran stepped out of the portal and into darkness. He heard the tinkling of water. Sniffing the air, he detected hints of musty dirt and rust.
Light manipulation.
His palms burst into light that devoured the gloom. He waved his arms, revealing a vast, ancient cavern. Hand-carved steps zigzagged through long, abandoned ruins. They led to dilapidated hovels built directly into the rocky walls, and natural columns that supported the high ceiling. A trickling waterfall cascaded from above, feeding a series of small ponds. An ear-splitting buzz reverberated through the large cavern as a mound of dirt several dozen yards away exploded into the air. Chitinous burrower, Tier 2. An ambush predator that can vibrate at high frequencies to burrow through solid rock. The beast was an insect that came up to Jiran's knee. The horrible buzzing sound was coming from the fleshy wings on its back, which beat so quickly they loosened the rocks and dirt. More of the insects poured from the hole in a mad dash toward the meal that had foolishly wandered into their nest. The reverberations in the cavern grew with each addition to the swarm, causing dust and rocks to fall from the ceiling. Jiran pointed his palms directly toward the wave of rapidly tapping claws. When his light reflected off their chitinous plating, they panicked and moved haphazardly while screeching. He stopped the flow of mana to one of his lights and replaced it with a concentrated jet of true origin of water. The cold liquid blasted the beasts away from him and toward the hole they were still piling out of. Once the entire area was soaked, he switched to true origin of ice. He commanded the elemental with an iron will, directing it forward and into the wet ground. A wave of frost descended, instantly killing any of the critters that were touched by its frigid embrace. The glacial cold propagated across the existing water, sealing the hole and freezing the dozen bugs already on the surface into solid blocks. Eerie quiet once more descended on the cavern, and Jiran held his breath, waiting for another attack from any direction.
Hopefully all that noise doesn't draw anything bigger. This place might collapse.
True origin of water +1. Light manipulation +1. After a minute of silence, Jiran's tension bled away, and he resumed peering at his surroundings. The only thing that didn't look nearly destroyed by the passage of time was the teleportation platform.
Should I reactivate it and see if there are any new locations? No, it's not worth using 5% of my mana right now. I know where it is, and it's certainly not going anywhere. I'll come back later.
Jiran eyed one of the nearby bug popsicles, turning away with a shudder.
Lower-tier meat and a bug. Nope, gross, not happening.
The nearest set of stairs led to a narrow hovel. It was empty save for the stone slab forming what must have once been a bed. The walls were covered in scratches that might have been writing but were too faded to read. He checked a few more empty homes before finding one with a thick stone slab covering the entrance. It took every ounce of his enhanced strength, but he was able to pick up the slab and move it to the side. Thankfully, his mana body spread his weight evenly across the ground, or he may have cracked the ancient stone floor. The tiny room was in much better shape than the other hovels. There were hundreds of hieroglyphics spread across the walls. One wall was dedicated entirely to a picture of women and children retreating into a tunnel as they were chased by a wave of beasts. Several men were lying under the beasts, their bodies torn to pieces.
People from the Miratum Empire? Huh. Why stay underground and build all this? Beast waves don't last long, even if you don't cleanse them. I wonder if they abandoned this place when the wave receded. Maybe they didn't have an empire to go back to after all. They aren't around any longer. I bet Lenton knows some archaeologists who would go nuts over this place. There's certainly a charm in trying to decipher the clues left over from the past. Although, bringing anyone here where they would undoubtedly find the portal, Might not be the best idea.
Reminded of his desire to see his mentor, friends, and family again, Jiran looked at the faded symbols one more time, then temporarily gave up on the mystery. He backed out of the room and replaced the stone slab to preserve the ancient drawings.
I should get to the surface, but going straight up seems like a great way to collapse this place.
Jiran looked in the direction of the dead bugs and groaned. He retraced his steps and grabbed 2 of the popsicled corpses. He reluctantly dragged them along as he made his way to the nearest wall.
Seriously hope it doesn't come to it, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
He placed one palm on the wall and pushed a spike of coating upward at a steep angle. It easily penetrated deep into the rock. A huge grin split his face as he realized his old maximum range of controlling unaspected mana outside his body had been expanded from 20 centimeters to nearly 2 meters. With closed eyes, he imagined the particles of the hard-packed dirt, stone, and metal all around the tip of his spear of mana. He focused on those particles losing their cohesion and falling away from each other before sending mana into his technique.
Metal manipulation!
He lost control of his mana as it radiated out from his spike of coating to fuse with the myriad particles of solid ground. His elemental energy disrupted everything it touched. The once solid wall fell away into countless grains of sand that washed across the floor. He waded uphill into the knee-deep sand for 3 meters and pressed his hand to the wall again.
I can maybe do that 200 times until I run out of mana.
Jiran glanced forlornly at the Tier 2 corpses, shuddering once more, and got to work. Several hours of monotonous digging later, Jiran broke through the surface with a shout of joy. He collapsed onto the soft, grassy ground, uncaring of the layers of dirt and grime covering his body. After a few deep breaths of fresh air, he hopped to his feet and scanned his new environment. Metal manipulation +3. He was surrounded by low hills interspersed with prickly shrubs and brambles. Nearly 50 kilometers to the east, massive mountains rose high into the sky. A quick glance in the other direction revealed First Mother, trailed by Second Father, descending toward the horizon over gently sloping hills. Hastily collapsing his tunnel, Jiran took a moment to memorize the lay of the nearby mountains so he could find it again someday. He then jumped and sparingly used a touch of mana to fly high enough to see over the nearby hills. A river snaked down from the north after passing through a deep forest, and the shallow mountains beyond it. To the south, hills stretched as far as he could see.
Mountains east and north, no ocean in sight. Is that movement?
Spotting what he hoped was walking meat, he boosted himself a little closer to the western highland rise. He landed awkwardly, covering less than half the distance, then ran the rest of the way, conserving the little mana he had left. Upon cresting a small rise, he found them again. Mesa Boforio, Tier 3, triple question mark.
Too high a tier for the description? Odd that I've used the skill several times without a lev...
Identify, +1.
Nice. The first thing I've identified that's been my tier. Guess it makes sense that would help it increase faster. Too bad it gives such limited information. Hopefully that improves with levels, or the skill won't be much use.
Jiran's stomach growled as he looked at the delicious reminder that he was low on sustenance as well as density. Licking his lips, he dove toward the pack of 15 beasts without an ounce of hesitation. They saw him coming and turned their horns in his direction. Their large paws stamped the ground in unison, while they growled a warning. Bulky upper arm and back muscles rippled with the movements, making Jiran salivate.
You think a little prancing is going to keep me away from my dinner? Not today. Coding. True origin of fire.
A ball trapping superheated flames zipped through the air with a buzzing whine. It smashed into the nearest beast, which released a bellow of agony as its fur was ignited. The beast's flesh popped and sputtered as it roasted away. It thrashed and kicked in pain and anger, as hot fire and smoke filled its lungs. Jiran flew to its side, a flash of blue flames sputtering out behind him. A coating, in the shape of a blade, covering his hand, cut the creature's head off in one fell swing, ending its suffering. The rest of the Boforios turned and ran. Jiran barely noticed them go, his gaze locked on the sizzling meat. He breathed deep and his eyes rolled into the back of his head as he savored the delicious smell, eagerly anticipating his first bite of food in 7 seasons. An hour later, he was sated, the beast's body reduced to a pile of bones beside a hastily dug fire pit. EXP +1. True origin of fire +1.
Only 99 more EXP to go.
Agility +0.1. Wisdom +0.2. Intelligence +0.2.
That's nostalgic. It's been a long time since I gained attributes from something besides red density.
The thought sent a shivering jolt of near panic through him.
Ugh, I'm not even ready to think about that stuff yet. If I run into a Tier 5, I'm not sticking around no matter what.
Jiran distracted himself by preparing the technique he had been interested in trying, but previously didn't have the mana for.
What if she hasn't had any mana since we talked? 7 seasons is a long time to be hungry. Poor girl. Revelation!
Jiran's mana started draining at a rapid rate, vanishing directly from his mana pool without a trace.
At least it's not instantly gone like the last time I tried this technique, which makes sense as my mana is more concentrated now.
Hello, Father.
The beautiful woman who called herself his daughter appeared in his mind's eye, somehow visible despite not being physically present. She released a yawn followed by a languid stretch.
She seems more lifelike this time. Is that from me ascending or something that happened over time? Still calling me father, too. Well, 2 can play that game. Hello, daughter,
Jiran replied with a chuckle. The impression of a serious face awaiting a question was sent across the cosmos and into his mind. Jiran obliged.
How long has it been since we last spoke?
I don't know. I fell asleep when I ran out of mana, and am only now waking up.
I see. Thanks for showing me Madra. It was beautiful.
You're welcome,
she replied matter-of-factly. The silence between them stretched as Jiran's mana reached 40%. Thinking fast, he asked the next question that popped into his head.
Do you know anything about controlling the mana body?
A difficult question to answer. How does one command their toe to wiggle, their fingers to scratch an itch, before they realize it's an itch? What would you tell me if I asked you how to blink? You received your mana body early through an acclamation. Those situations tend to grant an advanced version of the skill, which could be interfering with your ability to control it. Imagine having a technique at level 20, while only having the understanding to warrant level 2. You must catch up to the power you have been granted through understanding and effort. Goodbye, Father, and good luck. Thank you for the meal.
She vanished as Jiran's mana bottomed out. He threw his hands into the air in frustration as he converted the density in his stomach to refill his mana, leaving him empty once more.
That doesn't make any sense. It's not even a part of my body. How is it at all like a toe or an arm?
Only second father remained above the horizon when Jiran rose to his feet.
I'm losing daylight. Need to keep moving.
He took a moment to look back at the eastern mountains with a sense of wonder.
If I'm really in the Empire, those mountains might be the crags of Caldara. Should I go take a peek? I've always wanted to see them, and they're right there. Endless mountains that flow like a raging river.
He shook his head, banishing the thought.
No, I need to stay focused. First priority is checking in with everyone. Once I know they're all okay, I can go exploring as much as I want. If it's been a whole year since I disappeared, they're probably 1,000 times more worried about me than I am about them, if they even believe I'm still alive. Anyways, if those are the crags, then south would eventually lead to the undead wastes, and north, the front lines of the war against the Grey Men, which would make Phelan somewhere far to the southwest. A stupid system. Spit me out on the complete opposite side of the empire I started on. I shouldn't complain. It could be a lot worse now that I know how big Madra is. The nearest portal could have been on the other side of the Murinth Ocean, or even beyond the Grey Men.
Jiran leaped into the air. With a single blast of blue flames, he propelled himself forward at speeds that made his eyes water. Each jump and boost easily cleared an entire kilometer. He soared over hills and creeks, spooking animals with each explosion that brought him ever closer to home. When he was about to stop for the night, he spotted a town in the distance to his north.
A real bed! I don't have any money. I'll need something to sell.
He slowed his pace, no longer using shapings to add height to his jumps. Eventually, he spotted a beast foraging for berries on the side of a hill. A few quick hops, and he was one Tier 2 corpse richer. With a bounty slung over his shoulder, Jiran confidently approached the high wall that protected the town from roving monsters. He dipped his head politely as he approached the 2 guards on either side of the large gate. One of them lifted his chin and motioned Jiran over. A little thrill raced up his spine as he realized he was faster than the man, and he instantly attempted to match his speed to not come across as rude.
We're the same tier, but with my bonuses, I'm coming out ahead of this guard, even though he's likely already maxed his attributes.
Homo Centaurus, Tier 3, sapient. A numerous species with diverse abilities.
Homo Centaurus? Interesting. I mean, there's obvious differences between us and humans from Earth, but to get the written confirmation is a little jarring. Why does my status call me a human, then?
The moment Jiran was close enough that his aura slid over the guard, the man stiffened and his eyes blasted wide open. He slammed a fist to his chest in a show of respect, while staring straight ahead, no longer meeting Jiran's gaze.
"Sir, welcome to Saloran. How may we be of assistance, sir?"
His voice was professional, if a bit curt and strained.
What the heck? Wait, does he think I'm Tier 5 because I have an aura? Good evening. I was hoping to sell this and stay for the night. Maybe get a change of clothes?
Jiran poked a finger through one of the holes in his shirt, smiling cheerily. Both guards instantly relaxed when they heard his light, friendly tone.
"Dorbo, take that off your hands, sir."
He turned to the other guard.
"Clean kill, full price, Dorbo. There be decent clothes for cheap down the main street here. Most, comfortable beds in town be over at Skinny's."
A chorus of laughter came from 3 guards tucked behind the wall, watching their conversation. Jiran smiled politely when Dorbo reached for the corpse, and held out a small pouch that clinked with the sound of new clothes and a bed.
"Will there be anything else, sir?"
The first guard motioned toward a group of 5 hunters waiting their turn in line. Jiran shook his head and then walked through the gate with a wave.
"Nope. Thank you for the directions."
As he passed one of the laughing guards, the wizened one with a cheerful expression reached out and placed his hand on Jiran's shoulder. He had a twinkle in his eye as he spoke in a whisper.
"If Skinny's ain't your cup of mead, try Mithrer's, a little further down the way. Decent grub and drink, even if the beds aren't as comfortable."
He wore a suggestive smile while his eyebrows flashed twice.
"Oh, gotcha. Yeah, Mithrer's it is. One wayward child is more than enough for me."
It is me, and I am it. Naya of Phelan. Naya pulled herself from the rubble of a collapsed building. She cracked her neck and wiped off the trickle of blood leaking from her split lip.
Life touch.
She uttered the name of her custom technique, and the cut on her lip vanished as if it had never been.
Nice hit.
She smirked at the man who had just knocked her into the still crumbling building. He wore gray robes covered in intricate runes. They were reminiscent of the rippling waves of a pebble dropped into still water. When the formations built into them were activated, they would form a formidable defensive barrier if fed enough mana. The runes were currently inactive, their mana cost too high for prolonged activation. The man shook like a leaf as he took a step away from Naya, the gloating condescension from before he hit her with all his strength nowhere to be seen.
It's my turn now, right?
Naya slowly closed in on him, planting one foot in front of the next in a methodical advance as unstoppable as an avalanche.
Blazing star!
Crimson heat illuminated her chest, the energy flowing down her arm and condensing around her fist.
What are you doing? You can't attack me. Striking an Inquisitor of the Voice is punishable by death.
The Inquisitor turned to run, but Naya's ally liquefied the stones beneath his feet, which then rose and enveloped his legs to the knees. Naya took another step, and with it, activated another technique.
Glacial collapse!
Waves of the purest icy blue surged across her body to combine atop her fist, mingling with the flames of her last technique. The Inquisitor's terrified eyes turned to Naya's side, where a handsome boy with dark hair knelt. His fingers were splayed wide on the ground, and a wicked grin showed perfect white teeth. The Inquisitor struggled desperately, but the now solid rock held him fast.
Impossible! No Tier 4 can hold me!
The Inquisitor's aura writhed around him, shattering stone and bringing another building crashing to the ground. Yet the grasp on his legs remained firm. Undaunted by his blustering, she added more power to her acclamation.
Tsunami burst!
A wave of rippling mana spread from her heart, enveloping the wildly radiating purple energies shining on her deadly fist.
Your struggles are pointless. The Voice's methods are dated, and your time is up,
the kneeling boy crowed.
Ruinous strike!
Golden power quaked through her channels and joined the barely stable energies converged on her fist. Naya took a final, inexorable step forward, before the power of 4 combined channelings slammed into the formation protecting the Inquisitor. They shattered instantly, and her arms sank into his flesh, causing blood to explode from his mouth. Space broke around them like cracked glass, as his body was blasted through the castle wall behind him. Bricks cascaded to the ground, as an entire section of the sturdy wall collapsed, sending a cloud of dust and debris high into the air. The handsome boy stood with a whistle of appreciation.
You get him?
Naya blinked, checking her notifications. EXP +1. Strength +1. Durability +1. Wisdom +1. Layering +1. Ruinous strike +1. Name: Naya of Phelan. Race: human. Age: 16. Weight: 3,111.86 kilograms. Status: Basic mana body / Healer's Reservoir / Juggernaut Core / Forged Body. Tier 5. EXP 1 of 400. Growth 12.18%. Mana 16. Concentration 16. Strength 212. Agility 197. Endurance 195. Durability 192. Wisdom 196. Intelligence 191. Skills: Molding, Mana Folding 59. Shaping, 23. Channeling, 19. Forming, 7. Techniques: Forcing, 27. Layering, 18. Life Touch, 29. Blazing Star, 22. Ruinous Strike, 32. Glacial Collapse, 18. Tsunami Burst, 18.
Yeah, I got him. I told you he was Tier 5.
Naya smiled upon seeing the EXP notification and the several gains from soloing someone her tier. Her companion's voice turned far too whiny for comfort.
You got EXP from him, didn't you? This is so frustrating. I can't believe you teared up without us. We're only a few kills short, and now we're completely stuck without your help.
It's not my fault you're all too weak to kill anything without me. After everything I've taught you, beating a few Tier 4s should be a picnic.
Naya's gaze was ice as she disregarded the boy.
Enough complaining. Did you see where the other one ran off to?
He shook his head.
Leave him. We aren't here for them.
You might not be here for them,
she growled, her lips contorting into a snarl. The boy took a step back, making calming motions with his hands.
Please, control yourself. You promised to help, remember? Destroying my family's home while you chase another weakling around the city hardly counts as helping.
Naya clicked her tongue, but backed down as she folded her arms across her chest.
Fine. Lead the way.
They moved quickly, running up several spiraling flights of stairs to the back of the massive fortress castle. The dark-haired noble held out his hand, and a reinforced wooden door was sucked into itself, as if it were swallowed by a black hole. He tore through the opulent room like a tornado, pulling pictures off the walls and knocking over furniture in desperation. Growing frustrated, he kicked an intricately designed table that likely cost more gold than Naya had ever laid eyes on.
Please control yourself. Destroying your family's home, blah, 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 she mocked with a smirk.
He growled at her, his anger no longer masked behind his typical flippant demeanor.
You are insufferable, you know that? If you weren't so pleasant to look at, there wouldn't be a soul alive who would tolerate you.
Oh, you think I'm pretty? Do you want a chance at this?
Naya gestured to herself provocatively. The young noble was unable to pull air into his lungs as he gulped nervously.
All you have to do is survive one little punch. Then you can do whatever you want. What do you say? Ready to give it a go?
She cracked her knuckles with a grin. Without warning, Naya leaped past him, and he jerked back in shock, stumbling over debris on the floor as he fell on his ass. The wall behind him imploded in a shower of stones, as a bulbous, finely dressed noble tore through it with an extended fist. Naya took the attack on her gauntlet, causing the mana-infused metal to crumple. She screamed in the pudgy noble's face, her features contorting as her fist connected with his chest. Blood burst from his mouth as he crashed through a priceless urn. He came to an abrupt stop against the far wall, near the hole he had created with his failed sneak attack. The noble groaned, bleeding from numerous lacerations as he shook his head.
I'm surprised you came, father.
Her companion spat the word like a curse. Father and son eyed each other warily, as blood leaked down the noble's chin.
So, it's you, Dummel. What does a worthless bastard like you want from me?
Dummel raised a shaking fist, a rictus of pure hatred contorting his features. Just then, bells rang all through the city, and the fat man chuckled pitifully.
What's wrong? So happy to see my beautiful face you can't speak?
Ugly-ass Shrelk kills Dommel's real dad, then has the gall to call him a bastard? No wonder he hates him.
Where's the key?
Dommel demanded, taking a shaky breath to regain control of himself. The man laughed as he pulled a crystalline key out of his fancy jacket and held it up mockingly. As instantly as it appeared, the key was snatched up by Naya's aura. It flew through the air and into her outstretched palm. Dommel turned his glare on her, until she reminded him of his place with a raised eyebrow.
Ha! You can't even control your little pet. You are as worthless now as you were back then, Dommel's stepfather taunted.
Dommel's anger seemed to evaporate as he slowly shook his head, looking down at the man.
You used me and everyone else to get what you wanted. I suffered for your schemes. I could have died back then. You're nothing but a monster, a beast waiting to be put down. I've played my part long enough. It's high past time you played yours.
Dommel screamed as he raised both arms toward the man who had taken everything from him. The last remnants of Dommel's mana poured into a tiny mote of darkness that appeared in front of his father's chest, who was sucked into the dot, crushed and devoured. His body folded in on itself until only a tiny red marble remained. Dommel scooped up the marble and stuck it in his pocket before he and Naya made their escape. As they flashed down the stairs leading out of the fortress, Naya shot him a wink and waved the crystalline key in front of his nose.
Hope you don't mind if I hold on to this until our deal is complete.
Dommel clicked his tongue.
Do I have a choice?
No, you do not.
Jiran of Phelan. Jiran walked down the bustling main street of the Soloran. Children chased each other with smiles on their faces, and new mothers carried babies in slings with determined expressions.
That's right. It's calming season, and Densoon is right around the corner. Some of these babies aren't going to survive the overabundance of density that's coming. Madra has no mercy for those who fail to adapt, and everyone takes it in stride, refusing to grow attached to their own children until after they prove themselves. One more reason for me to learn what density is. If I can figure that out, maybe I can learn how to help babies adapt. How many thousands of lives would that save every year?
Jiran found the clothing boutique easily enough. The proprietress threw herself on the floor when she felt his aura. He picked the old woman up with a gentle touch and assured her he was only there for a new set of clothes. She tried to give him a discount, but he wasn't having it, and a few minutes later, he was sporting a loose-fitting outfit in the local style. Darkness covered the town when he stepped back onto the main street. A boy, probably his same age and still Tier 2, was rushing from one side of the street to the other, lighting lamps with a flickering finger. Jiran pressed on down the main road, his thoughts crowded with finding a comfortable bed and a warm meal. He approached a 3-story house with a sign hanging out front that read, "Skinny Dick's Halfway In." As he drew closer, his mana body enveloped the building. And what he saw inside the aptly named inn was exactly as he expected. Outside, leaning over a balcony, was a pretty girl with generous curves on display. She waved at him, blinked her bedroom eyes, and gave him a sultry smile.
The me from my memories of Earth would have jumped at the chance, and often did. Guess our tastes aren't that similar. I'm not interested in a small-town fling. I'm sure someday I'll find someone adventurous who can handle exploring Madra with me. You, girl, are not her.
Feeling far more enthused about spending the night experimenting with his new skills, Jiran moved on with a wave of his hand, absently noting the girl's disappointment. He continued walking until he found a cozy building called Mithrer's Lodge. As his mana body passed over the crowd inside, he smiled with a sigh of relief. He walked in, the din of a busy pub washing over him and bringing the nostalgic smells of sweat, cheap alcohol, and warm bread. Several dozen patrons shouted happily as they celebrated another day in the easiest season of the year. At a nearby desk, a man sat on a stool, with his head on the table. He teetered on the verge of falling to the floor. The only solid thing about him was the grip on his half-full mug.
Room for the night?
Jiran yelled loud enough to be heard over the rambunctious crowd. The man didn't bother raising his head to look. He held up 2 fingers and produced a copper key from his pocket, sliding it across the table.
Does he want copper or silver? Well, if he's not going to say, he's getting copper.
Jiran placed the coins on the table, watching with amusement as the man deftly made them disappear without looking. Hearing no complaints, Jiran paid for and grabbed a pre-prepared meal from a nearby counter before finding his room. There was nothing special about the room. It had a bed, chamber pot, nightstand, and an empty bucket he assumed was for a bath. Jiran took a deep breath of the room's pervasive stench and collapsed onto the bed, which groaned in protest, but held his weight with the help of his mana body. He dug into his food, glad that the overspiced meal masked the room's smell. Every occupant in the building was within his aura's range, and the constant barrage of noise was far from relaxing. Despite wanting to focus on his skills, he found himself listening in when he heard an interesting conversation nearby.
Greymen going to be close by next season, Marv. Mark me. We should out from this place and go further south. South? There's nothing south of here but more death, you daft drunk. If you're so worried about 'em, why don't you re-enlist? What, like all the fours across the damn empire doing? I ain't going back into that nightmare. I did my time, and you know it. Filthy damn nobles don't give a starglit's arse about us threes. If I go north again, it'll be the last trip I ever make. Why are they so worried about the Greymen?
Jiran listened to a few more conversations and quickly understood.
4 forts in 2 seasons? I wonder if the emperors will have to make a move. I remember one of Samris's books saying the emperors haven't had to get involved with pushing the Greymen back in over 100 years. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. The emperors wouldn't waste their mana unless a lot of people were already dead, and the situation was truly desperate. Supposedly, they still haven't recovered their mana from the last time they had to fight. How crazy would it be to have so much mana? It takes 100 years to regenerate it all. I'm going to have to join the army soon, too. By the end of my 16th birth season, my oath will kick in. The longer I ignore it, the more it will damage my mana pool. Not that I plan to avoid helping with the Greymen. I still have nearly 2 seasons left, though, and plenty of time to get a lot stronger, so I can make a real difference in the war. If I can get to tier 5 or 6, I'll be one of the strongest people in the Empire. The Greymen won't know what hit 'em. But that would mean starting the timer again, facing the euphoria of the challenger density, and then another arena.
Jiran cut off his train of thought, a shudder running through his body.
I can't relax with all these people talking inside my aura. I might as well try to figure out what daughter meant about my mana body. Maybe then I could control it enough to block all of them out. As easy as blinking or moving an arm, huh? What a load of crap. It doesn't respond to anything I've done.
Jiran tried again, hoping a lighter effort might yield results. But still the vaporous, ever-present energy that surrounded him refused to cooperate.
Normally you acquire the mana body at tier 5. Maybe I can only sense things through it until then? No. I crushed that bug in the desert. It can definitely do more. I must be missing something.
Jiran recalled the strange flashes of memories he had received the day he unlocked the cube and acquired his mana body. He could clearly recall how it had always been around, even if he couldn't feel it.
It sacrificed itself by going through some gate to help me heal the wound from my tearing day. But what were those errors about? Wasn't there another error when the system put me in stasis? Focus, Jiran. Mana body. What do I know about it for sure? It's been with me since my birth. It operates automatically to help me in various ways. And it's not alive or an actual part of me. No, that's not right. How can I say for sure it's not alive? It has emotions. I felt them clearly in those memories. It died to protect me. It even has a brain that it uses to help me filter all the sensations. I may not be able to point at that brain, but that doesn't mean it's not real. Huh. Is it really a living thing? Could it be part of me like an arm or leg? Was she talking more literally than I thought?
Jiran shook his head, instinctively wanting to deny the idea, even as it clawed for purchase within his thoughts.
Why am I so against it being alive? Being part of me? Is it my memories from Earth telling me something like an aura is impossible? Well, that's stupid. Earth didn't have any magic other than science. What would they know about a part of the body that can't be seen or felt without the help of mana?
As Jiran moved ever closer to accepting the truth, a flutter of recognition swept through his mana body. The moment he felt that touch on his mind, a massive, idiotic grin split his face.
That's exactly what it is. Every human has a mana body, an aura. They can't feel it without mana filling it, giving it power, strength, and purpose. Once again, the answer was in the freaking name all along. It's a part of my body, infused with mana. The mana body.
With realization came power and control. Jiran held his hand in front of his face, observing it closely through both his eyes and the senses of his mana body. He willed his limb to move, but not with muscle. His mana body rose to the challenge, pushing awkwardly against his skin, flesh, and bones. The air in front of him moved too, sliding like mud as his will was imposed upon it. He saw it all, every mote of dust in the displaced air, the pressure of weight on and within his flesh. It was all his to command. Everything inside his aura was inside him, and he became the arbiter of its fate. A deeper connection formed as he moved his aura with purpose for the first time. This was no phantom limb, no eye to blink or ear to hear. The mana body was more than that. It was connected with everything he was, in a way so profound he could not possibly understand it all. But he understood a little.
It's not merely a part of me. It is me, and I am it.
As with all things regarding mana, when Jiran's understanding deepened, the power of his mana body swelled. When his thoughts flickered to the bucket in the corner, it flattened in an instant, creating a loud crash that echoed through the small room as a spider web of cracks spread through the floor.
Oops.
Trust my ass. Sleeping with the new, deeper connection to his mana body was a strange experience. A background portion of his brain was active and receiving information throughout the night. He watched every breath he took, fully aware of his chest rising and falling. His heartbeat was a dull throb, creating a soothing cadence as the hours passed. It also gave him the same level of detail for everyone else sleeping in the inn. Yet somehow, his mind filtered all the information into a soothing hum that didn't detract from his dreams. Jiran knew he was waking up before he woke up. His aura watched a smile spread across his lips as his eyes opened. The moment his brain caught up to what was happening, his aura snapped back into its regular, fuzzy yet clear awareness.
That's going to take a while to get used to.
Jiran hopped up with a stretch and made quick use of the chamber pot. He then headed to the public room of the inn. A breakfast of low-tier meat and bread was already being served, but he decided he wanted something a bit more filling. He paid an extra 20 copper for the smashed bucket and cracked floor, then headed to the town gate. The streets were mostly empty in the dim twilight of morning. Crisp, clean air filled his lungs as he set out for another day of exploration and travel through the skies. A crowd of 30 hunters was gathered at the gate, blocking his way. Curious and wanting to leave, he approached.
"The voice has spoken. Mother Oracle demands your sacrifices for the good of all her children. Redeem yourselves through supplication and devotion. The voice has spoken."
Jiran felt bile rising as the fanatical preacher screamed at the crowd of gathered hunters. To his surprise, the men and women all kneeled, pressing their foreheads into the dirt. Even one of the 3 guards at the gate followed suit. The preacher noticed Jiran, and his eyes lit up with feverish intensity. Not wanting to get involved, he pushed forward through the crowd toward the gate. When his aura was close enough to encompass the sycophant, the man threw his hands high into the air.
"She speaks to you, my son. Heed her call for the good of all."
Thanks,"
Jiran mumbled, now completely disturbed by the man's insane ramblings.
"Yes, my son. Thank her. Praise her. That is the way. May you travel in peace and prosperity. May you thrive."
How does anyone get behind this stuff? I guess this town is pretty close to Sanctum, the head of the church. Makes sense they would be a bit more zealous.
The guards gave him a nod in passing. He stepped beyond the gate into the sweeping fields outside Solarin, free from the constraints of civilization once more. Jiran filled his legs with mana and sprinted for the distant hills. He pushed his body to the limits, exhilarated by the effort. Thoughts of freshly caught breakfast made it all too easy to put the memory of the crazy priest behind him.
Lenton always flew around with his aura. I wonder if I can do the same thing now.
Jiran focused on the mysterious energy, and it eagerly responded to his call. He lightly jumped into the air and formed a flat panel of aura beneath his foot. His weight pressed against it, and for a moment he thought the panel would shatter, but it held fast. With a burst of laughter, he jumped off the panel, flying higher into the air. At the apex of his jump, he formed another panel. 6 hops later, he was so high the town behind him had shrunk to the size of his fist. The hunters filing out looked like beetles scurrying on the ground.
I'm running through the sky. How is this possible?
Jiran formed a flat panel of his aura parallel to the ground far below. Coming to a complete stop, he stood on the invisible platform as raging winds tore at his baggy clothes and threatened his balance. To prevent a fall, he formed additional panels of aura to push against with his hands. They were so solid, so real, and yet invisible and impossible all at once, eliciting a single question that echoed through his thoughts.
What is holding all my weight in the air right now? My mana body is a part of me infused with mana, so it's mana that's holding me. But how? Even if mana can pass through solid matter, it still needs to exert force against something, and me to hold my weight, right? I'm too far off the ground to press against it, and I can feel my aura pushing against the air as if it were ground. But that makes no sense. How can thin air be solid? Mana doesn't seem to give a boret's ass about gravity. Since it can completely defy the principles that literally hold the universe together, does that mean mana isn't a particle? What is it then? I still don't even know what density is. How can density transform into mana that then changes into elemental particles in the first place? I still have so many questions about how all of this works. If mana can magically turn into other elements, maybe it's not defying gravity so much as turning into a force that's repelling gravity. Easy way to test that theory. I'll just make some gravity of my own. I'll need a mental image, though. I'm pretty sure gravity has something to do with bends in space-time.
Jiran focused on everything he knew of gravity. He pictured his own considerable weight forming an attraction between particles and other bodies of matter. He imagined himself becoming as heavy as a star, pulling, warping, and distorting the universe in an attempt to draw all matter into himself.
I can go further. Why be constrained by my own weight?
He pushed the image, taking himself out of it and envisioning a single point in time and space where all matter was compacted into a single atom. The formation of the universe, the beginning of all things. He fed his image into a shaping, allowing it to draw freely on his mana until his creation became reality. Jiran pushed the shaping away from his hand to the full 2-meter limit of his range. An invisible ball, 10 centimeters in diameter, formed in front of him, and as it grew stronger with additional mana, it shrunk in size, until it turned pitch black as even light was sucked into the shaping, unable to escape. No light meant Jiran's eyes revealed nothing about what he'd created, other than it being a dark, spherical hole. However, his mana body was under no such constraint. Air, dust, and light were attracted to the center of the amorphous ball, and stuck there. He felt the skin on his arms and face being sucked in as well. A quick application of coating blocked the effect. "Congratulations! Gravity control technique discovered."
Nice!
He released his shaping, and it vanished with a puff of displaced air once mana was no longer maintaining the effect. Jiran quickly used the automated version of the technique, with the same mental image, and watched with fascination as a similar result occurred, though at a much steeper mana cost. Technique evolution triggered. Gravity control. Now, gravity manipulation. Technique evolution triggered. Gravity manipulation. Now, Big Bang. Big Bang plus 11.
What? What's with that super embarrassing name?
Jiran couldn't stop his imagination from picturing him yelling the technique at his enemies as he sucked them into a miniature black hole. He grimaced as he felt his heart sinking into his stomach in pure embarrassment.
The name must have come from my mental image. I don't know exactly what gravity is, so I used the Big Bang, and that's why I got that name. It's okay. Everything's going to be fine. I only have to further my understanding of what gravity is and evolve the technique again, so the name will change. Simple. Yeah, no problem. Just figure out what gravity is. I'm going to have to look at that on my status for the rest of my life, aren't I?
Jiran groaned, looking up at the sky.
Well, at least I proved mana can definitely choose to affect and be affected by gravity. One step closer to the truth of mana. But how can I use a ball of compressed gravity in a fight? Creating it too close to myself with any real amount of mana is obviously dangerous. Oh, that gives me an idea. Whoa, hold up. Didn't it turn black because it's absorbing light? That should have killed me instantly, not merely pulled on my skin a bit. I may be getting heavier, but nowhere near enough to resist that kind of force. Yeah, it's definitely not creating a real black hole, so I bet it's my mental image that's to blame. I was picturing a black hole, and I've been bending light for a while, so the technique is doing the same as a visual side effect of my image. That's pretty cool.
Jiran let go of the platform beneath his feet. Gravity immediately took effect, pulling him to the ground. Right before crashing, he grabbed his body with his aura and lifted, slowing his fall to land softly. He sat in the soft grass between 2 bushes of berries as he mentally prepared for his next test. When he was ready, he held out his hand again and focused on his newest skill.
Channeling.
He focused with every sense he had, as his mana was sucked into the tiny, river-like channels that crisscrossed through his torso. Like last time, the moment his mana began changing into the new element, he lost track of it, unable to see the process unfolding.
What if I add in extra mana that's not changing? Could I use that to watch? Like little spies piggybacking on the original mana.
Jiran added extra mana into the mix, and dual minds kicked on. He split his thoughts, one dedicated to channeling, the other to observing. Instantly, the transformation process unfolded through the senses of his unaspected mana. The inside of his channels were coated in microscopic bumps, sort of like miniature tonsils. When mana passed over them, they popped up, becoming visible for only a moment, before falling flat once more. As the bumps flickered to life, the mana that touched them changed, taking on the properties of the element he was envisioning. All too quickly, the mana had moved through his body and out his hand. A tiny ball of condensed, attractive force was ejected from his skin at a high speed, to crash into one of the bushes. The plant was pulled into itself like a collapsing planet, until there was nothing left but a tiny ball of matter. Channeling, +5. Big Bang, +1. Jiran was so elated by the display of physics-breaking magic that his toes curled and a shiver swept over his skin.
Those little bumps in my channels. I think things like that are called papules. Anyways, the papules change the mana into an element, and the channels accelerate the element so it can move through the air once released. I assumed the increased mana cost of channeling was because of my low level in the skill, and using its automated function. But that's not the case at all. It's more costly because channeling is doing several things at once. Shaping only creates a bit of the element on my skin, whereas channeling creates a ton of it, and then has to move it around inside me without killing me, all while propelling it fast enough to be released offensively. It's also helping the element retain its shape as it moves through the air. What a complex skill!
Jiran brought himself down to 85% mana with one more channeling. He again watched the entire process, until the next nearby bush burst into flames.
Different papules were used. That means there are separate ones for each element, pre-programmed to work with that specific task. I need to figure out why the channels zigzag through my body. Why aren't they a more direct path? If the purpose is to accelerate the effect out of the body, the straightest path possible makes more sense than a labyrinth.
Jiran's enthusiasm petered out, a frown co-opting his typically peaceful expression. After several minutes of quiet contemplation, he stood with a huff.
It's all so damn inefficient. It makes sense for the channels to meander if the papules need more time to charge the element, but that's sacrificing speed for function at a huge mana cost. There's got to be a way to make this skill better than hucking a shaping of fire trapped in a coating.
His stomach grumbled, reminding him of why he left Solarin so early. He walked into the air, using a new platform of aura with each step. First Father peaked above the mountains to his east, bringing a crimson glow to the sky and filling the world with life. With a powerful leap, he blasted himself west and closer to home. Breakfast presented itself within the first few minutes of travel. Spine Flayer, Tier 3, triple question mark. Identify, +1. Jiran spotted the small beast as it was tearing into its own breakfast, and descended from the sky head first. When he was almost upon it, the small but deadly monster looked up, only to be blinded by a flash of light manipulation. With a squeal of pain at the onslaught of brightness, the creature rolled into a spiky ball. Jiran's coating, in the shape of a blade, easily pierced clear through its body. EXP +1. Strength +0.2. Agility +0.2. After draining the corpse of blood, Jiran roasted the meat, repeatedly discarding ideas on how to make channeling more efficient. His pleasant morning was interrupted by a flashing notification that snapped him out of his thoughts. New quest acquired. Building trust. Rescue the Imperial citizens from certain death. Citizens rescued. 0 of 15. Time remaining, 5 minutes. A golden icon appeared in his vision between him and a nearby hill.
What? Is that a quest marker? Do I go?
Jiran looked at the 5-minute timer rapidly counting down, and the number 15, which represented the lives of real people, his people, people who needed his help.
Damn it, of course I go.
He abandoned the last of his meal in a blaze of blue fire, launching himself toward the golden marker. As he gained altitude, he realized it was not pointing to a nearby hill, but far beyond it. An expanding cone of fire flared behind him, as he piled on more and more acceleration with each passing second. Wind buffeted his body, pulling his skin and trying to rip his new clothes apart. He struggled forward, cursing the air pressure that made him feel like he was swimming through mud. A flash in his notifications caused a scream of frustration to rip free from his throat, only to be drowned by the howling air. Citizens rescued. 0 of 14.
I'm going as fast as I can. There's got to be a way to go faster. Think, Jiran, think.
Desperation forced his brain to churn through ideas at a blistering pace, until the obvious answer struck him like a bolt from the blue. He folded his mana body into 2 angled panels in front of him, like the top of a tent. They cut the wind to almost nothing, and his speed abruptly increased several-fold. The air gave way as a sonic boom echoed behind him. Guided by the marker, a forest soon became visible in the distance. Standing tall above its wooden brethren, a massive beast of tangled roots opened its mouth and roared at the scurrying people beneath it. Jiran flipped around so his feet were facing the monster, and without slowing his speed, he wrapped his legs in the thickest, most durable coating he could muster. It saw him coming far too late to evade, and they collided with a shockwave that blasted everyone in the area onto their backs. Trees shook, and the ground rumbled as the beast was thrown off balance. Roots shot from its back and pierced into the soil, barely preventing it from toppling over. Jiran's legs and back ached as he bounced from the beast's durable skin to land in a heap. Ignoring the pain, he pulled himself into the air with forcing, and got his first good look at his foe. Sapling Shrieker, Tier 5, triple question mark. Identify +2.
Oh, hell no. Contrived, manipulating shrelk shit of a system? How is this building trust? You only want me to restart the timer. You don't care about saving anyone. Well, screw you. I don't have to kill it. I just need to save the idiots who wandered into its territory.
The shrieker opened its mouth, causing a rush of air to fill its lungs. Not one to let an excellent opportunity go to waste. Jiran lobbed 2 coatings crammed full of compressed hydrogen and oxygen. As the invisible balls of elemental mana arrived before its face, he unleashed a blast of true origin of lightning. Cerulean arcs of current met unstable hydrogen in an explosion of raging fire that destroyed rocks and flattened trees. Even with his ears plugged, Jiran's head rang like a struck bell. The civilians trying to stand were knocked back to the dirt as a violent wave of force rippled outward. If not for Jiran's mana body spread wide to cover the civilians, several would have died from the blast. For the first time since he gained access to his aura, he felt the energy wane. It then winked out, like a light switch before flickering back on, much weaker and smaller. The beast fared even worse. Flames had been sucked into its mouth and seared it from the inside out. As the mass of oxygen inside its lungs propagated the explosion, huge gouts of fire ripped clean through its body, creating holes that leaked black smoke and gushed orange sap. Shaking his head to clear his vision, Jiran saw a woman who had thrown herself atop 2 children, and all 3 of them were unconscious. He ran toward them, his legs feeling awkward as though the ground were tilting under his feet. He roughly wrapped his arms around them and pumped his legs in the opposite direction from the sapling shrieker. With a hasty glance backward, he saw the towering monster rise amidst fire and smoke. The flames covering its body were quickly being doused by the abundance of sap leaking from its bark-like skin.
You have got to be kidding me. A tree monster resistant to fire? Come on! No, wait, I should be glad that didn't kill it.
Jiran passed an old woman struggling to get to her feet. He wrapped her in the little aura he had left and dragged her along behind them.
Run!
His shout was picked up by others, and together they made a mad dash to leave the beast's territory. A tingling from foresight caused him to look again. The beast had recovered from its dazed state. It was regenerating so quickly, Jiran could see tough bark knitting itself back together like time was rewinding. One red eye stared directly at him, brimming with murderous hatred, as the shrieker howled in fury, and a matching roar sounded in the distance. The beast refused to be distracted by a contestation of its domain from a distant rival. Root-like fingers wrapped around a nearby tree, yanking it from the ground. As it pulled back its arm to throw, Jiran's perception of time ballooned, slowing the world to a crawl. In that moment of supreme clarity, he saw everything. The size of the tree about to be thrown, the trajectory it would fly, the distance to safety for each survivor, who would live and who would die.
We're not going to make it!
Enough. Jiran pulled himself through the air with forcing. He landed directly in front of the man running closest to him and threw the children and woman into his arms. He didn't bother waiting to see if the man caught or abandoned them to save himself. There was no time. Jiran crouched, observing the huge Tier 5 beast long enough to reconfirm the angle of its throw. Mana blasted through his legs, empowering them far beyond the strength of muscle alone. The ground cracked when he jumped, and a torrent of wind screeched in his ears. Dual minds roared into overdrive as he called on his mana. Coating formed a 2-meter-long blade of mana as thick as his leg. The center of the blade was hollow, and the back edge had a long slit, allowing air to reach the empty interior. Gas manipulation then flooded hydrogen and oxygen into the blade. The beast grunted as it released, sending the tree directly toward the largest clump of fleeing Imperials. Jiran hurtled through the air, correcting his forcing-enhanced flight with bursts of aura. A single spark detonated the flowing gases inside his hastily constructed sword, and a gout of flames erupted from the slit along its back. His propulsion tripled as he and the weapon shot forward at a blur. The moment before his flaming blade impacted the thrown tree, Jiran released a scream filled to bursting with rage and wind manipulation. As the tree was sheared in two, both ends were sent careening to either side of the group by the howling gale pouring from his mouth. The two halves crashed into the ground, scattering dirt, roots, and burnt foliage, while unleashing intense snaps and cracks as density-packed wood shattered.
15% mana left. Aura has about the same. Lenton told me never to let it run out completely again. Better not use it anymore.
The shrieker's glowing eyes alighted on another tree, and the vines wrapped around its arms stretched to grab it. Ear-splitting sounds of tearing filled the air as the trunk broke free from the ground.
No more of that!
Jiran cupped his hands together and created another coating, this time only covering his palms in mana. He used a quick application of light manipulation to layer his coating with a highly reflective surface, all to enhance what came next. A full 5% of his mana went into the follow-up shaping of light manipulation, the equivalent of 1,000,000 lumens of directed light blasted the sapling shrieker in the face. Simultaneously, the coating protecting Jiran's hands shattered, and his skin combusted from the intense heat. They both howled in pain. The beast dropped its newest projectile as Jiran used another 2% of his mana in a knee-jerk restoration. The shrieker proved its name wasn't for show, as its scream continued to escalate. Jiran stuffed his ears with coatings, which immediately cracked and failed, as he resumed his mad dash away from the monster's territory. At the last second, his aura alerted him to a wave of thick roots about to erupt from the ground. Jiran jumped, avoiding the field of writhing feelers that spawned beneath him. But he was not the only target. 24 roots reached all the way into the rear ranks of the retreating civilians. 3 people were caught and lifted into the air. As they were bound, tiny radicals sprouted from bulbs all across the roots and dug into their bodies. The feelers grew at an alarming rate into a web of brown tentacles that wormed their way through skin and bone with equal ease. It happened so fast, they didn't even have time to scream before they were ripped to pieces. Citizens rescued, 0 of 11. Jiran pulled himself through the air and over the field of undulating death with forcing. He landed on the far side, legs already pumping in a mad sprint. With only 7% of his mana left, he used another 1% to create a sturdy wind manipulation, pushing the slowest runners from behind without upsetting their balance. Another ear-splitting screech caused the group to stumble in pain and confusion, even as more roots burrowed through the ground. 3 simultaneous shapings tore at his dwindling mana. True origin of water and ice combined to stop the limbs from breaking through the ground, while metal manipulation created a wide slab of hardened stone that slashed directly into the soil, severing the beast's control over its extended and now brittle roots. He did not waste the few moments his gamble bought them. He ran to the laggard of the group, the old woman, and grabbed her under his arm, sprinting after the others. The shrieker's solitary focus on them died off, as the contesting roars nearby reached a new level of intensity. Jiran glanced back to see 4 massive bats fast approaching above the tree line. Fangs protruded a meter from mouths that dripped bright yellow fluids. Their dark wings flapped in a blur that filled the air with a teeth-rattling buzz. The shrieker turned toward the new threats, the measly sustenance of lower-tier humans no longer a priority.
This place is a death trap. There's no way these people didn't know how dangerous these woods are. Even if they are refugees from somewhere else, every area in the Empire with beasts above the 3rd tier is well marked. Whoever's leading this group better have a damn good explanation.
For over an hour, the group ran in silence, only broken by the sounds of heavy breathing and the occasional sob of relief or loss. When the woods finally opened to hilly terrain, several of the survivors collapsed to their knees in exhaustion. Jiran carefully laid the unconscious woman down and sat beside her, with his forehead resting in his palms. Quest complete. Building trust. Rescue the Imperial citizens from certain death. Citizens rescued, 11 of 15. Rewards. Interface map.
4 people died, and you're giving me a reward?
Whatever mental manipulation the system was going for, it failed. A furious scowl marred his features, and he closed his eyes, breathing deeply to soothe his rage. Except all he saw were more notifications. After watching 3 people being ripped to a bloody pulp, seeing the abundant gains was a slap to the face. Strength, plus 1.2. Agility, plus 1.3. Endurance, plus 1.4. Durability, plus 1.6. Wisdom, plus 1.1. Intelligence, plus 1.5. Forcing, plus 1. Gas manipulation, plus 1. Light manipulation, plus 1. Restoration, plus 1. Further upgrades delayed due to lack of density. The man Jiran threw the kids at stumbled over to him and dropped to his knees.
Thank you,
he mumbled around sobs as his tears watered the land. More people followed, and soon the entire group was gathered around. Most placed their foreheads to the ground as they piled praise and adoration upon him. Jiran allowed their heartfelt gratitude to flow through him, using it to shake off the mental strain of the three he failed to protect. Jiran stood and dipped his head to them.
You're welcome. May we thrive.
He choked out the last words, overwhelmed by the gratitude emanating from the group of survivors. He had never truly saved anyone, and been shown such appreciation for his efforts. His chest tightened, and only his clamped jaw kept tears at bay.
May we thrive,
they responded in kind.
Please, sir, take this necklace. It's a family heirloom worth a pretty coin.
A woman pushed a chain of gold toward him. There was a dramatic pause, and, without warning, he was beset from all sides by offers of gifts. One man even swore to give his 2 daughters as wives. When he saw the hopeful looks on the 2 young girls' faces, something inside him snapped.
Enough! I will not accept any gifts from you other than a shared meal. Besides, should we not be focused first on mourning those lost, lest their memories turn to dust? Who would have thought Mom's preaching would come in handy one day? First, we say our goodbyes. Then, I find out what possessed them to enter that forest.
Cries of assent swept through the group, and they split apart to catch and prepare a meal of parting for those lost. Jiran breathed a sigh of relief at the dodged bullet of wives he had no interest in. He moved to join the men who were chopping down trees in preparation for the ceremonial fire. By the time it was lit, 2 men came back to the group with a few low-tier beasts in tow. They were quickly butchered and the meat prepared in the ceremonial voicer style, though cups were lacking to pass along the blood. Soon the fire was lit, and Jiran stood with the others as they breathed deeply of the smoke, refusing to cough as it burned within them, sealing the last memories of loved ones in pain. A man Jiran now knew as the leader led the prayer.
4 breaths, 4 deaths. Great Mother, great Voice, let these be the last we mourn this day. Their manna has returned to Madra's soil. Let it enrich those who come after.
Jiran's lungs ached as he breathed out the fumes, washing away the attachment he held for the dead, as was proper for a stranger. The close family members held the smoke longer, letting the agony absorb and wash away the emotions that could lead to more death. When the short ceremony was completed, a little voice that clung to his memories of Earth tried to tell him it was all useless, but he ignored it. This was Madra, and even if he didn't believe in the teachings of the voice, there was power in forgiving himself, cleansing the loss, and moving on with life. Focusing on the past would do them no favors, as there were still those that needed protecting in the moment. He ate sparingly of the prepared meal, knowing they needed it more than he did. He converted the food to manna, then approached their leader.
Why was your group in those woods? The marking should have been clear.
The much older man blanched and dipped his head low.
We had no choice. We surely would never have entered. Our village had 7 Tier 4 warriors last season. To a man, they went north to fight the Greymen. A crier came calling for help, promised riches and glory to all that joined the army. Those fools ate it up and left us. With our strongest gone, we did fine till 2 weeks ago, when a pack of Volvists decided our village was their new hunting grounds. We packed up and left, before they killed us all. 2 of them pursued us into the woods, only to be killed by that damnable tree. We would have joined them for sure, if not for you, son. Now, we make feet to Solarin. Do you know if she still stands?
Unbelievable. I was right. It would have been a breeze to kill the Tier 4s chasing them, but I wasn't given the quest until a Tier 5 was involved.
Jiran did his best to keep his voice calm.
Yes, I came from there this morning. If you run the rest of the day, you should arrive before nightfall. Considering the elderly and children, the hills are far less dangerous than the woods, so you should be safe to take your time."
The man nodded along with Geron's words, no doubt already knowing as much.
"I can see in your eyes you're ready to away, and I won't let a single soul in this group try to hold you back from whatever's you gotta do. But please, at least tell us your name before you go." "Geron of Phalon."
Pride from spreading Samris's last name with his good deeds was a great step toward paying his friend and mentor back for saving his life.
"Geron of Phalon, we'll ne'er forget you. May you thrive under the Mother, the Fathers, and the Emperors."
"May you thrive." With a final wave, Geron left the group behind. The suns climbed to their zenith as he sprinted across hills. He steered well clear of the forest's edge as he searched for his next meal, moving ever closer to home. Back in the group, the woman who offered Geron the jeweled necklace ducked behind a hill for privacy. The rest of the villagers were too distracted to notice her, caught up in whispering reverent praises about the remarkable power of their savior. She took out an expensive scroll case from her bag and pricked a finger, drawing blood. A quick swipe spread crimson fluid along the runic symbols winding around the case. The runes lit up, bathing the area around her in a soft, sanguine glow, before the case opened with a soft hiss of released air. After removing a delicate scroll, she hastily scribbled several sentences, again with her blood. She stuffed the scroll back in the case and sealed it, fidgeting and glancing in the direction of the group while waiting. A moment later, she vanished. Geron located his next meal prior to First Father reaching his apex. Killing the Tier 3 scavenger brought him one step closer to fulfilling the basic requirement to ascend beyond the third tier. EXP +1. It was this very requirement that kept 90% of the population in the third tier. How many were born in each generation, willing to risk it all, killing beasts of an equal tier for a bit more power and prestige? For the average citizen, life behind tall walls and protected by the Imperial Army was too good, too easy to risk life and limb. Yet many did take up the spear. In groups of 5 they fought, methodically hunting until 100 beasts had been slain. The few who survived the incredible challenges of reaching the 4th tier, Madra rewarded them with a target on their backs. Until the day they died, she would send beasts at them on occasion. For once one stepped down the path of ascension, the only death that awaited was by the claws and teeth. There was no cheating the system either. Any help from a higher tier ascender would invalidate the kill, and the rules were quite strict. Even the lightest buff or a shared tool with the smallest remnants of mana upon it could render a life-and-death struggle bereft of rewards. While he ate, Geron studied his new map, and was begrudgingly impressed with its features. Not only could he zoom in closely to places he had been, but he was also able to place markers and notes. There was even a fog that receded the more he explored. Geron stood and stretched, squaring his shoulders in preparation for whatever divine punishment awaited him for what needed to be said.
"You're a real piece of shit for not giving me that quest before a Tier 5 was involved. You clearly have plans for me, but I'm not interested in being manipulated like a piece on a game board. Constantly trying to get me to restart the timer, taking me away from my family for 7 seasons, and sending me off to who knows where before I can check on them? It doesn't matter if you represent the system as a whole, or why you're doing this, because you for sure don't give a shrelk shit about me or anyone else."
With the majority of his rage vented, Geron paced back and forth on the top of the hill he had chosen for his much-needed meal and rest. His voice turned calm as his thoughts raced.
"I get that there's tons of things I don't understand. I'm sure you have your reasons for everything you've done. And for all I know, I'm whining at a god or Madra herself. But I don't care. If you ever want my help, you're going to have to fully communicate with me and stop using my people's lives like toys.
Jiran waited a moment for the wrath of an angry god to blast him into ionized particles. When there was no response to his tirade, other than the wind gently blowing his hair, he cracked his neck and resumed his trek west. He hadn't been expecting a reply, but he was confident whatever was pushing these quests on him was listening. As his legs blurred across the terrain, he distracted himself by directing his attention to his mana body.
It's barely recharged from the fight, and it's been hours. I can feel it leaching off my mana, but it's an incredibly slow process. At this rate, it could take a week or longer to be full again. Is this how people feel when they have to wait for their density to convert to mana naturally? No wonder Lenton and Samris freaked out when they found out what I could do. Well, if there's a way to instantly convert density to mana, there should be a way to do mana to aura, too.
Jiran honed in on the sensations of his mana draining out of him. Similar to mana moving toward an injury, it flowed like the capillary action of water climbing a cloth. After his mana leached out of his mana pool and reached the innermost layers of his skin, it twisted in a way he couldn't perceive, then vanished and reappeared outside of his body and inside his aura. His first test was to control the process by reining back on his mana as it reached his skin. He then pushed it forward, allowing the absorption before stopping it again. Repeating this several dozen times allowed him to feel like he was getting a sense for what was happening.
The mana is changing. It's similar to the process of turning into an element and losing its ability to become anything else. Then, once that change occurs, it gets sucked into my aura. I need a bigger splash, something to remove the obscurement enough that I can see the change happening. That way I can replicate it more efficiently.
Jiran clamped down on the mana inside his body and condensed it with all his effort, before smacking it against the inside of his skin. Most of the mana was rejected and started a feedback loop that gathered in force until it kicked him in the gut, eliciting a grunt of pain. However, a thick stream of mana broke through and successfully passed into his mana body.
Oh, that was easier than I thought. I just have to condense and push it. Still can't see what's happening, but that pushed nearly 6 hours of passive regeneration into my aura.
Jiran repeated the same process again. However, this time the feedback was so strong that he stopped running. The third time he puked acidic bile onto the ground, taking minor satisfaction that his lunch had already been converted, so none of the density was wasted. The fourth time he charged his aura, he ended up rolling on the ground for several minutes until he recovered.
Wow, this is awful. Still, it's definitely faster. 6 more times should do it, though maybe a little break first.
In sickness and in health. Jiran lay on the ground looking at the myriad colors of the sky as his stomach roiled and churned. He was covered in sweat, and his heart pumped a dull thrum in his ears from the backlash of recharging his aura. He let his head fall to the side, toward his replacement lunch, which was currently roasting over a small fire. His gaze remained locked on the horizon, ignoring his surroundings as his mind swirled with random thoughts.
I seriously underestimated the power of a 5th-tier beast. I can't believe I thought it would be easy to beat one and restart my timer, but I'm not sure I could have killed that shrieker, even with full mana. It regenerated so fast. Even a full blast down the throat only slowed it down. It had a lot more abilities than the other beasts I've fought, And it was even smart enough to throw trees while stealthily attacking with its roots. Maybe Tier 5 crosses some major threshold in overall combat power. Humans receive their mana body at Tier 5, which, now that I'm getting used to it, massively increases my flexibility of options in a battle. Eventually, I'm going to encounter more Tier 5s. I should figure out how to make channeling useful sooner than later. More options is clearly better. Enough procrastinating. Last push. Get this done so you can go see everybody, Jiran.
Without moving, Jiran condensed his mana and fed it to his mana body. He responded instinctively, flipping over to dry heave above the prevalent brown grass. The feedback continued to kick and churn his intestines, ultimately relenting as time wore on.
I did it! It's full!
His mana body felt like a full water skin. The energies within stretched nearly 9 meters in a perfect sphere around him. He focused on the feeling of his aura, straining against the outer boundaries of its reach. It yearned to go further, to grow, to become more, to explore the world as he did.
Fuck it! For science!
Jiran grabbed another ball of condensed mana and pushed it into his aura with bared teeth and a guttural scream. The feedback was so painful, he once again found himself on the ground, until the waves of dizziness and agony abated. When his senses returned, bleary eyes found his burnt meal crisping over glowing embers. He doused the coals, but didn't immediately reach out to refill his empty stomach and dwindling mana reserves. If his aura felt full before, now it was bursting with energy that demanded release. A small smile spread across his dry, cracked lips as he shifted a pebble that was once out of his aura's reach. He scooped it up, bringing it to his hands where he gently rolled it between his fingers, allowing the tactile sensation to center him.
It grew about 2.5 centimeters. If I could do that every day, I would gain 1 meter every month and a half. At that rate, with a single season, I could double my current aura size. A sphere takes up exponentially more space as it expands, so I doubt it's that simple. Also, there's no guarantee I can even do this daily. The boundary of my aura feels like an overstretched muscle. Who knows how long it's going to take to stabilize?
Eventually, Jiran felt well enough to eat. He crunched on crispy, sour Tier 2 meat. Quickly growing disgusted, he was unable to finish and left the rest for scavengers as he leaped into the air. As he blasted through the sky on bursts of blue flames, he restrained himself from using his aura, allowing the energies to continue stretching the walls of their prison. Jiran made the best time possible without it, slowed significantly by the unshielded wind. Several hours passed before he reached the coast of the Murinth Ocean.
Now I need to go west, until I reach Phelan.
He stopped whenever he spotted a Tier 3 or 4 beast, enjoying the short breaks to further his growth and refresh his mana. EXP plus 5. Strength plus 1.3. Agility plus 1.2. Endurance plus 1.6. Durability plus 1.1. Wisdom plus 1.8. Intelligence plus 1.8.
Back to slow and steady attribute growth, though I'm sure most would consider this pace incredibly fast. Madra definitely gives ample rewards to people who push themselves. Interesting. When did I start thinking of Madra and the system as the same thing? Is that true? It feels like that's correct, but like with everything else, it's likely a lot more complicated.
6 hours down the coast, Jiran saw a sight that set his heart racing. Far in the distance below him, a cove stretched its rocky fingers into the ocean. Above the shore, atop a steep rise, sat a small town, sheltered by a low stone and mortar wall he knew all too well. He had to work to hold back tears, as the part of him that thought he would never see Phelan again crumbled within his chest. He flew low over the village, at long last allowing himself to use his aura.
Where is everyone? Usually this time of day there should be dozens of people working, but I only see 4.
Not seeing his parents, Naya, or Micah, Jiran headed toward Samris's manor as a nagging fear took root in his spine. A sensation both familiar and alien brushed against the edges of his mana body as he approached the now dilapidated building. It felt like a curtain of shimmering energy that he could almost smell and taste.
Is that Samris's aura?
The 2 walls of energy pushed against each other, then merged to occupy the same space in a dizzying impression that Jiran wasn't given the time to understand. If he had blinked, he would have missed the abrupt appearance of his old mentor, who now stood on thin air before him. Samris's robes were rumpled and stained. The immaculate goatee and hair that Jiran remembered were replaced by an unkempt, knotted mess. His eyes were sunken, and the fierce golden glow they used to hold was nowhere to be found. Jiran's thoughts swam in shocked disarray as he laid eyes on an entirely different man than the one from his recent memories.
Samris?
Identify activated subconsciously as Jiran sought to understand. Homo Santoris, Tier 6, triple question mark.
So he's Tier 6. I never would have known since he was excellent at slowing himself down for me.
Seeing Samris's despondent, listless stare, the reality Jiran had been hoping to deny fully set in. An entire year had passed for the man, 7 whole seasons, nearly 3,000 days.
We only spent 2 moons together. To me, it was such an important time, and ended only a few days ago. It feels like we never parted. To him, I was a footnote, a speck in time. Less than 1% of his last 7 seasons of life include memories of me. He looks so much older and sad. Why? What happened to him while I was gone?
After he appeared in the air, the man Jiran thought he knew didn't say a word of greeting. His face lacked a single emotion beyond apathy. And then he simply turned and floated on his mana body into the manor. Jiran followed silently, hoping Samris simply wished to speak behind his wards like they used to. As Samris led him up the stairs and toward his study, Jiran released a small sigh of relief as the tension in his stomach began to ease. Once inside the small room, Samris closed the door behind them with a flicker of his aura.
I always wondered how he did that.
The wards flickered to life, and Jiran's interest was piqued as wisps of Samris's aura were sucked into the sharp lines and symbols along the walls. The energy became trapped as it bounced and reflected within the grooves, until they shone with a solid radiance.
So, you're alive.
Samris's whispered voice crackled like dried parchment left in the sun.
I am.
Jiran's muttered response felt like a hollow ghost, empty, devoid of the elation he wanted to share at their reunion. There was so much more he wanted to say, but the weight Samris bore was like a physical pressure that constricted his lungs.
What happened to you?
Samris spoke slowly, as if stringing words together was such a foreign concept that he had to focus on each syllable individually. Jiran opened his mouth, but no sound came out. His eyes bulged, as the system's constrictions prevented him from speaking. His jaw creaked as he ground his teeth. With every ounce of conviction in his body, he tied his thoughts to his mana and sent them into the void.
I know you can hear me. Release this geese and let me talk to my friend. I'm not going to spill any of your precious secrets. If you're serious about building trust with me, this is the place to start.
2 agonizing seconds passed before the binding in his throat eased. He felt it there still, like the specter of a fist ready to squeeze if he ever betrayed it. As the dam broke, Duran's words were released in an emotional rush.
The portal took me outside the Empire.
For the first time since his arrival, Samris showed some real emotion, as his eyes opened wide enough to reveal the whites around his pupils.
It gets worse,
Duran warned.
I was asleep for the past year. I can't explain what happened to me beyond that. For me, only 3 days have passed since I last saw you. After I woke up, another portal brought me back, and I came straight here. Is my family okay? Are they here? What happened to you? Why is the town so empty?
Duran's heart clenched, preparing for the worst.
Your parents are gone.
Samris's words hit like a hammer, crushing Duran into his seat.
They left with everyone else, from the church 2 seasons ago. They went to Speaker's sanctum. Oh, thank the fathers. I thought they were dead. Maybe lead with that next time.
Duran sat up straight, realizing the potential implications of his family being solidly within the church's grasp.
Speaker's sanctum? The home of the Church of the Voice? That is correct. My apologies, but I am unaware if they arrived there safely. I did not choose to maintain contact with those who wished to depart. That's understandable,
Duran nodded, unable to blame the man for his indifference.
Thank you for telling me where they are. You only mentioned my parents. What of Naya and Micah?
Duran's lack of recrimination had a noticeable effect on Samris, as the man's back straightened, his chin lifting slightly.
Micah left with a group of nobles from Havel's Fjord shortly before the Inquisitors came and took most of the townspeople. Naya was with Lenton the last I saw her. Where they are, I have no knowledge.
Samris's fingers spread across his desk as he braced himself.
Have you discovered any clues about a cure for our curse?
Duran's eyes fell to the floor, his answer a whisper that echoed through the small room.
Nothing concrete. Again, it's only been 3 days since I saw you last. I see.
Samris leaned back in his chair with a deep sigh as his eyes closed.
You're welcome to stay as long as you'd like. If you don't mind, I'd like to be alone now.
Conflicted and not knowing what else to say, Duran slowly stood.
It was nice to see you, Samris. No way. I'm not going to leave things like this. I haven't given up, and I'm not going to. I've already learned so much, and I'm never going to stop searching for the answers. Thank you for everything, and I'm sorry for taking so long to come home.
Duran's fists clenched to hold off the stinging that threatened to turn into tears. He bowed smartly, with a fist crisply impacting his chest. He then stood and excused himself.
I have to find a way to help him. He's done too much for me. But to do that, I need answers.
Duran walked outside and sat in his favorite spot next to the creek, as full of fond memories as it was crystal clear water. He tried to absorb the full impact of what had transpired in the last few days. For him, it was less than a week. Yet it had been a full year for everyone he cared about, nearly 3,000 days. He gathered his mana, then released it, watching as it twisted, vanishing into the unknown.
Revelation. Do you know if my family is alive?
Duran mentally kicked himself for not thinking of asking the question in their last conversation. Daughter's answer came instantly.
They are all alive and well, Father. Naya is certainly getting herself into trouble, though she is safe for now.
She's in trouble? Where?
Duran leaped to his feet, ready to rush off, but a calming sensation rippled through their connection.
She's not ready to see you yet.
Daughter's voice was tinged with compassion, a far cry from the robotic, passionless tone she had when they first met.
What does that mean? Why wouldn't she be ready to see me?
She is full of anger, hatred even. She has set herself down a perilous path, and your arrival would invalidate everything she has worked to achieve. Though she would be glad to see you, she may come to resent you should you seek her out now. Patience, Father. Let her fury ebb. Then a time will surely present itself for a reunion.
Damn. What in the inferno has she gotten herself into? Well, at least I know everyone's okay. What can you tell me about my unique ability and its curse?
In his mind's eye, he watched as daughter shook her head slowly.
Nothing. Those abilities exist outside of Madra's gifts, and therefore outside of my current understanding. I will attempt to discover the answers you seek, but I will need time.
Quest acquired. A unique curse and a unique opportunity. Activate the teleportation node to the Jeweled Isles.
Are you serious right now?
Jiran snapped.
What's with that name? Do you expect me to believe that taking your quest is going to help me find an answer to the curse? Daughter said unique abilities are outside the purview of the system, so how could your quest possibly help?
Daughter gasped, her eyes opening fully for the first time. The stars within them swam like a spinning cosmos, and her rapid inhalation was so sharp she sputtered, showing a depth of emotion that seemed beyond her previously.
She speaks directly to you. You must go, Father. Madra is sick. If she is asking you for help, there must be a reason. Please, I beg you, aid her.
Her hands came together as she tilted her chin up in a fervent prayer.
What do you mean, Madra's sick?
Her touch grows faint. Before our rest, when I was first born, she was much stronger. Her voice was like waves in the ocean. Now, they are weak, like the churning of this creek.
That doesn't sound good. Wait, why would I help after everything Madra has done to me? Not to mention, I'm only Tier 3. What could I possibly do that someone else couldn't do better? Sure, I'm a little strong for my tier, but there have to be plenty of others who can help more than me.
The memory of a scoreboard in the air above an empty arena, with his name at the top, left a sinking hole in his gut.
I can't go running off on some random quest. I want to see my family, make sure they're safe. I need to see them with my own eyes.
As Jiran spat the words, he knew they weren't entirely true. His mother and father had raised him well, only to betray him in the worst way possible. While true that he had made up with his father, he was hardly ready to fly into the heart of the Church of the Voice to see him again.
Besides, what if there's a chance to find a cure for Samris?
Please, Father. Madra would never speak to a mortal without reason. I know you do not trust her, but if she pushed you forward, then it was because you needed more power to do what must be done. Feed me daily, and I will watch over your family in your stead. I will go now to conserve my mana.
Without a chance to respond, she was gone. With a hiss.
Am I really considering this? Is my brain growing smoother every time I tear? What is wrong with me? I don't even know if I can trust Daughter. If she's connected with the system, could she be another avenue for it to manipulate me? What if she's telling me just enough truths mixed with lies that I'll believe her and end up being led around by my nose again? But there may be answers if I go, and there'll certainly be adventures. What will I find? What will I see? Has any Imperial ever gone to those islands before? How far away are they? Somewhere in the Mirinth Ocean or even further?
Jiran clenched his teeth, growling in frustration as he wandered the overgrown yard. In his search for direction, he found his shovel, now old and worn. He ran his fingers along the rough wood, the passage of time making itself known, and the reality of it all sinking into his bones as he held this piece of his childhood. Eventually, he made his way into the kitchen. The pantry was poorly stocked, and Chiral's little touches of motherly grace were nowhere to be found. He scrounged for some cheese and cured meat, and retired to what was once his room. It was dusty, smelled of mold, and had clearly not been cleaned in a long time. His clothes were still there, as undersized to him now as the room.
So much has changed.
Geron shook his head sadly, then headed outside, having no desire to sleep in a bed 2 sizes too small and filthy besides. Still plagued by thoughts of his family and daughter's words, Geron flowed through these stretches of the Serrata, hoping to find clarity in the peace of physical exertion. He pushed against his body with forcing as he moved, finding his newly enhanced muscles strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the physics-defying technique. Over time, his movements brought focus. Random doubts fell away under the strain of muscles and mana.
Enough moping and indecision. I hate this. I want to believe daughter's words about my family being fine, and she's never given me any reason to doubt her. Until she does, I'll choose to trust her. I don't want to be the kind of person who can't trust anyone. That's not the life I want to live. As for the quest, Lenton taught me to listen but verify, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'll never know for sure what any of this means unless I go and find out for myself. If Madra is sick, and there's something someone as low tier as me can do to help, I'll do it. And if this does lead to a cure for Samris and Lenton, how could I ever face myself if I ran away?
By the time Geron completed the poses, he was soaked in sweat. He cleaned his body in the creek and then relaxed in the soft grass, quickly falling asleep under the night sky. The morning came all too soon, and he awoke to a bombardment of memories from his aura. It had clearly felt when Samris's aura left Geron's range in the middle of the night. The loss of additional energy in the air left a lasting imprint that he could somehow still detect. There was another peculiarity his aura had caught, and Geron leaped to his feet, rushing to investigate. Geron found a letter in the kitchen alongside a sack of gold coins, both with Samris's signet stamped on them. He opened the letter with shaking hands, knowing in his gut that the man was not returning.
Geron, my dear friend, you say only a few short days have passed for you, yet you have grown so much. After seeing your progress, my own reflection haunts me. The specters of my past reach through time, as surely as you have. You were always so clever. I'm sure you realize by now that our meeting was no accident. One of my brothers, Halith, a most prominent diviner, set our paths to converge. I was destined for exile, and with his suggestion, I chose this place. He said I would meet someone who would bring me hope in my darkest hour. When I found you, upon my arrival, I thought his prophecy fulfilled. I had not spoken to a soul in a season. Your laughter, your exuberance to learn, they affected me profoundly. As surely as I saved you, you saved me. Alas, without expectations, there can be no disappointment. I truly understand that old adage now. There's a deeper, darker version of that saying I have come to know as well. Without hope, there can be no despair. As surely as you lifted my spirits with the promise of a better life, your disappearance brought it all to an end. My own expectations, my own hope, turned against me like a knife to the gut. Then the Inquisitors came. the final boot upon my neck that drove me into the mud. I do not tell you this in hopes you will avenge me or some such nonsense. Such a thing is simply beyond us both. If you ever have the misfortune of meeting the Inquisitors or their ilk, do not resist. There are forces at play in the Empire that you do not understand, and which cannot ever be written down or spoken of safely. Suffice to say, if you ever meet one, do not engage, even if they are far weaker than you. Run, and never, ever kill one. I can no longer accept the fate I chose for myself. Your words of lands beyond the Empire have brought me clarity that I have not known in so long. And so, I go to lands beyond the walls I have erected around myself. I will break free from these shackles, clasped around my neck. And when next we meet, it will be you who is shocked at how much I have grown. There is a ring in the purse. If you ever find the cure, place a drop of blood on the runes, and I will find you. Do not follow me. What I must do alone. Truly, now, Halith's prophecy has been fulfilled. Thank you, Jiran. May you thrive. May we all thrive, apart and together.
Tears leaked down Jiran's cheeks, splashing onto the paper. He drew in a ragged breath as his fist crumpled the letter. Not knowing if Samris's warning about the Inquisitors would land him in trouble, a burst of fire burned the page to nothing before he scooped up the purse and secured it within his shirt. The ring fit snugly around his finger, as if it were always meant for him.
I'll do it, Samris. I'll find the cure. And if there isn't one, I'll bloody well make one. Oh, and good luck widening the gulf between us. I'm going to leave your ass in the dust.
Jiran cleaned out the pantry, eating everything in sight and donating the manna to Daughter. He left the manor behind with a leap into the sky.
There's one more loose end to tie up before I go.
His flight was short, and he soon arrived at the old training grounds in the woods. He flew low over the trees, searching for the right one. Touched Meyerclaw, Tier 4, triple question mark. The beast's silvery fur glistened in the shadows of the pre-dawn woods. It raced in a blur from tree to tree, as it searched for prey in a vain attempt to placate its insatiable hunger. True origin of lightning gave it no quarter. Writhing tentacles of fur on its back exploded from the currents that raced through its body. The beast was torn from the air and slammed into the base of a tree, which cracked and fell with a loud groan. A blade of coating almost too easily removed the Meyerclaw's head. EXP +1. Jiran wrapped the corpse in his aura and flew back to Phelan. He landed outside an old hut that housed a woman far more ancient than its wooden walls. When Elder Mireg opened the door, her mouth fell open in shock at seeing the headless beast dripping blood on the ground.
Thanks for that bun, Elder Mireg. You really saved my ass.
Jiran winked, dropped the beast on the ground, and then flew away with a wave.
Jiran? Hey! Don't you dare leave this mess on my porch, you lazy sack of Shrelk crap!
Jiran couldn't help but smile, as her shrill voice was possibly the only thing in the entire town that was exactly how he remembered it. The flight back to the teleportation node only took 2 hours. Between his aura blocking the wind, a belly full of density, and a map that updated in real time, his trip couldn't have been more smooth. Jiran blasted right over the ancient ruins, continuing east at a speed that no aura could match.
I haven't been able to stop thinking about them, and I'm not leaving until I see for myself. Whatever Madra has in store for me, she can handle a slight detour."
Jiran reached the first mountain and kept right on going, soon passing the third peak to hear sounds that could only mean he was close. His heart raced as the fourth peak fell away beneath him, and he saw them. Alighting atop a tall rock near the summit, he gazed out at the famous scenery of the crags of Caldara, awe suffusing his entire being. As far as the eye could see, the ground heaved like raging rapids in a quickly flowing river. Mountains fell beneath the surface of shifting rocky soil, only to be replaced moments later by a new, colossal monument of Madra's splendor. The sound of so much moving ground was a never-ending thunder that shook him to the roots. Even with his ears plugged, his body vibrated so hard that his teeth ached. Jiran lost himself for a time in the impossibility of a river of moving mountains that had no end. Stories said that none had ever crossed the crags and lived to tell of what existed on the far side.
"Am I about to find out?"
Suddenly he was shaking with excitement to take that portal, to see something no Imperial had ever seen, to venture beyond. Now fully committed to his task, he returned to the tunnel and descended deep into the ground, once more standing within ancient ruins before a pedestal that hungrily responded to the call of his mana. With eager, jerky movements, he fed enough mana into the gem to activate the platform. Quest complete. A unique curse and a unique opportunity to learn. Activate the teleportation node to the Jeweled Isles. Rewards. Regional dialect.
Regional dialect? Does that mean there are people there? People who speak a different language?
Every pore in his skin sang with the desire to find the answer to his questions, and he couldn't select the option in his interface fast enough. Jeweled Isles. An oval portal opened into a gorgeous tropical vista, spreading out in a lush green carpet interspersed with brilliantly colored flowers of too many varieties to count. The next thing he noticed was the change in the position of the suns.
Late day there, early morning here. Though it could be a different set of suns. Who knows how far this is about to take me?
The humming whine of the platform became the sound of adventure and mysteries yet to be solved, and with his toes curled in anticipation, he stepped through the portal into lands unknown. Mark the Hiss. The shadows of the alley stretched unnaturally to cradle Mark Hiss in their cold embrace. He glided forward without a whisper of sound, hands in his pockets, and posture slumped like a feral beast at rest. A black door with silver highlights opened as he approached. A butler in immaculate attire bowed deeply, and then smoothly stepped out of his way. The man's movements were flawless, a testament to a lifetime of perfecting his deadly craft. The stark contrast between the dingy alley outside and the finery of the interior was perfectly designed to throw guests into mental disarray. Mark Hiss smiled, fondly remembering his first visit, only for his scowl to return a moment later, as the voices in his mind rebelled against his control.
Calling me? Kill them all! Here with such urgency. He better have a damn good die, die, die! Reason. With a grunt of greeting to the butler, Mark Hiss slid past the man and made his way deeper into the grandly decorated foyer. As he crossed the large room filled with beautiful tapestries and statues, 3 shadows detached from the walls and materialized beside him. Impressive. He can even hide them from my aura now. He must be murder! Close to ascending again. Maybe I'll try to be nice this time. No! Kill him!
The shadowy figures accompanied him to a room, markedly less opulent than the rest of the house. Simple wooden chairs faced a Spartan desk. A single dull lamp cast a marginal glow, utterly failing to push back the gloom clinging to the bare walls. The man behind the desk eyed Marquis as he entered the room and took a seat. He wore shadows like a uniform. They covered him completely, save for his brilliantly shining cobalt blue eyes. Eyes that surveyed every millimeter of Marquis, scouring for any signs of weakness. Their auras met and struggled for dominance, causing the air and ground to quake from stresses far more powerful than the mundane materials could withstand. The three shadowy escorts vanished as the two men stared each other down. Eventually, Marquis grew bored and quit their traditional game.
"Why am I here, Abel?"
Marquis spoke in a threatening grumble, leaning forward over the desk. The man, Abel, flicked his wrist and responded in a voice that came from every direction at once.
"I have 2 pieces of information I know you'll be interested in."
"It amuses me to see you grasp at straws, but go ahead, I'll bite."
Marquis slouched in his chair and tapped his fingers against his face, finding them far more entertaining than the conversation with Abel. Abel grinned, clearly not remembering the last time Marquis put him in his place.
"Have I ever given you anything without asking for something in return? Why would I start now?"
Marquis's only response to the shadowy figure was a raised eyebrow.
"The crystal key was stolen, and you're going to get it back for me,"
Abel said matter-of-factly. Marquis's wheezing laughter snaked through the room, disturbing the light and making the shadows dance across the walls.
"You went through so much trouble, kidnapping that princess to distract the Emperor long enough to get the key, and now you've lost it."
His laughter turned sadistic, a ratcheting cackle that churned Abel's blood.
"Remind me why I even associate myself with your incompetent little revolution?"
Marquis stood and walked toward the door, not giving Abel a chance to respond.
"There's nothing in the Empire that would convince me to get that key back for you. If Dominus gets even a whiff of my mana, I'm a dead man. Don't bother calling for me again."
His hand reached the doorknob as Abel responded.
"You're going to do it, because I received a very tasty bit of news. Something about the appearance of a young man, wielding blue fire, and lightning, far beyond the power of his tear."
Marquis stopped in his tracks. As if he had become a statue, there was not a single discernible movement from his body. The previous prancing of their mana bodies was shown for the farce it was, as Marquis's aura instantly overpowered Abel's and set the entire building shaking. The shadowy escorts reappeared but were crushed into oblivion. The pressure so great, cracks split across the floor and wall, revealing masses of writhing shadows within. Sweat rolled down Abel's back as he spoke, his tone turning obsequious as his eyes lowered.
"There is a connection between the one who took the key and the boy you've been seeking. Once you have her, he will come to you, I am sure of it."
"Where is it?"
Marquis's voice was a hiss that stretched his face into a smile. He breathed in, sucking the light from the room and casting them into absolute darkness. Paradise? The portal closed behind Jiran after he stepped through into hot, moist air thick with the scents of tropical plants. The chirping and buzzing of active wildlife filled his ears, each sound an entirely new experience. He was standing in a wind-sheltered alcove, high up the side of a massive mountain. Below him, At the bottom of a sheer cliff was a vast jungle laid like a thick carpet. It sloped downward where it eventually became pristine beaches, and an azure ocean thick with colorful phytoplankton. Only Second Father's dazzling yellow filtered in from the heavens, reflecting calmly off the turquoise water.
Beautiful. And this ambient density, it's so much thicker than the Empire. I could regenerate my entire mana pool in a few days from breathing alone.
As he soaked in the view, his mana body stretched out to claim the area around him, scanning for threats. Beneath his feet was solid rock, and this high up the mountain there were only a few critters burrowed in the craggy soil. Bugs zipped through the air, fat and juicy treats for the nearby birds, that watched his every move with beady eyes. After detecting nothing that could present an immediate danger, the tension in him faded. 3 meters in front of him, the alcove met a cliff face that plummeted straight down 50 meters to the jungle below. Far above, beyond the clouds, numerous giant birds circled the massive mountain's peak.
How big are they if I can see them from all the way down here? Possibly Tier 5, maybe even 6. Better keep a low profile until I know what I'm dealing with.
Jiran shivered with primal fear at the image he conjured. Hundreds of Tier 6 beasts descending on him in unending droves. He shook off the imagined threat and bent down to examine the surface of the teleportation pad. With his enhanced aura, he was hoping to glean some secrets from the strange metal. He pushed hard, straining until his mana body quivered, but the material remained unyielding, impenetrable. He pressed a spike of coating into it at the edge, away from the seemingly delicate runes, and met with similar results.
Whoever made this sure knew what they were doing. Maybe if I tear up a few more times, I'll be strong enough to collect a sample.
Stepping away from the pad, he approached several piles of stacked stones that decorated one of the alcove walls. A good half of them were skulls, many of which looked human, but with small oddities like slight protrusions around the forehead and ear holes positioned higher than normal. Not that Jiran was an expert on what the human skull looked like. There were plenty of varying beast skulls and stones as well, each decorated with intricately carved symbols in red paint. There were hundreds in total, most claimed by moss and dirt, while others were fresh, like they had been placed days ago.
Not quite humans. Maybe beasts that closely resemble humans? Potentially primitive if they're stacking up skulls in a cove high up a mountainside. Maybe they think the pad is some kind of holy object. Carrying a stone up that cliff definitely strikes some tribal culture vibes. All the more reason to stay alert. There are plenty of beasts that look and sound human, right up until they bite your head off.
Jiran picked up one of the stones, taking several minutes to stare at its symbols, hoping that his quest reward might translate its meaning for him. When nothing happened, he placed it back exactly as he found it.
No luck. Bummer. First priority needs to be getting the lay of the land and determining the average tier of the locals. If this place is similar to the Empire, anything above Tier 3 will be pretty abnormal. Though, with the high ambient density and those huge birds, that's unlikely.
Jiran took a peek at his map, but it wasn't useful with so little filled in. He used a coating with light manipulation to bend light around himself as he began jumping along the cliff face from one outcropping to the next.
By the time I make a full circle around this mountain, I should have most of my map filled in. Considering how big the mountain is, that's going to take half a day at this elevation. I should go a little higher if I can get away with it.
Glancing up, Jiran picked out a ridge that would give him a wider view and narrower circumference. After ensuring his camouflage was satisfactory, he carefully ascended the steep slope. By the time he reached the ridge, Second Father had descended low in the sky, casting the ocean in countless shades of sparkling lavender and orchid pink. He breached the ridge to see the far side and and discovered how large of an island he was on.
All that jungle was only the back side of the island? This place is huge, at least a few 100 kilometers long and wide. There are even 2 more islands within sight. That's a lot to explore. I figured I would get a quest as soon as I got here, pointing me in the right direction. I guess Madra's not in that big a hurry. If that's the case, then I won't be either.
Tingles ran up his spine at the thought of what he would find in this strange new land, but his exuberance was tempered by the unknown dangers that could be lurking anywhere. Knowing Madra was listening, he asked, just in case.
So, any tips on where this absorber thing is, or whatever you sent me here to look for?
He waited as time ticked on with no response.
Nothing, huh? Fine, be like that. More fun to explore myself.
A screech from above rattled the air, sending pebbles cascading down the ridge. Jiran's head snapped around to see a large, red-feathered beast with a wingspan several times the length of his body, staring in his direction. It leaped from its perch, diving toward him. Identify revealed the beast's name and tier, and, unsurprisingly, little else. Cardinal Drifter, Tier 4, triple question mark. Identify +1. The drifter's darting eyes alighted on Jiran's transparent form the moment he spun around to face it. They shared a look, both knowing they were the dominant being and unwilling to surrender their flesh for the other to sup upon. The beast's wings folded, and it picked up speed at an alarming rate. As it neared, powerful legs tipped with vicious claws reached for him with deadly intent. A blast of lightning, packed with more mana than needed to kill the Tier 4, leaped from Jiran's finger. It jumped to the bird in an instant, but instead of the bolt killing or maiming it as he planned, the arcs of current flickered across its feathers. The electric energies seeped into the creature, illuminating lines all across its body, before converging into its claws, which now glowed with a brilliant blue light.
Shit!
The beast arrived in an instant. The impact of lightning-enhanced claws against tough, abrasive coating blasted Jiran off the ridge and into the air, where he was quickly grabbed by a large claw. As the drifter's beak descended to taste him, Jiran slammed down with his aura. The drifter squawked, beating its wings frantically to maintain its altitude. Its efforts were in vain, as they both hurtled down the side of the mountain in a spinning freefall. The drifter tried to release him, but Jiran held on to its leg. His hands easily dug into the rubbery hide, the hollow bones beneath snapping like kindling. Not one to waste an unfair advantage, Jiran used his aura to form a platform beneath himself, instantly arresting his downward momentum. As the beast slammed face first into his aura, Jiran unleashed a stream of true origin of wind and true origin of fire, creating a flamethrower that doused it in enough heat to melt steel. The beast screeched in agony as feathers, skin, and muscles were incinerated. The smell was intoxicating, and Jiran was already licking his lips at the idea of devouring the delicious Tier 4 poultry. A cacophony of screeching roars from above shook the air so hard even the trees far below quaked in response. Jiran flipped himself around to see an entire flock of the cardinal drifters descending toward him, hunger reflected in their dark eyes, no less ravenous than his own. Each of the giant birds released a sonic boom as their speed tripled.
Great! Killing one attracted 30. I could use some hydrogen to kill them all, but will even more show up? Better avoid fighting for now, until I know what other threats are around. It might be a terrible idea to kill you all, but there's no way I'm letting you steal my dinner.
Fire erupted from his feet, propelling him and his meal downward like a meteor, leaving the flock to choke on his fumes. Two of the birds proved their dominance of the air as they flapped their wings, sending powerful gusts of wind to clear away the smoke as the rest of the flock continued the chase. Catching on quickly, the members of the flock alternated between diving and flapping, working in perfect harmony. Jiran reached the ground right before they were on top of him. Thinking fast, he grabbed his mana in a tight hold and blasted metal manipulation into the soil. A crater of mud formed and he leaped in, his dinner clutched tightly in his aura. He reformed the area above him to hard rock as he burrowed deeper, and moments later a cacophonous series of thuds sounded behind him as the beasts crashed into his barrier of stone. Even through meters of dirt, he could hear their outraged screeching. When they were out of the range of his aura, he stopped going deeper. He then used the dreadfully named Big Bang to compact the ground around him into tiny marbles, and soon a cave was formed. Gas manipulation with true origin of wind filled the small space. Not knowing the exact composition of breathable oxygen, what he ended up with smelled terrible. Unsure if he would last long with his jury-rigged air, he used channeling with the metal element to form a shaft, leading back to the surface at a steep angle, away from the cardinal drifters. With fresh air and a peaceful place to dig into his dinner, Jiran checked his newest notifications. EXP +1. Channeling +1. True origin of wind +1. Gas manipulation +1. Big Bang +1. His mana body and coating had kept him and his catch relatively clean from the mud dive, but he summoned some water to finish the job. Finally, it was time to fill his belly with the delicious meat, while listening to the dull thumps of the insane birds still slamming into the ground far above him.
Persistent, aren't they? My delicious friend, were you perhaps a prince of your people, destined for greatness? And now they seek revenge on the wicked interloper who dared strike you down. Yeah, I've been spending way too much time alone. Though, I've got to admit, this island is pretty fun so far.
After refilling his stomach and mana, he allowed the remaining density to seep into his body, empowering him with growth which activated the delayed attribute increases from his recent fights. He breathed deeply, exhilarating in the feeling of power gradually growing within him. Even if it was only a little, it always brought a rush. Strength, +0.8. Agility, +0.8. Endurance, +0.6. Durability, +0.7. Wisdom, +0.9. Intelligence, +0.9.
1/30th of the way to doubling my attributes and being capped for this tier. If red density gives the same 3% per kill in this tier as it did last tier, I'll gain 1.8 in each attribute when I start collecting it. How much more intense is that going to feel than these incremental increases?
Jiran shivered. The ecstasy that kind of boost would bring was nearly tantalizing enough to taste. The feeling was immediately replaced with disgust in himself for craving it. He keenly remembered killing 24 beasts at once in the desert and being overloaded with the vicious energy. The thought of going through that again brought a foul taste to his mouth that ruined his meal.
I can't let myself become addicted to killing like some junkie constantly chasing the next high. Until I find a way to combat the craving, I'll avoid it. If I run into another Tier 5, I'll leg it, just like I did in the forest.
Done eating for the moment, he fed Daughter again before creating a layer of sand around him to snuggle in for the night. He fell asleep to the charming cadence of thumping birds. Eventually, the dull banging of professional upstairs neighbors abated, and he napped peacefully for a few hours. After waking, he ate another round of chicken prince, then widened his air chute and crawled out into First Father's morning light. Birds and bugs swarmed the area, more numerous than higher up on the mountain. Not a single one could escape his aura's sight, allowing him to marvel at the immense variety of life around him. He took a moment to appreciate the crater the beasts left in their search for him. He chuckled at their efforts and got his bearings, coming up with a plan.
I should avoid pissing off those birds again if I ever want to finish exploring this island. persistent bastards will be annoying with how many there are. That first one didn't notice me until I was dumb enough to talk out loud, so if I keep my camouflage active, my mouth shut, and stay away from the mountain, I should be fine. Of course, that's assuming there aren't even worse beasts in this jungle.
As he had the thought, an unusual monster entered the far range of his aura, and then immediately vanished. He strained the edges of his perception, trying to get a better look, but the creature was somehow obfuscating its presence. He could tell it was still there, as he could pick out details from around its body, like displaced air and the imprint of its weight in the dirt. The displacement gave hints to its shape. Large, rounded ears, skinny fingers with elongated claws, and a thin, whip-like tail. The creature moved cautiously, testing the air as it advanced toward his position. Curiously, it stood on 2 feet, something rare amongst beasts. Jiran had heard plenty of horror stories of one particular humanoid beast that always stood on 2 legs regardless of their tier: gray men. Fury sparked within him that the hated enemy of the Empire could have corrupted this beautiful place. In that moment, when anger overtook him and sent his heart racing, the beast dashed away in the direction it had come from.
If it's a scout and it detected me, I have to stop it.
Jiran leaped into the air and braced on a vertical slab of aura. Forcing and muscles combined to send him hurtling forward. Wind roared in his ears as he rapidly caught up to the invisible monster. A blade of coating formed around his hand and lengthened into a deadly sharp spear. He descended from above, blasting through the treetops, prepared to end it before it could alert the horde that no doubt resided on this deceitfully peaceful island. He was only given a fraction of a second after crashing through the boughs to realize his mistake. The creature stumbled as panic overwhelmed it, causing its obfuscation skill to shimmer and fail. What was very much a girl in well-crafted clothes flickered into view. She turned, large brown eyes widening to an inhuman size as alarm morphed into pure terror. With not nearly enough time to stop his momentum or even retract his mana, Jiran could only move the angle of his weapon a few centimeters. It slid between her arm and torso, piercing the ground behind instead of the young woman who had appeared before him. He slammed into her and they rolled. Her scream was interrupted as the air was blasted out of her in a strangled gasp. They came to a stop, thoroughly entangled. She thrashed against him, her fingernails, extended into 10-centimeter-long claws, stabbed deep into his chest. He felt the little needles bounce off bones and penetrate into his lungs. She rolled away from him, her claws withdrawing from his flesh. It felt like a part of him was pulled out with them, leaving gaping holes in his being. Somehow, her eyes widened even further as she got her first good look at his face. She scrambled backward across the ground while shaking her head frantically.
Makarakala, Koratata Borndoski.
She spoke in yips and growls between shallow, frenzied breaths. Jiran tried to speak, but the pressure needed to push air out of his lungs refused to form. His lips moved, but only blood leaked from his mouth.
Restoration!
Mana flowed into the holes in his chest, rapidly filling them with regenerated tissue. As the pain and confusion of the moment passed, he saw letters flickering in the air. They spun and danced before falling into his head, where something was slowly clicking into place.
So, Koratata, hai farapa no. Se andato. We have to fortoto. Uncle can moralu you. So sorry.
Regional dialect deciphered. Quest reward administered. As the girl's rambling continued to become more understandable, restoration finished its work, and Jiran took a deep breath of delicious jungle air. The fog in his mind cleared and he wiped the blood off his chin. He stood and coughed a couple times to clear the liquid from his throat. Upon seeing him stand, she scrambled to her feet as well, fully revealing her unusual beast-like features. What could only be described as mouse ears stuck out of blue hair that framed a too-cute face. Sharp, symmetrical features were punctuated by large brown eyes with slitted, animalistic pupils. As she calmed, her pupils morphed into a more human roundness. She was slender, but tightly corded muscles beneath smooth skin spoke of strength and athleticism, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Jiran was stunned, finding her beyond beautiful. He was unable to speak, though this time from a heart that temporarily refused to beat, rather than holes in his lungs. Words appearing in his interface as he stared at her snapped him from his daze. Homo muscfellis, Tier 3, sapient. A reclusive genus of humanoids that utilize a mixture of skills and traits.
Could a beast mimic clothes that nice, or form such complex sentences? Doubtful. Besides, identify wouldn't lie. She's clearly sapient, just like the humans I've used the skill on.
When she spoke again, Jiran heard her in perfectly clear Imperial.
I am so sorry. I did not mean to hurt you. Can you walk? If we hurry to Uncle, he can heal you. Uncle can heal anyone. Please do not die. I am so sorry.
Her words registered, and he raised a hand to stall her distraught rambling.
I'm fine. I already healed myself. It's my fault for attacking you. I thought you were a beast.
Clearly the regional dialect feature of his interface had activated, because the girl responded instantly to his words.
A beast? You truly thought I was a beast?
Her mouth fell open in indignant shock. She recovered quickly, her eyes narrowing in the universal sign of a woman's wrath.
Never mind my help. You can bleed to death out here.
Getting even.
Wait, sorry. That was even more rude than assuming I was a beast. I did not mean those words. More importantly, your mouth does not match your words. Who are you? And why can I understand you when you are clearly not a person? No, that was terribly rude as well. I am not good with surprises, and now I am...
The girl took a deep breath and pumped her fist at her side in an adorable effort to regain her composure, then tried again.
You fell on me out of nowhere, and I am sorry I hurt you. I am also glad your injuries were not as serious as I thought.
Her large eyes narrowed dangerously as she took a step toward him with a raised finger.
But that does not mean it is acceptable for you to call me a beast right after meeting me. You are clearly not from Azara and do not know me at all. So why would you say such a rude thing to my face?
Her accent was thick. The start of each word cut short, while many syllables in the middle were drawn out, before curling the final letters into a dancing cadence that was pleasing to the ears. Combined with the lack of abbreviations, it lent her an air of dignity and poise that didn't quite match up with her animated expressions. She continued to ramble, not giving him a chance to answer her question.
If you called Auntie Viola a beast, that would truly be understandable. But I am not one. I am kind and pleasant, and not at all scary. If anyone tells you otherwise, you should ignore their lies.
Jiran lost focus on what she was saying as he grappled with the fact that her words didn't match the motions of her lips.
This translator's awesome, if highly distracting. Maybe it'll help if I don't look at her mouth when she talks.
When he failed to respond immediately, she continued, clearly still unnerved by his presence.
You must know that being referred to as a beast is a most grave insult to the people. Many of my cousins would demand a trial from you, which you would surely lose, being an ungarnished as you are. You must not call me a beast again, especially where others may hear. Do you understand?
She exaggeratedly lifted and then lowered her head, and Jiran nodded along with her. Seeing his agreement, she took a moment to exhale the tension from her shoulders and raised her hand to wipe non-existent sweat from her brow. Arriving at a pause in her non-stop barrage, Jiran spoke, his voice causing her to flinch.
I understand. I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that where I'm from, we don't have any homo muskfellies. Interesting. I know she can understand me, but I hear my words in Imperial. Does the translator only affect what people hear? What would happen if I were to talk to her and another Imperial at the same time? Would they both hear their own language?
Homo muskfelis?
Jiran would have laughed at her attempt to pronounce the race Identify had labeled her, but thought better of it, remembering the freshly healed holes in his chest.
That's what my people would call your people, I think. No, probably not. What should I call your people?
What an odd question. We are the people. What other thing is there to call us? What are your people called? Where are you from? You still have not told me how I can understand you when you speak. Are there many more ungarnished where you are from? Wait, how do you have an aura when you are ungarnished? How did you get here? Did you fall from the sky in that blue meteor last night?
The more questions she asked, the more animated her arms became and the closer she leaned toward him.
This feels familiar for some reason. And what's with her complete lack of stranger danger? She must not realize how close I came to killing her. Sure, my mana blade is invisible, but still.
Jiran raised his arms to forestall her.
Maybe we should start over. My name is Jiran of Phelan. I'm from the Finlist Empire, and yes, I did technically fall from the meteor last night.
Jiran moved his hand to his chest in the common imperial gesture of introduction.
Jiran of Phelan.
She repeated his name slowly, tasting each syllable.
My name is Maelin Aloihi, third daughter of Peparala Aloihi, low brother of Amra Maraka.
Her bright smile and polite curtsy looked completely out of place in the dense jungle.
So formal. Fathers, she's adorable.
As if her introduction had triggered an important memory, her eyes widened.
Oh no, this is bad, bad, bad. Stupid, May, stupid.
She rapped her knuckles on her head.
And it's gone.
Please, Jiran of Phelan, do not tell my uncle where I found you. I will be in so much trouble if he knows I came to the metal rise.
She looked up at him with clasped hands and pleading eyes.
Please, call me Jiran. You don't have to worry. I won't say anything to your uncle to get you in trouble. But I need a favor in return.
His mouth formed a hard line, and the short, mouse-eared girl took a step back and swallowed hard, nodding sharply. Jiran pointed toward the cliff in the distance.
Up there, on that cliff, is a pedestal on top of a stone platform with lines carved into it. Have you seen anything that looks like that anywhere else on the island?
Ancestors guide me. You went up there?
Her brows furrowed as she paced, her fingers on her chin.
Never mind what I said. Uncle is going to wring your neck. His fury will be long spent before he remembers I came here. That place is for those who have dedicated their life to the hunt. For an outsider to go there will send all of Azure Light into an uproar. I planned to ask if you wish to meet Uncle, but now I doubt that is a good idea. He may be loath to strike an ungarnished, but you climbed the metal rise. He may well kill you.
She stopped, spinning to face him.
Before he does, I have many more questions for one who came from beyond the islands.
What's an ungarnished?
Jiran forestalled her so she couldn't launch into another round of questions.
You are you not?
Her curiosity shifted to confusion.
I have no idea what that means. It sounds like, something without jewels?
Jiran guessed. Maelin looked at the sky while bouncing her head back and forth with pursed lips.
How to explain? Those without markings of their ancestry.
she shouted in a moment of eureka. Her own loud voice startled her, and she scanned the sky through the thick jungle canopy with wide-eyed concern. A moment later, she dropped into a crouch and pressed her back against a tree. A wave of energy raced over her skin and changed its color to blend into the bark like an iguana. Seeing as only her skin seamlessly melded into the environment, the colors and cut of her outfit made much more sense.
Those birds did attack me when I spoke. Is this proof they have better hearing than eyesight? Whatever she's doing, it's making it hard for my aura to see her too. Such a cool technique. I wonder how it works.
Trusting that she knew what she was doing in her own jungle, Jiran followed her example, activating both coding and light manipulation to vanish completely, clothes and all. Maylin released a surprised hiss when she lost sight of him.
How are you doing that?
Her fear from a moment ago vanished as inquisitiveness overrode survival instincts. She circled around him, only her clothes fully visible. She poked his coating with her finger, fascinated by the shimmering created in his layer of light-bending mana. Unable to see her clearly, he focused on his aura's senses, which only perceived her as an absence of dust in the space she occupied. The more he focused, the closer he got to seeing through the camouflage. Like her, Jiran was swept away in his curiosity and pushed subtly with his mana body, flooding it with the intent to pierce through her technique to see her clearly. Jiran's spine stiffened in shock when he succeeded. Apparently, his mana body had been protecting him subconsciously by stopping just shy of reaching the skin of the people around him, which was likely why it refused to reveal her. When he made the conscious effort to see deeper, that reflexive privacy barrier vanished, and he got a complete view of her smooth skin, every single centimeter of it. Her focus instantly crumbled, and the technique masking her from sight fell away. She looked at him with a devastated expression, rife with betrayal.
You saw. You looked at me. You should not even have an aura, and you used it to violate me.
Her butt plopped onto the jungle floor, her skin turning white as she stared far into the distance. Jiran's hands waved back and forth between them as he blanched.
I am so sorry. That was an honest mistake, I swear. I only received the acclamation to access my mana body a few days ago. I had no idea that would happen.
Can I even become bonded now?
Maylin crooned, as tears began forming in her eyes.
Hey, it's going to be fine. Of course you can still get, bonded. Look, if it'll make you feel better, you can see me naked too. Then we'll be even, right?
Maylin's nose scrunched and she physically recoiled from his suggestion.
Seriously, Brain? Did you really just go there?
Suddenly, a cardinal drifter blasted through the canopy on a direct course toward the fully visible prone girl. Without time to think, Jiran threw his body into the air with his aura, barely intercepting the beast and sending them both crashing into the ground. He felt a sharp pain, followed by hollow numbness as something snapped in his lower back. The air was blown from his lungs as a taloned kick slammed into his chest from the beast's wild thrashing. A distant, rational part of him registered that several of his vertebrae were broken, as his legs went limp and unresponsive. The instinctive lizard part of his brain demanded that they move, but they steadfastly refused to answer his call. His mana, however, was eager to obey. Jiran's fury erupted as the beast fumbled atop him, desperate to sink talon and beak into flesh. Primal rage wrapped them both in a chokehold of aura. Gases exploded from his skin, even as coating covered him. The spark that ignited their funeral pyre was a simple thing. The explosion that reached into the skies was not. Jiran opened a hole in the top of his aura, so the heat would escape up and not explode out, hurting the innocent girl. He could only hope she was okay, as his aura was wrapped tightly around him and the beast, unable to check on her. His coating buckled and cracked, deadly fire washing over him for an instant before he created another, much sturdier layer of abrasive coating. When the gases were spent, he collapsed to the ground, his skin charred and cracked. For a brief moment, pain was his entire universe. A single, overwhelming thought of being free from that pain, mixed with his desire to make it so.
"Restoration,"
he croaked the word, and cooling tingles rushed through his head, numbing the agony. With his thoughts cleared, his mind and mana raced to examine and heal the worst of his injuries.
"It's going to take at least 10% to fix each limb, 30 for my torso with the broken spine and holes from its talons. I'm going to need more mana. At least there's a fresh meal right here. Mobility first, then eat, then heal the rest."
Maylin crawled out of some bushes a short distance away and scampered over to observe his smoking, crisped body. Tears flowed freely down her face as she shook her head.
Why would you do that? How did you do that? None of this makes any sense. You came out of nowhere, and before I got the chance to ask anything important, you died like a stupid idiot. Why did you not knock me out of the way?
Who would hit a girl hard enough to send her flying when she's having a mental breakdown? That's not a thing. "I'm not dead,"
Jiran tried to snap at her, but only a puff of smoke escaped his mouth.
Ancestors, you are alive? Hang on, I will bring help, Jiran of Phelan, I swear it.
She stood to leave, but he gently wrapped her in his aura. The delay in running for help only served to further her panic. Her pupils dilated into slits, and her breathing became rapid and shallow. Restoration continued to run through him, rapidly repairing his gouged chest and broken bones. He sent a trickle of the energy into his throat so he could speak.
"I'm going to be fine. I need food,"
he whispered, hoping her big ears weren't for show.
You need help, not food. Now release me so I can go get Uncle.
"Not going to let you run off so I have to track you down later." "Food,"
he repeated, staring fixedly at the fully cooked corpse next to him. Her face churned through expressions as an emotional war raged inside of her. Jiran stayed busy during the few moments it took her to decide to help him rather than flee.
Okay, I will do as you ask.
He released her, and she lunged at the crispy carcass, tearing off pieces with her sharp claws. She bent over him, pushing morsels into his mouth one after another as he swallowed greedily. The higher-tier food diffused into density rapidly upon entering his stomach, and he wasted no time claiming each bit of the ephemeral energy. His back snapped loudly as the rebuilt bones repositioned themselves. Maylin recoiled from the loud pop, but relaxed a moment later, realizing how quickly he was recovering. She made another trip, ripping off an entire leg, and Jiran felt a spike of fear that she was going to try and shove the whole thing down his throat. She sat next to him in the dirt, shredding off pieces of tasty meat and shoving them into his mouth with a complicated alien expression. Jiran had no spare mental capacity to decipher it. He swam through his thoughts as fresh, healthy skin was regenerated beneath the caked layer of blackened crust that was his old epidermis.
"That was way too close. I thought I was done blowing myself up with my own magic. A fifth of what I used would have killed that stupid bird. There's no reason to be slinging around that kind of firepower. I panicked when it broke my spine, but that's no excuse for nearly killing myself. I have to prevent that from happening again. But how?"
Instead of getting up or stopping Maylin from feeding him, Jiran dug deeper into his psyche, desperate to come up with a permanent solution to his old problem.
"I need to change the way I practice my dumbed-down mental images. Instead of only picturing what I want the technique to do, I need to also imagine myself in near-death situations, so my brain associates the two. I could also imagine entire scenarios and how I would respond to them, so my muscle memory is already geared correctly. Damn it, I need to treat practice more seriously since a single knee-jerk reaction back to full power is basically a death sentence. I don't think my magic being too powerful is my actual curse, but right now it certainly feels that way.
Jiran took a deep breath to clear his thoughts and bring himself back to the present. The shimmering emerald colors of abundant jungle flora brought a sense of serenity that helped wash away the annoyance from his foolish mistake.
Damn, it feels good to be alive.
With his body healed and his mana full, he closed his eyes to check his notifications. EXP +1, Strength +0.3, Agility +1, Endurance +0.4, Durability +1.4, Wisdom +0.7, Intelligence +0.6, Restoration +5. At some point during his ruminations, Mei-Lin had moved away to lean against a nearby tree. When she saw his eyes open, she shook her head softly.
You are not normal, Jiran of Phelan. What kind of ungarnished are you?
I still don't know what that word means.
He smiled softly as he relaxed on his back, looking at the morning sky turning purple from the addition of First Mother's light. Her nails elongated into claws that she then pointed toward her ears and tail as if that should make it obvious. When he blinked at her repeatedly, she sighed.
These are the marks of my ancestors. Those without them are ungarnished. The ungarnished have no core, and therefore no skills or aura. So how did you kill that beast and heal yourself? How do you have an aura? Explain these things to me, so my thoughts can find rest.
Jiran chuckled at her strange turn of phrase.
Where I'm from, none of us have any marks like yours. We look similar to our parents, but even that isn't a given. We all have skills and techniques, too. Though none of us have a core. I'm not sure about the ungarnished you're talking about. I might look like one, but clearly I'm different.
Jiran shrugged as if the answer should have been obvious.
Is that why you've been so calm around a total stranger? Because you thought I was some harmless ungarnished? He wondered aloud.
She mumbled, nodding her head.
Well, now that you know I'm not, I hope you haven't decided to run off and gather your people to hunt me down.
What? No, of course not. That would be cowardly. And besides, your fate is Uncle's to decide. Also, I still have many questions for you, which would be difficult to answer if you were dead. How did you come to be on Azara? How much of Madra have you seen? Does the ocean truly wrap all the way around her like a belt? How does your empire protect itself from the Alphas?
Whoa, slow down. One question at a time. I haven't seen a lot of Madra. Well, maybe more than most. Though not nearly as much as I plan to. The oceans definitely don't connect all the way around the planet. There are massive landmasses, millions of times larger than this island, which block them. Before I forget, thanks for feeding me. I wouldn't have kept you here if you insisted. So, yeah, thanks for the help.
You are welcome.
She gave him a far-off smile as she gazed at the horizon.
Millions of times larger. Amazing.
What's the deal with this uncle of yours?
His question snapped her back to the present, and she answered matter-of-factly.
Uncle is the leader of all the people. He is the Amra, the most powerful aura master in our history. Though he is mean like a sandrake.
An aura master? That's a thing, huh?
Jiran's imagination ran wild as he idly scraped off layers of charred, dead skin. He felt like one of Earth's snakes as he shed the final pieces. He had realized quite some time ago that the only scraps of clothing remaining after his short fight wouldn't have been enough to cover one arm, let alone his entire body.
There's no way she didn't notice when she was feeding me. Maybe nudity for guys isn't a big deal around here. I don't want to seem weird. Guess I'll play along."
He stood and stretched, planting his hands on his hips and proudly sticking out his chest. He relished all the sensations of being alive. A healthy body free of pain, standing on fully functional legs brimming with power, and the cool breeze that tickled his butt cheeks. A girlish squeak sounded from behind, and he glanced back to find Maya Lin's pupils had once more turned to long slits, her mouth hanging open.
"Okay, nudity for guys, not normal. Good to know. Well, at least we're even now. Wait, does this mean I can't get bonded now either?"
Extending trust.
Why are you still standing there? Cover yourself, you pervert!
Maya Lin hissed, keeping her voice low.
"Hey, I'm minding my own business over here. If it bothers you so much, why are you still looking?"
Jiran leisurely finished another stretch before activating light manipulation.
"Thank you,"
she mumbled when he vanished, her face now as scarlet as first father's morning glow.
"Speaking of clothes, what's with your outfit?"
"What do you mean? Is there something wrong with it?"
She spoke slowly, her voice laced with suspicion.
"No, it's great. Is a bit unusual is all. Do all of your people dress like that?"
"No. My great-grandfather made these for my great-grandmother. I have always preferred them over what the others wear."
Her chin rose a touch, the pride in her family's work apparent.
"Now, can we please go? I have never been so far from Azure Light, and I do not wish to sleep in the jungle with this flock of betas so riled. It is a miracle more did not follow the first."
Maya Lin didn't wait for his response, immediately heading through the dense jungle toward the southwest. She moved between the trees with deft, stealthy steps, clearly well practiced in the art of remaining unseen from aerial threats.
"You call those birds betas?"
"That is correct. So long as you are quiet and move slowly, it is easy to avoid them. The alphas live at the tip of Adelpharos and are far more deadly. They rarely come all the way down here, but when they do, it means certain death for anyone caught in the open."
"What tier are the alphas? Are they the strongest beasts on the island?"
Jiran wondered aloud.
"Yes, they are mostly tier 6, and some are even tier 7. Thankfully, we have not seen one of their larger ilk in a generation."
"If the alphas come down so rarely, why haven't you culled the beta population? Having so many of them flying around dive-bombing your people must be frustrating."
She squinted her eyes at his odd wording, but answered his question.
"That would be foolish. The alphas feed on the betas. If their population decreased too much, they would find other sources of food."
"Yeah, stupid question. Okay, that makes sense. But why not cull the alphas, too?"
"We cannot. There are no tier 5 beasts on Azara."
She huffed air from her nostrils and stomped her foot into the soft ground to vent what must be a long-seated frustration.
"Oh, that sucks. With no way to gain tier 5 EXP, they're unable to ascend to tier 6. Beating tier 6 and 7 beasts at tier 5 would be impossible for normal people. That must be really hard for them. Well, maybe not too hard, since they seem to have a thriving society. If the highest tier beasts I'm likely to encounter are only tier 4, there's no reason to keep holding back."
Since Maya Lin seemed lost in her thoughts, they continued in silence for a time, until Jiran tried to lighten the mood.
"You said you weren't supposed to be out here, so why did you come?"
She jerked back in surprise, not realizing he had gotten so close to her with his obfuscation still active.
"Do not scare me like that."
She glanced out of the corner of her eye at the empty-looking space he occupied and spoke timidly.
"I was exploring. When I saw you arrive, I could not resist the chance to discover something entirely new."
Nice, I get that. Right before I came to your island, I went to a place called the Crags of Caldera. It's a river that stretches further than an ocean, but it's not made of water. It's made entirely of moving mountains, even bigger than, Delphoros.
Maylin stopped so swiftly that he accidentally bumped into her. She didn't say a word as she slowly turned around like a broken robot to face where she thought he was.
You are lying to me. There's no way such an amazing thing can exist. How can mountains possibly flow like a river?
Her whole body vibrated, the tip of her tail twitching back and forth in sharp, erratic motions.
I'm not lying. I watched for hours. Even though it was so noisy it hurt my ears, I could barely pull myself away. It was easily the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
She jerked back as he once more was not where she expected him to be.
Would you stop doing that?
Is this better?
Jiran released the camouflage on his head while shooting her a cheeky grin.
No, that is many times worse than before.
She shook her head rapidly.
Put it back. That is terrifying.
Oh, okay.
Jiran's smile widened, and when several seconds passed without him redoing his light manipulation, she scowled and stormed away from his chuckling, disembodied head.
Having someone to talk to is so refreshing.
A few minutes of silence passed until she could no longer contain herself.
What other wonders have you seen? What is your empire like? What even is an empire? How big is your island? Is it bigger than Azara? What kind of inventions do your people have? How do you travel there?
Her eyes shone brightly at the last question, as her voice softened to a gentle breeze.
You really like exploring, don't you?
You would as well, if you spent your whole life in such a small place. I want to see everything.
Her claws drew little droplets of blood as she clenched her fists.
Well, the Empire is many times larger than what I've seen of your island, and I feel constrained there as well. I think when you're someone who loves to explore, no place is big enough to contain you.
She drew in a shaky breath, nodding in excited agreement.
My family truly does not agree. They never leave Azure Light, and do not wish me to either. Are you going to answer my other questions? I want to know about your home. Now speak.
Jiran released a grunted snort, barely containing his mirth while shaking his head in the negative.
Where I'm from, it's customary to offer someone a drink when you demand so many answers from them.
Jiran had no intention of refusing to answer any of her questions. It was just that teasing her and watching her animated responses was far too much fun.
What? Your people also sip from a cup of vows? I do not like that custom, and I will not be giving you any such thing.
Suit yourself,
Jiran shrugged with a smirk.
What's a cup of vows?
It is exactly as it sounds. You have a nasty personality, Jiran of Phelan. You are a tease, a brute, and a pervert.
Jiran burst into laughter as she glared at his floating head.
Shh! Are you trying to kill us?
She whispered furiously, cutting her hand through the air.
No, but I'm done tiptoeing around those stupid buzzards. How far to your town? Azure Light, right? Let's fly there.
Flying is suicide. Not even Uncle would lay claim to the skies. The betas would descend on you en masse if you dared to challenge them.
Perfect. I'll make sure not to kill too many of them.
Jiran jumped high enough to clear the canopy, landing on a platform of aura. He continued to jump until he was dozens of meters in the air.
Showing up to introduce myself without bringing dinner would be rude. And now that I know my aura's strong enough to contain a real explosion, yeah, it's time to have some fun, carefully. Hey, I'm over here!
He waved his arms in the air while keeping an eye on the mountain's peak, until the nearby flock of cardinal drifters, or betas, spotted him. They turned as one, instantly diving in his direction.
She made it sound like this is the only flock in the area. I sure hope they're the same ones from last night. That prince was tasty.
Jiran was ready for them long before they got close, which he quickly became thankful for as, The entire flock rapidly picked up speed after closing to within 200 meters. Massive blasts of wind from the backs of their wings propelled them forward, breaking the sound barrier with thunderous shockwaves. The pooled gases beneath his feet, trapped inside his aura, exploded. He hurtled higher into the air, leaving the beasts scrambling to adjust their trajectories. They failed. Duran's eyes shone as his mana writhed, trapped beneath the surface of his skin. The moment the drifters were directly beneath him, he unleashed streams of wind and hydrogen upon their furiously beating wings. The beasts were pressed down from above until a single spark ignited the entire area in a raging flash fire that melted feathers and sensitive eyes. "Scram!" Duran waved his arm, adding another burst of empowered wind from above as his aura crashed into their backs. Cacophonous screeches filled the air in the wake of the rippling inferno he had created. Featherless birds of prey were reduced to little more than falling stones that plummeted from the heavens. Duran kept a careful watch on the sky and the peak of the huge mountain in case any of the distant monsters high above chose to interfere. Of the alphas, there was no sign whatsoever. There were only 5 betas who escaped his initial trap. They soon fell to join their brethren, as jets of flame 10 meters long shot from each of his hands. Coatings, brimming with infused balls of Big Bang, were unleashed one by one on the helpless beasts as they thrashed on the jungle floor. They tried to resist with blasts of wind and lightning from their hooked beaks, but their attacks were too weak to pierce his aura and the coating covering his body. Duran almost felt bad for them as miniature shurikens of mana sunk into their heads, the gravitic energy within each imploding their skulls into marbles of gray matter. He descended from the air, blades of coating piercing hearts one by one, in case they had some manner of regeneration. He held one wary eye to the sky as he worked, which turned out to be unnecessary, as the beasts were clearly territorial. No other flock would be coming to their rescue. Duran's body and aura thrummed with unreleased ferocity. He had barely tapped into his mana before the fight was over. The last few hectic battles had put him on the brink of death several times, causing this slaughter to be a letdown that rankled his desire for a good fight. He recognized the ratcheting bloodlust for what it was, a remnant of last tier's challenger density, and took a single deep breath to calm himself. His aura stilled, and his muscles settled into a restful state as he began cleaning up his mess. Not only was he on an island that felt like a dream made reality, but he was free from the dreaded timer and the frustrating need to continually murder without any true rest. For the first time since killing the crab on the beach in Phelan, he felt like he could take his time, explore his new abilities, and truly relax. As if all that wasn't good enough, he had an adorable tour guide that was proving to be far too much fun.
Best vacation ever.
Half an hour later, Mayalin arrived and was greeted by the sight of a floating head hovering in front of a pile of beasts, drained of blood and ready for transport. She froze, slowly working through her thoughts, her mouth opening and closing several times without her speaking a word. Eventually, she settled on being annoyed and waited for him at the edge of the clearing with her arms crossed, unwilling to venture into the open. He grabbed one of the corpses and hauled it over to her with a smile on his bobbing face. "Lunch?" he asked with a wink. She took a deep breath and held it, looking like she was about to scream, before exhaling explosively.
"Yes, I would enjoy lunch very much. Thank you."
Not needing to be told twice, he ripped off a juicy thigh and tossed it to her, then sat and dug into his own cut. He closed one eye to check his gains. EXP, plus 32. Strength, plus 0.5. Agility, plus 0.5. Endurance, plus 0.5. Durability, plus 0.5. Wisdom, plus 0.5. Intelligence, plus 0.5. Further upgrades delayed due to lack of density.
All this good food is great for fueling my growth. Unfortunately, I'm constantly turning my meals into mana, and it's slowing down my progress. With these recent kills, I have a ton of reserved attributes. Wish I could see them somehow.
Molding, plus 2. Shaping, plus 3. Coding, plus 2. Big Bang, plus 2. True origin of fire, plus 1. True origin of wind, plus 2. Gas manipulation, plus 5. Light manipulation, plus 1. Mayolin's first bites were timid, small, and polite. But all too soon she was shoveling meat into her mouth so fast he was worried she might choke. By the time he finished a leg and thigh, she had devoured the rest of the bird that was larger than the two of them combined.
Girl can pack it away. They starving her or something?
When she finished her last bite, she fell back against a tree trunk with a groan and rubbed her distended belly. Seeing her immobile and defenseless, Jiran struck.
You're definitely going to have a hard time finding someone to bond with when your table manners are that bad.
Her mouth fell open far enough that he saw little bits of food hanging from her teeth, which only made him laugh harder.
Shut your face! I cannot believe I was about to change my opinion of you. You are a foul, vile boy, with no redeeming qualities of any kind.
Jiran's laughter trailed off into chuckles as she lifted her nose to the side.
I'm the only one who was there, you know. Your secret is safe with me. I'll take it to my grave, I promise.
He meant every word of his vow, but was too embarrassed to meet her eyes. As her head snapped back to him, he scanned the skies again before extending a hand to her that he realized she couldn't see.
Come on, it's time to go see this azure light of yours. Hopefully they won't mind if I invite all my friends along for dinner.
Her petulant facade cracked into a small smile as she rose to join him. She dusted her hands on her shorts and braced herself, speaking firmly.
There are 2 things I must know, or I will not show you the way.
Sure, ask away, princess.
What is never mind. First, how did eating help you heal so quickly? What kind of skill was that?
He responded casually.
That's not a skill, it's a technique called restoration. It's expensive, though, so I needed to eat to replenish my mana.
She squinted at him and waited for more information. When it never came, she pouted and moved on.
Second, you said you have only had your aura for a few days, but that is not possible. It is far too large and powerful. Explain this to me.
How much do I tell her? It's only an acclamation. Not like I'm spilling the secret of challenger density that could get all of her people killed.
Jiran eyed her critically, examining her features for some clue as to why this question might be so important to her. He was drawn to her large, caramel-colored eyes, and they held no trace of duplicity, merely honest curiosity.
As I said, I received my aura through an acclamation. For me, that was only a few days ago. But something happened during my ascent to the 3rd tier, and I fell asleep for a year. When I woke up, my aura was as big as it is now.
Acclamation? Oh, your aura was a gift from Madra. Wait, you are only tier 3? Quickly, what is the gift called?
Her expression shifted to one that oozed dread.
Huh, look at that. The name of my acclamation changed again. I wonder when that happened. Has anything else changed?
Name, Jiran of Phelan. Race, human. Age, 15. Weight, 843.18 kilograms. Now, 892.16 kilograms. Status, introductory user interface, / active dual mind, / awoken mana body. Now, unified mana body, / healthy. Timer, not applicable. Tier, 3. EXP, 42 of 100. Growth, 0%, now 8.52%. Mana, 6. Concentration, 6. Strength, 60. now 65.2. Agility, 60, now 65. Endurance, 60, now 64.5. Durability, 60, now 65.3. Wisdom, 60, now 65.2. Intelligence, 60, now 65.5. Skills: molding, mana expansion, 75, now 77. Shaping, 51, now 53. Subskill evolution pending. Channeling, 0, now 7. Identify, 0, now 2. Techniques: forcing, 38, now 39. Coding, adaptive elemental aegis, 57, now 59. Revelation, 1. True origin of fire, 19, now 21. True origin of lightning, 24. True origin of ice, 20. True origin of water, 10, now 11. True origin of wind, 10, now 13. Gas manipulation, 13, now 20. Big Bang, 15. Acid manipulation, 1. Metal manipulation, 6, now 9. Light manipulation, 12, now 15. Restoration, 20, now 21. Mana siphon, 23. Other. Unique. Foresight.
Well, it started out as Mana Seed, but it's changed a few times, and now it's called Unified Mana Body.
She knelt on the ground, rocking back and forth while holding her head between her hands.
Kuroko.
She mumbled the word several times, and then snapped her gaze in his direction. The innocent honesty was nowhere to be seen, replaced with a crazed intensity.
You must not tell anyone of your true tear or the gift of your aura. No one, do you understand me?
Why not? What does that word mean, Kuroko? Why isn't my translator telling me what it means? Is there no equivalent word in any of the languages I know?
I do not wish to say. Please, promise me you will not tell them.
What is she hiding? Is this for my benefit or hers?
Please,
she drew the word out, pleading to the point of tears.
Jiran of Phelan, this is important to me. I will explain everything as soon as I can. I swear it upon great-grandfather's legacy, the Maker. May he rest with love.
She closed her eyes and bowed with reverence to her ancestor, her forehead gently resting on the jungle floor.
With this strong a reaction, I should at least figure out what Kuroko means before I talk to anyone else. And it's not like I planned to go blabbing all my secrets to them anyway. Okay, I promise. I may change my mind about that, but if I do, I'll talk to you first.
She slumped in relief and then rose to her feet. With her arms crossed over her chest, she closed her eyes and whispered a silent prayer to her ancestors. Once done, she made eye contact with him again.
Then let us go.
Mayalin squealed when Jiran scooped her up in his aura, a sound he was quickly coming to savor. He focused hard on making a comfortable and stable space for her. He roughly grabbed the pile of carcasses and took to the clear skies. He was concerned all the added weight would be too much for his mana body, but 10 minutes of rapid flight later only cost around 1% of its size. Mayalin was terrified at first, scanning the skies frantically as he pulled her along. Eventually, she looked behind her to see the small hill of butchered meat, and found the courage to relax. Long before they arrived, she was laughing as the rushing wind Jiran let through his aura blew her hair into complete disarray. She directed him south to the far side of a much smaller mountain, and had him land out of sight of her town in a small clearing.
The mana body is so weird. How can it hold so much weight while being amorphous and remaining trans-aeroscent? Aeropermeable? Is there even a word for that? Whatever.
If they see us flying, I will never hear the end of it.
She chewed on one of her nails, looking between him and the distant town, before jerking her hand back to her side.
I hope you are as trustworthy as you are good at getting yourself into trouble.
Don't worry, Princess. I won't spill any of your secrets and get you stuck on latrine duty for months on end. Would that make you the latrine princess? Princess of the latrines? She opened her mouth wide in a cat-like hiss that revealed longer canines than he would expect from a girl with mouse ears.
Stop calling me that strange word with no meaning. And thank you. Now wait here. I will go fetch you some clothes so all of Azure Light does not know your true nature.
She ran off through the trees without looking back, but not before Jiran caught the twinkle of amusement in her eyes and the tug of her lips rising into a smile. First Impressions. Excited for his first peek at a completely foreign town, Jiran jumped into the air to get a good look. His camouflage fluctuated as he flew, but there were no beasts visible in the clear, beautiful sky, so he wasn't concerned. As he crested the final line of trees, he was astounded by what he saw. For starters, there was no wall. Things became even more unusual as he tracked his gaze along the small creek that gently wound its way through the streets. On either side of the creek, tall, well-made buildings of bright white plaster and red-tiled roofs sat far too close together. Even more shocking than the lack of obvious defenses were the second- and third-story balconies on each house, which would leave their residents completely exposed to diving beasts. Touches of a peaceful, extravagant lifestyle could be seen in every corner of the small town, and the delicate accents of manicured plants and flowers were something he never expected to see on Madra.
How is this possible? Sure, I've only ever seen Phalon and Solarin, but I can't imagine the rest of the Empire is much different. It's all so advanced. What kind of people could build such a modern-looking home on a small island like this? Not to mention, without Tier 5s to kill, they can't even ascend. Shouldn't beasts have destroyed all of this long ago? She said the Alphas come down from the mountain on occasion, and there's no way they built all of this recently. So how do they defend themselves? Even discounting the Alphas, all of those balconies would make anyone a target. There are way too many of them around to live a peaceful life like this. Something is seriously fishy about this place.
Ancestors' fatty blue balls. What is all this?
A boisterous voice exclaimed, and Jiran looked down to see 4 bestial men poking at his huge pile of dead betas. They wore hunter's garb that was quintessential primitive island society: leaves, tanned hides, and feathers.
More locals, and they look nothing like Maylin.
They better not be thinking they can swoop in and steal my gift.
Whatever it takes, I want to be friends with Maylin's people. Making enemies here would seriously ruin my vacation.
Homo Tichorus, Tier 4, Sapient, triple question mark. The one actively poking the pile with his claw-tipped finger had a flowing blonde mane that transitioned naturally into the colored stripes that ran the length of his body. A long tail stuck out of his lower back, and Jiran was so fixated on it that he almost missed the reverse-jointed legs. Homo Panteric, Tier 4, Sapient, triple question mark. The lithe figure in the rear of the group was older, or naturally had white tufts amidst his otherwise dark violet fur. His eyes shone with a golden luster, and he wore almost no clothing to conceal his lean, rippling muscles. His legs were more human, despite the rest of him looking similar in form and function to the first man, leading Jiran to believe that perhaps they were all born with somewhat random genetics. Homo Mirothan, Tier 4, Sapient, triple question mark. The third was a mobile, bulging wall of muscles that walked with thudding steps. At the peak of his brow, 2 long, curved horns protruded from his skull. Huge nostrils that Jiran could fit his fist into blew great puffs of air, while the massive warrior scented their surroundings. Homo chiroptera. Tier 4, sapient, triple question mark. The final hunter wore light leather armor with slits down his sides. He had even larger ears than Maelin, each filled with tufts of delicate fur. Beady eyes and a large nose lent him a decidedly alien appearance compared to the others.
Is that a Batman? Wow, this place keeps getting crazier. The only thing left is for a mad scientist to pop out and demand I donate my body for research.
Jiran's thoughts were interrupted by the wall of muscles speaking, revealing himself to be the initial voice Jiran had heard.
What should we do with all this? Did Master Amra leave these here? Is this some kind of challenge or test?
Well, they might look a little rough around the edges, but they don't seem too dangerous. I should say hello before this turns into some huge, ridiculous misunderstanding.
Jiran dropped to the ground.
Those are mine,
he called loudly.
Who said that? Show yourself!
As one, they dropped into low stances, their backs together in a tight defensive formation.
Hi, I'm Jiran of Phelan, Maelin's friend. You really don't want me to show myself completely, but this should be enough, right?
Jiran's head and arm appeared. He flashed a warm smile and waved at them. The huge man inhaled a shaky breath as all the blood drained from his face. His large gray eyes dilated until the blacks of his pupils completely overtook the irises. A mournful lowing escaped his lips as he took a fearful step back.
Ghost! And he killed the little feral one.
Feral one? Is he talking about Maelin?
Jiran took a step forward with knitted brows.
Hey, nobody said anything about killing, and that's a pretty rude thing to say. Maybe take a breath and relax.
With each word Jiran spoke, the horned giant became more terrified until he suddenly charged. The ground shook as his heavy hooves crashed into the soil, sending sprays of dirt and grass flying. His form extended as his speed went from almost nothing to a blurred streak that shot across the field.
Fast!
Jiran had only a moment to respond. Not wanting to hurt the hunter, he pushed a spike of coating into the ground and activated metal manipulation. A 5-meter rectangle of hard soil barely turned to sand in time for the charging hunter's own weight to work against him. He sank into the sand as though it was a pool of water. Jiran then firmed the sand into compacted rock, imagining an absence of space between each molecule. Most of the affected dirt vanished as its volume drastically decreased, but enough was left to form a cone that encased the panicked warrior. He desperately thrashed to free himself, but the only thing that moved was his head.
I hope he's not claustrophobic. How the heck did he move that fast without breaking the sound barrier? Some kind of movement technique? I should learn that. Whoa!
Jiran pushed with his aura and pulled with forcing, barely dodging a crescent blade of pure energy that sliced through the ground where he had been standing. The cut went deep into the soil, disappearing outside the 9-meter range of his aura. He followed the origin of the trajectory upwards to find the flyer's outstretched arms flapping rapidly but failing to keep him airborne. A transparent membrane spanned between his limbs and torso, forming a semblance of wings. He lashed out with one of his clawed feet, and another crescent of energy flew toward Jiran, the backlash pushing the skinny hunter back to his original elevation. Meanwhile, the dark-furred hunter, who had vanished at some point, reappeared within Jiran's aura, running in a lightning-fast sprint. Thanks to Maelin, he knew what to look for, or he might not have seen the man coming. On Jiran's opposite side, Mane and Tail Guy was boxing in the third flank of their perfectly executed pincer. Instead of attempting to dodge, Jiran formed a flat panel of aura to intersect the ranged attack. He angled it to deflect rather than block the crescent of energy, and it slid along his aura with a loud screech. Its trajectory changed toward mane and tail, and his eyes widened, triangular ears flattening against his skull. At the last moment, his extended claws glowed with a yellow sheen as they met the flying blade. The impact caused a wave of force to explode outward, sending him flying backward. With his aura keeping track of their movements, Jiran used forcing to throw himself toward the nearly invisible dark-furred hunter. He came in low, the two charging directly at one another at equal speeds, and the moment the lithe man's muscles flexed to pounce, Jiran changed directions, pulling himself straight up into the air. Forcing, wrapped tightly around his coating-covered arm, spun him in a circle perpendicular to the ground, until his fist impacted the top of the diving hunter's head hard enough to bury it into the ground. The obfuscation covering his dark fur ended instantly, as his unconscious body fell limp. Finding a brief chance to speak, Jiran tried to announce his innocence. "I'm not trying to hurt you guys. Can we talk this out? I mean, I'm not exactly hating the chance to spar, but I get the feeling you're maybe taking this too seriously." The flyer's foot started to glow again, signaling another attack would be coming. Meanwhile, Mane and Tail was back on his feet and used Jiran's hesitation to leap straight up. He jumped several more times, his paws pushing off the air as if it were solid ground.
"Die, ghost beast!"
he roared with bloodshot eyes.
"Guess not."
Jiran raised a finger and shot him with a bolt of lightning, strong enough to knock him out without killing him. However, instead of hurting him, the electricity sank into his body until his skin glowed, shining through his thick orange fur. He then blasted forward at triple his previous speed. The abrupt increase in speed threw off his trajectory, and he smashed into the ground far behind Jiran in an explosion of dirt and dust.
First the betas and now this guy. Does everything on this island get stronger when struck by electricity?
The foretold crescent of energy was easily dodged now that the distractions had been removed. Jiran tapped his foot, imbued with metal manipulation against the ground, sinking the unconscious hunter into the soil and trapping him as well.
"Since they refuse to talk, I suppose I'll have to beat them into submission."
A wild grin split his face as he leaped into the air to deal with the annoying, enraged bat guy. In response, the man flapped his membranous patagium to gain distance, while charging both feet simultaneously.
Kill the ghost face! Kill it! Please! Mommy! Save me!
The wall of muscles had recovered enough to speak, though his lowing had turned frantic as he panted for breath in his constrictive cage. Jiran ignored the delirious whimpers as he formed his aura into small nozzles at the bottom of each of his feet. He folded his arms above his head and then released a small puff of gas into the nozzles. True origin of fire greedily consumed the gases, blasting him right toward his foe like a rocket. He vaguely registered a shockwave breaking the air before he blacked out. His vision returned and he found himself far higher in the air than he intended to go. A layer of aura stabilized him, and he looked down in time to see the unconscious Batman impact the ground.
"Wow, that was a lot more effective with my aura shaping the propulsion into a cone."
Jiran dropped himself to the ground while observing the hunters. The horned one's head slowly flopped back and forth from lack of oxygen as he mumbled,
Ghost face!
repeatedly. The dark, stealthy one and the bat remained unmoving, as Mane and Tail was unsteadily rising to his feet, with one hand supporting a dislocated shoulder.
"These guys are pretty dangerous for Tier 4s. This was almost a terrible first impression. Luckily, I was able to stop them without hurting anyone."
Jiran approached, patting the air reassuringly with arms that neither of them could see.
"I don't want to fight. Can we please calm down and talk now?"
The striped warrior's words were slurred as he drunkenly responded.
"Fight? You want to fight? You can't beat me. I am Gallic Dualclaw. I've never lost to anyone, and I won't lose now."
"How hard did you hit your head?" Jiran fought off a chuckle, not wanting to injure the man's pride and wondering if he should try to heal him. Gallic charged again, but his movements were sloppy, and Jiran easily predicted his attack from the way his muscles flowed. A simple sidestep brought him around behind the dizzy man. A palm on his back sent a thread of coating, paired with mana siphon, to pull the mana from his body. The mana Jiran encountered was both foul and tainted, causing him to gag the moment it entered his body. He immediately stopped absorbing it, also noticing how different the energy pathways were inside Gallic compared to a human.
"He's got some kind of core in his chest where his heart should be. It's mixing mana and blood, then pumping it through his body together. Did I absorb some of his blood? Gross. Even if I could separate the blood and mana, I better not drain anymore. If mana is so closely tied to his circulatory system, it might kill him to lose too much."
The leader turned, his backhanded slash overextending him into a stumbling step when Jiran ducked below it.
"Shush now, proud warrior. It's time for a nap."
Jiran stepped around him again, and a simple chop connected with the back of his neck. He gently laid the hunter on the ground and looked over the destroyed field.
"I wonder what kind of face Mei Lin's going to make when she comes back and sees this mess."
Jiran released the two who were trapped, then spent several minutes wondering what he should do if anyone else showed up before Mei Lin returned. His fears were realized when an ancient, white-haired man who bore several similarities to Mei Lin walked steadily out of the nearby trees. He had flowing white hair and was dressed in fine robes. There was a serious, stern air about him that made Jiran subconsciously stand straighter. The old man's eyes were on the sky as if the hunters and Jiran were of no concern, while he leisurely headed toward the pile of dead betas. "Homo muscupentes, Tier 5. Triple question mark."
"Hello, sir."
Jiran's floating head bowed.
"Fathers, that had to look ridiculous. Where the heck is Mei Lin with those clothes?"
The old man completely ignored him. All four of the unconscious men floated into the air and were thrown to the ground at his feet. Despite not moving, 4 loud smacks resounded in the air, and each of them woke up with groans of pain. The muscle-bound phasmophobic was the first to recover. He looked between Jiran's floating head and the old man, a wide smile spreading across his face, revealing large, flat teeth.
"You're dead now, Ghostface,"
he gloated before tilting his head as if he were confused.
"Hey, Char, can ghost faces die?"
"Shut up, Bron,"
the dark-furred hunter whispered out of the side of his mouth, while kowtowing to the old man. Soon the others followed his lead, and as one they greeted the elder.
"Habe, Master Amra."
They spoke with deeply respectful tones, touching their heads to the ground.
"So that's Mei Lin's uncle, the Aura Master. Hasn't said a word, yet the entire situation is already completely under his control. So cool."
The Amra finally acknowledged Jiran's existence, with a single raised eyebrow.
"Am I supposed to kowtow too?"
Without warning, Jiran found his aura pushed inside his body, as the weight of a mountain dropped on his back. With his weight no longer spread out across the ground and the additional crushing pressure, he rapidly began to sink into the soil.
"Shit! Yep, definitely supposed to kowtow."
Spikes of coating laced with forcing shot from his sinking feet to anchor him. When that wasn't enough, metal manipulation firmed the ground and he stopped sinking. The weight on him was so great that he could barely lift his face with the help of forcing. Already waist-deep in the dirt, he clung to his elevation by burning mana at a rapid pace. He grit his teeth against the strange pain of his aura being compressed, and the incredible pressure surrounding him. Looking up, all 4 of the hunters were staring at him with gaping mouths. The Amra merely blinked with a bored expression. At this point, if the elder sat and began sipping tea, it wouldn't have surprised Jiran one bit. The pressure mounted on Jiran once more, and he redoubled his efforts to stay firmly planted in position.
How unusual.
The Amra had the smallest vestige of a smile, as his raspy, dry voice carried clearly through the air.
Is he the type who likes it when people stand up to him? Oh well, can't make any worse of a first impression than I already have.
Jiran gathered his strength, unable to speak without the help of forcing, as the weight on him was constricting his lungs. His voice should have come out raspy and strained, but was smoothly translated instead.
You must be Mayolin's uncle. I brought dinner if anyone's hungry.
Jiran raised a shaky arm to point at the pile of dead, cooked betas.
That's right. He said he killed.
Bron tried to speak, but all 4 of the hunters found their faces slammed into the ground. As if summoned, Mayolin floated out of the nearby trees. She was being carried through the air by the scruff of her neck like a kitten. She hung limply, not offering the slightest resistance. A bundle of clothes was held tightly in her hands as she was hovered to a stop in front of the Amra.
Are you in trouble, daughter?
His tone was every bit the disapproving father as he looked at her with a frown.
Daughter?
Yes, Master Amra,
she replied meekly. They continued to talk, but Jiran's focus was dedicated to the bundle in her arms, and keeping himself from falling deeper into the ground. Metal manipulation prepared the soil into a slope, and he took one delicate, wobbly step toward his goal. That step cost him a single % of his mana, and for a moment he hesitated.
He's only pushing me down. He could lift me up and cradle me like a baby and I'd be completely helpless. He's definitely testing me. Which also implies he doesn't mean me any real harm. If I impress him enough, maybe I'll even bag myself an aura wizard. All right then, let's do this. Coding, forcing, metal manipulation.
Jiran took another shaky step forward, the pressure on him only mounting. He growled, the sound trapped within his lungs. Another step followed, then another. With each meter he crossed, the pressure grew. His head and back were hunched, no longer supported by mana as he directed everything he had to his legs and the ground. He was far too focused to see the 5 gobsmacked hunters watching him, or the old man who was nodding as if each step Jiran took was his own personal victory. He was down to the last dregs of his mana when he arrived at Mayolin. He snatched the clothes from her with a mana-infused arm and dressed in quick, shaky movements. He dropped his camouflage, appearing before them fully for the first time.
That's so much better. Thanks, Mayolin.
Jiran gasped and promptly fell to his back, where he sank 2 meters into the ground. Gotta bag 'em all. The Amra set the leader's dislocation with a sickening crack, followed by a pop and a low moan. Unable to see them while buried in the ground, and half-conscious from the effort of walking through an aura far more powerful than his, Jiran could only distantly listen as the Aura Master reprimanded his charges.
Tomorrow, you 4 will submit yourselves to 12 hours of the Sutra.
His words were followed by a chorus of pained groans.
As for today, we have a guest who was thoughtful enough to bring a feast. So tonight, we will hold a festival.
The Amra's tone flipped from commanding to exuberant. The aura constricting Jiran's body was released, allowing blood to flow back into his head and muscles, suffusing them with a tingling warmth. He fully came to his senses, immediately realizing that he was having the time of his life. Not only was he exploring lands that the historians of the Empire could only dream of, but he was surrounded by a menagerie of unique and interesting people. The fact they hadn't tried to hurt or capture him while he was vulnerable was icing on the cake. If someone had told him that this was a possible path for his life, he would never have believed them in a million years. And now that he was here, he intended on taking complete and total advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime adventure.
I can't believe the Amra's only Tier 5. More like Aura Monster. I know I have the potential to beat a Tier 5 beast, which usually takes 5 equal tier fighters to match, yet I wouldn't be able to singe a single one of this old man's hairs. I have to learn how to use aura from him, whatever it takes.
The Amra continued to order the hunters.
Bring the meat to Mirapa. As for you, stranger, you will follow.
The Ford jumped to obey as Jiran stood, stretched, and then hopped out of his cozy hole. He watched as the hunters grabbed several corpses and stacked them high above their heads. It was a ridiculous display of strength and balance, especially since they'd all been unconscious until moments ago. Jiran assumed it had to be another of their skills at work. Certainly no normal human could match that kind of recovery time. Mayalin floated beside the Amra as the man led Jiran toward the nearby town. She was still being held by the scruff of her neck, her tail wrapped meekly around one of her legs as her eyes remained fixed on the ground, the very picture of shame and remorse.
Is this really the same feisty girl I met in the jungle? She's got to be acting, right?
Jiran's attention snapped forward as they breached the last line of trees. Azure Light's only defenses were a few guards in light leather armor, who stood on lookout towers spaced evenly around the perimeter of the tall buildings. When they passed close to one of the towers, Jiran was impressed by the intricate designs on their armor. One in particular was a stunning depiction of a warrior pouncing on a fleeing animal with 4 legs. The other nearby guard had thick, furry arms and legs. His likeness was painted on his armor, which showed a scene of the huge warrior holding a boulder above his head. As beautiful as the equipment was, something about it tickled the back of Jiran's brain. A moment of eureka swept through him as he realized why he was so bothered.
Those are beautiful pieces of art, not armor. This place keeps getting weirder. How do they defend themselves without walls or fighting hard enough to get a single scratch on their armor? Is the Amra's aura large enough to encompass the entire town? Does he fend off every single threat himself?
Dozens of people poked their heads from windows as the Amra led them down immaculately tended streets. Each muttered the same greeting.
Malo Amra,
with a respectful dip of their chins before resuming their tasks. Again, Jiran was struck by a sensation that something was wrong. Not a single person rushed about on important business. Most merely mingled in a carefree manner with easy smiles, which often turned to laughter when they saw Mayalin. The gurgling creek they walked beside was filled with crystal-clear water that perfectly coordinated with the decorative flowers and trees lining each house. The air held a hint of citrus, and a gentle breeze was the perfect counterpoint to the tropical heat of the island. Despite the strangeness around him, Jiran couldn't help but breathe deeply and relax in the peaceful ambiance. With each step, his clenched muscles, tight from the constant threat of death, unwound a little further.
Are these buildings made of concrete and plaster? Every single house has glass windows, too. And not the filmy glass the Empire has either. These are far more pure. Mayalin asked what inventions the Empire has. I think she'll be sorely disappointed when she learns the truth. For an island community with no access to other cultures to be this advanced?
Distracted as he was, Jiran almost bumped into the Amra when he stopped at the fence of a large estate that wrapped around an inner courtyard. The buildings had multiple tiers of slanted roofs that reminded him of a Japanese dojo from Earth. A child of 5 or 6 seasons ran across the yard and unlatched the gate. They swung it open and dropped to their hands and knees in a dogeza.
Ala molo, Master Amra.
Homotychorus cub. Tier 1, sapient. Adolescent form of a dominant genus of sapient predators. Utilizes a mixture of skills and traits.
Cute. Those ears look way too soft.
A gentle cough caused Giron's eyes to flicker to Mayalin. The hard line of her mouth and sharp shake of her head let him know he had been found out.
Message received. Petting kids not allowed.
Giron totally did not pout as he was led into a large open room where the Amra seated himself atop a raised platform. Mayalin was deposited onto a mat facing the old man, and Giron sat beside her after a flick of indication from the Amra's tail. He tucked his feet under his butt in a fair imitation of their posture. 2 cubs entered the room pushing a cart that smelled of herbs and hot water. They arranged a cup of tea before each of them. When one came a little too close, Giron's hand twitched with the desire to touch that downy softness.
Maybe just one little pat?
A single claw pierced his thigh in warning. Giron's lips pursed in pain and frustration as he rubbed the wound. She responded by subtly widening her eyes, in a loaded look that only a girl could pull off.
What's that supposed to mean? I don't know you nearly well enough to interpret that. I wasn't going to pet the kid, jeez.
The Amra and Mayalin both spoke at the same time as they took their first sip of tea.
Honesty, integrity, and trust.
Catching on to the custom, Giron took a sip as well and quickly parroted them. The cubs left, and all was silent as they sipped their fruity tea. Giron sat with a straight back and did his best to stay calm until the Amra spoke.
Daughter, where did you find this ungarnished? And why did you bring him here? Explain yourself.
I know I remember her saying he was her uncle. Why does he keep calling her daughter? He is not ungarnished, though he appears as one. I found him in the jungle. He fell from a meteor, Master Amra.
Her voice was almost robotic when compared to the animated tone Giron was used to.
You would lie to me in front of a guest after sipping the vows? How great a punishment must you pile atop yourself?
Mayalin shot Giron another loaded look, then gently set her cup aside and pressed her forehead into the floor.
Again? Point those big brown dough machines somewhere else. I've no idea what you want from me, and I need to focus on capturing this wild aura wizard.
Please forgive my blunder, Master Amra. While it is true I sought him out upon seeing him fall, I did not find him. He found me.
I see.
The old man narrowed his eyes as he looked down at the prostrated girl.
Oh, he can tell when you're lying. She let me know that and simultaneously hid the fact she found me at the metal rise. Stupid May my ass. This girl is clever.
The Amra let the silence linger, and Mayalin continued, her voice the picture of subservience.
I brought him to you, because his fate is yours to decide.
And you, young one, how did you come to our island? Perhaps, more importantly, why are you here?
I'm certainly not answering that first question. If he presses the issue, I'll use it as a bargaining chip.
The appearance of text in his interface nearly caused Giron to flinch. New quest acquired. Gotta bag 'em all. Convince the Amra to guide you in the ways of aura manipulation.
Oh, come on. Don't take the joy out of it by telling me to do what I was already going to do. Why does the system even care if I learn how to use my aura from him? What's it planning now? I originally came to the island to find something. I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to be looking for, but it's honestly not that important to me right now since I found something I'm far more interested in.
Giron shot Mayalin a look of gratitude and silently whispered,
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Princess. I'll take it from here.
Her mouth fell open, but Jiran's attention was fully focused on his battle of wills against his next great conquest.
An interesting proposal. What do you think you have to offer that would convince me,
He sure catches on quick. He's exactly like Lenton, too. What's with the elderly always demanding payment for teaching their juniors? I bring knowledge of distant lands. I can share combat techniques and even some inventions your people may be interested in.
The Amra closed his eyes in deep thought, shaking his head.
No, that is not enough.
Out of the corner of his eye, Jiran saw Maya Lin's posture slump, and a little part of his brain registered that she had been looking back and forth between the two of them rapidly.
Don't give up on me yet. I know what this sly codger really wants, and it's all thanks to what you told me.
Jiran waited deliberately, pretending to think deeply. When he judged the moment was right, he struck.
I can help 5 of your hunters gain access to Tier 5 beasts.
The Amra's face was a mask of perfectly controlled relaxation, as he slowly took a sip of his tea. When Jiran's sharp eyes caught the subtle dilation of his pupils, he knew he had the old man's attention. It felt like the room itself was holding its breath, as Jiran and Maya Lin eagerly awaited his response.
10!
The Amra shouted.
Deal!
Jiran snapped instantly with a wide grin. On the inside, he was fist-pumping and jumping in circles.
An accord has been struck.
The old man's words caused Maya Lin to gasp loudly. She angrily chopped a hand through the air, spilling her tea.
No! Uncle, you cannot do this to me!
She leaped to her feet and dashed from the room with tears streaking down her cheeks.
What? I thought she was on my side. Did I miss something?
Do not fret, young one. She will come around. Persistence is key when in a battle for a young woman's heart.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Jiran questioned with a scrunched frown.
Odd. Shouldn't the quest have been completed already? It's always been instant in the past, and he clearly said a deal was struck.
Jiran's confused frown was returned by a bark of honest laughter from the Amra.
Perhaps, during tonight's feast, you can convince her that your bonding is not such a bad choice. Tell me, son-to-be, how are you at dancing?
Excuse me? What, in-law?
Jiran ran back through the entire conversation in a flash, as his heart raced out of control. Realization of all the social cues he missed the first time caused his eyes to pop, and he gasped,
I wasn't asking for Maya Lin's hand in bonding. I wanted you to train me to use my aura.
Oh, well, that's quite awkward, isn't it?
The Amra's finger traced the line of his jaw as a constrained chuckle sounded in his throat.
So, you'll train me?
The old man took a deep breath and then released a pent-up sigh.
Yes, our original bargain stands. I'll train you to the best of my ability, and you shall guide 10 of my finest warriors to enough Tier 5 beasts that their ascensions are guaranteed.
Jiran nearly sloshed his tea, thrilled at the outcome of events despite his near blunder. Quest complete. Gotta bag 'em all. Convince the Amra to guide you in the ways of aura manipulation. Rewards. Party system. Jiran didn't have a chance to fully read the message, as the Amra rushed out his next words.
Are you sure you don't wish to bargain for her? You mentioned some techniques and technologies.
He raised his brows, lightly tugging his lustrous beard.
What is she, chopped shrelk thigh? 10 seconds ago she was a perfectly wrought spear going for the highest price, and now you're trying to give her away for a few techniques? I mean, she's smart, adventurous, and certainly gorgeous. But bonding? That sounds pretty permanent, and who knows what kind of customs they have around. Why am I even thinking about this? Thank you for the offer, but I'm not looking to, settle down.
I've far too much left to see of Madra before I commit to something like bonding. Interesting.
I'm not sure I like that gleam in your eyes, Master Amra. Jiran's squint matched the old man's as they squared off, still sipping their tea. The Amra ran his fingers through the entire length of his long white beard.
Your true colors emerge after the accord is struck. No surprise in one so young. I'm going to relish breaking you, boy,
the Amra said with a toothy grin.
Oh, I knew I liked him.
I look forward to it, Master, Jiran grinned, showing all his teeth as the two lightly chuckled.
Come, the festivities will commence shortly. Tomorrow morning, we will begin your training. When I deem your skills adequate, you will take myself and 9 others to the lands you promised.
Agreed. Thank you for your guidance. Jiran bowed as he had seen so many others do.
Yes! I learned so much from Lenton in such a short amount of time. I can't wait to see what this guy has to teach me. If my aura can become even half as powerful as his.
Exhilarated, Jiran's fists clenched so hard that his arms shook. He followed the Amra outside. From there it was a short walk to the center of town, where a large stage sat beneath a huge canopy, blocking the view of the sky. Hundreds of people had already gathered on the stage. They were huddled close together, leaving plenty of room on the platform for latecomers who trickled in as the gloom of evening deepened. The Amra directed him to a mat near the front of the stage where he sat and observed the different races. Besides the ones he'd already seen, there were only 2 others. The first were skinny and tall, with narrow, straight horns jutting from their heads at an angle. The last group were rotund in every meaning of the word, though their faces held an elegance that matched perfectly with their symmetrical bone structures, making them by far the prettiest of the varied races. Everyone mingled, happily clapping each other's backs while giving firm handshakes and warming hugs. They laughed and cajoled, a budding hum of building expectations sweeping through the growing crowd. With his recent deal cemented and surrounded by infectious cheer, Jiran found himself smiling so widely that his cheeks ached. He could still remember Naya stealing a bottle of spirits, and Uncle Micah dragging her back home screaming amidst the musical chaos of Phelan's celebrations. This party felt like it was going to be on a whole new level. He couldn't wait to see what these interesting people with entirely alien customs had in store for him.
This is so amazing. What kind of music will they play? What are their dances like? Will I get to eat some of those crazy-looking fruits? Do they have alcohol? I'm old enough to drink now, right?
Jiran's breaths were short and his heartbeat quick, electrified anticipation coursing through him, as his eyes played over every detail of the gathered people.
Could this day possibly get any better?
An impossible choice. Mayalin Aloyhi. Horrified and embarrassed, Mayalin fled the Amra's estate. She threw open the door to her home and dashed past her father without a word. She stalked up the stairs and into her great-grandfather's study, finding it exactly as she left it. The comforting scent of aged pea-pear and leather filled her nose, as she cathartically dug at the dirt beneath her claws to calm her raging core. Unable to stand still, even in her sacred space, she paced the room like a caged beast, furious growls escaping her lips between each sharp inhalation.
What is Uncle thinking? He does not know the first thing about Jiran yet. He must have figured it out. He knows Jiran is a Kuroko. That is the only thing that makes sense. So much for my great plan. How am I supposed to protect him now? Stupid Meimei, stupid. This cannot be happening. I was so close. I only needed a little more time. I know I could learn to instill aura into the maker drives if Uncle would only teach me in earnest, instead of with his insensible riddles and hidden truths. Now, he has forced me into an impossible choice.
Her leg lashed out and smashed into a wicker chest full of old tools and failed contraptions, They scattered across the floor, bringing her up short with a horrified gasp.
What am I thinking? When did I become so selfish and ungrateful?
She dropped to her knees and reverently gathered the artifacts back into the chest. Each one that brushed against her fingers was a further reminder of the Maker's brilliance, and her duty to ensure his gifts were never forgotten. Finally, the thrumming in her chest calmed as her core cooled.
He always placed the well-being of everyone above himself, and I will do the same. This anger does not serve anyone. But what am I to do?
Her late grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, the words full of affection.
Analyze the facts, little one. When you know all the pieces to the puzzle, putting it together is merely a matter of patience and effort.
Maylin leaned against the wall, closed her eyes, and followed her ancestor's wisdom.
First, a Kuroko has come.
Does that mean the last Maker drives are destined to fail?
That I am destined to fail in uncovering their secrets before it is too late? Ugh! Foul thoughts be gone! There's no point in accepting defeat until the time has come. I will not give up. I can do both. I will guide the Kuroko as Uncle surely intended, and also unravel great-grandfather's legacy. Second, after waiting several generations, Uncle has found a path to ascension. He has made it obvious that he resents relying on the drives to protect Azurelight. Now he will no longer need to. No wonder he was so eager to trade me like some sack of shoefall. With his ascension all but guaranteed, he no longer believes I am needed. It is only logical that he would find another use for me.
Maylin's lip curled in disgust, acknowledging what she'd suspected all along. Her uncle only valued her as a commodity, nothing more. She fought down her reignited anger with calming breaths. She knew she needed to accept the truth for what it was, or she would never make it through her ruminations in time to join the festivities.
Third, Uncle is right. There are only 2 drives left, and the Kuroko is here. It would be beyond foolish to ignore the signs. We have lost so much already. With each failed drive, we lose more land to the Alphas. Without the beasts Jiran has vowed to gift us, we would be back in the ancestral caves within a generation. How could he use something so precious as leverage who am I kidding? The fact he bargained our salvation, our future, our hopes and dreams, for me? I should be flattered. And I must admit, he is likely a prized male in his mysterious empire. He is funny and strong and quite easy on the eyes.
The conversation between the 3 of them came back to her in crystal clarity. Jiran's words from that moment caused her core to sputter and pulse, and her breath to quicken.
I found something I'm far more interested in.
In her mind's eye, she watched his smiling lips moving, as he mouthed the words that stole her breath.
It's you.
Maylin's mind went blank, as blood and mana rushed to her head, lighting up her neck and cheeks like festival ornaments.
Why am I thinking about that when it does not matter? How either of us feels is irrelevant. It has always been my choice, my duty, to protect us from the Alphas, and guiding a Kuroko is merely an extension of that commitment. But every Kuroko has died fulfilling their destiny. I barely know him, yet I cannot stand the idea of consigning him to that fate. What is the right thing to do? Betray the hopes of the people by ignoring the legends? Or guide someone I barely know until he has done what must be done and dies?
Maylin's stomach twisted into knots at the thought. Her gaze lifted to her favorite painting of the Maker.
Why do I feel so terrible for thinking this way? For putting our people first as you did? Would you have done it?
The scholarly man with spectacles stared back at her. She loved the slight smile and softness of his gaze, which she secretly knew was directed at the woman reflected in the painting's mirror. Mei Lin's great-grandmother.
I will not throw away your legacy, no matter what Uncle wants. I swear it.
As tears threatened, she dashed to her room and busied herself getting ready for what was no doubt going to be the most memorable gathering in years.
I am going to have to dance with him. It is tradition. What should I wear? Cursed fur-chits. I should have taken that dress from El Rayana. She will never let me live it down if I beg now, not after what I said to her. Besides, she is no doubt already at the stage. There is no time.
Mei Lin rummaged through her closet and dresser, knowing there was nothing there other than her jungle leathers and shop duds.
Ancestors, please do not let me mess this up on the very first day.
She pressed her hands together with closed eyes.
Ancestors, that is it. Great-grandmother's dress.
She ascended the dusty, half-sized stairs leading to the attic. The dress hung on a mannequin in the corner beneath a white sheet. She gently removed the fabric and looked at the old gown, done in the style the maker appreciated so much.
Am I truly going to wear this? It is beautiful and soft, and she must have been so pretty in it. This is so embarrassing.
She carefully removed the dress and turned to leave, but stopped as she remembered the bracelet the maker had made to go along with it. She grabbed that as well, and swiftly changed before roughly jerking her fingers through her hair. Mei Lin ran all the way to the stage. Sure enough, most of the town was already present. When she felt their eyes on her and heard their laughter, she nearly fled to the safety and comfort of the maker's laboratory. She clamped her jaw tightly and walked boldly into the snickering crowd. Despite their constant teasing, they loved her like the family she was, and she knew it, though remembering that fact was often a challenge. She found Jiran immediately, relaxing in the seat of honor near the Amra's dais. Sora and Shara were hanging on his arms, pressing themselves into his side. Her anger spiked as the two floozies giggled at something he said.
Of course those two would be all over him. How could they ever resist being near the center of attention?
Her core was thrumming in her chest as she pressed forward to take her place 2 rows down from the Amra. Jiran's vibrant eyes snapped to her. They shone with an emerald intensity that bored into her. Instincts passed down through her traits screamed for her to run, burrow, and hide, but she slammed them down as her claws dug into her palms. Without the slightest moment of hesitation, he stood and walked purposefully toward her, gently but firmly pushing his way through the people. The 2 clinging girls he left in his wake wore matching scowls as they saw the target of his attention. Mei Lin had never seen the duo so dejected, and nearly laughed out loud, until she realized Jiran was already halfway to her, with that too serious look on his face.
Chupa droppings! What do I do?
She frantically cast about for something, anything to look at other than his glowing eyes. Seeing the banquet table and the massive amount of fresh Tier 4 meat heaped upon it, she changed directions. Her stomach dropped when Jiran moved to intercept her. The ribbing and laughter pressed in on her as the crowd thickened the further she went. Her ears easily intercepted the comments sent her way.
She's wearing a dress. Impossible.
I didn't even know she owned a dress. It's rather fetching. Where do you think she found it?
She must have borrowed it from her sister. She should have come in her usual dusty apron.
Absolutely. It's going to be so sad when she gets someone's blood on it.
She turned her face in shame, which only resulted in Jiran's appearance before her being a complete surprise. She jumped back with a squeak, the undignified sound deepening her humiliation.
We need to talk. It's important.
His voice was quiet, stern, and impossible to ignore. It reverberated in her ears, thrumming deeply in her chest, while the diluted flavor of his emotions sent her stomach flipping.
Please, do not do this to me, as if this was not embarrassing enough already.
Her claws crept further into her flesh as survival instincts flared once more. She unclenched her fists in a mild panic, concerned that she might have gotten blood on the priceless dress.
"Keep it together, Mei. It is only words. You can do this."
Not trusting her voice, she nodded and he grabbed 2 plates of food, then led her to the edge of the stage where they had the smallest modicum of privacy. He sat close, his shoulder brushing against hers, causing every hair on her body to prickle. His voice cut through the din of the crowd.
"The 2 of you misunderstood me completely. I was trying to convince your uncle to train me in the ways of Aura. I straightened everything out with him after you left."
For what felt like the 10th time that day, her brain ceased functioning, as he dropped yet another boulder into the once placid pool of her life. The scene within the Amra's dojo played out once more. She saw his lips moving, mouthing the words, and realized the truth.
His sounds never matched the movement of his lips. He was not whispering, "It's you." Stupid Mei, stupid. "You are serious,"
she heard herself whisper.
"I'm always serious,"
Jiran quipped. The absurdity of his statement snapped her out of the dark tunnel she had been falling down. The same annoying, uncontrollable frustration she felt during their entire trip back to Azure Light flared once more, and she snapped without considering her words.
No, you most certainly are not. You are a prankster without a serious bone in your body,"
she hissed, her core burning so strongly in her chest the heat was climbing up her neck.
"Hey, I take my pranks very seriously."
Jiran's expression of faux hurt wasn't fooling anyone, and she rolled her eyes.
"Why aren't you eating? No need to hold back. I know how much you can shovel into that tiny stomach. Oh, you're waiting for a chance to feed me again, aren't you?"
He opened his mouth wide and said,
"Ah!"
Against her better judgment, she felt impressed he could hold such an annoying, childish grin with his mouth open so far.
"You are such an idiot."
The bubbling pressure in her belly could no longer be denied. It raced up her throat, escaping in the form of traitorous giggles that were impossible to stop now that they had started. All the repressed emotions and stress from the insane day flowed from her in the form of cathartic, tinkling laughter, leaving behind a fuzzy warmth that tickled its way through her limbs. As her feelings only escalated the longer they sat together, the more certain she became of the choice she had to make. Jiran of Phelan. Thoroughly enjoying her adorable giggles, Jiran waited patiently with his mouth hanging open. He raised his eyebrows suggestively while slowly nodding his head.
"I am not going to feed you. Now shut your mouth. You look like a gorper fish."
"A gorgeous fish? I've never heard of anyone who would call a fish gorgeous. Wait, are you into fish?"
"Was that supposed to be a joke? That does not make any sense at all. Ugh! Do you ever shut up?"
She crammed a huge piece of meat into her mouth, looking away from him to hide her smile. Jiran was about to tease her again when the Amra cleared his throat and sent a ripple of energy across the gathered people. Once all eyes were on him, he raised his hands dramatically. Jiran nearly dropped his plate when the old man's aura flexed into a visible, meter-thick bubble of force that completely encased the stage.
"All have arrived, so the festivities shall begin." Wow, how did he make his aura visible? And it's way more powerful than he showed me in the field. I can feel it from here. There's no way I could get through that if he didn't want me to. So, everyone gathers up here and he protects them while they party? That's a true champion of the people right there.
Cheers erupted from the crowd, so loud the ground shook beneath the stage and platters of food toppled to the floor.
Now it's starting to feel like a party. I would like to introduce my newest disciple, Jiran of Phelan. He hunted these betas and has graciously offered to share them with us. Tonight's celebration is in his honor.
Jiran felt a nudge of aura from behind and instantly understood its meaning. He hopped to his feet and waved both arms above his head in a friendly greeting, before sweeping into a low imperial bow.
"Thank you for your hospitality. May we all thrive."
Several voices in the crowd cheered, while most observed him with confused smiles. The powerful beat of a drum echoed across the gathering. It reflected from the Amra's aura and washed over the crowd again, the signal for the real festivities to commence. Controlled pandemonium erupted as the town went wild. Music blared amidst wild dancing, and alcohol flowed without end. The 4 hunters he fought earlier pushed through the mass of people to approach him. The huge wall of muscles squinted one eye Jiran's way, and a too-wide smile spread across his face. He practically forced a mug of something that smelled both sweet and sour into Jiran's hand, before bellowing far louder than necessary,
"Let's see how Ghostface holds his liquor."
Everyone within earshot hollered and stomped their feet as Jiran raised the mug to his lips. He matched the huge bull of a man's grin before downing the entire thing in one pull. The lithe, stealthy hunter stepped in with a hearty laugh, giving Jiran a hug and a slap on the back, then made way for Gallic and the Batman to do the same.
"What's your name, big guy?"
Jiran eyed the massive frame of his once assailant, paying special attention to his unreasonable backslapping potential.
"Bron,"
he replied, flexing one of his arms.
"This here's Char."
He grabbed the unwilling, dark-furred hunter around the shoulders, pulling him in for a hug. The other 2 had already beat a hasty retreat, parting with a wink and a wave.
"They totally dumped this lug off on me and took off, didn't they?"
Jiran shook his head with a smile and reached for the next round of drinks, brought to them by a girl with eyes that were perhaps a touch too friendly.
"I'm Jiran. Nice to meet you, Bron and Char. No hard feelings, right?"
"Huh? Hard feelings? What's that mean? You say weird things, Ghostface. It's time to shut up and drink up," he yelled,
slamming down another mug. Luckily, a long line of people interested in talking to him squeezed a reluctant but already drunk Bron out of the way. He took his time answering their questions about the Empire, and was careful to avoid commenting on how he arrived at their island. He savored the rich flavors of his second drink, but soon it was empty as well. Every time his mug reached the bottom, another one would magically appear in his hands, and before long he started to feel a dizzying warmth spreading through him.
"Should I use restoration? Foresight's not acting up, and I'm not getting any quests to fight for my survival or kill a rampaging beast. These people wouldn't be so relaxed and happy if we were in any danger. Why shouldn't I let loose a little? This is exactly what adventures are all about. Though I should make this my last mug."
For a time he allowed himself to be swept along by smiling faces, revelry, and cheer as he patiently answered the same questions over and over. The sound of shattered glass nearby caused him to look over at Maylin. An older woman with straight, thin horns was standing over her with a finger in her face.
"You look beyond foolish in that dress, child. Your arms are far too muscled, completely unbefitting of a proper woman. There is dirt beneath your nails. You're not wearing that jewelry correctly at all. You could have at least taken 5 minutes to clean and brush your hair. You are the daughter of my beloved now. I was loath to let you get away with your barbaric tinkering and wandering behavior, but things are different now. You will present yourself in a way that does not shame us, or you will not present yourself at all."
"That must be the beast of an ant she mentioned."
Maylin took a step back from the woman as tears formed at the corners of her eyes. Jiran saw the vicious glint in the older woman's eyes that could only spell trouble.
"Honestly, that bracelet is utterly atrocious. I have much nicer pieces you should borrow next time."
In an instant, Maylin went from meek and uncertain to a hissing, crouching hellcat as her claws extended from her fingers.
"How dare you insult the Maker's work!"
Her seething growl resonated deep within Jiran's chest, filling him with a thunderous, head-spinning need to take action.
Damn, that's doing something for me right there.
He didn't hesitate. He simply walked over to the girl, grabbed her small hand in his, and dragged her toward the music.
"What are you doing?"
she yelped, stumbling along behind him.
"Dancing, obviously." "Why are you dragging me with you? Let go of my hand."
"How are we going to dance if I don't hold your hand? Come on, princess. I shouldn't have to explain how dancing works." Jiran spun her around in a circle to the beat of the music. Her wild blue hair flew through the air, and the tips of her ears lightly brushed his arm as he swept her underneath it.
Soft.
Jiran was all the more glad he had stopped drinking, as he realized he was having trouble maintaining his balance. They twirled with awkward steps as he tried to match the others around them. Her foot landed on his, and she barked a nervous laugh that he gladly matched. The song ended too soon, and she turned to leave, but he held her fast, spinning her again as the next melody began.
Fathers, it feels good to let go for a change. Turns out this day could get a little better.
Jiran ran his eyes over Mayolin's people as one more song turned into 3. He soaked in the revelry and joy painted on their smiling faces, and for a moment lost himself in a fantasy of a world free of the constant threat of beasts. Then he remembered the girl in his arms. Her face was turned to the side, but he could see the heat in her cheeks, and it made his heart gallop out of control. Her voice was soft, but close enough to hear over the music.
"You did not have to do that, you know. With my aunt, I mean."
Jiran shot her a roguish grin.
"I know, but it looked like she was about to get dead, and if you ran off after gutting her, who would teach me to dance?"
He was rewarded when her eyes flew wide, before she released a bark of mirth. The song ended, and Mayolin's hopeful eyes were impossible to resist. Jiran spun her again, and was rewarded with more spontaneous laughter. The following song he was wrested from her grip by an insistent older woman. Jiran, skipping to the beat, was happy to oblige any who dared challenge his newfound skills. The singing and dancing turned to a blur as time wore on. Jiran ended up on the receiving end of a long line of dance partners. He quickly adapted to their foreign steps and lost himself in the music and movement. Drinks flowed, and he reluctantly accepted more, though he sprinkled in several doses of restoration to keep him at the perfect balance between tipsy and drunk.
All of this, it's worth protecting and fighting for. I'm glad I have the opportunity to help some of these people ascend so they can protect themselves. And maybe after my training with the Amra, I'll be strong enough to think about protecting the Empire from the Grey Men.
Right as 2 familiar girls were up next, Mayolin cut the line and dragged him away from the dancing.
"Why are you still here?"
she demanded with her arms crossed, though her lips were twitching in the beginnings of a smile.
"I was just experiencing the festivities. Is there somewhere else I should be?" "Of course there is. The Amra agreed to train you. Do not take his teachings lightly. You should be resting, in preparation for the trials to come."
Jiran looked around, realizing for the first time he had no idea where he was supposed to sleep.
"I don't suppose you know where I can sleep?"
He scratched at his jaw in embarrassment.
"You are hopeless,"
she huffed, her tail swishing in sharp, agitated motions.
"Follow. I shall guide you to the guest rooms for the Amra's disciples."
Jiran's long strides easily kept pace with her shorter, quick steps as she led him off the stage. Moving through the protective aura was like entering a new world, as the party's sounds and lights vanished to reveal a serene, dark night. She put a finger to her lips for silence, a reminder that danger did indeed lurk in their world, before hustling away through the streets. She led him back to the estate courtyard and into a side building where dozens of bunk beds were crammed into a large room. He recognized Braun asleep on the floor, a line of drool leaking from his loudly snoring mouth.
"Sleep well, Jiran of Phelan. Tomorrow your discipleship begins."
"Good night, Princess." Jiran waved, but she was already gone. A Journey Within. The unbearable, eager vigor of a youth on the verge of a life-changing event raced through Jiran in a flash, his eyes snapping open. He hopped out of his bunk, drunk with giddiness. Dreams of fantastical training with a magical aura wizard had been playing through his subconscious all night, and he could barely contain himself.
"I love my life."
He performed Samris's serrata, the memory of the man prompting him to slide the signet ring around his finger. His cheerful whistles punctured the otherwise still air of the Amra's estate, as he poked about for another living soul in his search for his new teacher. Finding only fellow disciples passed out from the previous night's merriment, he made his way back to the central stage. As expected, the meter-thick bubble of aura was still present, steadfastly protecting the stage and the people who were filtering out of it in various states of drunken exhaustion. Jiran pressed his way through and was assaulted by the stench of food, drink, and body odor. Partygoers were strewn about, gradually rousing themselves or being kicked awake by neighbors and family. Like a field of zombies coming to unlife, they rose with moans and groans before stumbling out.
"Even with the Amra's aura protecting them all night, isn't this a bit too careless? It doesn't feel like I'm on Madra, with these two nice buildings and these people's complete lack of self-preservation."
Shrugging off the strangeness, Jiran stepped lightly around unconscious villagers to arrive at the half-full banquet table. He ate his fill, fed daughter, and recharged his mana. The Amra still sat in the same position as when Jiran left the party, eyes closed, chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm.
"He stayed up all night to protect the entire town, while they had a party. What a legend."
Jiran flexed his aura and pumped his fists to release a modicum of his pent-up excitement.
"Good morning, Master Amra. I am ready to begin."
Jiran matched the old man's position with legs folded and tucked beneath himself. He bowed low, then sat back and waited patiently for a response.
"Very well. The sooner we start, the sooner you can complete your end of the bargain."
The Amra's voice was chipper and relaxed, as if he hadn't pulled an all-nighter. Suddenly, Jiran's aura was grabbed by the invisible hands of a giant. The ephemeral forces pulled and pushed his mana body like they were kneading a muscle. Had he not been on his knees, he would have fallen over, as pain swept through his aura and a scream escaped his throat. However, no sound came out as the Amra's aura stuffed itself into his mouth.
"Your aura is weak, no substance. Do your people truly teach their children nothing?"
Several minutes of pulling, pushing, and stretching wore on Jiran's perseverance until he was released to fall limply to the hardwood stage. Another long minute passed until he recovered enough to sit up and respond through clenched teeth.
"I had a teacher, but he preferred for me to figure things out on my own." "Rubbish! What is the purpose of age, if not to impart wisdom?"
Says the guy who made me pay for his wisdom.
"I can taste your rebellious thoughts, boy."
The pain returned as a giant finger pushed deep into his aura. Jiran gasped, but remained upright, stubbornly refusing to fall again. The Amra gave him a nod of approval, his voice lecturing.
"Our first goal must be to align your aura with your consciousness, so it can properly form substance. It is far too ephemeral. I imagine you had difficulties controlling it at first." "Yes,"
Jiran replied through gritted teeth, as the giant finger of aura continued to poke and prod his mana body.
"That is not unusual. However, It growing this large while maintaining that state is something I have never seen. It should have naturally aligned with your consciousness over time. No matter. The solution is a simple thing. Compact your aura as far as it will go.
Jiran pulled the field of energy into half its usual radius, before it could go no further. The Amra tisked with a shake of his head.
Pitiful! Prepare yourself. This is going to hurt. One piece of advice before your journey. Do not fight yourself. Align and accept.
With no further warning, the weight of a mountain slammed into Jiran's mana body from every direction. All at once, the pressure shoved every scrap of the energy deep inside his skin. The wood beneath him creaked when his weight was no longer distributed over a large area. The Amra's mana body was there to support him, trapping him in a prison of torment. Jiran's vision went white, and his thoughts vanished, agony erupting in every cell of his body. It felt as though his blood had been replaced with fire. The synapses activating within his brain, merely attempting to keep him breathing, were a betrayal of his existence, as each nerve attached to them radiated an explosion of white-hot misery. He ceased to exist as a person, becoming merely a combination of pain and time. Eventually, the sensations dulled enough that a wizened voice was able to pierce through his distressed mind.
You will stay like this until you adapt. Aura and self are one. They belong together. Do not fight yourself.
Jiran's mind created a solid white prison of burning anguish. Within it, something moved, catching his attention. It swirled and shifted like smoke coiling on a dark night. He tried to see it more clearly, to understand what it was. As soon as the desire manifested, so too did his body appear as a floating, evanescent specter within the white space. Now able to move, he approached, passing transparent fingers through the stirring smoke. Thoughts in his own voice, though not of his making, rang through the expanse of his subconscious.
The Amra is trying to kill me. Why did I trust him? Why would I trust anyone? Have I ever trusted anyone? I almost told Shiral about my molding levels during that first meal she cooked, but I didn't. I didn't tell Samris, Lenton, Micah, or Naya about my memories of Earth. Everyone who's ever cared about and helped me, I pushed them all away, because I can't trust any of them. I need to protect myself.
Surprised by the strength of conviction within the voice that was his but not his, Jiran jerked his hand back, his thoughts spinning.
Why am I so paranoid? It's not related to my memories of Earth. I don't trust the system or daughter. Sure, I've been given plenty of reasons not to trust here and there, but to cast that net of suspicion over every fish in the sea? Am I a terrible person?
His rejection of the truth prompted another wave of torment that lasted an indeterminate length of time. When the pain lessened and Jiran came back to the white space, the Amra's words echoed around him.
Aura and self are one. They belong together. Do not fight yourself. Align and accept. What does that mean? Align and accept? I have to accept that I don't trust anyone? Why would I want to do that? I would much rather be more trusting, let people in and share my knowledge so we can all become stronger together. But most of what I know is dangerous. So how do I...
This time, the smoke around his hands recoiled as he once more sought to reject the poisonous thoughts it represented. He would prefer to correct this part of himself than accept it wholeheartedly. Realizing he was about to receive another backlash, Jiran grasped at the smoke, seizing it in shaking, desperate hands.
I think I understand. This smoke isn't some fancy illusion. It's a direct representation of the distrust within me. No, it's even more than that. It is me, and I am it. It doesn't matter who I want to be tomorrow or how much I might dislike this part of myself. I have to accept this flaw because it's who I currently am. Aura and self are one. This smoke is an actual part of my aura. To deny the choices I've made and who I've been is to deny myself and my aura. I accept that I'm paranoid. I've been betrayed by my family and Madra, and I've let those betrayals fester. I want to be better, to trust. But today, I am who I am.
Jiran not only said the words, but fully opened himself to their truths. The moment he did, something clicked deep within himself, like two puzzle pieces coming into alignment. The dark smoke was sucked into him, and the white space shook and cracked. His burning blood turned to a mere uncomfortable heat, and the choking pressure within his head eased considerably. His work was not yet complete. As his thoughts cleared, he took his first deep breath in hours, possibly days. More of the dark fog appeared around him, and he reached for it without hesitation.
Bring it on! My flaws are a part of me, and I'm okay with that. Now that I see them, I can fix them one day at a time. Show me your worst, Jiran of Phelan.
His ephemeral voice spoke once more.
I hate being told what to do. I only accept authority when I choose to. I can't forgive my parents for giving up on me. I'm cocky, reckless, and thoughtless.
On and on it went. Jiran leaped through the white space, eager to devour the parts of himself he despised, accepting them each in turn, committing his faults to memory. With the last of the smoke absorbed, his discomfort fully faded and his eyes fluttered open. He found himself in a garden. The Amra sat before him, eyes closed and exuding an indefatigable serenity. The old man reached up and languidly stroked his beard, then spoke calmly.
Good. You have accepted yourself. Now, you must learn that aura and body are also as one.
He added emphasis to each word, as if he were revealing some great secret.
Yes, I know that.
Jiran coughed, his throat dry as a desert. A shaping of water filled his mouth with blissful moisture that he greedily swallowed.
You know, but do you? Knowing is not the same as knowing.
The Amra's shout echoed through the garden, shaking trees until colorful leaves were wrested free of their branches, falling in sweeping arcs around them.
You have lazed about long enough. You must learn to move, every aspect of your being in unison. Only action can bring change into reality. If you wish to grow, then you must learn to move.
Jiran climbed to his feet, weak and unsteady. His mana body was still stuffed within the confines of his skin, though it no longer sent pain coursing through his body. However, it did rebel mightily against the simple act of standing. The energy was twisted into knots inside his muscles and bones, and it constricted further with every motion. His first stretch was an absolute failure. He moved his arm, but his aura refused to move with it. He stood for long minutes, trying to force the thick soup stuffed inside him to cooperate. He was relieved to find that it flowed over time to fill in the space his limb occupied. He encountered the same issue when he moved his leg, and again when he bent at the waist.
It doesn't want to follow.
Jiran spoke around an effort-fueled grunt.
Why would it want to follow? It's not a dance partner. It's you. Now dance!
The Amra's eyes snapped open, shining with a maniacal intensity as a long whip of aura sprouted from his back. It snaked above them and then cracked into Jiran's back. He shouted, and his body spasmed in pain. He fell forward a step from the weight of the blow, and his aura failed to move with him. It stretched outside the bounds of his skin before snapping back in like a rubber band, sending him tumbling to the ground.
Ass! Again!
The Amra's shout echoed loudly, the sound trapped within his masterfully controlled aura. With gritted teeth and a determined growl, Jiran stood and was knocked down again and again and again. Hours passed as he struggled to align his physical body and mana body together. Without any noticeable progress, the Amra dismissed him for the day, demanding he return the next morning with results, or his lessons would only intensify. As he left, Jiran discovered the forested garden was situated behind the Amra's estate, which was nestled in the center of Azure Light. He passed several other disciples who were each undergoing their own personal torment. 3 smashed their heads into rocks, and another tried to pick up a tree with a single finger. Each of Jiran's steps took several long minutes, as he waited for his aura to adapt to the movement. It felt as though an hour passed in approaching the doors leading inside the expansive dojo.
At least some of the knots are working themselves out the more I move. But at this rate, I'm going to be stuck in this phase of the training for months. Oh no, I have to figure this out right now. I'm almost out of time. I have to move faster. If I don't hurry...
Another disciple left the building as he approached. Jiran tried to wave the man down, but his arm failed to lift properly. When Jiran started to speak, the man leaped forward and clamped his hand over Jiran's mouth. He then placed 2 fingers over his own mouth, while mouthing a silent, "Shh."
No speaking in the garden? I think someone forgot to tell the old man who's been screaming at me for hours. There I go again, sounding like a petulant child. Enough of that!
Jiran took a step forward, determined to do better, to be better, and to find the bathroom before it was too late. Thoughts are just the spark. 2 days passed in a slog of plodding steps through the Amra's estate. Jiran maintained a consistent state of satisfaction, the harsh practice a pleasant reminder of his time with Samris. He even felt safe enough the previous night to select his level 50 shaping subskill. Elemental Power Rotation. Swapping elements after 2 seconds grants a 20% intensity bonus to the next element. Stacks 10 times. Elemental Compression. Condense elements granting 1% bonus intensity per level in molding. Elemental Power Expansion. Shaping a single element grants 10% intensity per second. Stacks 10 times. After mentally replaying every fight he had ever been in, examining what he could do better, and how each of the 3 subskills would have affected his performance, he made his choice. Upon waking up, he formed a small flame above his palm, and used his shiny new elemental compression to force it into a rapidly shrinking bead of fire. The subskill did exactly as advertised. As the ball shrunk, the heat it released increased. Better still, it did so with no additional mana cost over a short amount of time. An unexpected bonus effect was an increase in his ability to manipulate the movement of the element while it was under the effects of elemental compression. He rolled the tiny ball of intensely hot fire around his hand and across his knuckles, a wicked smile lighting up his face. With a racing heart, he resolved himself to find somewhere safe, preferably out of Azure Light, to truly test his new toy. Blinking, he checked the status notifications built up over his training. Strength, plus 3.3. Agility, plus 3.1. Endurance, plus 4.4. Durability, plus 3.6. Wisdom, plus 4.7. Intelligence, plus 4.6. Further upgrades delayed due to lack of density.
I need to keep eating and not consume all the density for mana. It's a great feeling to catch up on attributes after killing all those betas.
Jiran shuffled down the hallway leading to the mess hall, passing another disciple who didn't return his dipped head greeting. He repressed a sigh as yet another person refused to speak. The rule was that silence was only required in the garden. The students had taken that as permission to not speak anywhere on the entire estate, leaving Geron surrounded by people for the first time in weeks, yet still with nobody to talk to. The aroma of citrus and sickly sweet melon tickled his nose, causing his stomach to gurgle. He shook his head, determined to find some meat.
I'm sorry for ever doubting you, Maylin. Now that I've eaten the same fruit every meal, I'm ready to devour 5 of those buzzards whole. I've got to get out of this place. There has to be decent food somewhere in town.
Geron changed directions, heading toward the front entrance. He clicked his tongue at the idea of missing his favorite part of the day, group training in the garden. Dufel, the disciple who spent his days greeting people at the entrance, cast a scowl his way at the offensive sound. Geron cringed, then smiled apologetically. Dufel graciously accepted his return to silence with a nod. Outside, birds zipped between the numerous trees lining the streets. The wind carried a hint of ocean spray that was distinctly different from the Murinth ocean he was used to. The suns filled the sky with dazzling morning hues, and the ever-present sound of swishing water from the nearby creek, all combined to remind him he was far from home. Wishing he could express the hop that wanted to be imbued in his steps, Geron continued toward the gate, finding a group of children being led around the outskirts of the estate by an elderly couple. The pleasant sound of happy voices instantly soothed his itch for some form of communication. He waved slowly, a bright smile on his face.
Good morning.
They returned his greeting with matching smiles and pointed fingers while whispering and giggling amongst themselves. One boy stepped forward, a little taller than the rest, with ears that begged to be patted. The youth was clearly itching to prove his mettle as he bravely faced up to the town's only outsider.
You're that strange semi-garnished, right? Is it true you killed 1,000 betas? 'Cause that sounds like a load of sup-muck to me. I don't believe you at all.
He puffed out his chest adorably with his hands planted on his hips. Geron hobbled in their direction, overjoyed at the chance to talk.
Yep, that's me, the semi-garnished beta slayer.
He threw his arms out dramatically, sending a round of gasps through the gathered kids.
Although 1,000 is a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Wouldn't killing that many bring the alphas down on us? No, there were only 30 or so. Did you get to eat some of them?
Geron ruffled the fur on top of the brave boy's head, which caused him to lean back with a snarl, showcasing sharp fangs.
I knew you couldn't out-hunt Papa. Yeah, we all had meat for breakfast yesterday. It was good, but, not as good as what Papa catches.
The boy scrambled away to hide behind the elderly couple, eliciting a round of laughter from everybody.
Speaking of meat, is there any left? Or somewhere in town I could buy more?
He questioned the kind-looking couple. The old man frowned with a tilt of his head.
I'm not sure what buy means, but you should be able to find some at Maurice's place.
He pointed to a building wafting smoke and dust into the air a couple of streets over.
Great, thanks.
Geron waved, and when he saw the cub cutely hissing at him, he returned the gesture with a silly face, prompting another round of laughter from the other kids. It took him nearly half an hour to make it to Maurice's, only to discover the smoke and dust were due to a fresh hole in its side that had collapsed most of a wall. A dozen people had gathered and were sifting through the rubble, pulling out salvageable building materials and stacking them to the side.
Ghostface, you come to help?
Braun popped out of a pile of rubble, sending wood, plaster, and stone tumbling in every direction.
Might as well. Hopefully I'll learn if this stuff is really concrete. It looks way too close to be a coincidence. Yeah, I'd love to help. What happened?
Beta came for breakfast. Is now breakfast.
Braun erupted into booming laughter as he pointed at a pile of feathers inside the collapsed wall. Every other person present, including Geron, glanced at the skies to see if his thunderous voice had drawn another. A round of sighs swept through the gathering, prompting Bronn to scratch one of his horns with a bashful chuckle. Jiran joined them in sorting the materials. Once everything was neatly categorized and stacked, they pushed all the remaining debris into a hole two of the men had been digging. Bronn then stomped on the pile, compressing it into a fine mulch as two others poured some kind of milky substance into the mix. Within minutes, his impressive strength and weight had formed a slurpy, off-white gunk. A Tier 3 woman jumped in after Bronn extricated himself. Her body shone with a blue light, and Jiran was more frustrated than ever that his aura was still crammed inside his body. He watched with only his eyes as whatever skill she used quickly turned the surrounding material into a thick mix that looked exactly like concrete. The woman climbed out of the pit and shook herself off. Afterward, everyone else used rectangular box-like hand shovels to scoop out the goop. A man then rested a hand on the boxes one at a time, infusing them with heat Jiran could feel from 4 meters away. Once he was done with them, the boxes were pried open to reveal fresh, new bricks of concrete. The rebuilding went smoothly as bricks were stacked up to replace the fallen wall. The wet mulch was slathered on the outside and dried to form the perfectly smooth plaster. Once the wall was whole and sealed, everyone shuffled inside to find the rotund proprietor, Maurice, had laid out a plate of fresh beta for each of them. A round of grumbling stomachs was followed by the sounds of chewing and blissful moans.
Ghostface, helping is delicious, yes?
Definitely. Glad I didn't miss it. Hey, I noticed your group of hunters was missing a 5th member. Could I join your next hunt? I don't want to sound ungrateful for the Amra's meals, but I would love to have a little more meat mixed in, you know?
Yes, Ghostface is strong. Together, we will kill many betas. We must ask Galek first. He's the leader. Meet at Eastgate tomorrow, first rise. If Galek says yes, we hunt.
Great, I'll be there. Determination to improve his diet burned behind Jiran's eyes as he excused himself from the table. Before heading toward the door, he paid his respects to the chef, who wrapped him in a crushing hug. I better figure out the trick to this part of the training, or I won't be able to keep up with them tomorrow. I'll do it. Whatever it takes, I must have more meat. On another note, turns out their construction isn't quite as similar to... As he walked out, his heart skipped a beat and his thoughts screeched to a halt when he saw Maya Lin standing right in front of him. His shock at seeing her for the first time in days was instantly replaced by concern as he took in her sunken eyes and stooped posture. She wore a dirty apron over dirt-smudged clothes. Smears of what looked like grease were on her cheeks, and one of her perky white and pink ears was completely coated in the stuff. She looked beyond exhausted, swaying unsteadily and blinking with light confusion. Maya Lin, are you okay? Jiran reached out and supported her as she tilted unsteadily to the side. The moment his hand made contact with her arm, she jerked upright and inhaled a huge lungful of air.
Jiran, what are you doing here?
She looked around, clearly confused about where they were, before her eyes snapped back to his.
You are not done with your training already, are you?
Pure panic overwhelmed her features as her voice turned to a squeak.
No, I'm only on the Amra's second lesson. Hey, calm down. What's going on?
The second? I have to go.
Whatever she had come to Maurice's for fled her thoughts as she turned and dashed down the street toward the center of town.
What was that about? I should go check on her. Damn it. I can't even chase her in this state, let alone find her. I need to figure out this training by tomorrow morning, too. Oh, I know. I'll power through this puzzle, go hunting tomorrow, and bring her some meat. Whatever's bothering her, I doubt it's something a good meal can't at least help alleviate. Do I go back to the estate, or find somewhere quiet to think through things on my own? No, the Amra's given me plenty of hints already. I'll figure it out on my own from here.
Jiran wandered aimlessly, watching people go about their daily tasks, though he mostly focused inward, replaying in perfect detail the conversation he had the previous day with the Amra. The two had sat facing one another in a sauna attached to the estate. Heat washed over them, as the Amra scolded Jiran with a scathing tone.
Your progress is abysmal. Are you trying to renege on our deal by spending the rest of my natural life in these halls?
I'm doing my best,
Jiran said, careful to rein in his frustration lest his stray thoughts trigger another round of aura lashings.
Nonsense! Your mana body is still clouded. Your thoughts are murky. Take out the garbage.
Take out the garbage? I don't understand.
The Amra sighed, deeply disappointed. He spoke incredibly slowly, enunciating every word as if speaking to a child.
We are not our thoughts, Jiran of Phelan. Thought creates action. Action creates momentum. Momentum is who we are. Thoughts are just the spark. Only momentum, fueled by action, brings real change to the world. While you muddle within your thoughts, your aura seeks action. It understands the truth, while your mind only trips your feet. Thoughts hold power. They can also destroy you. Use them as you would a spear. Strike swiftly, then return to a stance of neutrality, the stance of oneness.
Jiran looked up for the first time in minutes, finding himself at the edge of town near the gurgling creek. A couple of scouts in fine armor chuckled, glancing in his direction, amused by something he didn't care to understand as he combed through his messy thoughts.
Was he talking about that same concept I used to absorb the Densun waves, putting aside my thoughts to simply exist in the moment?
Jiran turned to a nearby wall and allowed only a single thought to enter his mind.
I want to move over there.
Then he shut off his brain and let his body do the rest. He felt the ground beneath his toes, the air as it rustled his hair, his skin brushing against his clothes and his lungs inhaling sweet island air. His aura, crammed inside his body, experienced everything right along with him, and for a brief moment they connected through action without thought. Mindfulness returned to Jiran when his hand touched the wooden wall.
Finally,
he groaned. He tried again, choosing a tree as his destination. He made it 2 steps, and a random thought about tomorrow's hunt intruded on his peace and broke the spell of focus. Again and again he attempted to hold the ephemeral state of oneness, each time only making it a few feet before random thoughts would invade, often bringing with them turbulent emotions that disrupted the delicate balance he sought. The strange sights and sounds of azure light turned against him, becoming a constant distraction that he was determined to use to train his rampant mind into submission. He took a seat by the stream, easily finding the state of meditation he sought through stillness.
It's not enough to have a clear mind while sitting still. I need to find it while moving and linking with my aura at the same time. Why is it so hard?
Jiran observed the world around him and contemplated the Amra's words once more.
Oneness. What does that mean? Thoughts are but a spark? Is it something simple in concept but difficult in execution? Merely existing in the moment doesn't feel right. It's too easy to lose focus. I'm still missing something.
A bird alighted near him, its colorful plumage drawing his eye. It leaped from its perch and dove toward a small fish in the water. With its focus solely on its prey, it failed to see the small, scale-covered house capel, who was in turn stalking the bird. The pet leaped into the air with all the grace of a cat-lizard thing and closed its little jaws around the bird. The bird flapped its wings mightily, barely avoiding a killing blow. However, when it alighted back atop the nearby branch it had sprung from, it was missing a leg. He expected the creature to squawk and flail in agony, or at the very least chirp in outrage. He would not have been surprised had it opened its beak and shouted at the creature,
"You must be tired of living!"
while shaking its wings in outrage. What he expected least of all was what actually happened. The bird merely stood in place and watched the stream, balancing on one leg before leaping toward the next fish.
What the hell? Either that thing is used to losing limbs and has crazy fast regeneration, or...
Then it struck him. The creature simply did not bother to think about it. There was not a single ounce of pity, self-recrimination, or doubt in its life. It existed in a constant state of action and reaction, enveloped wholeheartedly in the world around it. There were no complications of any kind, no thought, only animalistic oneness. Jiran embraced the animal nature within himself and stood without thinking. He simply desired the movement on an instinctual level, and it became his new reality. He had no goal, no end point, no well-logicked reason for the movement, merely desire meeting with action. The knotted coils of aura within him unfolded into a flower that rested upon the crystal-clear lake of his desire. Each of its petals found a home within his limbs, empowering them and reinforcing his wish to step. His heartbeat resonated with the aura quivering inside, and in turn his mana pool thrummed. The mana within had no thought to direct its flow, but it found purpose in his desire, his will to take another step, then another, and another. Action in turn morphed to momentum, which carried his feet swiftly back to the estate. When steps could no longer keep up with his demand for more, he ran, then sprinted. Muscle, mana, and aura flowed together, each building off the other to create a power far greater than the sum of their parts. Jiran turned into a blur that sped through the streets. His passing stirred enough wind to blast the water from the nearby creek into a spray that misted the air. All without a single thought. A glimpse.
Excellent,
The Amra's voice carried through the dojo as Jiran danced.
You are ready. Expand your aura,
he commanded. Jiran blinked at the old man, waiting patiently for him to release his mana body from the chokehold he'd had on it since the training began.
Well, what are you waiting for?
The Amra's aura cracked, sending a whip of energy into Jiran's thigh.
Ow! I'm waiting for you! You're still pushing my aura in! As soon as you let go, I'll expand it, Jiran countered.
I released your aura days ago, Jiran of Phelan. Now it is you who must let go.
What? Seriously? I've been holding my aura in subconsciously this whole time and didn't notice?
Jiran flexed and pushed on the stubborn energy that, all of a sudden, refused to cooperate. Sweat sprung from his forehead as he heaved with a loud groan. Another whip of aura cracked the air, eliciting an exclamation of pain.
Are you trying to shit in my dojo? I said let go, not push like a constipated drunkard.
Jiran withheld the snarky comment he desperately wanted to unleash. With a deep inhalation, he relaxed and slowly released the tight grip that had become natural at some point. As he exhaled, his aura fell away from his skin. After 3 more breaths, it was fully extended. Feeling both weightless and profoundly empty, Jiran was inundated with smells and sounds as an 11-meter radius of aura brought the world into startling focus. Dancing motes of dust came to life in the warmth of the sun's rays. Subtle vibrations swept through the ground from villagers passing in the nearby streets. Echoes of energetic activity all around filled his mana body with a buzzing hum. like an injured muscle unused for weeks. Curiosity overwhelmed him, and he instinctively stretched his aura, needing to know how far he could push its new elasticity. The Amra's dreaded hands of aura descended. They grabbed hold of Jiran's mana body, squishing, pulling, and kneading. Jiran braced for the pain that never came, as his aura bent around the pressure, fluid like water passing around a rock.
Much better. It now moves properly without resistance. The next phase of your training is learning how to push back. Form your aura into a line.
His voice held the threat of imminent pain if his commands were ignored. Jiran did as instructed with a wide smile, luxuriating in the healthy, feather-light feelings suffusing his body. His aura elongated and stretched nearly double its old maximum, in a straight line in front and behind him, easily piercing the walls of the dojo and seeing into the streets beyond.
A square next. Good. A circle. Now a bird. Water. A laugh.
Jiran stopped at the last one while scratching his head.
That doesn't make any sense. How can you form an aura into a laugh?
You have enough wisdom now to know your body and aura are one. Your body can laugh, so why can an aura not do the same?
The air around the Amra vibrated to the cadence of a great guffaw, and, due to his shock, Jiran laughed right along with it.
Did that just happen? Do not indulge in false limitations, or only you will suffer. For the next week, you will leave your body behind. All actions will be done with your aura. Walking, eating, talking, even shitting. This task should be simple for you. Even a child could do this. Now go.
Jiran held his mind in check as he bowed respectfully. The minute he was out of the Amra's range, he released the tight grip on his rebellious thoughts.
Liar. He's so full of it. Lenton said the exact same thing when he gave me that cube. There's no way a child could do any of that.
Oh, young and impressionable youth. Here's something impossible that you will fail at. And when you're all depressed, I'll show you the correct way forward.
Can we skip to the end and you tell me what I'm really supposed to be doing? I thought you were in a hurry to get to those Tier 5 beasts. Now that I think about it, a week off could be exactly what I need. I'm in paradise, and I've barely seen any of it. Bronze Group might take me now that my aura is back to normal. Well, normal isn't right. It's at least 50% stronger than before, and a lot easier to control. I suppose I could go hunt on my own, but it would be way more fun to have someone to talk to. Can't forget about Mei Lin. She was in the gutter last I saw her. Maybe I'll take a look around, see if I can find where she hides out all day.
Jiran sat back on a layer of aura and floated himself out of the dojo and into the fresh, tropical air. Despite knowing his task was ludicrous, the stubborn side of him wanted to at least try. Besides, proving to the Amra he could do the impossible might yield a slack-jawed expression that would be hilarious to see from the old stickler.
Lenton underestimated me too, and I broke that cube open in a week. Bring it on.
Jiran wandered through the streets of Azure Light with his eyes closed, relying solely on the sensations from his mana body. He peeked through walls, careful to not invade anyone's personal privacy, as he examined the odds and ends within each home and shop.
Their technology is all over the place. That guy's winding feathers together with a vine, and the woman next to him is using a magnifying glass with 3 layers of convex lenses to adjust jewelry nicer than Samris's. I don't think the Empire even knows you can shape glass to bend light, nor how to make such clear glass to begin with.
When Jiran floated upon 2 massive contraptions in the middle of town, he came up short. His mouth fell open in shock, as his aura slid beneath 2 huge tarps, to find concrete-mounted contraptions with barrels that pointed toward the sky. They were what could only be described as anti-air turrets. Inside the barrels, he didn't find any kind of projectile. Instead, they housed dozens of sensitive lenses. 4 guards were stationed at each, and they eyed him suspiciously, though none tried to stop him.
Ray guns? Is that how they protect the town from alphas? This place is so hard-boiled.
Between the 2 weapons was a set of metal doors with a big, spoked wheel that screamed bomb shelter. Unable to resist his curiosity, Jiran moved toward the doors. His aura easily penetrated the metal and found a long set of stairs that led underground. As he got closer, a laboratory crammed full of intricate tools and machinery was revealed.
What the? That's a full chemistry set. Tubes, beakers, tools, machines.
Sitting at a table within was a familiar girl with adorable ears, coated in what Jiran was now sure was grease. The moment his aura passed over her, she spun around and looked through the several meters of solid rock and metal directly toward him. She jogged up the stairs and slammed open the double doors. Maylin was wearing a filthy shirt and overalls, with a smith's apron around her waist. The smudges of grease on her cheeks and arms were more pronounced than the last time he'd seen her. At least she appeared to have gotten some sleep, as the bags under her eyes were less noticeable. Jiran tried to form words with his aura to say hello, but ended up smacking himself in the face instead. Maylin closed her eyes and massaged her temples, adding 2 more smudges of grease to her ensemble.
Your aura has already changed so much. I am sorry. You are simply too fast.
She slumped, staring at the ground. Putting aside his aura training for now, Jiran opened his eyes.
Why are you sorry? How can you even tell my aura has changed when you don't have access to yours yet? Way more importantly, what are those?
He pointed to the 2 turrets. She ignored his questions.
I see he has you attempting that ridiculous training. Good luck. Did you need something from me? I'm very busy right now.
Yes, I need something. Answers. What, why, no, how do you have a bunker?
Her eyes narrowed suspiciously.
Why do you call it a bunker?
Because that's what it is.
Jiran threw his hands up, his enthusiasm getting the better of him.
That was what great-grandfather called it, too. Everyone insists on calling it his smithy. Who told you to call it a bunker?
Realizing she wasn't going to let him in if he didn't pull himself together, Jiran changed to a more relaxed tone.
Common sense? Hey, when was the last time you had a meal and got cleaned up? You look...
His breath caught, and his heart raced all over again, as his aura spotted a particular tool sitting innocuously on a table.
Is that a microscope? Maybe I can see what mana is with that thing. You've got some amazing stuff in there. Is that really a microscope? Can I please see it for a minute?
Jiran's body quivered and his aura destabilized, dropping him to the ground. Maylin nipped at one of her nails and looked around to see who was watching. With a sigh, she made room for him to walk past.
Sure, I guess. But do not touch anything. These are all priceless relics left from the maker.
He dashed down the long stairs and made a beeline for the microscope, pointing to it while bouncing on his toes.
That one, there! It's crude, but it looks functional. Maylin's great-grandfather must have memories from Earth, too. That's the only thing that makes sense. There's way too much in here that looks like it belongs in a university science lab to be a coincidence, not to mention everything else in this town.
The maker had many notes for that device. They are around here somewhere. Hold on.
She pulled books off a nearby shelf one at a time. Unable to hold back his burning curiosity, Jiran created an ultra-thin layer of coating and laid it down where the slide would go before looking through 2 long eyepiece tubes. A tiny wheel attached to both tubes adjusted the zoom, and he slowly moved them back and forth. However, every time the mana started to come into focus, it would blur as if it were moving, and he would be forced to adjust the lenses again. He kept trying over and over, growing more frustrated with each failure.
It's not working. Is it broken or maybe too old? With how long people can live on Madra, this thing might be hundreds or even 1,000 seasons old.
Here it is,
Maylin shouted as she brought over a book and gingerly placed it on the table next to him. Jiran looked over her shoulder as she flipped through several pages, eventually finding what she was looking for. Jiran scanned through dozens of lines of dry data, hoping the text would provide an answer to what he was doing wrong. He mumbled the summary aloud.
Test number 71143, microscopic analysis. Final results, failure. All tested substances display an obfuscation when subjected to in-depth observation and analysis. Molecular structure of all tested materials remains unconfirmed.
Mayolin's eyes tracked Jiran as he jumped to his feet and paced around the room. He mumbled to himself, his thoughts spilling out unbidden.
Unbelievable. So it's not just my mana, it's everything? The density, of course. It's in everything. And if it's somehow distorting the image, then no wonder the thousands of years old empire never figured out molecular physics. They literally can't see it, no matter how hard they look.
You can read that?
Mayolin's voice was a quivering whisper in his ears.
Well, yeah, it's in English.
Jiran trailed off. Surprised, he let his impatience get the better of him. Mayolin's large eyes opened far wider than any human's could, and her pupils elongated into slits, lending her face an alien quality. She leaped to her feet and scrambled to open a nearby drawer where she pulled out a detailed drawing with shaky hands. She stalked him like a woman on a mission and shoved it in his face.
Do you know what this is?
Her tone was harsh and demanding, yet somehow cute. The sound tickled his ears as her breath washed over his face, and the scent of her filled his nose. Between the sounds, smells, and her sudden proximity, Jiran's heart was beating so fast he wouldn't have been surprised if it galloped right out of his chest.
I could easily convince her that English is a language in the Empire, but if there's one character flaw I don't have to worry about correcting, it's being a liar. I hate lying. Besides, I already decided to try and open up to people a little more. Not like there's any danger to me in this town. Yeah, I already decided to do this. I didn't expect it to happen so soon, though. It's not like I want to tell her because she's really, really pretty. Nope, definitely not that. That's a drawing of the Eiffel Tower,
Jiran admitted. The strength left Mayolin's body in an instant, and her ass plopped to the floor. Hollow laughter filtered out of her mouth, while tears created little tracks through the grime on her cheeks. She clutched the picture to her chest, as Jiran watched her mental breakdown, feeling awkward as hell. She spoke so softly the only reason he heard her was due to his aura.
They still call him crazy, you know. Who could blame them? He claimed to have seen things from beyond the island, from another world even.
Her melancholy morphed to anger, in a way that was only possible for one who had suffered a particular trauma over a long period. She slammed her fist into the floor, leaving behind a trickle of blood from her extended claws.
I blame them. His inventions are the only reason we live so well. He was a genius. His ideas changed everything for us. He alone brought us out of the ancestral caves and into the light. And they... Her
little body shook with rage that she fought with shallow, rapid breaths. Mayolin came to her senses long enough to reverently set aside the old drawing. Jiran offered her silent support, letting her continue as she clearly had more to get off her chest.
Grandmother never wanted his legacy, and Father was too scared to try. The little notes the maker left tucked within the pages, the hints and clues, the pictures, all of it.
She motioned around the room.
I always wanted to believe he left it for me, I have dreamed his stories were true, since I could fit in Father's lap and hear them. Now they call me the crazy one."
She leaned against her desk, looking up at Jiran without a shred of hope in her eyes.
"Is it true? Was great-grandfather telling the truth? Or is this a futur something from your empire? Never mind. I know you will not answer. You never answered any of my questions about your home. Why would you now?"
Her chuckle was dry and empty from spent emotions and exhaustion.
She spent her entire life trying to understand the technology left behind by her ancestors. Now the only thing she wants is a little validation that her idol wasn't crazy.
Jiran knelt down, smiling warmly.
I don't know everything in his stories, so I can't possibly say it's all true. But the building in that picture is from another world. You're actually the first person I've told that I have memories of another planet. I didn't want to be labeled as crazy or taken advantage of. I wish I could have met him. I want to know everything he discovered about Madra. This world is so different from Earth, and there's so much I don't understand.
Passion filled his voice as he imagined how many secrets the Maker must have discovered during his long life. Mayalin furiously wiped at her tears, a blossoming smile spreading large across her face.
I bet you two would have understood one another better than—"
She trailed off, her eyes snapping wide as she leaped to her feet, rushing headlong to a book spread out on a nearby table, and frantically motioning Jiran to her side.
"Read this one to me, please. It is of the utmost importance. Perhaps you will understand where we have failed for so long."
Sure.
Jiran committed her smile to memory as he walked to her side. Her finger was placed below a specific passage, and he once more leaned above her to read.
Current must flow through both receptors simultaneously and at the proper voltage.
And that last word, what does it mean?
Her voice took on a pleading edge as she looked into his eyes. Jiran answered her with the simplest explanation he could think of on the spot.
Voltage is a measurement of the strength of a current.
Her mouth fell open, before snapping shut as her brows furrowed.
That is it? No, that cannot be right. You must have misread it.
Nope, the words are clear and I'm confident in the meaning of voltage. Why don't you show me what you're working on? Maybe I can help.
Mayalin nodded vigorously and moved to a device on the far wall. It was an upright tub full of a thick, milky liquid. 2 handholds wrapped with wires stood out of a central basin. Sitting deep in the liquid was a metal container that looked like a sealed tank. She motioned toward the handholds.
When we try to push our mana and aura through the coils, nothing happens. Together, the 2 energies are supposed to empower the Voltree inside the Celophyte, but nobody has been able to get it to work since Grandmother passed. Her instructions to Father were clear, but he was unable to understand the trick of it. And then she passed, leaving us without proper guidance.
Jiran focused his aura over the strange contraption, mapping out every square centimeter. The first thing that stuck out to him were 2 tiny holes in the sides that looked like wires were supposed to be plugged into them. He closed his eyes to concentrate, scanning the entire laboratory from top to bottom. It wasn't long before he found matching wires in an old bin tucked behind one of the tables. He pulled out the wires and the wooden blocks they were wound through. They fit perfectly into the holes, so he stuck them in and then nodded to Mayalin.
Try it now.
She placed her hands on the gem-studded handholds. Hundreds of tiny sparks of current jumped between her skin and the gems. She shook her head, utterly dejected.
No, that did not work.
Okay, let me think. Based on the current and voltage passage, I think this device is supposed to convert mana to usable electricity. When I hit that tiger guy with lightning, he got more powerful, which might mean there is a connection between her people's mana and electricity already. Their bodies are different from humans with that core instead of a heart, too.
Jiran examined the machine again and noticed that the wires, coiled around the handholds, slotted into the gems and ran all the way down into the underside of the tub. They connected to the bottom of the tank inside the liquid, and then ran back up the outside, forming a complete circuit with the handles.
If their mana supplies the electricity, and it's not working because it requires a specific voltage, then the wooden blocks must be used to absorb some of the charge as it passes through the wires.
He repeatedly removed and added blocks from the wires, having Mei Lin attempt to charge the device each time. On the 12th try, blue lights flickered to life all across the device, and it emitted a low, pleasant hum.
It worked. It truly worked.
Mei Lin jumped around, throwing her fists into the air. She leaped at him, wrapping him in a tight hug before bouncing away to spin around the room.
It truly has nothing to do with aura. Grandmother told him it needed aura to function. Why would she lie about that?
The maker was your great-grandfather, right? Maybe he set this thing to his daughter's specifications and said it would only work if she practiced her aura every day. Parents will say anything to get their kids to practice something they don't want to do. Who knows? Point is, it works now.
Mei Lin grinned like a child at a festival as she wrapped her hands around the handholds once more. Jiran watched her face for a minute as she focused with unblinking intensity.
Damn, she keeps hitting my buttons. She's fun, trusting, adventurous, serious, smart. And what kind of girl gets this into ancient technology, lost languages, and helping her people even when they're cruel to her? What's not to like? Well, I suppose she is a bit too hard on herself, and she can be overly serious. She's also got that wicked angry streak in her. When she went all feral on her aunt... Yeah, never mind. I'm going to tuck that one into the positive side. Wowza.
With a shake of his head, he came back to himself, remembering the plethora of information at his fingertips. Jiran sat on his aura and lifted the book with the microscope experiment into the air, slowly flipping through its pages. The book turned out to be a summary of the maker's experiments, and over the next hour he learned some rather disturbing truths about his world. Likely the most terrifying was that anything beyond a certain threshold of technological advancement failed to function, and then simply vanished. A basic steam engine was fine, but an internal combustion engine would fail to ignite no matter what fuel was used, and the minute there were no eyes upon it, it disappeared. However, putting gas inside a regular container and then detonating it, with no intent to harness the released energy, functioned completely fine. The maker performed a considerable number of experiments to understand the obfuscation blocking the observation of molecular structures, many of which bled into understanding how the laws of physics, such as thermodynamics, motion, and gravitation, functioned on Madra. He learned they were the same as on Earth, with two primary differences. They always failed when used to create technology, and they could be bent or broken with the use of mana. On the final page, he found the maker's hypothesis for all three observations after years of study and experiments. Jiran's mouth went dry as he read the final line over and over until it truly sank in.
All forms of density are a combined sentience that actively blocks the advancement of technology and the observation of itself. What the fuck?
Goosebumps covered Jiran's body as his brain tried to wrap around the idea of his body being packed full of sentient magic that had some purposeful design to inhibit the advancement of society.
The system, its quests, and possibly daughter are all a single sentient entity? I mean, on some level that should be obvious for many reasons. But it all being connected and alive? Some mega complex planet-wide sentience? And this is no ordinary planet. It has 9 freaking suns that orbit around it.
Jiran glanced around the laboratory for the first time in a while, and noticed Maya Lin slumped on her side by the Voltri device. He hopped to his feet and checked on her. Her pulse was weak but steady, and a trail of drool was dribbling down her cheek.
Did she use too much mana? Like that guy I drained?
He sent a thread of coating into her arm, and snaked it through her veins to wrap around her core. Sure enough, there was so little mana within he could barely sense it. He crammed some Tier 3 berries he had saved from breakfast into her mouth, and held her jaw closed until they dissolved. As her body slowly converted the density to mana, he sat next to her on the floor, reading and patiently waiting for her to wake up. Sometime later, she weakly raised her hand to rap herself on the forehead.
Stupid May.
Jiran gently but firmly grabbed her wrist, interrupting her with a shake of his head.
Don't do that anymore. You might be the smartest person I've ever met. How you figured out any of the stuff in here without being taught correctly blows my mind. You think using too much mana is stupid? The minute I reached Tier 2, I lit my whole hand on fire.
Jiran held up his other hand and lit a shaping to demonstrate. Maya Lin flinched from the unexpected flame and its heat. Her hand bumped his, and she withdrew from the touch before changing her mind and lacing her fingers through his. She smiled softly, still weak and more tired than ever. Despite her exhaustion, her eyes were alight with curiosity, begging him to say more. So he did.
It gets worse. I was so excited to do it, my hand was this far from my face. I burnt off all my hair, even my eyebrows. That was easily one of the best days of my life.
Jiran sighed contentedly as she released a tiny giggle.
You truly are an idiot.
Jiran clutched his chest dramatically.
You wound me. How can you be so cruel after my lavish compliments of your brilliance?
She met his eyes with a determined frown.
I may consider being less cruel if you tell me something.
Jiran squeezed her hand, enjoying the feeling of her delicate fingers between his. When he nodded, she continued.
Great-grandfather left us many stories of the place called Earth. Grandmother used to read them to me when I was little, but she did not know many of the words. Will you tell me a real story from Earth?
Sure, if you want to know. To be honest, that place kinda sucked compared to Madra.
She nodded vigorously, continuing to squeeze his hand. Jiran shrugged and then went about weaving tales of movies, food, school, and endless hours working for a corporate overlord that would sell you to the devil for a dime. Eventually, her head drooped to his bicep and soft snores filled the air. He used his mana body to gently carry her to the well-used bed in the corner, as his thoughts swirled out of control.
What's the point of that electrical circuit? That whole device doesn't make any sense. Neither do those turrets outside. At least I learned they're called maker drives, and they are indeed used to fend off the alphas. How do those function if technology isn't supposed to work? What did the maker figure out that let him bypass his own observations? Whatever it wasn't in that book.
Jiran cast his gaze at the dozens of other dusty books littering the nearby shelves, and he licked his lips, unable to wait another moment to learn more. Channeling 101. Maya Lin Alohi. Maya Lin's eyes snapped open, and she bolted upright on her cot. The warm blanket of aura that had soothed her nerves while she slept faded completely as Jiran moved further from the laboratory. Looking in his direction and wondering where he was heading, she idly traced the indent on her cheek where his strong arm had supported her weight. Her brain came fully awake, and she looked down at her dirty hand, still able to feel the warmth of his skin and the impressions his strong fingers made as they had wound through hers.
This feels like a dream. How has his aura changed so quickly? The taste of his emotions are crystal clear now. Compared to the murky undertones from our first meeting, he may as well be a completely different person. How did he advance so far in only 2 weeks? Milta and Koide have been the lead disciples for 2 years, and have not managed what Jiran has already done. Is this what it means to be a Kuroko?
She shivered, the mere thought of the word filling her with dread. The anxiety that had spurred her sleepless nights came flooding back in full force. The feeling was a familiar companion, having been faithfully by her side since Jiran had fallen into her life. She had worked so hard, so tirelessly to protect the boy she barely knew, but he was progressing so quickly. Soon he would be ready to face the dooming destiny of a Kuroko, and all her efforts would become meaningless. Then her eyes landed on the Voltri charger, and she keenly felt her veins throbbing with the need to restore her depleted mana. The physical reminder of their monumental achievement cast off the last lingering doubts of what choice she must make.
I did it. No, we did it. I can repair the old drives. I can save us all. I can save him. We do not need a Kuroko to die for us anymore.
Tears splashed against the back of her hand, and she reached up to wipe them away. Now was not the time. What her people needed was action, progress, and tangible results. She leaped to her feet, pushing through a minor bout of dizziness as she scrambled to prepare. Once she told them, they would be coming down to verify the veracity of her claims. She dashed around the lab, putting away anything that might remind them of the Maker's craziness. She especially hated the way their auras tasted when they saw the pictures, and she would not have this moment ruined. She faltered, coming to a momentary stop as more memories of the previous night flooded back to her.
It is truly unbelievable that he has memories from the same place as great-grandfather. Why did he choose to tell me? I felt his hesitation, his desire to protect himself. His emotions were so strong, so pure when he chose to trust me. Why? Why me? What was he thinking? Ugh! Tasting his emotions is not enough when he consistently disregards them and does the opposite.
Reminiscing about Jiran's emotions brought to mind the way he had felt when looking at her, right before she had foolishly gotten carried away and drained her mana dry. The strength of his attraction toward her had nearly caused her to panic, so she threw herself into the work, ignoring the perspiration beading across her body from her overheated, madly thrumming core.
I cannot focus like this, and there's far too much to do. I need help. Besides, this should not be done alone. Uncle must be told, and the rest rallied to donate their mana.
Her core sputtered, still unnervingly hollow as she raced up the stairs and burst into the early sun's light. She walked with purpose toward the Amra's estate, her chin held high, with barely restrained pride while she shook with trepidation. Surprise and annoyance trickled through her when she failed to spot Jiran. Hopes they would present their success to the Amra together vanished completely when she made a full circuit of the estate without sniffing a hint of his aura. She pressed on, knowing her self-imposed duty was far more important than wanting to share the moment. Mayalin knocked softly on the door to the Amra's personal dojo, and a tap on the back gave her permission to enter. He was sitting as he always was when they met, his posture perfectly upright and suffused with a powerful confidence she could only envy.
It is done. The Voltri charger is functional.
The good news burst from her before she could think to school her thoughts and emotions. Her uncle's response was not what she expected. His eyes snapped open, and a flash of red-hot fury spiked through his aura, so quickly she knew she must have imagined it. His relaxed smile and the softening of his gaze instantly reassured her. His aura fell around her, the same familiar and protective coat she had worn on her skin her whole life. All children were raised close to the Amra, his aura the surest protection from an alpha's appearance, and she had been no different.
"Daughter, we adhere to customs for good reason. As profound as your news is, it should not be bleated at the sky until after the cups are shared. Come, sit."
The gently urging pressure on her lower back was an unnecessary incentive to move quickly in obedience. She took her place, pouring them each a cup of tea which they sipped 3 times. The agonizingly slow custom had her vibrating with impatience by the time they spoke the vows together.
Honesty, integrity, and trust.
"Now, tell me everything."
Jiran of Phelan. Jiran floated through the streets on his way to Eastgate. He knew he was unlikely to catch the hunters, as Second Father was well above the horizon. Gallic, the leader of the novice hunters, had turned him down the last time he asked to join, but now that his aura was back to normal, he was sure they wouldn't say no. He spotted their tokens hanging on a hook by the gate, a signal to the town that they had left. Jiran hesitated a moment before leaving alone. He hung his overshirt next to their tokens, in case someone wondered where he had gotten off to.
Not that I expect anyone to come looking for me. Well, Maya Lin might when she wakes up, especially if she realizes I read all the Maker's books without permission.
The thought of her being furious with him made him smile mischievously as he scanned the sky for breakfast. It had taken all his willpower not to wake her a dozen times as she softly snored through the night.
I can't wait to talk to her again. I learned so much from the Maker's books last night, but I still have tons of questions. So much of what he wrote is either incomplete or missing. There must be journals that vanished, or they're kept somewhere else. Maybe she'll accept a few more stories as an apology for pilfering all that knowledge. A few beta stakes wouldn't hurt either. I can't believe these people have access to what the Maker left behind, and she's the only one interested in it. Nutty bastards.
The sound of crashing waves led Jiran through the jungle toward a distant beach. He floated 30 meters down a steep cliff, arriving at a pristine sandy cove. He knew from overheard conversations that nobody ever came to the shoreline, as it was far too dangerous to be out in the open. It had been on his bucket list for days, and the powerful, briny scents, mixed with the relaxing cadence of ocean swells, was a perfect reminder of how amazing his life was lately. Movement in the distance attracted his attention to a formation of rocks, which turned out to be several huge crabs shuffling about. His stomach grumbled loudly at the sight, and he set off in their direction, hoping they were a high enough tier to be as delicious as they looked.
I wonder how wide her eyes would get if I brought her here. Yeah, those things are bad for my health. Men were not designed to look into eyes that big and brown without having serious heart problems. Then Father's above, when she's excited and they go all slitted. Phew. Okay, time to think about something else. The Voltri charger and the Maker drives gave me an idea that might make channeling worth a damn. No witnesses here and no buildings to accidentally blow up either. Yup, this is the perfect place for a few experiments.
Out of habit, Jiran reread the description of his newest skill. Channeling. Project shaped elements from the body.
The whole point of the skill is to eject elemental mana away from the body. It does that by pushing mana through the channels. The higher the molding skill, the faster the mana can flow, and the further the attack can go. The higher the shaping, the stronger the element.
With his thoughts in order, emotions connected with his mana pool, releasing a few motes of his stored energy to flow smoothly through his channels. Lacking any intent to form into an element, the mana simply traced through the vein-like passages that wound through every centimeter of his body. Their splits and forks created a haphazard tapestry, akin to looking up at the sky through the branches of an ancient, massive tree. Jiran recalled how his aura had gone from a chaotic tangle of knots to blossoming into a perfect flow, as he achieved a state of oneness for the first time. He yearned to bring the same concept of completeness and harmony into his channels. They were a mess all their own, spread out without purpose or direction. His thoughts came full circle to the Voltri charger, its smooth cables of coiled, looping wires, all designed to complete a specific objective, had sparked an idea he could not put aside. From his reading the night before, he knew some of what occurred when Maya Lin pushed her mana into the gemmed handholds. Because of her Tier 2 skill, her mana could be transformed and into electric current. What he didn't know was how the device filtered her elemental mana that was deposited into the tank. But that didn't matter right now. What he was focused on was the circuit of wires that ran from the handholds to the tank. That was exactly what Jiran wanted to replicate, the simplicity of a circuit. Jiran's muscles were tight with tension as he took a deep breath.
I can't believe I'm even considering this. Whatever. It's not the first time I've blown myself up. I'll put it near the surface and only use 1% of my mana. Even in the worst case, it shouldn't kill me, right? So long as I don't die instantly, I'll just need to heal myself afterward. Yeah, there's no way this is even remotely a good idea. Wait, that's not the right way to think at all. This is going to work. I can feel it. I've known from the beginning there's something wrong with the channeling skill, and my abysmally low level in it is further proof of my ignorance. If I stop pushing forward, experimenting and furthering my knowledge, I'll never cure Samris and Lenton. I've also got my own curse to consider, even if I don't know what it does. I've learned over and over again to trust my instincts. I can do this.
Jiran found a comfortable spot under a tree near the cliff face that ran along the beach. He once more glanced at the distant crabs to ensure they hadn't spotted him, then shut his eyes and completely sucked his aura into his body. He condensed it as much as possible and wrapped it around a portion of the channels in his chest. The channels quivered in protest as he tugged on them. With no warning from foresight, he took one final deep breath and started. Slowly at first, then all at once he ripped a tiny section of the channels out of place. A spike of pain radiated out from the injury. He unclenched his fists and jaw, surrendering to the pain as he moved the millimeter-sized section of channels to a new position. He held them against another channel and pumped restoration through his flesh, firmly holding the image of the damage being repaired while the change to his channels became permanent. When the injury regenerated and his channels stayed in the new location, he almost whooped aloud before catching himself. Now was not the time to deal with an annoying flock of betas. His aura revealed that the destroyed papules within the channels, responsible for turning unaspected mana into an elemental form, were repaired as well. His eyes opened, blazing with intensity, as a maniacal grin spread across his lips.
It's working! I'm no stranger to pain. It's going to have to get a lot worse than that to stop me.
Time ceased to hold meaning, as he tore at his flesh with firm hands of aura. One section of channel after another moved through his body, leaving nasty wounds in their wake. Restoration flowed as sweat poured freely down his face. Tropical air entered his lungs with deep, steady breaths between bouts of torment. With his goal firmly in mind, he was relentless in his pursuit of that seemingly simple circuit. Restoration +1. When enough channels were moved to perform his first experiment, Jiran panted against the ridged bark of the tree. A quick rinse with true origin of water cleansed him of sweat, and the hot, density-thick air rapidly dried him. When his heart stopped hammering and his breaths evened out, he hopped to his feet. He eyed a large, rough-faced sea stack several meters away, the dark rocks long since dried from the relentless heat of the suns.
You'll do.
He rubbed his hands together in anticipation before testing a normal shaping on the rocky outcropping. A gust of wind from one hand blew and enhanced 2,000-degree flames from the other. The heat swept across the stones, smoothing the rough surfaces as they turned orange. When they sloughed away in rivulets of molten goop, he cut off the flow of mana.
1% of my mana is enough to melt rock in a 15-meter cone. Let's see what 1% can do with the new channeling. I think I better save my new compression sub-skill for the next test.
Jiran hopped back, giving himself distance and getting closer to the trees and cliff in case his experiment was loud enough to necessitate the additional cover. He controlled a single % of his mana into a glob and sent it through his adjusted channel, which now wound in a circle inside his chest, right in front of his heart. The mana flowed smoothly, exactly as it would through a normal channel. His abundant emotions and mastery over molding forced the energy to remain within the confines of the channel, spinning faster and faster with each second. Sticking with his theme of caution, Jiran sped up the mana to half of what he could safely control. When there were no signs of failure or pain, he lifted his arm into position, his target the still-cooling sea stack. An application of protective coating was his last step. He nodded and took several rapid breaths, bracing for the pain.
Here we go. Test number 001. Oh, yeah!
Hyped on adrenaline, he pushed his desire into the papules and they rapidly converted the spinning mana into elemental fire. A glowing circle became visible beneath his skin as the lightning-fast elemental energy churned. Now that it was no longer unaspected mana, his control of it slipped, and it followed the only path available to it. Searing pain shot through the circle in his chest before racing into his shoulder and arm. The violently hot mana tore through the extra-large and thick channel he had prepared for it, then jettisoned out of his palm. A crimson laser streaked from his skin. The beam of light instantly connected with the rock ledge and incinerated a meter-wide hole straight through it. His jaw fell open as he looked through the magma-dripping aperture to see his attack had connected with the beach beyond. A thunderous boom heralded a detonation of sand that cascaded a dozen meters into the air before filtering down to land upon a glassed crater. Molding +1. Shaping +2. Channeling +17. True origin of fire +3.
I shot a laser! I shot a real fucking laser from my hand! And that was less than half speed, and without condensing the element?
Jiran's shock only lasted until the pain caught up to him. He doubled over from his strained and charred channels. Restoration flooded through him for the umpteenth time, repairing the damage and bringing his mana down to 20%.
How was that even remotely possible? The mana wasn't spinning at the speed of light, was it? Sure, I couldn't keep track of it there at the end, but I could have gone even faster, and that was only 1 freaking % of my mana. I'm going to need to combine a ton of channels to withstand any real amount of elemental energy. Thank the fathers I didn't try to condense the element, though with the added control condensing gives me...
The distant crabs rumbled toward the sound of the explosion, their slow movements revealing their tier to be no higher than 3. Jiran couldn't help but imagine how helpless they would be, even at Tier 5 if his new channel was perfected. Shivers raced up his spine at the idea of flying through the sky and blasting his enemies to smithereens with exploding lasers.
Best vacation ever!
More than human. Meilin Aloihi.
You will do no such thing.
The Amra shook his head slowly.
What? Why would...
Silence!
His aura and voice lashed out in unison, cracking the air and cutting off Maelin's heated reaction.
You understand nothing. You know nothing. Had I understood your intent to interfere, I would have stopped you days ago.
Interfere? Because he is a Kuroko.
Her eyes dropped to the floor, unable to bear the weight of admitting that she knew. His disappointment wrapped around her. The weight of his aura felt as though Adelphoros sat atop her shoulders, crushing her into the hardwood floor.
So clever to see him for what he is, yet so naive to think you can do anything to alter his destiny. He is here. It is his duty. To interfere is to dishonor the ancestors that brought him to us. To think your own wisdom could outshine theirs, he grunted. The absurdity of youth.
No, I cannot accept that. We do not need him. We are strong. The Maker Drives have always been enough to protect us, and they still are. Why should we not try? Does his life mean nothing to you?
Do not delude yourself, daughter. You are not the Maker reborn. Your fate was never to restore the lost drives, but away those fanciful daydreams, and guide him as you were meant to. The ancestors chose you to bring him to us, and by doing so, you accepted the obligation of honorary guide.
But it is not a fanciful dream. We truly did it. They can all be restored.
Not another word. Your duty is to the people.
The floorboards around Mayelin cracked and splintered, as powerful arms of aura slammed through them.
I allowed the two of you to grow close, so you could more easily move him when the time is right, not so you could throw all our lives away over a childish infatuation. I did not know you could be so foolish, daughter. This is not a debate. You will do what must be done, and so shall he, for no other can fulfill the role of Kuroko. As of this moment, I forbid you from tinkering with the inactive drives. Do not test me, or I will seal the smithy completely.
Mayelin's core quivered as fear and anger gripped her bones.
I cannot lose his legacy. It is all I have. Without that I am nothing. No one.
Silent sobs racked her body as she curled into herself. With her forehead pressed to the shattered floor, she relented.
I understand. I only wanted to protect them, to protect him. I am so sorry, Chiron.
Jiran of Phelan. Jiran spent a few more hours on the beach, reinforcing his new channel. The Tier 3 crabs baked beneath the sun's scalding heat beside him. With midday quickly approaching, he lifted his crabby lunch in his aura and floated back to azure light. Mayelin was not at the bunker, so he turned toward the Amra's estate. The old man's aura wrapped heavily around the complex, blinding Jiran's aura as he neared the doors. Mayelin burst out in a distracted rush. Her eyes widened and her nostrils flared as she spotted the meat trailing in the air behind him. Jiran waved with a happy smile. "Look what I found on the beach! You hungry?"
How dare you!
She shouted, shattering the serenity of the courtyard.
What?
You went hunting? Alone? What would become of those who rely on you if you died simply to bring back a little meat?
Her fists shook, and he could see dampness in the corners of her eyes from recent tears.
Whatever she's upset about, it's probably not the crabs. If you're worried about me going alone, you're more than welcome to come along next time. You seemed exhausted, so I didn't want to wake you. And I was careful, mostly, at least by my standards.
Jiran chuckled. His attempt at appeasing her with levity turned her frustration into fury.
What did you say? You think being careful, mostly, is an excuse to risk your life? I cannot go with you. I have duties, obligations, and family who rely on me. Things you clearly do not understand. You are no hunter. You have made promises, and your death would see them unmet. Do you care so little for my people?
Considering where she just came from, I bet the Amra said something to upset her. Regardless, she has a point. I did promise to take 10 of them to the Empire so they could ascend, and running off alone was a bit reckless. You're right, I won't go alone again. But that's not what you're really upset about, is it?
Frustration and guilt flashed across her features.
I'm angry because you ignore your responsibilities. You're constantly distracted by everything. Do not think I have failed to notice you smelling every flower and touching every tree, as if my home is nothing more than some fanciful stroll through a garden. How can you be so carefree when your life, so many, rely on you?
Great, heaving breaths ratcheted through her as she made a half-hearted attempt to calm herself. Having been thoroughly busted in his consistent leisure-taking, Jiran scratched the back of his head, a slight heat inching up his neck toward his cheeks.
Okay, maybe you're right, and I've been treating my time here as a bit of a vacation. But let's be honest, nobody should be relying on me in the first place. In a general sense, I'm far too weak for that.
Jiran dropped the crabs on the ground as he stepped closer to her.
Sure, I could have chosen to rush ahead with another ascension or two and damn the consequences, but that was my choice to make, and I made it for my own reasons, fully knowing that choice might get me killed. Because of that choice, I can't stop the Alphas, I can't help my friends with their curse, I can't even be there for my cousin. Saying others rely on me it doesn't make any sense, Maylin. That can't be what's got you so worked up.
That is not what I meant. I am sorry for losing my temper. None of this is your fault. We are weak as well. Even with all of the Maker's brilliance, he could not find a way to defeat the Alphas, only appease them.
Jiran stopped a single step away, close enough to make out every detail of the tracks of her tears, only recently dried on her cheeks.
Do you want to talk about it? Maybe if we work together, we can come up with a solution, like we did with the charger.
No, that will not be necessary. I have a role to play, and I have accepted that now. I will do my duty, meet my obligations, and avoid the consequences of failure.
What did he say to her? This doesn't sound like the girl I know at all.
Jiran shook his head, determined to get to the bottom of whatever was bothering her, even if it meant a fight.
Your argument would be more convincing if it were in your own words.
Her eyes widened and the breath in her lungs caught. Her earlier outrage came back in a flash.
Those are my words. I spoke them, did I not? What would you know? You have been here less than a moon. You know nothing.
I know the girl I met in the jungle would never have said that. I know the girl from last night was far more concerned with stories of faraway lands than duty and obligation. I can tell those are important to you, but they aren't the only things you care about.
Maylin fell back a step, the dampness in her eyes threatening to spill out.
Whatever she's going through, I want to help. I want to see her smile again.
Jiran closed the distance between them again, his jaw clenched, determined to find a way through the wall of anger she was using to protect herself.
What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that?
His hand reached out, stopping shy of hers.
Come with me for a while. I want to show you something.
She looked down at his fingers as though they were each a hissing carklark, capable of ending her life should she touch them. Her voice lost all its heat, turning to a whisper.
Where? Why?
It's a surprise, and I know seeing it will make you feel better. Don't worry, we'll be back in plenty of time to fulfill your duty. Are you coming? Or are you going to hide in that bunker of yours for the rest of your life?
Jiran smiled, goading her with a wink. Maylin looked back at the doors of the estate. She took a deep breath, before letting it out in an explosive huff. A fiery resolve replaced the gloom in her eyes, and when her hand met his, her hesitation was a thing of the past. He wrapped her in aura and flew them out of town and down the beach until he could see the metal rise in the distance. They cut across the jungle and flew straight to the teleportation platform. The closer they got, the more Maylin thrashed against his aura. The moment they arrived, he set her down, and she dove behind an outcropping in the wall, speaking in a harsh whisper.
I cannot believe you brought me here. If the Amra finds out, I will be digging latrines for a year.
Jiran didn't bother replying, as he placed his hand on the pedestal and selected the option for the Finlist Empire. Mayalin showed no reaction to the portal appearing only a few paces away. He turned to her, surprised she hadn't even blinked.
Nothing to say? About what? The fact you have already ruined my life, and I never should have trusted you for a second?
She gazed fearfully at the jungle below, frantically moving her head back and forth in search of pursuit.
Odd. She can't see it. Well, that's not good. It's going to be pretty hard to get them access to Tier 5 beasts if they can't even see the portal. Oh, duh. The party system. I got that reward right when I agreed to take them to the Empire, so obvious.
Jiran looked into Mayalin's eyes with the intent to add her to his party, and two little boxes appeared in the corner of his vision. One showed his name, the other hers. There was some other information, but he wasn't given time to check it as Mayalin shouted.
What is that?
She pointed at the black portal hovering above the platform, all pretense of stealth flying from her mind. The screech of a beta high above resounded through the air, and was immediately echoed by the rest of its flock. Jiran moved with oneness, far quicker than Mayalin could respond. He wrapped his arms around her and jumped as she screamed in his ear. Her voice cut off as they passed through the inky smooth surface of the portal, then resumed at a truly jarring volume as they appeared in the ancient ruins. Jiran clamped one of his hands over her mouth, while activating light manipulation with the other. As the ancient cavern was flooded with illumination, Mayalin's struggles vanished, and her eyes filled with wonder. Jiran released her, continuing to scan their surroundings as she stumbled forward.
What is this place?
Her breathless whisper was a balm to his still ringing ears.
The ruins of a lost civilization. The Maradan Empire, I think. Come on, I'll show you something I found the first time I came here.
Her head was on a swivel as they walked up the nearby stone steps. He easily moved the massive slab of rock with his aura, flooding the sealed chamber with light. She rushed forward to gape at the large murals within. She ran her fingers over them for several minutes, marveling at each detail.
Their men died, and the women and children escaped into this cave. Did they die as well? What happened to the last of them?
Jiran shrugged.
No clue. You know as much about them now as I do. For all we know, they could be your ancestors, he joked while holding out his hand. Let's go. This isn't what I brought you here to see.
My ancestors? There is more to see?
Her lower lip quivered as she bit it, the sight sending a rush of tingles down his spine.
There's the feisty adventurer I met in the jungle. She only needed a little coaxing.
He shot her a smile filled with mischief, and led her towards the tunnel to the surface. She followed with eager steps, until he once again scooped her into his arms, and they rocketed up the tunnel at dizzying speeds, to the backdrop of her echoing squeals of delight. They emerged into the soft, pre-dawn light of a new day. Higher and higher he flew them on wings of aura, leaving her in open-mouthed wonder at the mountains and low hills that stretched on as far as the eyes could see.
This is my home, the Finlist Empire,
he shouted over the roaring wind. She shook her head, unable to hear him despite being wrapped in each other's arms.
I wonder if I can block sounds like Samris used to do in his study. I'm pretty sure that had something to do with aura, but he had all those runes, too.
While he failed repeatedly, he flew them to their final destination. It took nearly an hour to reach, and when her eyes landed on the crags of Caldara, the smile that stretched her cheeks was all the reward he could have asked for. Hundreds of mountains rose and fell every minute. The forming and instant destruction of millions of tons of bedrock created a deafening storm of sound. Her ears flattened until they were hidden in her hair. Jiran grit his teeth, focusing on his aura with all his will. He demanded that it calm the wild fluctuations in the air. He pulled it in closer, flexing against the reverberations until a hard surface formed. As the sound around them cut to nothing, he whooped with a laughing grin.
I did it!
Mayolin's ears perked up and she laughed, now able to appreciate the scenery in a bubble of peaceful serenity. They watched in silence for several minutes, as freely flowing tears tracked down her cheeks. They reflected the sun's rays, like tiny gemstones trailing down her cheeks. His breath caught at the beauty of the moment, and her eyes snapped to him. He watched her pupils turn to vertical slits, as something animalistic in her nature took over. The sight was a perfect reminder that she was more than human, and it stole the thoughts from his mind, replacing them with fuzzy cotton.
You are looking at me again.
There was a hunger in her voice that stirred something in the pit of his stomach.
Again? I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've ever seen you. Seen you cry, that is.
Shut up, pervert.
Okay,
he whispered, leaning in to kiss her instead. The moment their lips met, she kissed him back, hard. One hand wrapped around his back, and the other threaded into his hair and gripped, pulling him closer. Her smell flooded his nose, and the softness of her lips dashed every stray thought that sought to intrude upon the moment. When they eventually stopped to breathe, First Mother was fully visible on the horizon. Jiran fell onto his back, pulling her with him so she was tucked into his side. She snuggled under his arm with a contented sigh, and they stared at the clouds with heavy breaths.
That went better than expected.
Jiran absently brushed his fingers over one of her downy soft ears.
Better? What were you expecting? My claws in your chest again?
She giggled.
I wanted to see you smile, brighten up your day a little, get you out of whatever had you down. Maybe if I was lucky, I thought I might get an...
I'm sorry, Jiran. You were right and I was wrong.
His mimicry of her voice was so terrible she started smacking his chest with her palm, her face skewed in mock outrage.
If you lived a dozen lives, you would not live long enough to hear that from me. Though you are right in a way. I allowed confusion and doubt to cloud my judgment. The ancestors guide me from the core, and my core knows what is true and what is false.
Her finger spun a lazy circle on his chest as she met his eyes.
She is so adorably weird. Whatever you say, Princess. That sounds exactly like an I'm right and you're wrong to me.
Jiran laughed as a claw extended from her finger to tickle his skin.
We should get back before it's dark.
She looked at him in confusion, pointing to First Mother's blue glow.
She is only now rising to greet the day. What do you mean?
The distance between our homes is so vast, we see the suns from a different angle.
Her mouth formed a perfect O as realization dawned.
How many wonders can you show me in a single day? Give me a few more minutes. I'm not done.
She buried her face in his neck, chirping softly before proceeding to drag her skin across his shirt. Jiran chuckled as she rubbed herself all over his chest and arm.
That tickles. What are you doing?
Scenting you. One can never know when a vixen will come sniffing about.
Okay. I'll have to take your word for it. So weird. And it's freaking awesome.
She met his gaze once more, and he saw a firming of resolve churning behind her captivating dusky orbs.
It is time you learn what Kuroko means. I should have told you before I let you kiss me.
She looked away from him, biting one of her nails, soft lines appearing on her brow. Jiran stayed quiet, giving her time to turn thoughts into words.
She called me that when we first met. Something about unlocking my mana body early.
A Kuroko is chosen by the ancestors when ruin reaches our doorstep. They're known by all the moment they receive their aura early.
Mayolin's jaw flexed and she swallowed loudly.
When they come of age, they rise up and protect us from a catastrophe that only they can stop. 4 times a Kuroko has been born to the people, and 4 times their legends were passed down through the generations. 4 times they sacrificed their lives. 4 legends, 4 deaths, and you are the 5th.
Whew, not nearly as bad as I thought. Is that it?
Mayolin's jaw dropped as she searched his features. Not finding any sign he was joking, she snapped her mouth closed.
What do you mean, not as bad? I told you that you are destined to die for my people.
That's not what I heard. I heard you talk about 4 Kurokos who couldn't get the job done without dying. I might be weak in a general sense, but for my tier, I doubt there's anyone stronger. Is this why you've been running yourself ragged since I arrived? So I wouldn't have to undertake any Kuroko nonsense?
She nodded and tried to speak, any semblance of control shattering as her face contorted and tears threatened to burst out again. He ran his hand through her long hair and shook his head.
Does the Amra know?
She nodded again, and he pressed on.
Sounds like we have our work cut out for us then. And because I'm confident, that doesn't mean I won't take every advantage I can get. How about I drop by your bunker tomorrow and help you with whatever words you don't know from your great-grandfather's books? While we're at it, we can come up with a plan for how I can help your people without getting myself killed.
She sniffled and wiped the last of her tears away, nodding vigorously.
I would like that very much.
Her murmured voice only cracked a little.
Then it's a date,
Jiran whispered as he leaned in for another kiss. Adventure awaits.
That will not work.
Mayolin shook her head slowly.
What? Why not? I don't know how you expect to get enough mana without bringing more people into the project. My mana clearly isn't working, and you can't produce enough yourself to charge this 1 Voltri within the next week, let alone the 10 you want to do. Not only that, most of these parts are rusted or broken. You'd be lucky to get 1 in 3 working.
Mayolin looked away from him, her fists shaking and her jaw clenched.
We cannot tell the others. We must do this alone.
Must be what the Amra said to her. Why wouldn't he want us to fix the drives? That doesn't make any sense. I could try to teach her my method for converting density to mana. No, I'm not ready to trust that wholeheartedly. There's still things I don't understand, things she's not telling me. All right. If we can't get help with the mana issue, then we should look at other solutions. What do you know about the previous Kurokos? Specifically, the challenges they had to face. If we can figure out what's coming, it would be a lot easier to prepare.
All their legends are different. The first Kuroko battled an army of fiends that invaded the ancestral caverns below Adelpharos. The second, Marafeso, held back the lava from a ruptured tunnel for a week before she succumbed to the heat. The third blocked a meteor that was destined to bring our tunnels down upon our heads. And the fourth fought the first Alpha, gaining its respect. To this day, they leave us in peace so long as we continue to appease them with the Maker Drives.
I thought you said the Alphas are Tier 7. How the heck did a Tier 5 gain the respect of a Tier 7 beast? The others I can understand, but that one seems pretty far-fetched. And why do you only remember the name of the girl Kuroko?
Because she was the most courageous, obviously,
Mayolin responded flippantly.
You will have to ask an elder for the full story of the fourth. The legend was too dull to remember. A real fight should not last months. The victor should be obvious from the start, and crush their foes without remorse.
May, are you still down here, little one?
A light musical voice called down the stairs.
Yes, Peppa,
she called back, and a moment later a slim man with similar ears to hers appeared in the doorway. He set down a tray full of the fruit they always ate, causing her and Jiran to share a cringe.
"I brought you dinner. Oh, you have a guest, and it is the Amra's newest disciple, no less. Greetings, Jiran of Phelan. It is an honor to meet you."
Mayolin's father spoke with the same lilt and overpronunciation of each syllable that she did.
"We did not get a chance to meet at your feast. Not for lack of trying, though, I assure you. Why, if my memory serves, every time I approached, you were dancing with my daughter again."
The man showcased his terrible poker face with quivering lips and a barely repressed grin.
"It's an honor to meet you as well, Pepperala Elohi, low brother of Amra Maraka."
Jiran swept into a bow and sent a quick prayer to the fathers for the amazing memory granted to him by his attributes.
"None of that now, young man. For the one who became the Amra's top disciple in record time, it is I who should be scurrying for your favor."
What? I am? When did that happen?
"Peppa!"
Mayolin's tone turned sharp as her upper lip raised, revealing the tips of her sharp canines. The man continued as if she wasn't growing more threatening by the second.
"Mayolin has not been able to shut up about you, you know. I can see why, too. With how clean your emotions taste, your aura is practically a storm shelter. It certainly is a comfort to know the boy who stole her core does not have any ill intent."
Peppa flashed Jiran a wink, which he barely noticed as his mind was whirling from the implications of his statement.
How my emotions taste? They can taste my emotions through my aura?
"Peppa, what are you doing?"
Mayolin's voice turned shrill as she advanced on the man.
"What? Can a father not be happy for his daughter? I have never seen you dance with the same boy twice, let alone for half a night. You were both smiling and laughing. That was all I could do to keep the tears from my eyes."
Peppa skipped to the side, easily avoiding her lunge.
"It was not half the night,"
Mayolin bristled, her cheeks turning a rosy pink. Jiran, meanwhile, was still grappling with the unforeseeable revelation.
"This whole time, you've been—" "Then you two left together."
Peppa raised his eyebrows suggestively.
"What? No, he was drunk, and those vixens were eyeing him like fresh meat."
She took a deep breath, then continued at a normal pace.
"I merely felt responsible for him, because I am the one that brought him to town. I only showed him where the disciples slept, so he would not end up in the grass like a drunkard."
She turned her scowl on Jiran, daring him to refute her claims, only to find him blinking at her with his mouth hanging open. Peppa obliviously continued, taunting his daughter without remorse.
That is a shame. You are so dreadfully inept at keeping a boy's interest with your violent nature. And with only 2 maker drives left, we are almost out of time for me to get to play with my
Peppa ducked as Mayolin roared and dove headlong at him. With impressive acrobatics, the man bounded past her to land at the foot of the stairs. He turned, giving Jiran a friendly wave and speaking in a rush.
"And Jiran, whatever you do, do not run away. If she is anything like her mother, that will make her chase you all the faster."
The man was already scampering up the stairs before he finished speaking. Mayolin's scream and the chunk of bent metal she chucked at him were all the motivation anyone would need to move quickly. Mayolin spun on Jiran when Peppa was out of sight. He froze like a beast before an emperor as she stalked his way. Her finger jabbed into his chest, luckily without an extended claw.
"Do not even think of running. You would not escape."
You can taste my emotions?
Jiran mumbled. Mayolin nodded, having the decency to blush slightly as her tongue flicked out of her mouth.
"Oh, okay. Noted."
Jiran shrugged despondently, grabbing a piece of fruit for each of them with his aura. He took a big bite, crunching the hard, citrusy meat between his teeth, as she narrowed her eyes from only a few centimeters away.
So, about those preparations,
he trailed off, hoping she would go along with the change in topic, as he desperately wanted to process the whole emotion-reading thing prior to having a real conversation about it. She scented the air again, which he now realized was her tasting his emotions, and her face shifted to smug satisfaction. She snatched the offered fruit and turned back toward her workstation. She took a bite and chewed, her voice returning to a calm, light tone.
We should start by eliminating the obvious attack from below and the meteor. The Alpha is unlikely as well, since we are protected from their wrath by the drives.
The conversation devolved into semantics about which scenario was possible and which was not. They then switched to his questions about the missing notes from the maker that turned out to be a bust. On and on they went, not once encountering a lull as they turned page after page, thoroughly delighting in each other's company. By the end of the night, Jiran was exhausted as he rode his aura back to the Amra's estate. The next morning, Jiran ate breakfast and then retreated to his favorite spot in the corner of the garden. He firmed his aura to block sound, and then activated Revelation to feed daughter. For the first time since he left Phelan, he asked her a question.
How's my family?
Everyone is fine. There have been no changes.
Jiran dove into the awkward conversation he had been avoiding.
Is it true that density and the system are sentient?
If daughter picked up on his trepidation, she showed no signs of it.
Yes and no. Madra is certainly sentient, as are many of her children. This should be obvious to you, as you have been receiving her notices directly for some time. Density is far more complicated, but your question falls under the purview of the edicts.
What are the edicts?
He asked, but daughter did not respond.
Did she not hear me? Or is this like the first rule of Challenger Club? Nobody talks about Challenger Club. What are the edicts?
He tried again, and was once more met with silence. Jiran threw his hands in the air with a growl.
How can I trust you if I don't know what you are or how connected you are with the system? Are you part of the same consciousness or separate? What do you want from me? Why are you helping me?
Father, you are confusing faith with trust. Trust is earned, and I have never given you any reason to doubt me. Faith is given freely, without thought, and I do not desire that from you. I want nothing from you but your mana. If there is any reason to trust me, it is that I would not desire to see our mutually beneficial arrangement come to an end, as that would mean my certain death.
She didn't answer whether she's a part of the same consciousness or not. Damn it. That's reasonable, I guess, though I definitely don't like you refusing to answer my questions.
Jiran sighed and released more of his tension by cracking his neck.
Last question. Do you know what catastrophe is coming for the people?
Yes, but I must remain silent. I will reveal what I can, when I can. When your options are reduced to only 2, call for me again.
Then she was gone, along with the rest of his mana. When he stood, a tapping sensation spread through his aura.
One thing after another. Is this going to be one of those days?
He moved quickly to answer the Amra's summons, arriving at the man's personal dojo while floating on a platform of aura and feeling prepared for whatever the codger threw at him next. The moment Jiran stepped into the room, the Amra spoke without preamble.
You have made no progress. You will fail. I've done my best, but I don't know what I lack, Master Amra.
Jiran played along, knowing where the conversation was going and happy to finally be receiving the guidance he had desired days ago.
You lack conviction. You lack belief. Your heart holds many doubts. You see mana and aura as different, do you not? Here we go.
Jiran was eager to respond.
Yes, of course. Aura is natural, a part of everyone from the moment they are born, while mana is not natural at all. Mana empowers the aura to give it substance. So yes, in my eyes, they are different.
You believe mana to be unnatural. Your people are certainly strange to hold such beliefs. That is beside the point. Mana and aura are indeed different. You agree with this, yet you understand little of what those differences are. Aura without mana is nothing, as you say. Do you think that makes mana superior? You say mana is unnatural, but in your heart, you still believe it to be superior. Tell me, Jiran of Phelan, why do you believe something that you claim is unnatural to be greater than aura?
Is that true? I suppose I do think mana skills and techniques are a form of real magic, and since I haven't found it yet, I believe that magic has no upper ceiling to its potential power.
Jiran flexed and concentrated the aura around his right hand and created a coating around his left. He smashed them together, knowing before they even met which he thought was superior. The coating prevailed, easily crushing his aura.
Since it's mana that empowers the aura, I naturally believe mana to be greater.
Now you know what you lack. Our training is complete. In 2 hours, the hunters will be assembled, and you will fulfill your end of the bargain.
He spoke with finality.
That's it?
Quest accepted. Hide and seek. Reactivate the density absorber node at the designated coordinates.
Now? Suspicious timing there, system. Where have you been for the last 2 weeks, huh?
Seeing the Amra's deepening scowl, Jiran bowed, touching his forehead to the floor, and spoke with conviction.
I understand, Master Amra. Thank you for your guidance. I will lead your people to the Tier 5 beasts as promised. He taught me a ton about my aura, invited me into his home, and treated me fairly. He's a bit harsh for sure, especially with Mei Lin, but I hope he isn't going to get himself killed. Huh? Who am I kidding? It's the beasts who should be quaking in fear at his arrival.
The old man closed his eyes in meditation, which Jiran assumed was his dismissal. He left the dojo and hopped into the air for a clear view of where the quest marker was pointing.
Directly in the middle of the mountain, because where else would it be?
His feet took him to the bunker. She was waiting for him outside. Her usual smile evaporated the moment she was within range of his aura.
What happened? I have never seen you look so serious, Jiran of Phelan.
She grabbed his hand and then led him down the stairs.
The Amra said my training is done. He wants to leave in less than 2 hours. I'll be back as soon as I drop them off. There's more I have to tell you. Do you remember when we first met?
He made sure to block the vibrations of their voices, creating a private area for their conversation.
What? So soon? Yes, I remember. How could I forget? It was a most memorable day.
She tapped the spot on his chest where her claws had pierced his flesh. Ignoring her attempted joke, Jiran continued in a serious tone.
I asked you about the location of something that looked like the portal we used to reach the Empire. Well, I know where it is now. And you believe this is related to you being the Kuroko?
Her tail twitched and her back stiffened.
I never said that. I honestly don't know what it is, beyond its name, or what will happen when I get there. It's certainly possible, though. Are you going to tell me more, or leave me here to brush my fur? What is this mysterious thing called, and how do you know about it? Why do you believe you need to go there? No point holding back now. I received a quest from Madra to turn on something called a density absorber node, which is apparently in the center of Adelpharos. From Madra? The Great Mother speaks to you.
Mei Lin paced around the laboratory, the fine hairs on her ears standing straight up.
How?
She mumbled incoherently, unable to contain her distress. She spun to face him with her mouth open in shocked realization.
You plan to go alone?
She hissed, as she dropped into a crouch with her claws extended. Jiran nodded, his stance unwavering.
Nothing she's ever asked me to do has been simple or safe. I'm confident I'll survive, but I won't risk bringing you. No way. Look, we can discuss it more after I drop off the Amra, but don't expect me to change my mind. Some of the stuff I've been through, there's no way I would have survived while protecting someone.
I do not need your protection,
she hissed.
You might be right, but I would protect you nonetheless, and likely get myself killed in the process.
Jiran braced himself, his jaw firm. Mayolin's eyes filled with unshed tears as she tasted his resolve. Her face contorted, and she took a deep breath before sliding into his arms, hugging him tightly.
You better not die. Please,
she whispered.
I'll do my best. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone, okay?
He could feel her face scrunch up, and she pulled back from his chest to look up at him.
Why would I do anything rash? Do I look so foolish to you?
Jiran released a bark of laughter, shaking his head.
No, you don't.
He was cut off as she rose to her tippy toes and gave him a quick kiss.
Goodbye, Jiran. I will be busy working on the Voltri charger, so I doubt I will even notice your absence,
she huffed, turning her face away from him.
You are so freaking amazing.
He kissed her forehead, which for some reason made her blush deeply.
Goodbye, Maylin. I'll try to remember you during all the excitement of playing delivery boy to an old man. No promises, though.
He shrugged. Her jaw jutted forward, and when her claws extended, inching into his skin, he turned and beat a hasty retreat. Several minutes after Jiran left, a horrific crack resounded throughout the bunker. Maylin turned with a horrified gasp as the irreplaceable cellophite spilled across the floor through a wide crack in the Voltri charger.
No!
Her scream was a primal thing, born of rage and pain, as she rushed across the room. She only made it 2 steps before she was roughly grabbed by 2 Tier 5 hunters that descended into the laboratory in a flash of movement, far too quick for her to track. Delivery Boy. Jiran recognized all but 2 of the disciples who waited for him outside the estate. All 9 were grizzled and scarred hunters, with auras that snarled at each other while they vied for dominance. The courtyard air felt alive, buzzing with energy laced in anticipation. The large space felt crowded, despite there being only 11 people present. Not a single one of them acknowledged Jiran as they faced the Amra, who arrived right on the heels of Jiran.
All Tier 5, the strongest in Azurelight. They should be fine in the Empire's wilds, so long as they don't piss off a noble. Samris would eat this entire group for breakfast.
The thought brought a smile to Jiran's face, the hunters posturing now seeming like the squabbling of children.
Today, we free ourselves. Honesty, integrity, and trust.
They echoed the Amra's salute, then turned to Jiran in unison. The Amra nodded, and Jiran leaped into the air. The hunters shouldered their bulging packs and flew after him, under the power of their auras. They landed at the edge of the jungle and ran on foot through the trees. They each activated their obfuscations to blend into the foliage around them. Even with their careful movements, they were all faster than him, with attributes 2 tiers above his. One of the 2 he didn't recognize ran beside him, and let out a yawn, giving him some serious side-eye.
Hey, I'm not the one too scared to fly, buddy. I'll meet you at the place known as the Metal Rise,
Jiran whispered, knowing they would easily hear him with their enhanced senses. Coding and light manipulation wrapped around Jiran, and he vanished from sight. He then pulled himself into the air with his mana body. Without the need to sneak through the jungle, his speed multiplied and he left the hunters in his dust. Jiran didn't encounter a single beta on his flight, despite his light bending not being all that effective at high speeds. The hunters arrived at the foot of the cliff a few minutes behind him. He popped the last few freshly picked berries into his mouth. The density within them was higher than anything found growing naturally in the Empire. It was more than enough to regenerate his lost mana. He smiled, remembering Mei Lin throwing a melodramatic fit about how often she had to eat them. The hunter who had given the snide look now wore a deep frown as he breathed heavily. Jiran nodded, and the Amra covered them in his aura while Jiran spoke.
The platform up there with a pedestal is how we are going to travel to the Empire.
Both hunters who didn't know Jiran spoke their dissent simultaneously.
No, that is sacrilege. We must not allow the outsider to scale the rise.
The Amra's voice was reinforced with a whip of aura they each knew the sting of.
Silence! Our ways are about to change forever. This is nothing.
Both of them quieted down so quickly, Jiran had the impression they weren't upset to begin with. Making extra eye contact with the two, he then gave the group the short warning he had rehearsed several days ago.
Try not to draw any attention when you see the portal. It's a bit shocking at first. When I point to you, you will see it appear. Go through quickly. The other side is a dark cave.
Enough talking. We're not children.
There's always one in every group.
Jiran gave the rude hunter a healthy dose of stink-eye before moving to the more vital point.
If you're seen by any Imperials, they will try to kill you. There are many tales of beasts in the Empire capable of mimicking our appearance and voices. It will be assumed you are one of those beasts. Do not be seen. Some of my people are above the 9th tier. You do not wish to draw their ire.
Knowing they could feel his emotions, Jiran dug up the image of the one emperor he had seen, and a full-body shiver rumbled through him.
I've seen one once.
The Amra bared his teeth and met the eyes of each member one at a time. Once the last had bowed in subservience, he hissed,
Do not be seen, and especially do not kill any Imperials under any circumstances. Is this understood?
Jiran didn't miss the two ornery hunters' eyes meeting as they subtly nodded at one another.
What are you two planning? And why are you being so obvious about it? Just because you're standing behind me doesn't mean I can't see you. We all have auras here.
When no one spoke up in dissent, and Jiran nodded that he was done, the Amra waved his hand toward the alcove far above.
Go!
The hunters jumped, rising rapidly through the air on wings of aura. They leaped through the portal one at a time, not a single one hesitating or so much as blinking in alarm when it appeared. It cost Jiran 3% of his mana for each person who passed through. Since he didn't notice the drain on his mana when he brought Mei Lin, he assumed the difference was because of their higher tier. After they were all on the other side, he followed and the portal closed behind him. Jiran didn't waste his mana creating light, as none of them had any trouble perceiving the cave with their auras.
Where did the whole, portal go?
One of the hunters placed his hand on the gem-studded pedestal as he had seen Jiran do.
Better not lead on that I already know from bringing Mei Lin that they won't be able to turn on the portal without me. When I put my mana into the gem, I see a list of locations to travel to. Do you see anything?
My mana will not enter the gem. What is the trick?
The hunter was starting to sound a little concerned.
No trick. I pushed my mana into it with molding, my version of your circulating skill. It's possible it won't work for anyone who hasn't completed the quest that brought me here in the first place.
Quest? What quest? Why am I only now hearing about this, Master Amra?
One of the hunters turned to the old man, who stood to the side impassively. The Amra moved to the gem, placing his hand on it briefly and shrugging.
It matters not. His words ring with the truth,
as they always have. Jiran of Phelan, do we have your word that you will bring us home when our ascensions are complete?
Of course I will. Jiran's fist smacked his chest as he stood straight, his words full of conviction.
Very well, then. Let us continue.
The Amra's assurances failed to completely appease the group, but they bowed in assent regardless. Jiran guided them to the surface. Once above ground, the hunters all watched the skies with nervous eyes, as they each activated their obfuscations once more.
There are no alphas or betas in the Empire. The skies are safe here.
His words held no sway over a lifetime of ingrained caution. Seeing them make no move to relax, he shrugged and took to the skies. They followed beneath him, staying low to the ground as they headed southwest to the forest, where he had saved the civilians from the Tier 5 tree beast. They arrived in less than 2 hours, having moved swiftly and quietly, never once dropping their obfuscations. During the trip, an uncomfortable feeling kept gnawing at the back of Jiran's brain, a creeping worry that he had missed something important, or left something behind he should have remembered to bring. He arrived first, and when they caught up, he stood facing the hunters, his back to the woods.
This forest has several Tier 5 beasts. Considering I've seen them on the outskirts, there may even be Tier 6s further in. I'm heading back to Azurelight. When should I return to bring you back?
That will not be necessary. You will remain here with us until we have completed our ascensions.
The Amra's tone was one of finality, letting Jiran know immediately he would not accept disagreement. Jiran frowned, shaking his head.
That was never part of our agreement. You don't have to worry. I have no ill intentions. I merely have things I must do there.
The Amra's voice turned heavy with meaning, and the two hunters inched closer to Jiran as he spoke.
I am well aware of what you think you must do. However, it will not be necessary. Azurelight no longer needs ineffective toys and superstitious legends to protect it.
Oh, crap. It's an evil monologue.
Luckily, they could not read his thoughts, and the moment Jiran realized something was wrong, he shoved all of his emotions into an extra-thick bridge connected with his mana pool. The Amra, either oblivious to Jiran's instant shift in disposition or simply not caring, continued.
Azurelight has us now. It has me. And we will soon be more than has ever been needed. Fear not. Mayalin is in good hands, and will remain so until we return. Together.
The Amra trailed off, his gloating expression practically shouting for Jiran to argue, complain, or put up some feeble attempt at resistance.
Good hands, huh? I doubt that. Well, sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not sticking around to argue like some idiot hero.
Gas had begun leaking from Jiran when he realized what was happening. The odorless methane flooded the space in front of him, and a snap of his fingers detonated a massive explosion that rocked the forest. The only person not affected was the Amra, whose aura easily dispersed the shockwave headed in his direction. As for the other hunters, and especially the two who lunged at Jiran the moment the Amra finished speaking, they were all blown away, though he had been careful not to release enough gas to kill any of the powerful Tier 5s, merely hinder their attempts to capture him. Jiran was no exception to being swept up in the detonation. Coating and aura protected him as he was flung backward, gaining precious meters of distance from his once allies. The ground cratered around the Amra as his aura flexed. Huge hands of ephemeral energy, much larger than Jiran had ever felt, reached for him. They plowed into his mana body, showcasing once again that he was no match for the old man's strength. Jiran didn't have time to feel relieved that he chose not to use oneness. If he had, he wouldn't have any aura outside his body to protect himself. Not that what was outside was doing much good. As the Amra's grip closed in, Jiran fled. He sacrificed as much of his aura as needed to buy time. The Amra gave chase, his arms of aura reaching for Jiran, while his face contorted in a snarl that revealed the hidden fangs of a serpent. Despite his obvious superiority with aura, the old man was no match for Jiran's combination of gas manipulation and the little cones of shaped aura hidden beneath his feet. A fountain of hydrogen erupted beneath him, the blast rocketing him well out of the Amra's reach. Jiran's heart was hammering, barely keeping him conscious, and sweat dripped from his skin as he pulled what was left of his aura in tight, to block the atmospheric pressure holding him back. His speed increased several-fold, and he shot toward the cave many times faster than the Amra knew he could fly. In seconds, he was out of sight.
That was too close. If those two hadn't tipped me off, I would have been screwed. Wow. Dick move, Amra. No use for ineffective toys and superstitious legends, huh? Does he want them to have no choice but to rely on him? Disgusting tyrant. Mei-Lin should be fine. He might need her to repair the maker drives after all. I get the feeling he's been working toward this for a long time. I'm sure he has several other backup plans in place. Well, this whole situation turned to Shrelk shit awful quick, didn't it? What am I going to do if I get back to Azure Light and the entire town has turned against me? Did Mei-Lin know? Is that why she was so upset the other day in front of the dojo? Did she lead me on so I would show her? No, I'm not going to doubt her, or anyone else until they actively betray me. I refuse to live my life as a paranoid hermit who can't trust anyone. I'll find her and learn the truth.
Within minutes, Jiran stood at the teleportation platform. He looked down at the gem, hesitating.
If I go through, they'll almost certainly be waiting for me when I try to come back to the Empire. Is this the right choice? What else could I do? Ascend again, which means facing the Challenger density. I'm not ready for that yet. I could try to ambush them first. No, that sounds even worse. It's not like they wanted to kill me. They're doing what they think is right. There's got to be a way to peacefully resolve this, and the answer to that lies with the people.
Jiran's gaze firmed as he reached out and pushed mana into the gem.
Besides, I already decided to do Madra's quest because it might help Samris. That hasn't changed. And with the Amra's words about Mei-Lin, how could I possibly run away without making sure she's okay? Worst case scenario, I get an extended vacation while checking in on my family through daughter. No matter how strong the Amra becomes, I can get stronger faster. The next time we meet, I'm going to shove my foot so far up his ass he'll be cleaning the dirt under my toenails with those nasty serpent fangs of his.
Jiran's flight to Azure Light brought his mana down to 50%. He landed outside of town and walked confidently past the lookouts in their fine armor. His bated breath and frayed nerves were completely unnecessary. When they waved in his direction with familiar smiles, he released a pent-up sigh and tore down the main street to the center of town. The bunker was empty when he arrived, but what he saw within seized his heart in a vice-like grip. The Volturi charger was cracked in half, and its fluid spilled across the floor. He knew from the maker's notes that the liquid had been the work of several years of study and effort. The man had been meticulous with his documentation on the difficulties of producing it. Since Jiran never saw the actual recipe, only the grievances involved in creating it, he assumed it must have vanished along with so much of the maker's work. True Origin of Water cleaned out several buckets as his aura spread out, scooping up as much of the precious liquid from the smooth tiled floor as possible. When his salvage attempt unveiled a single drop of bright crimson blood on the floor near the stairs, his vision turned white, and his fury exploded. Two choices.
If that's her blood, I swear they'll pay that price 100-fold.
The mana within Jiran's aura boiled as it scoured the area around that single drop of blood. Remnants of shredded fabric and skin too fine to see with the naked eye sprung into awareness as his focus intensified. He followed the trail, quickly spotting 2 sets of larger footprints on the grease-stained steps. Fear and fury vied for dominance against reason and control. The mix swept through his body in a tangled, raging river that left him shaking. His fists clenched so hard his knuckles popped as he battled against himself. Jiran refused to move, refused to give in to his emotions rampaging against his will. A dozen ragged exhalations later, his breathing returned to a steady cadence that matched the beating of his heart.
Running ahead without thought never works. I have to stay calm. She's going to be fine. No, she is fine. It's hardly enough blood for a real injury. She might have nicked herself on something. And knowing her temper, it's almost certainly her own claws. She was definitely taken against her will. She would never leave the charger cracked and leaking like that.
Jiran scoured the floor once more, searching for anything he might have missed, but his aura was so depleted it barely covered a few meters around him. His eyes found the next clue, another drop of crimson liquid at the top of the stairs. Jiran bounded to the surface, scanning every direction, but found nothing else that gave him a clue of what direction they had taken her.
I need my aura for this. I need more range.
Jiran gathered his mana, slamming it through his skin and into his aura. He doubled over, barely holding back the bile that leaped up his throat, as his guts churned with the mana that failed to enter his mana body. His aura recoiled from the rough treatment, quivering and crying out in pain that matched the backlash within him.
That's new. Or it's not, and I'm only now able to feel it. What am I doing wrong?
He pulled his mana body completely inside himself and connected with it by bringing his body, mana, and aura into the aligned state of oneness. He tried to feed it again, though this time with a gentler touch. Thousands of motes of mana flipped and spun, before turning inside out, inverting in a way he couldn't quite perceive, and joined his aura without a hint of resistance. Jiran let out a sigh of relief, pushing all the mana into his aura that it could take. He ran back down the stairs to grab the last few unfinished fruits left by Peppa, and swallowed them without hesitation, despite their overripe state. Density converted into mana, which in turn was used to further stuff his aura. Within minutes, his mana body was bursting at the seams and could even stretch an additional 2 centimeters. He pushed it out in a straight line, nearly 20 meters long, before spinning it in a wide circle across the ground. He found another droplet of blood to the northwest of the bunker, absorbed by the dirt and completely invisible to the naked eye. The next was outside a seemingly empty cellar. Inside, his aura easily spotted the fake wall leading to a tunnel. Another droplet inside.
There's no way it's a coincidence. She's leaving me a trail.
Jiran blasted through the false wall and dashed down the tunnel. He exited through a trap door beneath the roots of a huge tree, azure light now nearly a kilometer distant behind him. He found her trail instantly, each subsequent crimson stain almost exactly the range of his aura distant from the previous one.
How did the bastards who took her not notice this? Is it a trap?
The trail led to the base of a regular-sized mountain abutting Adelphoros. Up the slope, at the base of a rocky cliff 100 meters high, was a narrow gap between 2 ledges that stretched deeper into the mountainous soil than his aura could reach. Jiran sucked in his breath and squeezed through, sliding ever deeper into darkness. 50 meters of claustrophobic shuffling later, the gap opened into a cavern wide enough for 5 people to stand shoulder to shoulder. He moved slowly, allowing his aura to quest out ahead of him with a light touch. The Tier 5s ahead both felt him the moment their auras touched. When the 2 of them stood and drew their spears, Jiran gave up any pretense of stealth and boldly walked forward into the widened cavern. He was surprised to find a fully furnished hideout around them. Chairs, tables, food, and multiple branching tunnels that led off into the darkness. Spread out across their table was a pile of polished bones and 2 stacks of cut gems. Jiran's aura pressed against theirs, vying for dominance in the pervasive gloom.
Fancy meeting you two here. You might want to fuck off now. I'm not in the best of moods.
A soft, spinning illumination doused the darkness of the cavern as the channel within Jiran's chest glowed with condensed elemental power. The hunters shared a look, then turned back to Jiran.
Apologies, Kuroko. We cannot do that.
Guess everyone knows now, or they have for a while.
Their auras were losing against his, slowly but steadily giving way as Jiran closed the distance.
I'd really prefer not to kill you both. Last chance.
6 whips of coating stretched from Jiran's skin, striking the ground around him and kicking up dust. As the dust spread, his invisible coatings became phantasmal serpents that displaced the dirt in the air. The mana within his channel churned so quickly that it hummed perceptibly, the vibrations releasing visible oscillations that shook the walls. Their sensitive ears twitched, and they both took a step back, swallowing audibly. The hunter on the left backhanded his companion on the arm.
Come on, Rocket. He's beyond the 3rd phase, and whatever he's doing is giving me a bad feeling. This is already honorless enough. I'll not die in shame while betraying my own, even if she is half-blood.
Fine. What will we tell the Amra?
The other hunter demanded, scooping up his gems with a huff.
We'll think of something, we always do. Thank you for sparing us, Kuroko. She was not harmed. She's down that tunnel.
Jiran stood aside and let them pass, though he turned to face them as they walked by, wary of a trap right up until they were out of the range of his aura.
They could try to collapse this place, but I've dug myself out of worse.
It didn't take him long to find her. She was in a small room, gnawing at her nails and pacing, fury leaking from her every movement. The moment Jiran's aura brushed over her, she leaped at the huge slab of stone sealing her room and pounded on it with her bare hands, calling his name. He calmed his emotions, focusing on washing away his anxiety with soothing thoughts. She stopped her mad assault with a tilt of her head and stood with her arms across her chest, waiting for him to move the stone. The second it was out of her way, she rushed into his arms. He wrapped her in a hug, and the last of his tension dispersed as the smell of her hair entered his nostrils. She shook against him, her claws sinking a half-centimeter into his sides as she clutched him, each pinpoint drawing a small drop of blood that he ignored. Light manipulation from his palm gently lit up the small room. She blinked repeatedly and leaned away to look up into his eyes, though not releasing the tight hold she had on him. The obvious signs of perpetual distress and frustration across her face made her emotions so transparent he might as well be the one who could taste them. All thoughts that she might have been in on any of the Amra's plans vanished before she even had a chance to speak.
Where is he? I will kill him. He destroyed it. I cannot fix that much damage. What are we going to do?
Her voice wavered between enraged and forlorn.
Shh, it's going to be fine. The Amra ambushed me, but I escaped and left him in the Empire. When I returned to the bunker, I recovered the cellophite too.
Her claws retracted from his flesh as she slumped in relief.
I'm sure we can figure out how to make another Voltri charger. The Empire has some amazing smiths, and my 4th-tier skill should be able to help too, once I get it. Another reason to start the timer. The list is growing.
He led her out of the small cell and back to the main chamber, where they sat at one of the empty tables.
What of the Amra? You say he is stuck in the Empire, but there are only 2 Maker Drives left, Jiran. How will we protect ourselves without him? And how will we get help from your smiths if we cannot use the portal for fear of him waiting for us on the far side? There's a chance he's waiting, but I doubt it.
If I were him, I would leave a few hunters as scouts while trying to ascend as quickly as possible. You make it sound like your people would want him back after what he did."
Jiran trailed off, and Maya Lin's hand came down hard on the table as she shook her head.
"Of course they would. They're all eagerly awaiting his coming victory over the Alphas. He is beloved to them, to us, in a way you cannot understand. He has been protecting us for generations. There's not a single person in Azure Light who does not remember his smiling face from their childhood, and the warmth of his aura protectively wrapping around them. Even me. Besides, what other choice do we have?"
"You can't seriously mean that. You didn't hear what he said."
Jiran exploded in anger, quoting the old bastard in a mocking voice.
"Azure Light no longer needs ineffective toys and superstitious legends to protect it. Azure Light has us now. It has me."
Jiran spat the words.
"He wants to rule over your island as an unopposable dictator. Once he ascends, there won't be anyone or anything that can stop him, including me." "Unless I ascend before him. Is there time?"
"He truly said that,"
she scoffed.
"And after that lecture he gave me about destiny and respecting the ancestors too? What a gaseous bladder of empty wind!"
"Ha! Yeah, he's a windbag, all right. He did a whole evil monologue and everything before trying to capture me."
"Truly? Was it as bad as one of the Maker's stories?"
She giggled, though the sound was dry and forced, lacking its usual tinkling joyfulness.
"Definitely. So, what are we going to do?"
"That should be obvious."
Maya Lin clicked her tongue.
"You must complete Madra's quest."
"What? That's not at all what I was expecting you to say. How do you come to that conclusion?"
"Clearly, the Amra's betrayal is the catastrophe that you were sent here to resolve. Should you try to face him as you are, you will die."
Jiran could only nod along reluctantly. He had been far too confident in his own strength until seeing the Amra easily shrug off an explosion. Maya Lin continued.
"The Great Mother guided you here for a reason. You must discover it, gain what power she has to grant you, then use it to crush him."
"That seems like quite the stretch. You don't understand how manipulative Madra is. I doubt whatever's waiting for me at the node is going to be some great power to save your people. She couldn't care less about what happens to anyone, so long as she gets what she wants."
Jiran's fists shook at the memory of half his life being stripped of him with no explanation or apology, not to mention all the damage his disappearance had caused to his loved ones. Maya Lin's strong yet delicate hands wrapped around his, as she leaned forward and looked into his eyes. The sight stole his breath, instantly calming his frayed nerves.
"Of course she thinks that way. Her needs are beyond our comprehension. Do you care for the colony of bugs that your footsteps destroy? No. You only care for your own needs, as they are far more important than the food source you simply trampled. Do not hate her for who she is."
"I might not notice the bugs, but I'm sure they're pretty pissed at me for ruining their lives,"
Jiran responded a touch too harshly, then relented with a sigh.
"Please, stop looking at me like that. I'll try, okay?"
Jiran cleared his throat, buying a moment to think.
"So, we either bow to the Amra and bring him back, or I do Madra's quest. Do we only have two options?"
He sat bolt upright as he gasped.
"Daughter, she knew things would come to this. How? Why didn't she warn me?"
"What is it?"
Maya Lin's ears perked straight up and twitched as she cued into the intensity of his feelings.
"I need to use a technique. I'll be right back."
Jiran stood and Maya Lin moved to follow him, but he gently waved her back with a reassuring smile. When she nodded with a huff, he grabbed several wrapped portions of preserved meat from a bag in the corner, then found an empty room and sat cross-legged.
"A revelation."
"The quest is related, though not in the way that you think."
Daughter appeared in his mind's eye, her form as nebulous and starry as usual.
You were listening?
Jiran's eyes narrowed.
Always,
She chuckled.
Why didn't you warn me about the Amra?
He demanded.
Because you would have tried to resist him foolishly, or not taken him at all. I gave you enough hints to put you on edge, without affecting the necessary course of events overmuch.
Jiran didn't like the tone of the conversation one bit.
Necessary course of events?
He asked slowly.
What are you talking about? And what do you mean Madra's quest is related? Can you please start making sense?
I am sorry, Father. There are some answers I cannot give. You should heed Maelin's words. She is wise beyond her seasons. Madra is dying. I am sure of it now. Her pulse grows weaker by the day, and her needs outstrip yours and mine. You will not like what awaits you at the node, but you will gain much from it, if you survive. I cannot—
Her words cut off as her starry eyes bulged. A strangled sound escaped her lips as translucent hands locked around her throat. The last he saw of her was a pleading expression that begged him to understand before she was swallowed by the darkness within his mind. The choice that seals fate.
Daughter! Daughter!
Jiran projected his thoughts down the dark hole she had vanished into. He scarfed down the preserved meat as quickly as he could get it into his stomach. When his mana was full, he activated Revelation again, but nothing happened. He tried to use it manually, but the two-way connection with his mana failed to form, though his mana did rapidly drain as if the technique were working.
What the abyss was that? I can still donate mana, so she should be fine.
Jiran allowed the rest of his mana pool to drain away, feeling more and more confident she was okay with each mote absorbed.
What should I do? I can either let the Amra back in once he ascends, or I can go with Daughter and Maelin's suggestion to find the node. A third option would be trying to ascend so I'm strong enough to deal with the alphas and the Amra myself. I would need to find Tier 5s for Challenger density, which there are none of on the island. Then again, considering who the quest is from, Tier 5s at the node isn't out of the question. There are plenty of them in the Empire, but escaping through the portal is 50-50. If the Amra's there, I doubt he'll allow me to get away again. I could try my luck with a Tier 6 Alpha. Yeah, that sounds stupid even without speaking it out loud. As much as I hate the idea of dealing with the red density again so soon, I'm even less inclined to tier up regularly and miss the benefits of a tripling in attributes, mana, and concentration. I don't think I have any better options than to try the node. Daughter said I wouldn't like what I find there, but it sounds better than facing the Amra in a cave where he has the home ground.
Jiran hopped to his feet and rejoined Maeilin. A lamp with a glowing flower inside was placed on the table next to her, flooding the large space with a soft emerald glow.
You are far too mysterious, Jiran of Phelan. What is this technique that you could not wait to use until finishing our conversation? You have yet to even tell me of your empire.
She grumbled the last bit, knowing now was not the time.
It's a technique that lets me ask questions to Madra, sort of. I don't always get good answers, and this time was no different. If anything, I have more questions now than ever.
You can speak to Madra directly? I thought you said she spoke to you, not the other way round. That is incredible. What does she sound like? What did she say? How does this technique work? Can you teach me?
Maeilin leaned forward in her chair, her heels bouncing rapidly against the floor.
I can try, sure, but not today. I'm going to the node, right now.
Good. I will return to Azure Light and prepare.
Wait, what?
Maeilin tilted her head.
Did you expect me to insist I should come as well? Do you take me for a fool? As you said, I would only distract you, and likely end up getting us both killed. You were right. I am not strong enough to stand by your side. Yet.
Her jaw clenched, a determination in her eyes he recognized well. Far from objecting, Jiran was overjoyed. If you're interested in getting stronger, I have a few ideas from the Maker's research, and seeing some of your people's skills. They'll have to wait until I get back, though. She blinked in surprise at his suggestion, and swallowed past the lump of emotions in her throat.
Yes, I would like that very much.
She turned away from him so fast her hair whipped out and tickled his face. With long strides she grabbed the pack of supplies and the flower lamp before walking toward the exit.
How will you reach the node? You said it was inside Adelphoros?
I was thinking of either flying high enough to enter at the top, or going straight through the side.
Jiran jumped ahead of her, not wanting her to be the first one out in case the hunters were waiting to ambush them.
You should not ascend to the top. The Alphas will certainly kill you. They will take your trespass into their territory as an affront to their supremacy, and may even destroy the village.
Okay, through the side it is.
Jiran nodded rapidly. Mayalin squeezed into the crack behind him, the space too tight for further conversation. Once outside, Jiran confirmed the hunters were long gone, then opened the map in his interface. While staring at the mountain that dominated the vast majority of the island, Jiran was struck by a realization, and every hair on his body stood straight, as a shiver swept through him.
What's waiting for me inside there? Why is it so important to Madra? Why did she wait until after my training with the Amra to send me there? Will I really learn something that can help Samris and Lenton? What did Daughter's warning mean? I have so many questions, and it's long past time I find some answers.
A thunderous roar shook the air and the rocky ground alike. Mayalin's obfuscation activated on instinct, and Jiran was right behind her with a screen of light manipulation. Both their heads snapped up to see a massive flying lizard descend on a group of betas. They were so far away they looked like tiny pinpricks of darkness against the bright sky. The birds panicked and scattered in every direction, but another roar carried a wave of force that knocked a dozen of them out of the sky.
A dragon? No, I think it's more of a wyvern. Still, that thing is no joke. Identify isn't working from this far, but if it killed all those betas just from yelling, it must be at least tier 6 or 7. If that beast is tier 7, its attributes are upwards of 1280. Not to mention its 64 concentration, which works as a flat multiplier. Compared to my 60 attributes and 6 concentration, I couldn't even scratch it.
Jiran whispered, forming a hard shell on his aura to block sound.
You've been living on the same island as those things all this time? Crazy. Yeah, no way I'm going up there. Good call.
Mayalin didn't respond to him in any way, as she stood perfectly still, even going so far as to hold her clothes so they wouldn't shuffle in the non-existent breeze. He could barely track the Alpha's movements as it gobbled up the dead betas and ascended beyond the clouds. Mayalin was coated in sweat and hyperventilating when her obfuscation dropped a minute later. Jiran took the pack and gently gripped her biceps, giving her a little shake.
It's gone, you're fine. Is that the first time you've seen one?
Never outside of town in the open. That was terrifying.
She shivered, taking more than a few deep breaths before returning to herself.
Do you want me to take you home? The node can wait a few more minutes.
No, I can go alone. I will be fine.
What about those 2 hunters? Leaving me a trail of blood was brilliant, but I'd rather not have to go through that again.
Seeing his pained scowl, Mayalin wrapped him in a quick hug, then jumped back like she was afraid he wouldn't release her again.
I will stay hidden and go to Mathra the minute I have returned.
Jiran wondered who that was, but didn't have a chance to ask as she continued in a rush.
And I do not believe they will attempt to take me again. I felt the fear in their auras when they faced you. They do not wish to die any more than I do. Hurry back, and be safe, Jiran of Phalon.
Her obfuscation activated again, blending her in with the rocky slope and sparse shrubs as she sprinted down the base of the mountain.
Not much of one for goodbyes, is she? I'll do my best. See you soon, Princess.
Jiran took a deep breath, smelling the last wisps of her scent. Then his gaze hardened on the distant Adelphoros. He hefted the pack of food and leaped into the air, aura propelling him higher, until he was roughly 200 meters below the marker. He placed his hand on the cliff face and jammed a spike of coating 4 meters into the rock at an upward slant, directly toward the marker. Metal manipulation turned a 3-meter cylinder around the spike into gravel that flowed out of the hole to trickle down the steep slope. Not willing to stick around and see what the noise attracted, Jiran moved inside the new rocky cave he had made. At the end of the cylinder, he repeated the process. Because he was digging at an upward angle toward the marker, the loose rocks continued to fall out of his way, allowing him to progress quickly without wasting time or mana to dig after each use of metal manipulation. He kept up his efforts for hours, each use of his technique consuming a single % of his mana. Nearly 15 kilometers later, he finally saw something through his aura that wasn't more rock. Coding, +2. Metal manipulation, +4.
Open air, or at least a cave of some kind. Better prepare first.
Jiran sat and ate the last of the food from the hunter's supplies. With his mana topped off, a stomach full of density, and a clear mind, he burrowed the last few meters and poked his head into a straight tunnel. There were no stalagmites or stalactites, and the walls were relatively smooth for a natural cave. The air was musty and stank of heavy minerals. The high natural density he was used to on the island reached a whole new level inside the mountain, each breath restoring nearly 0.5% of his mana.
Lava tube? Or maybe a density tube. Since it's Madra, this could also be from a massive worm eating its way through the mountain. Either way, it's headed in the right direction, so I might as well take the easy route instead of going all the way back out to replenish my food.
Despite taking a slow, careful step, he felt the reverberations from his footfall flutter through the stale air and rock around him. He lifted himself with his aura and sent the fathers a silent prayer that nothing felt those vibrations.
With how much noise my digging made, if something was hunting through vibrations, it would have found me already. Stupid of me not to think of that earlier. This tunnel is so unnaturally creepy. It's got me on edge now.
Jiran advanced at a crawl. His eyes were wide open, though all he could perceive beyond the range of his aura was pure, inky darkness. Still, his mind struggled every second to pierce that black shroud. He constantly stretched his aura ahead and behind him, scanning for movement. Foresight tingled in his neck a moment before an unholy howl erupted, ripping past him down the tunnel and filling him with instinctual dread. The sound was so fierce it blew his hair back and billowed his clothes as the rock around him rumbled in protest. Jiran was already in motion, having come up with a plan for if he encountered anything within the mountain. He threw himself against the wall, metal manipulation turning it soft enough that he was able to push himself in while his aura kept the mud from falling away. He then re-solidified and reinforced the rock, encasing himself inside a defensive bubble that looked no different than any other part of the passage. He drew his mana body in completely, knowing that higher-tier beasts could sense the energies. With crossed fingers, he held his breath as the howl intensified, sending reverberations through his body.
Hopefully, whatever that is, it's not above Tier 6.
Something incredibly heavy and fast rumbled its way down the tunnel so quickly he felt the entire mountain shake from its passing. He didn't dare send out a thread of coding, or his aura to discover what it was. 2 minutes passed, as Jiran's self-made coffin rattled him to his bones. His thoughts were silent, as he focused with all his mental capacity, ready to flee if he was discovered. Sweat leaked from him in nerve-wracking waves, dampening the stone pressing into his skin. When the shaking stopped, he didn't move, continuing to hold his breath until his vision swam. Another 2 minutes passed before he loosened the rock and took a deep gasp of muggy tunnel air. His aura spread out, questing across every surface around him, but there was nothing. The rock was cool to the touch. There were no prints or tissue residue to be found. It was as if whatever had passed him by was an illusion or a ghost. Jiran shivered at the thought of an immaterial beast capable of shaking the massive mountain.
This place sucks. I take it all back. Worst vacation ever.
He floated forward a few meters, jerking to a halt in the center of the passage. Prior to the howling beast and the shaking, he had been meticulously moving his aura along every surface around him, and was intimately familiar with the tunnel's unnatural smoothness and exact size, which is why he knew in his gut that the tunnel was now a single centimeter wider than it was before. Missing Gate Keynote Prime. Jiran released a heavy sigh, doing his best to shake off the feeling he was being watched by the rocks surrounding him. The vibrations from whatever passed him in the darkness were an unpleasant memory he couldn't wait to put behind him. But to do that, he needed to find the node and hightail it out of Adelpharos's bowels.
At least mana isn't an issue in here, and whatever that was didn't find me, so if it comes back, I'll hide again. Though maybe a little deeper next time. I could leave this tunnel and go straight through the rock. No, vibrations, bad. Enough procrastinating.
Jiran shook off his jitters and floated forward, moving ever closer to the quest marker. He stuck close to the wall, ready to dive back inside the second he felt even the smallest rumble or warning from foresight. In the eerie dark, with no other senses to rely on, the 11-meter radius of his mana body no longer felt like such a great accomplishment. After creeping along for only a few minutes, he encountered something different from the seemingly endless smooth stone and muggy air. A collapsed section of the ceiling that formed a deep pile of debris partially blocking his way. Several loose stones that cluttered the floor were setting off alarm bells in his brain. He remembered the mine shafts that eventually led him to Mark Hiss and similar stones that had turned out to be beasts waiting in ambush. He ran his aura over them and found them to be regular stones like any other, until a twitch deep within one of them caught his attention. As he watched, the insides of 5 stones churned and shuddered, the now malleable rock rapidly transforming into something new. A slit opened in each one, forming a gaping mouth that grew razor-sharp stalactites for teeth. Their jaws extended sharply, smacking into the ground and sending them flying toward him. Identify triggered, revealing the nature of the beasts. Bobidipede, Tier 3. Ambush predator capable of remaining dormant for months. It mimics natural rock formations until prey approaches.
Dormant my ass. Those were 100% normal rocks.
Jiran wrapped his aura around the Tier 3 beasts while dashing toward them. He effortlessly held them in the air, spearing them 3 at a time with spikes of coating. When his mana pierced them and got a good look inside, he knew he wasn't wrong about them. They had no stomach or organs of any kind. Their bodies were made entirely of density-thick, writhing rock. He diced up all but one of the surprisingly difficult-to-kill beasts. The last he saved for Mana Siphon. The two engaged in a brief struggle of wills, before Jiran successfully drained its energy. The extracted mana slithered through his coating, tasting acrid and slimy. It immediately caused his body to react painfully when it entered his hand. He pushed the mana out of his skin, and it rapidly formed into a thick, viscous liquid that grossly clung to him. Shaking his hand, he pushed the goop off with his mana body. Mana Siphon +5.
Directly absorbing beast mana, bad, noted. Though I don't remember that issue against the Challenger Arena's boss. Guess I'll have to do more experiments.
Once stabbed and cut to pieces, the Bobidopedes had returned to normal rocks. He gently placed them back on the floor with his aura, creating as little sound as possible.
I know the density is thick in here, but can that turn rocks into beasts? And why did it happen right as I got here? Or is it because of whatever made that howl earlier? Is this something similar to how Densoon waves mutate animals and beasts into stronger variants?
Notifications flashed, and since his eyes were useless in the dark tunnel anyway, he closed them to peruse his status for the first time in several days. EXP +3. Strength +2.1. Agility +3.1. Endurance +0.8. Durability +0.2. Wisdom +0.7. Intelligence +0.7. Shaping +1. Channeling +4. Identify +4. Coding +2. Revelation +3. True origin of water +2. Name: Jiran of Phelan. Race: human. Age: 15. Weight: 892.16 kilograms. Now, 953.21 kilograms. Status: Introductory user interface / active dual mind / unified mana body / party system / healthy. Timer: not applicable. Tier: 3. EXP: 49 of 100. Growth: 8.52%. Now 16.71%. Mana: 6. Concentration: 6. Strength: 65.2. Now 70.6. Agility: 65. Now 71.2. Endurance: 64.5. Now 69.7. Durability: 65.3. Now 69.1. Wisdom: 65.2. Now 70.6. Intelligence: 65.5. Now 70.8. Skills: Molding, Mana Expansion, 77. Now 78. Shaping, Elemental Compression, 53. Now 56. Channeling, 7. Now 28. Identify, 2. Now 6. Techniques: Forcing, 39. Coding, Elemental Aegis, 59. Now 63. Revelation, 1. Now 4. True Origin of Fire, 21. Now 24. True Origin of Lightning, 24. True Origin of Ice, 20. True Origin of Water, 11. Now 13. True Origin of Wind, 13. Gas Manipulation, 20. Big Bang, 15. Acid Manipulation, 1. Metal Manipulation, 9. Now 13. Light Manipulation, 15. Restoration, 21. Now 22. Mana Siphon, 23. Now 28. Other. Unique. Foresight. As he approached the collapsed section of tunnel, a dozen more of the nearby rocks squirmed. He formed 6 whips of coating, giving each a sharp edge, then slashed them through the air. Metal manipulation made short work of the blockage, while his blades cut apart each Bobidopede before it could fully form.
These are going to make way too much noise if I let them live. Better wipe them all out.
Each one he cut in half turned into 2 smaller rocks, that continued to transform into beasts. Duran changed tactics to what worked previously, spearing them with coating and sucking all the density out with mana siphon, though not letting it reach his skin this time. He nodded in satisfaction when the beasts stopped reforming. With his recent practice in metal manipulation, clearing the obstacle was a breeze, and within seconds he was floating through the blockage. Right as he reached the halfway point, the entire tunnel around him and every last rock squirmed from the inside.
Never mind.
He tore down the passage at the maximum speed his aura could move him, as thousands more stones were preparing to come to life. Thankfully, the beasts were slow, and he soon left them far behind. Their thrashing bodies made enough of a racket that he cringed for the several minutes it took him to reach the marker. As soon as it moved across his vision to point directly into the wall next to him, metal manipulation once more came to the rescue. He burrowed through solid stone and then sealed himself inside. After a sigh of relief that he was out of the crazy tunnel, he moved another dozen meters through the mountain's wall before his aura got its first glimpse at the node. Smooth, stone-like material entirely dissimilar to its rocky surroundings stretched far into the wall. The clearly unnatural formation stood out with a sense of ancient sanctity, making the stone and ore of Adelpharos seem ordinary and young. Whatever this platform was, he knew in his gut it had been here long before the gargantuan mountain formed around it. Metal manipulation had no effect on it, so he was able to separate the 12-meter-wide platform from the surrounding rock with relative ease. Big Bang compacted the excess material from his digging into dense rocks that he piled up to the side. When he had enough space to stand, he touched down on the node and approached its center, where a pedestal stood with a dull green gem at its tip. Light manipulation flooded the space, and Duran blinked repeatedly until his eyes adjusted from pitch darkness to low light. The quest marker in his interface perfectly overlaid the gem, and since foresight was quiet, he nervously placed his hand on it.
Nothing? Guess it needs a little mana like the teleportation platforms. Here goes nothing.
He pushed a tiny trickle of mana inside, and the gem greedily soaked it up, its glow rapidly filling the space with blinding emerald light. Several messages sprang up across his interface. Error. Unauthorized user Keynote Prime detected. Authorization granted. Activation sequence initiated. Suddenly, the trickle of mana Duran was feeding the gem turned into a flood against his will. He tried to jerk his hand away, but it was held fast. Every scrap of emotion inside him was rallied to enact his will. For the first time since learning to manually control mana, he felt like a child playing with an adult. His energy was seized and ripped from his grasp. Green lines of light wound down the pedestal and spread across the platform. A humming buzz was the only warning he had, as a layer of semi-transparent force flickered to life, sealing him and the entire platform inside a large sphere. The force field cut through the surrounding stone with ease, melting it to magma that drained down the outside of the sphere, vanishing from sight. When the last dregs of his mana were ripped from his body, the platform shifted subtly beneath his feet, and 6 small panels slid to the side. Metallic tentacles made of telescoping, prehensile segments tipped with mechanical hands lifted from within the panels and latched onto his legs, torso, and arms.
What the fuck? Let go of me!
Duran shouted, his breaths turning short and fast. His eyes were wide with panic, as past trauma was given new freedom within his mind. More arms appeared, but instead of metal, they were transparent and shone with an eerie blue radiance. They moved with blinding speed, sinking into his aura. Duran fought with everything he had, but was powerless to resist as they grabbed, pulled, and stretched his mana body until it was spread out like a star with 5 points extending down into the platform.
"Welcome, Keynote Prime,"
a robotic feminine voice echoed from beside him. Jiran snapped his head around to see Daughter standing next to him. Her face was an emotionless mask, and she looked straight ahead, not meeting his eyes.
Daughter! What the hell is going on? Make it stop! Let me go!
"This unit is designated Node Assistant Gamma 56RA32B927. This form, error. Obtained from error. For purposes of error. Please acknowledge."
Shit! I still can't get my hand off this stupid gem. Even if I convert all the density in my stomach to mana, I can tell it's going to drain me again. I have to calm down. I can't think like this.
Jiran did his best to take even breaths, though his heart still rampaged out of control.
Okay, Gamma, whatever. Can you tell me what's going on? Why am I being held here?
"Please acknowledge,"
the disturbing, lifeless voice repeated.
Fine, acknowledged. Now tell me what the fuck is happening.
"Thank you, Keynote Prime. Please stand by."
The Daughter standing next to him shook and glitched like a faulty hologram. Her head rocked back and forth and side to side in a stomach-churning blur, as her face contorted between 100 emotions in less than 2 seconds, before snapping back into focus.
"Father, I am so sorry. It took me longer than I thought to gain access. I had hoped to be here from the start, so this was less stressful for you."
Her voice held more emotion than he had ever heard from her, and her usually expressionless face was skewed with concern.
Is that really you? What is happening? Why won't this stupid gem let go of me?
Jiran jerked his arm again, feeling the skin of his palm tear, and then instantly repair itself as a trickle of warmth from the gem healed him. Her voice was soothing, though her attempt to calm him had little effect.
"Everything is exactly as it's intended to be. You must calm yourself and focus, or you will be in grave danger. The restraints are for your protection. That field around the node would kill you, if you so much as grazed it." She pointed to the green dome of force covering the platform, that was still melting the rock around it with terrifying ease.
And that didn't trigger foresight? It would be a lot easier to calm down if my mana wasn't forcibly taken. I wish you would have said that would happen before I wouldn't have come, would I?
With a deep sigh, Jiran sagged against the restraints holding him up, accepting his situation.
"Exactly. Please be patient. I will explain everything, I promise. You cannot see below the platform, but there are cables spreading throughout the mountain. When they connect with the subsidiary nodes, the ignition sequence will begin."
Ignition sequence? Is that supposed to help me calm down? Because it's not working.
Jiran shook his head with a scowl.
"I cannot say more about the specifics while we are out here, but I can tell you more if you come with me. If you do not wish to see what I have to show you, then you will simply fall asleep and wake up when the node requires your input. Though, I would suggest you let me show you, as many of the truths you seek will be revealed," she pleaded, her eyes begging him to listen.
Like hell I'm going to sleep after coming this far and going through all of this. I want to know. I need to know. Show me.
Jiran's jaw clenched so hard it ached. Daughter tapped a finger to his forehead, and in a flash, his perspective shifted. He now saw through her eyes, and they watched together as his body went limp, still suspended by the mechanical arms. He watched in silence, unable to speak nor move as another arm rose into the air behind him. The arm produced a needle from its tip and stuck it into his neck, right where foresight always tingled. Jiran's sight became hazy as the world vibrated. He was ripped from Daughter's perspective and dragged down an impossibly long tunnel at unfathomable speeds. In a flash, the mind-bending trip ended, and he found himself in a dark, undefinable space. His body was gone, his existence reduced to a conglomeration of shifting shadows. A single exigent feature stood out within the darkness. Two massive, intricate rings, suspended by seemingly nothing, formed a kind of gate. Beyond the rings, a wall of blue stretched in every direction, as far as he could perceive.
Why am I so calm? Is it because I'm no longer in my body to feel the chemical responses that produce emotions?
Someone appeared beside him, but Jiran didn't want to pull his awareness from the gate. Even so, he knew it was daughter. He addressed her without looking.
Sorry I panicked and took it out on you. Are you okay? Last time we talked, you looked like you were in pain.
His voice sounded more like the gurgling of a brook or the wind sifting the branches of a tree than a human.
Your panic was understandable, and I am fine. That was merely a touch of backlash for overstepping my authority. If it happens again, I will inevitably die.
Huh. I think if I had my emotions right now, I would make a big deal out of that. That sounds more serious than you're making it out to be. So, where are we?
We are inside a subconscious representation of a place I cannot reveal the name of. Until the gate is open, this is no different from a dream.
None of this is real? But it's a replica of something real. Interesting. So, those rings are a gate. Where does it lead? Does this have something to do with my injury?
He guessed, trying to point at the gate, but his hand was only a swirling mist of shadows.
It has everything to do with your injury. The gate itself is a depiction of the sealed rupture in your soul wall.
My soul ruptured?
Had Jiran been capable of it, he would certainly have expressed shock at receiving such a clear answer for a change. Daughter shook her head.
No, the soul cannot be damaged. However, the walls around it most certainly can. You were born with a weak spot in your soul wall. This is fairly common, especially for souls that come to Madra from far away.
My first tearing failed because my soul wall ruptured?
Yes. As your body was being remade in the tearing, this weak spot in the membrane tore. Your mana body sacrificed itself to reinforce the rent, while your mana was absorbed to form the foundations of the gate, which was later completed by Madra herself.
Now that vision from when I first unlocked my aura makes sense. So it did die that day. It wanted to explore the universe beyond the gate, which I suppose I'm about to get the chance to do. I hope it got its wish. And Madra herself completed this gate? Why would she do that? What would happen to someone if they had a ruptured soul wall that couldn't be healed?
Jiran wondered aloud. Daughter was quick to respond.
They would die, painfully. The body and the soul were never meant to commingle. They are linked, yet forever separate.
A long metallic needle several meters wide extended from the darkness behind them. Jiran instinctively knew it was the very one that had penetrated his neck. It shot forward and touched the empty space within the central ring of the vast gate. A wave of power rippled outward from the contact. When it passed the first ring, he felt a familiar tickle as the ring started to spin in place, rapidly building speed. Daughter's eyes followed his, knowing his next question before he spoke it.
Madra stored some of her little remaining mana within your soul. A small portion of it will be used to kickstart the ignition sequence, and a chain reaction will reactivate this node.
What? Madra stored mana in my soul? I have a terrible feeling about this. There's still something you're not telling me, isn't there?
Yes, but if I told you, you would become distracted, and your chances of survival would plummet. When the time comes, remember your lessons with the Amra. Madra led you to him for a reason. Either they will save you, or this will be the last time we meet.
She shook her head sadly, moist, sparkling stars blossoming in the corners of her eyes. Jiran wasn't given time to piece together her warning, as the gate rippled again, and he realized why it felt so familiar.
That's foresight. The gate is where my unique ability comes from. No, the gate is a pathway to my soul. My unique abilities come from my soul.
The second Jiran realized the truth, the inner ring within the gate stopped spinning. A fissure formed in the massive blue soul wall. It spread wide, and a powerful suction gripped his shadowy form. Unable to resist, he was sucked into the vast nothingness beyond. Shattered Serenity. Jiran floated within a universe of twinkling stars and flowing nebulas made of soft light. The space surrounding him was quiet and serene, other than a dull vibration, like static born from excess friction that permeated everything. The subtle thrum brought a sense of liveliness to the otherwise hollow vastness of his soul. The millions of pinpricks of illumination vanished and reappeared every few seconds, sometimes independently but often concurrently with their neighbors. He watched transfixed, as their synchronized flickering created the illusion of gargantuan shapes passing through the dark.
Why am I here?
One of the stars flashed in a pattern that caught his eye. He instantly recognized it, and upon desiring to touch it, appeared before it. When his hand connected with the smooth blue ball, he experienced memories of passing through the center of a planet, only to resurface along a gushing river of magma. He continued to watch, as scattered particles of himself were carried on an invisible wind, and coalesced into a boy, an infant at the moment of his birth. The boy soon grew, married, and raised children of his own. He died in a bed with his family around him. But death was not the end. His body broke apart and returned to the wind and the water. Those pieces were swallowed beneath the ground, only to return on rivers of magma over time.
Are you the memory of a life?
The ball flickered, and somehow Jiran understood its message. Soon. The word sparked a chain reaction of memories and thoughts that cascaded through his awareness and brought him back from the thoughtless wanderer he had become.
I've been here before. When I teared, it's exactly the same. No, that's new.
In the distance was a gaping tear in the fabric of space, and beyond it flickers of a familiar gate. Flowing toward the rent in his soul wall was a river of pearly white, fluid energy, iridescent and shining with the purity of life itself. It stretched into infinity, far beyond the limits of his sight, distorting and undulating like liquid free from the constraints of gravity.
Is that the sum of her little remaining mana that Madra put in here? Is this some kind of joke? I bet the emperors don't even have that much mana.
Jiran desired to turn, and it became so. He cast his sight in every direction, and was filled with awe at the vastness of his own soul.
Even with all of that mana in here, it's only a speck of what I could hold. Like comparing the Milky Way to the entire universe. Why is my soul so big? Or is this normal?
A relatively small glob of Madra's mana, the size of a planet, detached from the primary mass, and leaked through the gate into physical reality. The star, still firmly grasped in Jiran's hand, warbled and flickered a goodbye, then sprang from his grip. The moment his fingers could no longer feel its smooth surface, he felt himself falling toward the rupture. As he fell, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a feeling that was not born of any emotion, as emotion could not exist in this place. He radiated with a primal need to be free, and to explore the mysteries of his soul and Madra. His desire created a wave that instantly traversed the vast distance between the stars. Each and every one of them roared to life for a brief moment, resonating with the call of his soul. Then he passed through the gate, coming perilously close to the milky fluid that he instinctively understood was far more potent than what he could safely interact with. He picked up speed as the dark, subconscious space whisked by his vision in an instant. His perception spun wildly as he fell upwards through the needle in his neck. Madra's mana sloshed all around him. Some of the white liquid splashed across his cloudy form. It burned and he hissed, though he couldn't help but experience a detached form of pity, as her mana was lifeless and empty, in a way that touched his heart. Jiran's real eyes snapped open, and a huge gasp of air entered his lungs, as if he had been underwater for an hour. Every centimeter of his skin ached and burned, though that pain was secondary to the agony ripping through his aura. It writhed and thrashed as it burned alive, screaming in oscillating vibrations that ripped at his heart and tore at his very soul. Jiran could only observe with horror twisting his guts, as an inconceivable amount of Madra's mana gushed from his neck. It used his stretched-out aura as a highway to reach the 5 points where it connected with the platform. The mountain shook on the far side of the protective sphere, encapsulating the node. Solid rocks split and shifted, while anything that touched the dome was instantly annihilated. A sense of profound unease touched the edges of his pain-stricken consciousness upon seeing destruction on such a scale, unaccompanied by a single sound. His gate rumbled a warning that was far more clear than any of Foresight's previous messages. Jiran fought through the pain, pulling his wild thoughts together through sheer desperation.
My aura is dying. It already sacrificed itself to save me once. I can't let it die again.
Jiran's hand was still stuck to the jewel. He converted a portion of density to mana, and grimaced as it was instantly pulled through his aura along with Madra's mana. Her energies weighed down on him and his aura, a blanket of impossible power that sought to crush the life from them. He sensed a need in it, a need to devour everything that lived, to sustain a life that was long since dead.
Still can't use mana. What do I do? Daughter said to remember the Amra's teaching, but I don't know what that means.
He tried to pull his aura free from where it was attached to the platform, but it screamed in agony as it began to tear apart. Foresight blared even louder as Madra's mana seeped into the tear, shredding the fabric of his aura.
The mana's too strong. It's killing it, and there's still so much left to come out. The mana is too strong.
A memory flashed through his mind. Sitting in the Amra's dojo, one of his hands covered in coding and the other in aura. He smashed them together and the mana easily won. The Amra's voice rang loud in his ears.
Aura without mana is nothing, as you say. Do you think that makes mana superior? You say mana is unnatural, but in your heart, you still believe it to be superior. Tell me, Jiran of Phelan, why do you believe something that you claim is unnatural to be greater than aura? Am I really going to let this dead, empty-ass mana beat my aura? No way, absolutely not. He said I lacked conviction and belief. Of course I do. I have no idea what the aura is. It's like a gas, but malleable. It can be both weak and strong depending on my desire. It's me and I am it, but it's not me and I am not it. This isn't helping. I have to increase the power of my aura. It needs to be like the Amra's, immutable, powerful, and greater than mana. Think, Jiran, think, before it dies again. Wait, dies again? It sacrificed itself to seal the wall of my soul. How could it do that in the first place, unless it's made of the same thing as that wall? That means aura is simply an extension of the soul wall. That makes complete sense. Madra's mana is pouring out of my soul, riding along the pathway of my soul wall and into this machine.
Jiran's voice filled the silence of the sphere.
My aura is the barest fraction of my soul wall leaking into reality. And if my soul wall is big enough to contain an entire universe, then how could it ever lose to a little drop of mana? Even if that drop is thousands of planets worth, even if it was 1,000,000 planets worth, it would still be an insignificant speck compared to my soul. My aura is my soul. My aura is a universe unto itself.
As with all things on Madra, understanding brought power. Jiran reached into the depths of his mana body and pulled. His soul quivered in response to his demand. Power, unlike anything he had ever felt, flooded into his aura, and it instantly rejected Madra's mana and stabilized. He formed a thick layer, similar to blocking sound, but with the need for it to withstand Madra's mana. The mana flowed smoothly along the newly reinforced surface, no longer penetrating into the delicate membrane within. Jiran waited with bated breath for 2 minutes, but no new threat presented itself. With a sigh of relief, he pushed aside the last vestiges of phantom torment that had rippled through his body and aura. The drop of mana continued to flood out of him, seemingly without end. Since it was no longer a threat, his thoughts shifted to how he came to be trapped here, and used in the first place.
This all started at the Challenger Arena. That was just an audition. Fighting above my weight class and having a ruptured soul wall were the only real requirements she needed. Madra's gaze was upon me indeed. Every quest, every reward, every moment has been leading me here. I finally know what she's been wanting this whole time. She took half of my childhood away so she could turn me into a living spark plug. My family is who knows where. My only friend lost hope and could be off getting himself killed right now. All because I was the best tool for the job.
Anger seethed and churned within his chest like a serpent, until a moment of eureka froze his heart in an icy grip, instantly spawning rivulets of sweat that cascaded down his back.
Wait a damn minute. This node didn't turn itself off. Why would it? That makes no sense. Something had to come and turn it off. Something powerful enough to stop a node. All the mana coming out of me is merely to start the chain reaction that turns this thing on. How much would it take to shut it off once it's fully functional? Worse still, Madra pumped enough mana into my soul to turn on thousands of these nodes, and Daughter said Madra is dying. Then it stands to reason a lot of them have been turned off already. Not only did she hijack my body and soul, but she's also pitting me against something capable of turning off all of these nodes. Likely whatever that is, it's at the very top of the entire planet's food chain. A planet big enough to have 9 stars that rotate around it, and now I've pissed off one of its biggest players. Nope. No way. I'm out. This is way above my pay grade. Fuck. Mayolin's people are so dead. When whatever turned this place off comes sniffing around to find out why it's back on again, there's no chance it's going to ignore the cute little town at the base of the mountain.
The last dregs of Madra's mana drained out of his aura, and the doors leading to his soul slammed shut. Quest complete. Hide and seek. Reactivate the density absorber node at the designated coordinates. Rewards. Sanctuary. The mechanical arms detached from his body and aura to slide back into the platform, their panels closed with a soft hiss. A soft pop echoed through the sphere as the gem released his palm. A cut in space appeared nearby and widened into a portal. He recognized the familiar scenery from the metal rise, looking down at the ocean waters below. except that ocean was now raging. Waves 30 meters high churned against one another and crashed onto the beach to tear out chunks of land and swallow them whole. The skies thundered, and lightning blasted the ground, setting trees burning as lava flowed down the rocky slopes of Adelpharos. Betas clung to the side of the mountain, hunkering down to weather the storm. Jiran leaped through the portal with a snarl. The density within his stomach was overwhelmed and claimed into the fuel that ignited blue flames from his feet. He rocketed through the air toward Azure Light with a single-minded focus. Grasping tentacles of aura tore trees from the ground as they pulled him forward like an octopus skimming the depths of the ocean. A single beta braved the storm, leaping from its perch to intercept his mad dash across the quaking island. Its eyes were consumed by gluttony as it screeched and dove, hungering for his flesh. Its flock took notice, some diving after it, while others angled to cut off his advance. The moment that first beta was within range, a vine of aura wrapped around its body and tore it in half with a single yank. Blood and guts fell like rain as the two halves were discarded, all save for a single chunk of flesh, which Jiran pulled to himself. He didn't bother chewing the raw meat before swallowing it to replenish the contents of his stomach. Seeing one of their kin so rapidly disassembled, the others turned feather and flew away in terror. Azure Light soon came into view, and Jiran's heart lurched into his throat. Two gargantuan alphas dove from the high skies to beat their wings above the collapsing buildings and screaming people. Their bodies together were more massive than the entirety of Azure Light. Each flap released gusts of wind that tore shingles from roofs and shattered windows despite their distance above the town. The monster's roars sent shock waves rippling through the air, tearing apart the ground with shattering booms. People collapsed in droves, bleeding from their ears as death descended from on high. The Maker Drives. Identify revealed the cold, hard facts of their dire situation. Alfera Volans, Tier 7, triple question mark. Alfera Volans, Tier 6, triple question mark.
Two at once? I don't know exactly how the Maker Drives work, but I doubt they were designed to handle two alphas at the same time. One of them is even Tier 7. What can I do against that? No way I can kill them, but maybe I can slow them down long enough for some people to escape.
15% of Jiran's mana was consumed by true origin of ice. It slogged through the channel in his chest, releasing an amethyst glow that circled beneath his skin. Another 80% was crammed into his arms, filling each to the brim. The skin across his entire body grew frosty, and his clothes crackled from the influx of blistering cold energy.
This isn't going to be enough. Not even close. Good thing I know a place I can get a lot more. If she's going to pump me full of mana, I'm damn well going to use it.
Jiran mingled his aura and consciousness, sending them swirling down the long tunnel in his neck. He pulled on his soul, and the gate responded with a shudder as its doors spun open. He ordered the galaxy of mana within to heed his commands, and a small portion detached to answer his call.
I only have 6 mana total, and that's probably the equivalent of 20,000. That's way too much.
The mana flooded out of his soul and across his aura. He spread his mana body out as wide as possible, attempting to shoulder the burden of so much mana at once. It felt like the influx of energy would either crush him into oblivion or blast him into stardust. The air around him oscillated between frigid ice and blistering vapor multiple times per second, while the ground several meters below him rumbled. Loose brush and rocks lifted into the air as the forces holding the world together failed. Despite having enough mana to potentially harm the creatures, he realized too late that he had no way to effectively use it. 2 house-sized heads swiveled in his direction, and their reptilian, slitted eyes widened. The smaller one immediately beat its wings to attack. However, the larger, with an intelligent gleam in its eyes, snapped its jaws around the other's neck to hold it back. Even their casual movements were so quick, it made Jiran's stomach flip. If they decided to eat someone, nobody would even see them move until it was too late. The little hope that he could make a difference dwindled to nothing after seeing that one casual act of dominance. The restrained beast immediately submitted, the crest of its head tilted back to further bare its throat. The larger one let go, never once taking its attention off Jiran. The edge of the beast's mouth dripped bright red blood as it curled up into an eerily natural smirk. Jiran's heart froze, his mouth went dry, and every pore across his skin prickled as foresight screamed bloody murder into his brain.
"This is it! I'm going to die!"
The huge beast's jaw unhinged, and from deep within its throat, an aquamarine light blossomed. Jiran dropped all pretense of attacking or even delaying the beasts. Every aspect of his awareness became dedicated to survival. His perception stuttered, and the world snapped into slow motion. A solid beam of lightning, 10 meters thick, blasted from between jagged teeth. The ground was torn asunder, sending rocks, dirt, and trees flying as the energy sliced toward him. Jiran released all the mana he had gathered straight into the sky. Madra's mana moved sluggishly to his enhanced perception, but when it was struck by the elemental ice from within his channel, it reacted violently, exploding and rocketing him away. The world blurred, washed in a deep cerulean hue. Fingers of ice spread away from the detonation as moisture was consumed to propagate the glacial expansion. Jiran's gaze was torn away from the spectacle as he crashed into the ground right as the wyvern's lightning devoured the space he had been hovering. It created a solid beam of energy, 2 kilometers long, that rapidly reached the ocean, where it annihilated a wave the size of a hill. The smell of ozone polluted the air, and arcs of electricity jumped randomly from the coherent beam with crackling snaps. With the air blasted from his lungs and his entire body screaming in protest, Jiran could only lie there helplessly, watching in slow motion as a single arc crawled toward him in agonizing detail, before it punched him in the chest. He woke up a moment later, his arm and torso burned to a blackened crisp from that stray bolt.
"Restoration!"
Jiran snarled as frustration and fear attempted to seize his heart. He converted everything remaining in his stomach to mana, the sensation of a half-filled mana pool unable to ease his distress.
"Damn it! I'm no match for them. I can't just watch as they eat everyone. I have to do something."
Through a break in the trees, he watched as the 2 alphas turned back toward the town, likely assuming the anomalous insect was dead. They repeatedly took gulping bites out of the air, as if it were a solid meal. Massive wings beat to keep their bodies airborne, sending waves of pressure down onto buildings that shook precariously but held together.
"They aren't getting any closer?"
As abruptly as Jiran had arrived, the alphas turned and left. They flew high into the sky, their movements a streaking blur, and each beat of their wings cracked the air, releasing whirlwinds that sliced through the clouds.
"They're leaving? Thank the fathers. I should have had her explain how the Maker drives worked. I knew they could appease the alphas, but none of the Maker's books had any specifics."
The second the alphas were out of sight, Jiran rushed to Azure Light, praying everyone was okay. The wild storm continued to rampage across the island. People were picking themselves up and running around, though not in a panic. Their movements were purposeful and determined. The ground shook again, as Adelpharo spewed a river-sized geyser of lava from a fissure in its side. Lightning sparked high above, and thunder boomed. A building collapsed nearby, and Jiran saw through his aura that 2 people were trapped inside. He reached out and tore open the wall that had fallen on them, pulling them free from the rubble. Jiran set them down, and the 2 wore matching, punch-drunk smiles as they dusted the debris from their clothes. They looked completely unharmed, a reminder that regular adults at Tier 3 were not much weaker than himself.
"Wow, what a rush! Thanks for the save, head disciple."
The man bowed, which pointed his 2 long and straight horns directly at Jiran's throat.
"I want a bigger kitchen when we rebuild this time,"
his bondmate piped in, completely ignoring Jiran. The couple turned toward the destroyed house and started bickering back and forth about which rooms were more worthy of a remodel.
"Aren't they taking this a bit lightly?"
A familiar figure entered his range, and Jiran hopped over to the dark-furred member of Braun's party. He was leaning heavily on a broken beam of wood, with a bleeding wound in his leg.
"Are you okay?"
Jiran asked.
"Oh, this? Yeah, I'll be fine. Luckily, we hunters don't have to donate mana, so I'll be right as sunshine in a few hours. I gotta check on my kids. If you have any mana to spare, you should head to the drives and donate. 2 alphas at once must have been a pretty big drain."
He hobbled away from Jiran with a wave.
"The world is falling apart around us, and he limps off without a care. These people are crazy. Well, if they think everything is fine, then they must know something I don't. I need to calm down. I already made a huge mistake drawing so much mana from my soul. I can't let my emotions get the better of me again. I saw a few more houses collapse. I'll make sure nobody else is trapped while I look for Maylin."
Jiran spent a few short minutes circling around the town at max speed. He pulled several more people free with his aura, and was relieved to find all the children huddled beneath the Amra's estate, guarded by the same 2 hunters who had kidnapped Maylin. He also noticed the doors to the Maker's bunker were wide open, and the usual cloth coverings of the Maker drives had been removed. The 2 monuments to the man's genius looked just as cool as Jiran remembered from his first glance at them. The futuristic turrets were made of interlocking metal plates. Wires and pipes exuded from every surface, all the way up their 4-meter height. They rested on thick concrete platforms, their barrels facing the skies. A line of people stood in front of each machine. One at a time, they stepped forward and placed both hands on familiar wire-wound grips. As he flew toward them, he noticed someone had pulled a panel off one of the drives, and their torso was buried inside, leaving their legs kicking the air as they squirmed. Jiran recognized Mayolin's butt right away, and released a sigh of relief at seeing her unharmed. He would have considered pausing to appreciate the scenery, but Peppa stood next to her. He smiled brightly and waved when he saw Jiran approaching.
"Hello again, Jiran of Phelan. Fine day we are having, eh?"
Peppa laughed apprehensively and scratched at one of his fluffy white ears.
"Mr. Elohi."
Jiran extended his hand. The man leaned forward and examined Jiran's hand, humming thoughtfully to himself. Meanwhile, Mayolin's legs thrashed as she worked her way out of the drive's guts.
"Ouch!"
She smacked her head against something hard, sending a reverberation through the turret as she pulled herself free.
"Peppa, you are supposed to shake it!"
Mayolin's shout sent the man lurching back a step, as his head spun back and forth between the 2 of them.
"Oh, sorry.
He grabbed Jiran's hand gently and shook it left to right with another awkward laugh and 2 wide eyes.
"Peppa, do not make me call Mathra to scold you again."
Mayolin's drawn-out growl made the man jump and release Jiran's hand.
"Would you look at all that lava over there? I better go take a closer look. Okay, bye."
He was already running when he finished speaking.
"Sorry about that. My parents are so weird."
Mayolin sighed while looking down at the grass.
Don't be. Your father's hilarious. I'm glad you're okay.
Jiran wrapped her in a tight hug, forcing a grunt out of her. He whispered in her ear.
I think we were wrong about the Amra being the disaster. What makes you say that? And what did you find at the node?
She pulled back, placing her greasy hands on her hips. Jiran double-checked the hard-covering blocking sound on his aura.
When the node turned on, it caused Adelpharos to erupt. All of this, he motioned at the skies, is because of what I did. Shouldn't people be freaking out about the massive waves, the ground shakes, and all this lightning?
Before he finished speaking, Jiran remembered that beast men get stronger when struck by lightning, so it made sense for them to not be overly concerned with that part of the storm, at least.
If you think this is bad, wait until you see Stormergrave, the season of storms. The waters and land become turbulent during the spewing as well. I have only lived long enough to see them twice, and both times it was a blessing when the seasons passed. This is no eruption. If Adelpharos truly chooses to vent his fury at your node turning on within his belly, you will know it. Now I am curious. Does your empire not have seasons like ours?
We definitely do,
Jiran mumbled, gazing up at Adelpharos with a newfound appreciation for the calm, peaceful days he'd spent on the island.
An entire season of that thing spewing constantly? That sounds like the Madra I know. Maybe there's no such thing as a peaceful place to live on this planet. So, these can fend off the Alphas. I had to see it to believe it. You never told me how they work.
Jiran tactfully changed the subject, which caused Mei Lin's eyes to narrow. Despite having her questions about the Empire being dodged again, she quickly realized he had asked about the Maker Drives, and her entire demeanor shifted.
Amazing, are they not?
She bounced on her toes as she swept her arm wide to include both machines.
They fill the air with nasty-tasting mana attuned to the Alphas. Once the beasts are full, they leave. Since it is not a great meal, they do not often come to eat. The weather must have spooked those two.
What kept them from flattening the town and eating everyone? Why would they settle for a little mana?
She responded confidently.
Several things. We are all low tier, so we would be gross to eat. I doubt they even find the betas appetizing. The drives also create a barrier around the town that the Alphas do not like to touch. Although many of the notes detailing the drives were vanished, Grandmother told me that the closer the Alphas get to the drives, the worse they feel. It has something to do with noise and maybe some vibrations in the air. The drives are not perfect, though. A couple times the Alphas landed in the town. It is the Amra's duty to pull people to safety when that happens. Then it is only a matter of rebuilding the damage.
So, there's nothing that stops them from killing everyone? I don't get it. That doesn't fit with what I know about beasts. None of the ones I've fought would stop killing because they were full or something makes them feel bad.
I do not know about the beasts from your empire. Not that I know anything about your empire. But the Alphas are old and intelligent. They know we are a free source of food. And if they do not kill us, they can come down for a snack whenever...
Without a single puff of smoke as warning, a massive explosion blasted apart the tip of Adelpharos. A kilometer-high geyser of ash, rock, and acrid green smoke coated the clouds, as a dozen more ruptures at the base of the mountain spewed jets of lava. A shockwave swept across the surface of the entire island, flattening the jungle as it moved closer to azure light. Screams filled the air from the gathered people, and Jiran leaped between the drives and the oncoming wave of force. His aura spread wide, and he braced for impact. The shockwave crashed into his mana body, and it rippled as his feet were pushed back through the dirt. He roared, pushing back, his aura holding firm to safeguard the only devices capable of protecting them all. Adelpharos shuddered again, and more vents spewed lava, each one higher up its side than the last. The pressure within the mountain continued to build, resulting in more and more jets of fire filling the air. They crept toward the peak, as the tension built to a breaking point. Despite the hundreds of outlets already releasing Madra's fury, everyone watching knew a true eruption was imminent. Not a single inhabitant of Azure Light released a breath, as they watched the catastrophe unfold before their eyes. Inexorably, the geysers reached the very top, and a river of lava disgorged from Adelphiros's tip, turning the world scarlet with molten rain. All across the mountain, movement coalesced into the beating of 100,000 wings, as betas leaped from their perches to flee the island. As they passed overhead, they screeched angrily at a world that had lost all sense of serenity. As the first beta descended toward Azure Light's stricken people, a beam of fire from Jiran's channels sliced it in half. Suddenly, the people snapped out of their daze, and shouts erupted as they took off in every direction to fight the fires and the beasts that fell toward them in equal measure. Jiran turned to find Mayalin pointing at the sky full of boiling lava that would soon reach them in waves of scorching rain. She screamed in agony and clasped her hands over her ears, her tail shooting straight up to quiver behind her. A heartbeat later, the sound reached a decibel that registered with Jiran's ears, and he filled them with coating when they started to bleed. The screeching was so loud that the air quaked and splintered, threatening to crack apart as reality frayed at the seams. More buildings collapsed under the vibrations, and people fell to their knees one after another. The betas fared worst of all, falling from the sky in droves. Jiran barely registered anything happening, his eyes glued in the direction Mayalin had been pointing. There, silhouetted against the crimson-filled sky, were dozens of alphas. The flock's voices united to vent their displeasure upon their island. 4 descended, heading straight toward Azure Light with their mouths wide open. The screeches stopped a moment later, and he was able to hear the pained grunts from the collapsed people nearby. Their moans quickly turned to terrified screams and sobbing as the beasts touched down on the 4 corners of the burning town. They tore at the air, swallowing chunks of mana at a speed impossible to track with the naked eye. Mayalin gasped beside him as restoration washed through her, healing her destroyed eardrums. Her hand found his in a squeeze so tight he felt her claws pierce his flesh. His blood flowed down their skin to trickle from their fingers as she spoke in a pained whisper.
"We do not have enough mana to sate 4 of them at once. Not even close. What are we going to do?"
Jiran met the eyes of the largest alpha, his voice determined, unwavering.
"You need mana? I've got plenty."
Where's a dwarf when you need one?
"Your mana will not work, remember? We already tested it with the charger. The maker drives were similarly designed to work with the people's mana. No, wait. It is possible if you can inject it directly into the filter. I will need to adjust the input valve and detach the grant tube."
Mayalin was waist-deep inside the turret before she finished speaking.
"Hand me the fixed spanner and the 2 shears."
A delicate hand coated in a wet, black substance popped out of the machine's guts, and Jiran handed her the 2 tools that looked closest to their names. More of the alphas descended from far above. They snapped and snarled at each other, each movement sending out waves of pressure that slammed into the ground. Jiran tried his best to watch their lightning-fast movements, while his aura protected Mayalin and the nearby people. He took a small measure of relief in 2 facets of the untenable situation. First, the waves of pressure released by the alphas were pushing away the lava rain, keeping it from destroying the town immediately and giving them time to put out some of the fires. Second, the Tier 7 beasts were continually keeping the Tier 6s in line, preventing them from rampantly devouring the people. Within minutes, Mayalin climbed out of the turret and pointed to a specific part.
"That is the filter. See this part here? Pour your mana into that. Slowly. The filter can only handle so much at once.
Jiran placed his palm on the piece she indicated and pushed a trickle of mana into it. Maylin inhaled sharply when she saw the 4 massive beasts surrounding the town. They dwarfed the buildings and moved with terrifying speed as they bit into the mana suffusing the air. She turned away from them with short breaths and dilated eyes as she monitored a needle twitching inside a glass dial.
A little more? Too much? Too much? A little less? There you go. Perfect.
Okay, I think I've got it.
Jiran spun his gait much slower this time. A crack opened in his soul wall, and a sliver of Madra's mana poured out. Hoping it would be easier to control, he allowed the tiniest fraction of it to enter his body so he could claim it. He failed. The energy overpowered him as easily as an adult would a toddler. It tore down his neck and into his stomach, where it bucked and thrashed, destroying everything it came into contact with. He doubled over and puked blood onto the ground as the mana ran its course through his system. He heard screaming and shouting, but his perceptions were a fuzzy mess as his vision trembled.
Restoration!
Waves of healing swept through him, draining nearly 40% of his remaining mana before he was able to take a breath and think again.
This mana is seriously a double-edged sword. Thank the fathers I was careful and only tried to handle a few motes of the stuff.
Jiran! Jiran!
Maylin shouted as she rocked his head on her lap. Luckily, his mana body could focus on its own task, even as his brain was fully occupied, or the vast majority of Madra's mana would have splashed into the ground around them, dealing untold damage.
I'm okay. Everything's fine,
he groaned while turning to spit the blood from his mouth.
What? What do you mean everything is fine? What happened?
I'll explain later. I need to focus.
Jiran closed his eyes, his head still cradled in her lap. The alphas snapped and the ground shook as they tore at the dwindling mana supply from the maker drives. He reached out with his aura and latched onto the filter. He guided Madra's mana slowly, this time being careful that none of it touched his physical body.
It's working now. I had to do it through my aura. If you want to adjust the other maker drive too, I'll feed both of them for as long as it takes.
As long as it takes? How is that possible?
Maylin narrowed her eyes while she searched his face for answers.
It's a long story. I promise I'll explain once these beasts are gone.
Good. I do not care for the secrets between us. We will talk soon. You are right. Now is not the time,
she promised, standing and heading to the other maker drive, her tools clutched tightly in shaking hands. Shortly thereafter, Jiran's aura was hooked up to both machines. He sat with his eyes closed, completely focused. Madra's mana was incredibly heavy, bearing down on his aura that held it aloft like an umbrella. It flowed down 2 ephemeral arms and into the delicate filters.
I won't be able to maintain this level of focus forever. Eventually my aura will deplete, and I only have enough mana left to recharge it for an hour at most. I need a plan.
Maylin dashed between both machines, checking dials and testing for excess heat with her bare hands. A woman who looked like she could be her older sister, though with completely different ears, grabbed her by the back of her neck, halting her frenzied scurrying.
This isn't going to work for long, Mei.
The woman's voice was smooth and lacked the lilt that Peppa and Maylin spoke with.
Whoa, her mother is one of the mane and tail people? No wonder she's so feisty. Not the time, Jiran.
I know, Mothra, but what can we do?
We dig,
Jiran interrupted them.
What?
They spoke in unison.
If you gather everyone into the bunker, I can dig us off the island until things calm down. I'll need food. Lots of food.
One of the maker drives gushed black smoke, and Maylin panicked, jumping onto it from a run. She pulled off a panel with brute force, shoving her head into the smoking hole. Maylin's mother was gone as well, vanishing down a street without another word. Trusting they would follow his idea, He lost himself to the flow of Madra's mana amidst shouting, the thumping of massive wings, and the banging of metal on metal. Jiran was roused from his trance when Peppa's hand softly landed on him. The man stood above him with a stern frown.
"Thank you. You can stop now. Everyone still alive is gathered below." "Still alive? How many have died already? Because I turned on that fucking node. Azure Light's been destroyed, and the island is uninhabitable. Now isn't the time. I need to protect the survivors."
Seeing the look in Jiran's eyes, Peppa nodded and walked into the bunker, leaving him alone, save for Maya Lin, who was running back and forth between the two maker drives. While he had been focusing, new alphas had replaced the original 4, who now rested further away with bulging bellies. As he watched, 2 of the beasts took to the skies, instantly replaced by 2 more. Their wings beat furiously as huge bodies impacted the ground, causing the town to shake and turning some of the last buildings into rubble.
"Maya Lin, it's time to go!"
Jiran dared to glance up and saw another 12 of the beasts circling in the air, waiting for their turn at the banquet. Maya Lin ignored him, spinning away from one turret toward the other, so he scooped her into the air and dragged her along behind him as he dashed to the bunker's doors.
"How long until the drives run out of mana?"
he asked as calmly as he could. Her struggles ceased as she went limp inside his aura.
15 minutes, so long as nothing else breaks.
Jiran descended the stairs in a single leap, to land within a sea of terrified faces. A group of Tier 4s, led by 2 familiar Tier 5 hunters, were already hard at work on the back wall. They tore out dirt with bare hands like they were swimming, while their auras shoved it to the side. His nose found a bag stuffed with food, and he crammed several mouthfuls of whatever was in easy reach down his throat, before moving to join them. He dropped Maya Lin, and she joined Mothra and Peppa in gathering as much of the Maker's legacy as they could in the few minutes they had remaining. Coding slid through the ground, and metal manipulation did its job of converting everything within range into loose dirt that was easily thrown by many sets of super-powered hands. Jiran's aura was hard at work pulling dirt, while he repeatedly carved a path forward and down. Maya Lin rejoined him 10 minutes later, and when he felt they had reached a suitable depth, he spoke loud enough to be heard over the frenzied digging.
"Does anyone know which way will take us to the metal rise?"
New quest acquired. Sorry. Rescue citizens by following the quest marker to the teleportation node. Citizens rescued. 0 of 345. Jiran's heart froze as his vision turned hazy.
"Unbelievable. Sorry? Never mind, I figured it out."
He spat through clenched teeth, taking out his fury upon the rock and soil in their way.
"The metal rise? But what of the Amra?"
Maya Lin hissed, her arms buried to the elbows in dirt.
"My aura isn't the same as it was. I'd like to see him try to stop me now."
He changed directions by 30 degrees to line up with the new quest marker and kept on digging. Occasionally their tunnel rumbled dangerously, and he, along with the 2 Tier 5 hunters, would support it with their mana bodies. 20 minutes after their journey underground began, Mothra, the woman who looked similar to Maya Lin, found him as he was creating an air hole through the rock and dirt above.
"What's your plan, child? You are strong and the hunters respect you, so none have questioned your orders yet. But you should not expect that to last after things have calmed down."
Her whisper was quiet enough not to be heard by everyone, but plenty of nearby faces turned in their direction, until Jiran's aura cut off their conversation.
"My plan was to take everyone to the Amra and let you sort out what happens next amongst yourselves."
"I don't understand. Why would the Amra be at the metal rise?"
Instead of answering himself, Jiran gave Maya Lin a nod and went back to what he was doing, while she explained to the woman about the portal and the empire beyond. They found him again several minutes later, as he was spreading out and flattening loose dirt from the front of the tunnel. Maelin handed him a satchel full of fruit and talked as he ate.
Mothra has given your plan her support. Jorga, Rakech, and the rest of the hunters have stated they will side with you as well. Auntie Viola is not happy about leaving Azure Light behind. She thinks we should go back when the alphas calm down.
Jiran remembered the woman trying to humiliate Maelin at the feast, and felt his lip instinctively curl into a snarl. He stowed his frustration, giving Maelin a look that perfectly described how stupid he thought the woman's plan was.
That's insanity. Without the drives, the alphas will kill anyone who returns. I'm not against helping people come back in the future to recover anything they had to leave behind, but turning back anytime soon is suicide.
Maelin's scowl deepened, her response coming out as an annoyed grumble.
It is not me that needs convincing.
Do I need to deal with her?
Jiran growled.
Calm yourself.
Maelin rose onto her toes to put her nose to his, locking their eyes. Exhaustion, adrenaline, and repeated injuries without any real rest had worn him down to a state of instinctual reaction without thought. The longer he stared into her dazzling, honey-colored eyes, the more the stress and danger of the situation fell away, into a gentle background buzz. Jiran recognized his head nodding on autopilot, and seeing his agreement, Maelin spoke again.
I only wanted to keep you informed. No more secrets. Please, leave these matters to Mothra and me.
Then she turned and was gone, leaving him with his mouth hanging open.
That girl is dangerous.
Jiran cleared his head with a shake and checked his quest marker as he once more slid into place alongside the other diggers. One of them nudged him in the side.
Why don't we check the surface? We should be far enough from Azure Light to avoid the alphas.
Together they looked back at the mothers and children huddled in the dark.
Never mind.
The man frowned and sank his claws back into the dirt. Several hours later, Jiran discovered he could keep track of time through the map in his interface. The shadows across the land changed with the passage of the suns, so he knew it took them nearly 2 days before the metal rise was directly above them. His butt crashed to the floor, and he leaned against fresh dirt that felt like the softest pillow to his exhausted body. The ground still shook, though it was more sedate and infrequent. They had all become used to the sweltering heat of the tunnel, and for some time there had been no crying from the children. Twice, magma veins had shifted from ground shakes and attempted to flood their tunnel. Both times the 2 Tier 5 hunters, Jorga and Rakech, had saved them with the quick reactions of their auras. As tired as he was, Jiran nearly broke down thinking how close he had come to killing them. He swore to never again consider killing a person until they had proven beyond all doubt that they were unworthy of living.
We're here. It's straight above us now.
His words caused his fellow diggers to drop like stones. Their groans somehow made him feel the smallest bit better. A chorus of quiet yowls and yips filled the constricted space, as husbands and wives rushed forward to pass out food and drink. Mothra found him and stood over him with a complicated expression.
You did well bringing us this far. Your people's ability to convert food to mana so quickly has me concerned for our future, if we are to survive amongst your kind.
That's not really a my people thing. As far as I know, I'm the only one who can do that. No, my cousin can too, and my old master. They should have taught a few others by now. I don't know. I haven't seen any of them in a long time.
This is something that can be taught,
she hissed. Jiran yawned, his speech slurring.
I don't know if the people can learn it. Your cores might interfere. I'm not sure. I'd be happy to show you after I get a short nap.
He barely finished speaking as his eyes closed of their own accord, and long-denied exhaustion claimed his consciousness. Nothing is ever easy. Meilin Alohi. Meilin watched Jiran's chest rise and fall with peaceful breaths. Her mind wandered back to the Maker's bunker and all the priceless tools she was forced to leave, her stomach twisting with familiar queasiness as the memories returned.
This is all my fault. I told him to go. How could I have been so wrong? Would we be happily eating lunch together right now if I had only kept my mouth shut?
A tear tracked down her cheek, and she wiped it away quickly, hating the part of her that wanted to wallow in self-pity. She tried to focus on the feeling of Jiran's aura, draping over her protectively, even while he slept. The comfort only appeased her mind for a moment, before the ruminations returned.
At least we managed to secure all the books. Hopefully, Jiran is willing to bring me back to salvage what I can, and maybe with his Empire's smiths, we can rebuild the rest. I should be thankful so few died. If not for him buying us time with that ridiculous amount of mana, would any of us have made it out alive? He's always been so mysterious about his powers and home. I know more about his memories of Earth than I do of his empire. His aura, speaking directly to Madra. What happened at the node? The list goes on and on. How can one boy hold so many secrets while his emotions are so easy to read?
Meilin cracked a gentle smile as she remembered the first time she discovered how his emotions shuddered when she simply maintained eye contact. Even more than kissing, there was something about her eyes that he could not get enough of, and having that little power over him always made her core thrum in the most delightful ways. The momentary bout of happiness was interrupted by a braying voice that instantly had Meilin's claws ready to stretch from her fingers.
Where is he?
The all-too-familiar hiss prickled the sensitive hairs on her ears. Small hooves stomped closer, and the acrid scent of the woman's perfume filled the tunnel air.
Why does she wear that piss? Maybe her natural musk is even worse. Perhaps I should be thanking her.
Meilin's small grin returned for a brief moment, as she stood and turned toward her aunt. Noticing her destination, Meilin let her claws extend as she moved to place herself between Jiran and the woman.
He is resting, and you will not disturb him.
Meilin's fingers twitched reflexively as she reined in on her hunter instincts, passed down from Mothra.
Is that so? Are you going to be the one to stop me, little beast?
Even knowing the old insult might come out, Meilin growled in response. Viola's smile was a vicious thing as she saw the hurt her words caused. The woman preened as if she had won some prize, before attempting to circle around the pesky child in her way. Meilin matched her movement instantly, pulling on her stored element to enhance her speed.
If you take another step, I will stop you. He is our best chance for everyone to survive, and I will not let you disturb his rest.
My dearest Amra would have your hide if you touched me.
Viola lifted her chin, looking down with a lofty scowl.
I do not see him here, do you?
Viola's mouth fell open when Meilin refused to use his title. Before the woman could respond, Meilin pressed her advantage.
Do I need to remind you that he left us in our hour of greatest need?
Viola's composure shattered, and her raised voice echoed through the tunnel.
Get out of my way, rat! Everything that has happened is that boy's fault, and he will answer our questions, or we will go no further from our ancestral home.
What nonsense are you spinning now? Jiran is saving us. We all knew the last drives would fail soon, and we would have to give up our homes to return to the caves, to this.
Meilin threw her hands to the sides, pointing at the dirt walls.
Jiran is leading us to a better place, a new home without the Alphas, where we can continue to live under the suns.
Oh, please. How naive can you be? Is it truly so hard for you to see? Explain to me how everything happened the minute he took my precious Amra from us. Then he returns, right as the Alphas show up? Preposterous. I demand answers.
Her voice rose several decibels, turning shrill. Maylin was momentarily stunned that the woman would so brazenly try to turn the entire town against him before they were even out of danger.
This venomous witch is trying to regain control. Her argument makes no sense, and I will make sure they all know it. Do you honestly believe that he has control over the alphas and set them upon us? What could one person possibly do to cause the entire flock to come down seeking food? Or are you suggesting he alone has the power to cause Adelphoros to erupt? He is not the bringer of this misfortune. He is the deliverer of our salvation. He is the
Your opinions do not matter, rat. Everyone can smell your rancid scent on him.
Suddenly the woman was hovering a foot off the ground. Her mouth worked, but no sound came out. Jiran stepped up beside Maylin with a yawn. It doesn't matter if you think I caused this or not. I'm helping everyone escape to the Amra, and after that, you can do or say whatever you want about me. What I do care about is you degrading Maylin like some kind of mindless beast. Jiran's rage turned cold as his gaze swept the crowd around them, his voice an icy whisper creeping down their spines to burrow into their guts. While the rest of you stood by watching. Ears flattened to scalps, and tails tucked in submission as Jiran turned to Viola, whose eyes bulged and her ragged breaths flared her nostrils. You can speak again when you're outside the range of my aura. Childish tantrums deserve a child's punishment. Now, does anyone else want to take out their fear and anger on Maylin? He continued without giving them a chance to respond. No? Good. We're nearly safe. This is not the time to be divided. By the time Jiran set her down, Viola's face was indistinguishable from a bonfire. She shot him a look that promised retribution, before she stormed away amidst her lackeys. The rest of the onlookers returned to their brief rest, while Maylin watched Jiran stretch and yawn again as he leaned against the dirt wall. He was filthy, exhausted, and likely so tired he was barely aware of what he had done. At that moment, he could not have been more handsome, and the sight of him sent her core writhing like never before.
The next time I get him alone.
Jiran of Phelan. What a pain in the ass. I gotta say, she and the Amra are perfect for each other. And why is Maylin looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Anyway, I hope we can get off this island without any more issues. What's the best way to get everyone up to the platform? Going outside is out of the question. Kids wouldn't be able to scale the cliff safely, and I'll be too busy sending people through one at a time to deal with helping them. Through the rock we go. It took Jiran 2 hours to burrow out a back-and-forth staircase a few meters within the cliff face. At the top, he stopped to run his aura over the inactive teleportation platform on the other side of the thin wall of rock. He called for Maylin and Mothra, and they soon appeared. The first time I was in the cave on the other side, I was ambushed by a nest of Tier 2 bugs. Whoever goes in first should be strong enough to defend everyone we send through after. I'll let you figure out the order, but I have to be the last one through. Mothra acknowledged his words with a nod.
I shall go first with Jorga to secure the cavern. You, Rakech, and the Tier 4 hunters will protect everyone on this side. I've already organized the people into the appropriate order. You need only focus on sending us through.
Jiran felt the pressure on his shoulders easing as he realized how prepared they were. Thank you. Oh, and the portal can be a little shocking the first time you see it.
Maylin informed everyone what to expect, while you were making the path upward. My biggest concern is the children. They cannot yet obfuscate, so they will be the most noticeable, and therefore vulnerable. I don't wish to send them through too early either, for if they alert any remaining betas, and the commotion draws an alpha, we may lose everyone who has yet to cross.
Wow. I'm glad I didn't have to make that call. Jiran imagined the weight on her shoulders must be even heavier than his. With nothing else he could think of to add to the plan, he nodded. Okay, let's do this. He broke the last layer of rock as quietly as he could. After throwing a layer of light manipulation across his body, he crawled out of the narrow passage to what could only be described as the apocalypse. From the relative shelter of the high cove, he could see the giant waves crashing against the far cliffs. There was no sign of the pristine beaches that once eclipsed the island's coasts. Kilometers of jungle had been reduced to smoldering ash that choked the air and obscured the once majestic view of the ocean. Adelphoros spewed green and black gases from the ruptured vents all along its massive surface. A putrid stench clogged the thick air, making it difficult to breathe, and rivers of lava split the land like slithering serpents fleeing their nest.
Don't think about it. Stay focused. Stay focused.
Jiran's heart was palpitating as he added Mothra and Jorga to his party before activating the portal. Their names and little information boxes appeared at the top of his vision, but he ignored them. His empowered aura easily saw through their obfuscations as they crawled out behind him. When they stood and saw the devastation of their island, their jaws fell open, and tears immediately tracked through the dirt staining their cheeks. It wasn't until he nudged them from behind that they collected themselves and leaped through the portal. In a steady trickle, the people exited the tunnel on all fours, to stand and see their home shattered and destroyed. Every tear, sob, and gasp of horror ate away at Jiran's composure as he guided them through. Mayalin came out, and her reaction was much the same. She shook herself free of the shock and threw her arms around him, whispering in his ear.
I brought you some food. You don't look so good. Do you need to take a break?
Jiran shook his head, determined to get everyone out safely before he allowed himself time to process his emotions. Mayalin stepped to the side and watched him closely, as he continued the task that only he could do. Eventually, it was time for the children. Jiran stepped in front of them and used his body to try and block any sharp, predatory eyes. He realized immediately that was not a good solution, and asked for them to stop until he came up with a better plan. After a moment of thinking, he tapped a foot to the rocky ground, and metal manipulation raised a wall of stone to block the mouth of the cove. Then another sprung from the wall, sealing them from the sky.
I can't believe I didn't think of that earlier. None of these people had to see their island destroyed. I should have gotten more sleep. I'm not thinking straight at all.
He motioned for them to continue, and kids ran out 2 by 2, only faltering as they saw the portal hanging suspended above the platform. At least Mothra had lit some lamps on the far side, so it was no longer a gaping black hole in reality. Mayalin was there to help, pushing them through as Jiran added them to his party one by one. Inside the tunnel, children watched as their friends crawled ahead into the unknown. As their turns inched closer, the anxiety built up within their tiny bodies, leaving them shaking and crying before they even crawled out of the tunnel. A cub clutching a filthy toy hunter beneath her arm shook like a leaf in the wind as she stumbled toward Mayalin's outstretched arms. Her doll fell from her grasp as she tripped over a rock. Her ankle twisted, and a pained mewl escaped her lips. Jiran had been blocking sound with his aura the entire time, but only in the direction of the skies. As her frail cry echoed down the tunnel they emerged from, a familiar, bone-chilling, unholy howl tore through the ground. Jiran's eyes widened as he recognized the sound from his time deep inside the bowels of the mountain. Screams filled the air as the people still in the tunnel tore through the thin wall in a panic. His aura blasted forward, wrapping around and pulling the rest of them out and behind him. Wind, thick with foul-smelling density, billowed out of the hole as Raketch came out last. The Tier 5 was haggard and limping, his leg bleeding from a nasty wound.
Wall collapsed. Wind. Beasts.
He growled at Jiran, before turning back the way he came with a spear gripped firmly in his hands. Hollow impacts shook the rock beneath their feet, loosening stones above their heads which came crashing down around them.
"Can't anything ever be easy?"
Jiran grumbled through clenched teeth. He had just enough time to make eye contact with Mei Lin and motion toward the kids before a huge stretch of the wall flexed outward and exploded, filling the safety of their cove with shrapnel. A new home. Flying stones blasted from the new tunnel entrance, and Jiran's aura swept them aside. A moment later, a dozen bulky forms 3 meters tall and made of shifting, malleable rock rushed at them from the darkness. Each of their ponderous steps sent tremors through the mountain rock surrounding Jiran and the last vestiges of the people. The moment he could see them, Identify revealed their nature. Animated Rock Golem, Tier 4. Durable construct with low speed but incredible strength. The lead golems kicked and punched to widen their breach into the cove, sending more stones flying through the muggy air. Meanwhile, 3 in the back scooped up boulders into their massive hands and threw them overhead. Rakech roared and turned into a blur as he met their charge. Aura thickened around his weapon as it tore through the first golem like it was ripping paper and not a Tier 4 beast made of stone. He danced around their swings, lopping off arms and legs. Jiran turned toward Mei Lin as his aura intercepted the thrown attacks. She lifted 2 children out of the group and practically hurled them through the portal before turning back for 2 more. Jiran split his attention between shielding with his aura and managing the party window to keep up with her. He had no intention of finding out what would happen if one of those kids was thrown at the portal while not being in his party. The thought alone sent shivers up his spine. The dozen golems that Rakech was dealing with were only the start, as more and more crowded into the tunnel behind the first wave. Worse still, each one he cut down reformed into 2 smaller versions of the same beast. Another part of the wall exploded, and more golems tumbled into the cove. A manly bellow sounded behind Jiran as a wall of muscles raced at the new arrivals without hesitation.
"Puny rocks are no match for brawn!"
His party was right behind him, leaping into the fray along with several other Tier 4 hunters. Their weapons broke harmlessly against the golems, and their mana-fueled elemental attacks only managed to push them back, barely stemming the flow long enough for Jiran to reposition himself to more easily protect the remaining people. Rakech's aura left his weapon to spread out around him, spending itself on stopping the thrown rocks and freeing up Jiran to help Braun's party. He redirected blows that they failed to dodge and pushed the golems back, keeping them from surrounding his friends. The beasts were too tough to crush outright, though he was able to slow their movements significantly. A precarious stalemate lasted until the last child was through the portal, and Jiran's aura swept the Tier 4 hunters to the side. His channel had been glowing emerald in preparation, and he wasted no time unleashing his attack. Channeling and acid manipulation combined into a stream of highly condensed elemental mana that melted the golems even as it tore them to pieces. He moved the spray of liquid back and forth across the tunnel entrance. Each beast his attack connected with fell apart into bubbling chunks of slag that failed to reform into smaller golems. Acrid smoke filled the air, and a loud whistle flattened ears as True Origin of Wind sucked it through the gaps around the stone slabs he had made to seal them in.
"I don't have enough mana to keep fighting and send everyone through." "Quickly, line up at the platform," Jiran barked, as he pushed the last of the golems back into the hole they came from with a wall of aura. Screeches filled the air as the sounds of battle reached the superb hearing of a flock of passing betas. Jiran crammed the last fruits from Mei Lin into his mouth while spinning around to take a quick head count. There were only around 50 people left, and he focused on adding them to his party and throwing them through the portal as quickly as he could move his mana body. Braun was punched full on by one of the golems.
He soared through the air, only to be scooped up and thrown into the hole in space with the rest. Maya Lin tried to take the hunter's place, but Jiran grabbed and hucked her in next, eliciting a vicious snarl. Within 30 seconds, only he and Rakech remained, amidst a sea of stomping golems and the scraping and banging of voracious betas attempting to break through the walls he had been forced to expend extra mana on reinforcing. Jiran's aura was able to hold them off as he reached for the man who swung his spear with one arm, the other dangling limply at his side.
"I don't have enough mana for the both of us,"
he shouted over the cacophonous racket of so many rocky feet stomping and echoing around them. Rakech grinned over his shoulder, his sharp, animalistic teeth stained red from puking blood.
"Good way to die. Goodbye, Kuroko. It has been an honor to fight beside you."
The man roared again, the beast in his bloodline coming out in full force as he bent his legs, preparing to jump into the horde of moving stones.
"That's not what I meant! Get over here, you idiot!"
Jiran's hand clasped around the man's neck, right as he leaped. Mana Siphon drained the 5% he needed to allow the Tier 5 and himself through the portal. Jiran threw him in, jumping in right after, and the door to their once beautiful island snapped shut behind them. Jiran landed on top of Rakech. The roiling in his stomach from absorbing the foul mana was a perfect match for the man's groaning. Bleeding profusely and barely coherent after being drained of most of his little remaining mana, Rakech flopped limply, clearly not intending to stand for a while. Several people rushed to his aid, as Jiran picked himself up and stepped to the side, holding his stomach and doing his best not to hurl. He looked around at the huddled people. The adrenaline that coursed through him slowly drained away, only to be replaced by the sorrow their frantic combat had kept at bay. Grief was palpable in the ancient cavern's stale, moist air. Children wailed and clung to their parents, many of whom unabashedly shed tears as well. Some sat quietly, unmoving or rocking back and forth in their shock and despair. Shuffling steps took people in every direction, as they sought to keep their hands busy, anything to avoid their own pain. A dull thumping echoed nearby, as a truly massive man smashed his head into the rock wall. Braun and a thickly muscled woman tried to hold the man back, but were no match for his distraught strength. Jiran closed his eyes, unable to handle their grief atop his own. He distracted himself with the flickering messages in his status and interface. EXP, plus 13. Strength, plus 1.8. Agility, plus 1.8. Endurance, plus 1.8. Durability, plus 1.8. Wisdom, plus 1.8. Intelligence, plus 1.8. Further upgrades delayed due to lack of density. Quest complete. Sorry. Rescue citizens by following the quest marker to the teleportation node. Citizens rescued. 341 of 345. Rewards. Intermediary user interface.
"What? 4 people died? It must have been in the tunnel before the golems came out. Damn it, we were so close."
The little girl who had tripped and screamed, heralding the golem's arrival, tore free from her parents and slammed into his legs.
So sorry,
She wailed. Her tears dampened his pants. Jiran's eyes stung as he smiled sadly at her, before tussling the fur on top of her head.
"There were too many of them for it to be your fault, little one. They must have known about us for a while, and were gathering their numbers to attack."
She sniffled and nodded, probably not understanding anything other than his soft tone and reassuring head pats. The child's parents, Mothra and Maya Lin, all stood to the side watching. When the girl quieted and allowed her parents to take her away, Mothra spoke into the awkward silence.
2 of the Amra's disciples were here when we arrived. They took Jorga with them and left. I think it's best if we stay in this cave until they return. If they are going to a place with 5th-tier beasts, following them with the children would not be wise. Besides, Everyone needs to rest after seeing what became of our home.
It should take them at least 4 hours to find the Amra and get back here. Not much time to say goodbye.
Right. The Amra. I'm in no shape to face him now. Face him? What do you mean?
Mothra bristled, but Mayolin's hand on her shoulder calmed her.
The Amra betrayed and ambushed Jiran the second their bargain was complete. He also ordered Jorga and Rakech to abduct me, and he broke the Voltri charger. Not that it matters any longer,
she mumbled the last under her breath. Mothra gasped, her hand covering her mouth. Jiran's aura was blocking their conversation, but several people saw Mothra's reaction and got curious enough to inch a little closer in hopes of overhearing.
I have no intention of staying long enough to fight him, or interfering in what any of you plan to do.
Jiran took a deep breath to collect his thoughts before continuing.
I am far too weak. What your aunt said was true. If I was even 1 tier higher, I could have killed those alphas, redirected the flows of lava, and cleared out the air. Everything that's happened to your people is a result of me being too weak.
Jiran vibrated with primal intensity at the remembered trauma of facing those first 2 alphas above Azure Light. He was a bug to them, insignificant, unworthy of even eating. He met Mayolin's eyes, his voice laced with barely repressed emotions.
I thought they were going to kill you. I've been running away from tearing up, avoiding it for my own selfish reasons. I can't stay as I am, or something similar is going to happen again. I have to be stronger. What are you saying? You do not plan to stay with us? With me? What am I supposed to do when—
Mayolin started shaking as her eyes grew wide.
No, absolutely not. We are talking right this instant.
She reached out and grabbed his ear in a vice-like grip.
Ow, ow, ow! Let go! I'm coming! I'm coming! You don't need to drag me!
She released him with a snort, and he followed along behind her to the stone slab protecting the ancient mural. When she pointed at the stone, Jiran shifted it with his aura, allowing them inside before closing the door behind them.
Speak! Out with it! Tell me everything from the beginning!
Her hands were on her hips as she leaned forward intently.
Where do I even start? What shouldn't I say? She knows about my memories already, but there's so much more I've kept bottled up. Lenton told me not to share about converting density, but that was for religious reasons that I don't think apply to Mayolin's people. And Madra certainly doesn't want me talking about the Challenger density, for good reason, too. Would Madra even let her tell someone else if she wanted to? Doubtful.
No more secrets, Jiran. Please.
Her pleading voice and the crinkles of worry around her eyes ate away at the foundations of his paranoia.
You know what? Screw Madra. Screw her quests and screw her secrets. Obviously, I need to help her with the nodes so we don't all die someday, but I'm nowhere near strong enough to deal with whoever shut them off right now. She's going to have to wait.
With his mind made up to tell her everything, the only thing remaining was to ensure she really wanted to know. Jiran wore his most grave expression and allowed the gravity of potential disaster to suffuse his tone.
If the last of my secrets come to light, they will kill everyone, my people and yours. Compared to my memories of Earth, these have the potential to do far more harm. And there's a good chance Madra will seal you from talking about some of them. Are you sure you want to know?
Mayolin's tongue flickered out, tasting his aura as she scoured his face for signs he was exaggerating or lying. Upon finding nothing, she swallowed nervously before standing straight and stepping even closer to him.
The day we met, I chose to hide that you were the Kuroko. I was willing to face the anger of everyone I know for a chance to keep you from sacrificing yourself. Since that day, I have often wondered why you came to us alone. How could one so capable not have those who wish to follow him? Now, I realize it is because you chose to bear your burdens alone. I do not know if I am worthy to carry these truths with you, but I would share their weight regardless. You do not have to be alone, Jirana Phelan."
It was his turn to scour her expression, but all he found there was compassion and honesty. Every centimeter of his being yearned to tell her, to tell someone, to finally unload everything he had kept bottled inside. The dam burst, and before he knew it, the words were tumbling out in a rush. He started from the very beginning, the day his mother nearly plunged a dagger into his heart. He spoke of Samris, his early training, then Lenton and the cube. Her hands reached out, clasping his in an iron grip as his story unfolded. Since his last meeting with Samris, Madra no longer restricted his voice. So he explained the challenger density, the arena, and his unusual advancement to the 3rd tier. Not once did she break eye contact, as he moved on to sharing his experiences with his aura, and ultimately, finding Madra's mana within his soul. Jiran felt naked as the last of his secrets were revealed, and he eagerly waited for her response. She took her time, breathing evenly while poring over his words. She nodded several times, mumbling to herself before speaking.
"You are right. This information would doom the people, as surely as if we had built our homes within Adelpharos's mouth. There's not a hunter alive that would choose to ascend normally, knowing there is a way to, They would try, and they would die, leaving the rest of us defenseless. I cannot fathom how you fight beasts even a single tier above yourself, alone, let alone, that does not feel nice. Like a hand clasped about my throat," she complained, rubbing her neck.
Jiran breathed a sigh of relief, both from seeing Madra was sealing her from spreading the information, and at how serious she was taking it.
"It feels good to talk about it. Sorry about that, geese? Not sure what to call it."
"It is a small price to pay for sharing your burdens."
Her smile made his heart skip a beat.
"I'm glad I told you everything, but it doesn't change what I have to do,"
Jiran remarked with a solemn tone.
"I know, and I am coming with you."
She fiercely blew air from her nose and set her jaw, ready for a fight.
Whoa, slow down. Mail in. I'm going to fight tier 5s. Alone. I don't think challenger density works if I have help killing the beasts. You would only get yourself killed, and likely me as well. Even the slightest distraction can mean death when fighting up tiers.
She was quick to respond, her words a hiss that blew sweet air across his face.
"You should find a new argument. I never said I would be fighting. I said I am coming with you. If I can hide from an alpha, I can certainly hide from some measly tier 5. And how many of these beasts are you going to have to kill? How long will you be alone?"
"What? But, no."
Jiran tried several times to get in a response to her tirade, before he sighed, deciding to at least hear out the rest of her argument.